Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
We're back live with the Thursday edition with the entire crew back together again. That voice that you just heard, Ralph James Choppy. He's Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. I'm Sean Sharif. We got Pey in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. First show all together since...
December
like 15th or something. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
What was it? It would have been the 13th.
Was it targeting? CFP reaction? What really happened with Zeke Elliott, Babe Laufenberg to preview the Commanders? We got the payload at 6:40. The good news is we have RJ Choppy back. The bad news is under certain circumstances.
Oh, you'll do that right now, huh? You want to get that out of the way?
We don't have to. You make all the calls.
Oh, no. We can do whatever you want to talk about.
We can go 7:40.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
We'll do it with Neighborhood Watch and New Year's Eve recap. What happened to your right eye? You got a little scratch there.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's, I don't know. This has just been here. I don't know. It's it pops and comes and goes.
No dog? It's like a scratch.
I think it's just like it's one of those things where I sleep on it. I sometimes stomach sleep. And yeah, just a stomach sleeper.
Okay.
It might go away, maybe not.
Here's my question for you, Sean. Have you ever looked forward less to doing a show that I'm on than the one today?
No.
No?
No, because yesterday I got a reminder of why I hate a lot of Longhorn fans.
Ooh, yeah.
It was a true reminder.
Jealousy's such a bad look.
Well, because you hopefully... the unlikability comparison between the Longhorns and Ryan Day, I don't know which one to pick, but I'm leaning Ryan Day for this weekend. I hope y'all get ducked. I hope they duck y'all. I can't wait for Texas to get beat down and get wiped out of this thing. Let's get right to it.
Ready to take the snap. Has the snap. 4th and 13. Ewers looking. Fires. He's got Golden open. He caught it. Touchdown, Texas. Matthew Golden strikes again. 28 yards on 4th down and 13. And the Longhorns score a touchdown.
Maybe the least amount of pressure ever brought with an outright zero blitz as Quinn Ewers.
Great point.
Right?
They didn't even crack the line of scrimmage.
Holy mackerel.
What are you doing?
I'm like, okay, this is like a 4th down at the end of a game in a prevent. Are you just going to like rush 2 or are you going to bring and create some pressure? They tried to bring the pressure. Game-tying touchdown on Longhorns radio as Texas ends up winning an all-time great game. Wow.
Wow is right. It like that. You play to the sticks, man. What are you doing? Get a coverage sack for crying out loud. You have an undersized defensive line going up against a really talented offensive line, regardless of what the line did at points in the game. How many pros do they have in that line? 3?
Oh, yeah.
4?
I mean, yeah, they looked like pros the way they were false starting all game.
Right.
So.
But like talent-wise, like
Yes.
they have a lot of 4- and 5-star players on that offensive. That's one of the best lines in the sport. And you got literally zero pressure on a zero blitz. I mean, that's really what the name was. It was zero. You got zero pressure.
A 24-8 lead completely erased in the 4th quarter. Cam Scattaboo getting all his glory nationally. And Bobby and Peyton are celebrating as Longhorn fans. Take it away, Bob.
Yeah, look, this is, they were not great yesterday. This was actually, you know what this was? This was fitting because this Super Bowl, I believe, was played in Tempe, Arizona. This is Super Bowl 30. This is the Cowboys' last Super Bowl, where Pittsburgh did everything right and completely outplayed Dallas and was better prepared than Dallas. And it didn't matter because Dallas was so much better and so much more talented. They just showed up and they flipped a switch and they won the Super Bowl. And that's what Texas did yesterday. They went 4th and 13. All right, fine. I guess now we'll flip the switch and we'll turn it on and we'll beat you guys and we'll send you back home. And bye-bye, the end. See ya, because that's how talented Texas is.
Yeah, the reason I'm not dreading this so much of Bobby is because I already know deep down how he feels about the Longhorns. He doesn't have all this arrogance and all this cockiness and confidence, which will play out over the rest of the show and tomorrow. But
yeah, I'm picking Ohio State.
Nick Saban at halftime, Choppy, he said Arizona State's playing as well or better than the Longhorns. Texas is just making the more explosive plays. I didn't get that sense.
Well, no, but the
it's like Micah Parsons. Just take away all the big plays, and they're pretty even.
Now, Texas was up 14-3,
yeah,
and they had run 2 offensive plays. right? They had the first two plays. They scored. They had a 55-yard pass and like a 25-yard pass. They scored. That's 7, and then the punt return.
Yeah.
So now you're at 14-3, and they had run 2 offensive plays. So they did not have to do long sustained drives to assert their dominance and score. Because we were mid fourth quarter, and Scadaboo had more yards than the Longhorns did. He had more total yards than the Longhorns did,
and vomits
too. But I didn't notice it, but that's the coaching, the way coaches see games versus fans.
Did you feel like that the first half?
Yeah, I felt like I didn't feel like it was like overwhelming, but I felt like overall Arizona State had played better probably.
Okay.
Specifically then once you got into the third quarter. This is just it's a volume thing. Like look, these are some of the insane numbers that came out of yesterday. Total plays. Texas had 60, Arizona State had 97. Total
feel forever, yeah.
Total third and fourth down attempts. Texas had 15. Arizona State had 30 attempts on third and fourth down, which is nuts. Time of possession. Texas 22 minutes and 6 seconds. Arizona State 37 minutes and 54 seconds. It just was this, like Texas wasn't touching the ball. And when they would touch the ball, they would do some dumb things. And they had a dumb kicker. Yesterday, if they would have lost this game, it would have been probably Auburn, Sark, Ewers in that order in terms of who I'm just blaming this game on.
Let's talk about the call and the controversy. The number one storyline from this game was
the suplex.
Getting carried into the end zone, which was also illegal. 3rd and 5, 1:03 left, head-to-head shot. Arizona State player looked to be knocked out, laying straight there on the ground. They go to the review, no targeting called. What do you think, and where do you stand on the Franklin Franco injury attorney? Text line at 877-881-1053.
I think we got to weigh intent versus reality too with this. I mean, it's pretty clear it was helmet to helmet.
Yeah,
but I guess the targeting aspect is, did he lead with his helmet?
Here are the criteria under targeting. The criteria for targeting. You have to have an indicator of it, which would mean either you left your feet, did you crouch and thrust, kind of meaning like you're trying to launch up, striking and lowering the head.
So he didn't thrust, he didn't crouch, he didn't leave his feet. It was head to head.
Yeah. The leading with the head is the only one I think that matters here.
And that's the thing. You have to... The NCAA has got to do a better job of, like, okay, well, this is how the rules spell it. Okay, but what do those specific words mean? Like, what does forcible contact mean? Forcible contact's been a big sentence in this rule lately because it used to be initiate. The line in that rule used to be initiate head-to-head contact or whatever it was. They changed it to... It used to say no player shall target and initiate to the or make initiate contact to the head or neck area, blah blah blah. Now it's and make forcible contact to that. And the reason why they switched that is because they said they wanted more clarity on intent being the issue. Because initiate sounds like that could have just happened. Where they say forcible contact, you are looking to use your helmet to make the play. And I think when you watch that play back, you can say that player's not looking to use his helmet to make the play. He's trying to wrap him up. In the process of that, his head ducks a little bit, but it's not a complete lowering of the crown of the helmet the way the definite... And they've got it spelled out. They've got that spelled out. The crown of the helmet is a 6-inch circle starting from the very top of your... And that part of the helmet does not ever get lowered.
Bill Lemonier, who is a rules expert.
Good band.
Right. He says it was a defenseless player. There was an upwards thrust indicator, forcible contact. It's targeting. The only one that I've seen not call it targeting is Doug Gottlieb. So if you want to die on that hill, Bob.
Here's what this is.
Look, I'll be completely honest about everything. I'll be honest because we never like to admit when we're wrong. In the moment, watching it, 1,000% like targeting helmet to helmet in my mind. When the rules come out, I think we all got a little bit of an education. Oh, okay. It's not just strictly helmet to helmet flag penalty in college.
Right, because helmet to helmet could be you're allowed like a grace.
Yeah.
You know.
If you take the exact rules, which we should be doing here, and apply that letter of the law to this, you can definitely make the case a flag should not be thrown. If you go back and review the rules, you can say, all right, I get it, that was not targeting. Where I end up on this is Dez catch vibes.
Yeah.
That's what this was for me.
Yeah,
in the moment, like we all know that's a penalty. Like that's a penalty. Not that he should be ejected. I didn't care about the ejection.
Nah, he shouldn't have been ejected.
All I cared about was the first down.
Right, that's it.
Arizona State, because of that play, to the common sense, to your eyes, just like the Dez catch, that was a catch. All right, that was a catch. But then when you really break down the letter of the law, it was not a catch. When you break down the letter of this law, in my opinion, fair as F, the most objective person in the Metroplex, you can say it was not targeting, and you can say it was not a flag. I just think from a common sense standpoint, that has to be a flag, right. Arizona State first down. But technically, you could say it's not targeting.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
Was it targeting? If this was the second quarter, is it targeting?
I don't know. And then you have the defensive player aspect into this.
But the defensive player is one of the two factors that a lot of times has to be involved.
Right.
Like the rule is spelled out as there's two factors that they look for. And targeting is a different thing when the player's defenseless versus when it's defenseless. A couple of the markers go down, but they still need the launch and they need those sort of things in there. To me, I look at that and I go, there's nothing dirty about the play. There's nothing looking to injure a player on the play. He's got his arms where he's wrapping. He's trying to make a wrap up. It's just
the only problem with this is the leading with the head, and I don't think he totally led with the head. Was there an opportunity for him to get the head up a little bit or get the head out of the way where it wasn't clearly the first thing that made contact? Because it was straight helmet to helmet.
It was straight helmet to helmet.
That is a cringe-worthy play where you're watching and you're like, oh my God, that should be lower on the body with the tackle. How much of an opportunity, though, did the defender have with the time and the space in order to go lower?
It happens so fast. That's the thing. I think this is, again, one of those instances where when you have the ability to slow something down and can like here's a screenshot from the moment where the helmet's there, it looks so much worse than speed in the moment. It's much quicker than that.
We've seen this called targeting a million times. We've seen it not called. That's the unfortunate thing about this rule is that it's very, very subjective.
The consistency.
There's no consistency in the targeting because I've seen far less be called for targeting with ejections.
I didn't have any doubt this was going to get overturned because this is basically the same play they called targeting in the Texas A&M game. It was flagged for targeting, and they went to the replay official, and then they overturned it because they said no, because he didn't, there was a helmet contact, but it wasn't these markers. And so I remember thinking at the time in Texas A&M, that's not targeting, but they're going to call this because that's what they call in college football. And then when they went back to the replay official, they turned it over and said, no, because it didn't have these markers.
Pepe, the honest journalist here on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. What did you think?
Targeting, no, it shouldn't have been targeting. Now, what we've seen in past, though, is they throw the flag for targeting and they review it and they say, okay, there's no targeting, but there's personal foul, helmet to helmet. That's what, in my unbiased opinion, that's what should have happened.
Personal foul.
But I don't think you can review it for targeting and then go, well, let's just call a penalty here for helmet to helmet. They should have called it originally and then gone to review it for targeting.
Yeah, I just thought it was a personal foul.
That's what I thought.
I thought it was a personal foul, which is all that mattered to Arizona State within that moment of the game is getting the first down with a minute left, game-winning field goal attempt.
Yeah, I don't know what they could have called there. I thought the same thing.
If you do, we need to double check that. If you do review for targeting, can you is that play even personal foul possible? Because when I'm looking up helmet to helmet in college, it's saying no, it's not a definite helmet to helmet flag in the college game. And then if you're just reviewing it for targeting, can you add? It's like reviewing a hold, and you're like, okay, we saw someone with an illegal contact. Can you throw that illegal contact? And then you throw in Longhorn fans all day, all night long. Well, that makes up for the OPI on Scatterboo, DeMarvion Overshown, and others with the long completion, the big shot in the middle of the field said, how is that not targeting? Right. So everything else got thrown into the mix.
Yeah, and so Followell yesterday Mark Followell has obviously called college football games, and his perspective on it was, he said, by the way, if the replay official ever gets a chance to explain the Texas ASU targeting review, I would assume they said no launch, no crouch, and upward thrust, no lowering the head. Basically, none of the indicators that we were told in the preseason by college football broadcasters were told in meetings with officials that they're supposed to look for in these rules. So Followell had said that essentially, I don't think this meets the criteria based on all the rules, but they've got to come out and explain it. They've got to tell people that because they're awful at explaining these things.
They're trying to be like the NFL. The NFL doesn't explain anything, right? They don't have to. Yeah. College football is trying to be the same thing.
I think in the moment of that game, those broadcasters didn't want to have this be the storyline or controversy. But there it is, an all-time game to remember as the Texas Longhorns move on to face Ohio State, which allowed you to go to bed early with what they did to Oregon. And then, of course, as a result of the tragedy in New Orleans, we are going to get the Sugar Bowl played today at 3 o'clock between Georgia and Notre Dame. Entire squad back together. Good to have that. Good to have you with us as we head you into the weekend as quickly as possible. What really happened with Zeke Elliott leaving the Cowboys again? Inside the Star is next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the official.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan? No.
Nothing Megan.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys Commanders to finish up the season Sunday, 9 o'clock pregame kickoff at noon right here on this radio station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, entire squad back together again. But the news that broke that took over the Cowboy headlines, Ezekiel Elliott released. When this first came out, I said, uh-oh, what blow-up happened? Why is this happening with a game left? You couldn't just make nice and finish off the regular season? How many meetings did he miss? How many meetings was he late to? But, Bobby, the way that this ended up being reported was a favor from Jerry and the Cowboys, where Zeke said, not getting the carries. I'd like to go ahead and get a championship. We kind of heard a similar rumor about Calais Campbell in Miami. Miami's still technically alive without Tua this weekend. But if Miami was going to be eliminated, do the great veteran a favor, let him go chase a championship with someone else. That's what it sounds like here with Zeke being released. He did not get claimed, and he is now officially a free agent.
Didn't get claimed. Sounds like Zeke's dad owes a lot of people $10,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's improvement.
No, this is, I think part of it is you're doing the veteran a favor. I think the other part of it is you're doing us a favor by asking to go. Because this didn't work the way they anticipated it would.
Man.
Forget even from the... I know what Jerry said after, around the draft and when they brought him back, of just like, man, I saw him at the end there with the Patriots. That looks like a starting running back to me. What he did at the end of the season, I think he still got a little bit of it.
Jim Brown.
Little bit, yeah, exactly. Little bit of fluff to that one. But I think they thought he'd be better than he was. Not that he'd be as good as they were talking him up, but he'd be better than he was. I think the bigger factor here is they had no idea things would turn in the locker room like it did.
How did it turn?
I think Zeke, it's the old adage, like, you can't go home again. I think Zeke learned that was true. He was gone for a year, and I don't think he...
How could it be that different, though? That's the locker room dynamics.
So let's think...
It's 1 year. It's not like it's been 7 years and it's a whole different team.
Right, but let's think about what's changed in a year, okay? Offense completely changed. Kellen Moore, coaches who were there for a long time, all those guys are out. You've got Tyron Smith, who was with him the entire time, is gone. Zach Martin is on his way out, not really in the same sort of position of leadership that he's always been in. You've got the fact that Dak Prescott, when he comes back home, Dak is his best buddy. What does he come home to? Oh, Dak's got like a girl
and a
kid. Dak's got a baby now.
Can't be running buddies.
Dak's got a second on the way. I'm still doing the same things I was doing in 2016, where I want to go out. I want to hang out. I want to do things. All these little things had changed socially for him. And I think when he walked into a new locker room where it's like, think about how much turnover there was this offseason. He's walking into a new locker room thinking, all right, I'm going to be a leader. I'm going to be thought of and revered the same sort of way I was. And he walks in, he goes, oh no, this is so much more I'm the new guy energy than I ever would have thought. And I think it caused problems for him. And I don't think he always got along with the coaching staff. Clearly he's not showing up to meetings, but I don't think he and Mike McCarthy were on great terms a lot of the time. I don't think he and Jeff Blasco, the running back coach, were on great terms all the time.
The way it was spun initially is that McCarthy was mad. Someone had told me that McCarthy was mad they didn't sign him earlier, that he was worried Zeke was going to go somewhere else. And then McCarthy was a really strong advocate. Someone told me that a long, long time ago. He was a Zeke guy and wanted him here. And then it turned into, well, maybe him and Mike aren't clicking amongst each other.
I think I could absolutely see Mike McCarthy saying...
Did you tell me that? I can't remember.
No, that was not me who said that. I think Mike definitely early on felt like, sure, positive leadership gives us the... one of the things the Cowboys felt they really lost when they let Dez go. They didn't miss him so much on the field. They felt like they missed him Monday through Saturday. They felt like they must juice at practice and that sort of intensity. They felt like it was contagious for a lot of guys and brought levels up for other players at practice. I think they thought, okay, we'll get some of that with Zeke. Zeke will come in here, establish work routines, teach guys work habits, teach guys practice intensity. That'll rub off and it'll be a positive. And I don't think they got that. And I think that was also surprising to them, and it kind of changed things.
When was the last time that we thought of Zeke as like this, oh my God, Michael Irvin in practice here?
No, I mean, Zeke is definitely considered a tone setter, I think. And
has been prime, sure, but like, everybody's career, I should say, like, everything changes when you're not the guy anymore for a lot of players.
Yes. That happened to Sean Lee. When Sean Lee got essentially relegated to a reserve role after Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch started playing better, in 2020, he was hands off and he said, I can't be the leader, not in a pouty way, just like, hey, you guys are the starters. You guys need to, this is your time, step up and be leaders. And it got to a point where they're like, Sean, you got to step up because we don't have leadership right now, and this is hurting us.
Little Zeke pop quiz here.
All right.
Don't look at your computers and cheat. His top game this season in yardage was
38. 61.
64 against Cleveland.
It was against Cleveland. Bobby got that. Choppy got the yards. It was 40. His longest run of the year.
10 yards against Cleveland.
7.5 yards.
11 yards.
11 yards.
11 yards was the longest.
That's more than we would have thought.
We underestimated him.
11-yard run was the longest one. Now, does anyone think that Zeke is going to be this desired piece for another postseason team, another playoff team?
31 other teams said no yesterday. So, I mean, like.
And the contract is almost as low as it can get.
Yeah, I mean, it was a $2 million contract. So even if you're talking about paying out 2-3 game checks at that rate, it's not that much.
Yeah,
will he be on a playoff roster?
No.
Chop, the favorites that are being thrown out there and mentioned, in Vegas, it's the Chargers. They're the co-favorites to go ahead and sign him, along with Detroit is being thrown out there, but Bovada threw out those teams.
Yeah, I mean, Detroit, they lost Montgomery, but they still have Gibbs.
Yeah.
But they always had done a two-man. And listen, if there's any line that Zeke could probably manage to
get 12
to get a few yards through, it's that one. I mean, they're going to open things up. But that offense sounds very complex. I don't know you want to be picking up things in the middle of it.
If there is one roster that would pick him up, and they've had good running backs this year, and so I don't know. I mean, it depends on what they think of if they're going to need any availability or anything else. The one team that would pick him up is Tampa, because that's where Skip Pete is, and Skip Pete is still is like a father figure to Ezekiel Elliott, and has brought him along. So that would be the one area.
They've done that before with older backs. I mean, they brought Shady in 2020. I mean, they've done that before.
The Saquon decision has been made. Choppy, you need to break the tie in here. Me and Bobby completely disagreed. As the Philadelphia Eagles and Nick Sirianni said, nope, Saquon is going to sit the finale, no Eric Dickerson record.
Oh, man. So a range of emotions here for me.
Yeah, we were trying to guess where you would end up on this. I thought I knew, but you're looking 50-50.
All right, so I don't know if I should give Eagles and Sirianni credit here for doing hey, look, it's about the playoffs. Let's get it set for the playoffs, or even hammer them more for how they handled the end of the Cowboy game. Why else would he be out there in a 30-point game in the fourth quarter with 5 to go
to get 2,000?
To get 2,000, yeah. So you're chasing a record. You're chasing something. Well, if you're going to put him out there to get 2,000, why not get him out there to get another 101 yards?
Well, we'd have to go back in that game to figure out when it was out of hand to see how many more yards he needed for 2,000 versus 101 in a game that he just suits up for and gets restarted for versus just sitting in street clothes.
To be fair, he might get 101 on 2 carries against the Giants.
Right. I mean, it could be the first half.
Well, I got to support Nick Sirianni here because he proved me right. Bobby wrong. This was the right call. This is the smart thing to do.
It is. I mean, you do this, you can't
because they can't win this thing with Hurts carrying it.
No, I don't believe so.
And Hurts is going to miss, by the way, concussion protocol again.
Yeah. So they do absolutely need him. This is the right team call. But if I'm is Saquon on board with this? Did he want to step out too?
Right.
I find it hard to believe that. I mean, this is one of those records There are very few records in the NFL that you know about.
You brought up a Hall of Fame point we didn't even touch on. I thought was a really interesting point.
I mean, like, this is his literally, I believe, his only chance to get into the Hall. I don't think that because he's too injury prone. Like, without this record, all he is just an injury prone Jamal Lewis.
You wrote Jamal Lewis.
That's all he is, right? Because Jamal got 2,000 yards too, right, in 1 year. But nobody thinks that Jamal Lewis is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But if Jamal Lewis set the single season rushing record, I mean, like, everything changes. Because this is one of the few records that you know about.
Yeah, and I mean, the knowing about the record, Will Chambers brought up a good point on Thursday or Friday, I can't remember. Similar to what you just said there, where he asked Bask, he's like, what's the single season receiving yards record? He's like, and
I don't even know who has it.
And Michael's like, I think is it Marvin Harrison? I think he's like, I don't even know. He's like, but that's my point. Like, rushing records we know because they've just stood up so long over time.
Yeah.
And they're so difficult to attain, especially in this modern NFL. I just feel like if he wants to go get it, if Saquon was fine with sitting and like, hey, I agree, I get banged up, I'm tired. Like, let me rest.
Let him rest.
I agree. But if Saquon's saying, can you give me a shot to do this against my former team? Then I think that I asked Mike, I said, when Glavin joined you guys in 2003 in New York, if Glavin was going for the strikeout record and it was the last series of the year and it was against the Braves, would you guys have let him pitch that? And he's like, yeah, Glavin would have wanted to pitch and we all would have wanted
also
him to pitch.
less dangerous. It's not
less dangerous. It's not even close.
Yeah.
But
spin rate, velocity, I think it matters, okay.
But yeah, I mean, if the player's cool with it, then I'm cool with it too. If he's not cool with it, I'm still cool with it because Sirianni's job is not to worry about the player. It's to do what's best for the organization.
Exactly.
And, Nick takes a lot of crap, but I think most people think he did the right thing here.
What a reversal from Sean. Praising Sirianni and Ryan Day in the first half hour. What is this?
Fair as F. Drake May is expected to start for the Patriots against the Bills in a game which will decide the number 1 pick. But Drake May is going to get put out there.
He's going to get out there, and I think there's 2 things. One,
and Josh Allen's actually going to start because of his consecutive game streak. They're going to put him out there, then get him off the field.
Cal Ripken. Or Eli Manning of him, Cal Ripken. Look, the Patriots.
Very Cam Ward of him, start and quit on his team, bail.
I think this signifies 2 things. One, the Patriots are clearly saying we've found our quarterback.
Yeah.
Right. We're keeping Drake. We're not going to go try something new. And secondly, they know that even with Drake started, they're not going to win this game.
Buffalo's not going to play their guys.
That's true. But I guess the other part of this is, if you're not going to take a quarterback, your desire to get the number 1 pick is less.
This is the point to make.
This is also like, do you want the highest, and this is an analytics team building debate, do you want the highest paid non-quarterback in the draft? Because all that is the highest risk factor from a money standpoint on the coin flip.
Are babies and dogs taking up your seat on the plane? And the gift that has made Peyton Phillip Russell an official man. It's Thursday at 6:40. It's The Payload next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here. As a former professional athlete, I know what it takes to stay in the...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
yours today at Rangers.com/FanFest.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is a edition of The Payload every Thursday at this time, a New Year edition. And guys, new year, new man for Pepe. I've discovered the ultimate.
I thought you found a new man.
No. Newly engaged, by the way. Guys, I've discovered the power of the leaf blower. My fiance Mackenzie bought me one for Christmas, and man, I have never felt so powerful in my life. This thing has 2 different modes. You just turn it on, everything in front of you parts like the Red Sea. Incredible.
Where's the Red Sea?
Pacific, Atlantic.
It's not even.
It's a religion thing, I know.
It's a religion thing.
Catholic guy.
Moses part the Red Sea.
Yeah. Generally, where's Moses from?
It's a good question.
My father-in-law brought his over for me to borrow one day.
Yeah.
And it changed my entire life.
Great, isn't it?
I'll never go. I tried to give it back to him, and I was like, the minute he takes his back, I'm ordering one. I am in love. I'm obsessed. I keep this thing charged. You know, you're lazy with other things. I keep the regular battery, the backup battery charged at all times. Run through your email of what you're just wiping out at the Russell Estate.
So it's not just the leaves that are getting blown out there. It's not. The fire ant beds, blown.
The what?
Fire ant beds. You know, you got little fire ant beds. You can put poison on it, whatever, kick them around.
Do you think that ends the...
No, it doesn't. It just spreads them around.
Creates more beds.
I put it right next to it and just started seeing all them flying around the yard and everything. And then I take it away from it, and they all come back to life, and they're all mad, pissed off. I put it right back on their foreheads. Blown away.
You've created a colony of queens now.
The spider webs in my garage, blown, gone.
Yeah.
You get those. They don't stand a chance anymore. Those spiders, whatever you want to call them, black widows, gone.
It actually doesn't do that much with the spider web. The web still stays.
The wasp nest by my front door. Blown. Wow. Gone. It's over. I don't have to have Mackenzie go out there and spray it or whatever, because you know me, I'm allergic or deathly afraid.
You. Yeah.
Exactly. But I do have a problem that I've discovered as well. So I didn't really think about this before I was blowing the leaves around. I don't have like a rake or anything or any gloves to pick up the leaves. So the leaves are currently in the street.
You're fine.
Is that fine? Okay, because
I mean, it's not fine, but I do it.
Is that an HOA violation?
Probably.
Yeah.
But
How many times have you raked the leaves up in the garbage bag?
None. But Luka has started a rake. A leaf raking,
rake club?
A leaf raking business.
He thought it was baseball. He's like, let's rake. And they're like, and you hand him a different wooden stick.
All he does, he rakes all day. But no, he's going around like door to door. He's making all kinds of money. So he made like almost $1,000 over the break. Just raking leaves.
I had a guy walk up to my door, I think it was last week, and he had a leaf blower and a rake in his hand, and I didn't answer the door. But he was obviously looking for money, go door to door. So it's not a bad business if you get accepted, but
why didn't you answer?
Because I didn't want the business. I knew what he was asking for. I was like, if I don't want your business, I'm not gonna answer the door.
I think it's the adult version of like a slingshot. Like you get a slingshot as a kid, and you're like, I'm gonna hit that. I'm gonna fire at this. I'm gonna nail that. And then the leaf blowers, Peyton's just going around like making. He doesn't even turn on the fan anymore in his living room. He sits on the couch, and aims it up to make the damn thing rotate.
And I think the leaf blower is like the one. Like for me, I've got like.
I love it.
It's the one thing where I don't mind if it's electric. I don't want an electric mower. I don't want an electric weed eater.
Yeah, you do hate California.
I want just gas powered, baby. But with a leaf blower, I don't care.
What are the other things you don't want electric besides your car?
Lawnmower, weed eater.
My lawnmower is electric, by the way.
It's okay. Look, it works.
It charges. It works.
It gets the job done. I just like the feeling. I like to pull that ripcord, baby.
So what else similarly in existence gives you like a feeling of like, this is power, the way like a leaf blower would? Because I remember that it did that for me when I got one of those Zap It tennis rackets for bugs.
The answer is easy. It's a power wash.
Yep.
Once you have your first power wash experience, I take it to cloth. I'm ripping up my cloth and my chairs in the backyard.
It's great.
I'm trying to figure out like the best set. Oh, power washer is amazing.
It's tremendous.
I just watched a commercial where they have like a little a little mini sink power washer to get that crud out of your sink, and I'm like, I'm ordering that. That might be it right there. The Blast out of grout.
Oh, heck
HTO X5.
No
That
free
is power
shout-outs.
wash. I need to get that for my
No free
my
shout-outs.
faucet. My faucet does it. It's got like all the calcium buildup.
Yes.
And I can't take it. It's not one of those unscrewable things, so it sucks.
So, yeah, the leaf blower, my latest discovery. Maybe the power wash is next because I think I need one of those as well. But that's right. It's a payload every Thursday at this time. Guys, what would you do if you were on a plane and had a stranger's toddler on your lap for the entire flight?
A stranger's toddler on your lap?
Yeah.
Hold my hands
Overbooked
up.
Flight. They said, hey, we got to fit this toddler on.
Play a
You look
Michael
like you can
Jackson
handle
song.
it. So this is a 19-year-old girl. She says she was forced to fly home with a baby sitting with her after an overbooked flight incident.
Oh, I thought you were getting into a teen mom story.
Well, technically 19, she is teen, but yeah. All of this started because she originally had a panic attack because of the overcrowded flight. The airline staff tried to stick her in a hotel for the overbooked flight. She said she didn't want that, didn't feel safe staying at a hotel by herself. So the airline staff said that they could squeeze her back on the flight, the overbooked flight, but her seat would be shared with a toddler. Now, so many questions come to my mind here.
I don't believe this at all.
I don't believe it either.
First off, where are the parents of the toddler? Can they not hold the toddler itself?
No. Oh, I would give my toddler away like fast
For
like
sure.
that.
I
I'd raffle her off.
got to be very careful how I talk about my feelings on generally this timeline that Peyton's just explained. But no, if she didn't have a seat on the flight and it was full, then no, I don't care if there's a parent there to hold the toddler. That's the toddler's seat at that point. Sorry, tough.
Well,
Like
so
it wasn't your seat.
she did have a seat. She got off the flight because of her panic attack. She got back on the flight, got her seat, but they were like, hey, you got to share it now with this toddler.
I don't believe this at all.
Send us the story.
Yeah, I don't believe
There's
this.
a couple times we've had to fact check you on these stories. There's no way that the airline said you have to hold someone else's baby.
Did she put this on TikTok? Is that how the story's out there, or was this like she's made a complaint and it's being
I sent the
investigated?
email. I think my story was attached. To
Yeah,
that,
it's. I mean, the New York Post picked it up.
Oh, wow.
Let's see where'd they get it from originally?
There's just no way that the airline said you have to hold this baby. You can't put your hands on another child.
Her name is Lily Windward. She's Australian.
Oh.
She was on Etihad Airways, so she was coming back from Athens, and she had a stopover in the United Arab Emirates.
Maybe they got different rules like that.
Maybe
Maybe
they
they're
do.
more trusting.
Maybe they do. Maybe they have different rules.
Yeah.
I doubt this is happening on Delta.
And you
American.
got the dogs jumping in seats.
Dude, how about this one? This is a flight where a dog was literally in the person's seat. The flight attendant tells this passenger, this outraged passenger this is United Airlines. This is not like it's not a foreign carrier. It's United Airlines. They get on the plane and they got booted from their seat to accommodate a service dog. This looks like a massive. Is it a Cane Corso? Cane Corso?
Cane Rosso.
Yeah, I was gonna say Cane Rosso. I know that.
Those big giant dogs. It looks like Beethoven, for crying out loud. And they said that you had to move your seat because this dog was too big to fit in the aisle. So imagine getting booted from your aisle. Now you're posted into a middle seat to accommodate a dog. I'm sorry, that's not happening.
Pepe, who's Beethoven?
Well, is it the dog or is it the musical guy?
There you go. Got one. It's the payload for the 6 a.m. Club Thursday edition on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, I got to call a little audible here. I found that I thought I heard this audio Tuesday morning before the show. It was the sports machine guy filling in for Maggie and Perloff.
George Michael?
Yeah, George Michael.
Yeah, that was him. Well, he had a little bit of a take here, and I was like, did he really say that? So I went back this morning, found the audio, was cutting it up a little bit. He was talking about using a bidet for the first time, and he didn't know how to use it, and he used it like this, how he explained here.
I didn't know what a bidet was. I didn't know the word until yesterday, and after the show, I go to my boy Ian's house, my best friend, and he's like, go in the bathroom. I think you're going to like it. So I went in there, and I thought he had like a water fountain for little people or for his kids or something. And so I took a sip, and I thought it had really good water pressure, and I was very impressed. And I came out, and I was telling him how nice the place is and all that. And he asked me if I used the bidet. And I was like, now I don't know what you're talking about. I did take a drink out of your water fountain. I didn't know, man. I had no idea a bidet was a thing. It existed. Don't know why Ian put one in his house. But after finding out what it was used for, you're right, man. shouldn't we all have bidets, Manny? Anyways.
Well, yes, we should all have bidets because, I mean, it's very hygienic in my opinion. Could I get that one more time, though? You said you put your face near a toilet and drank out of a water fountain near the toilet?
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I thought that the bidet was the water fountain.
Yeah, okay.
And so, yeah, I turned on the bidet and I drank it. I'm not proud of myself whatsoever.
There's no way. This has to be fake,
It's
right?
fake.
You can't be this stupid, right?
This is Sean Levine. He's on the BetQL network.
This is the guy? You know this guy?
I know who this guy is.
You ever done a show with him?
I've not done a show. I think I've been on their show because he'll do I think he does BetMGM Tonight or whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes because he fills in with them. But
no moron would put their face over a toilet and drink the water.
That's a total lie. Now, I did something that was pretty bad one time. I was walking around the house when I was 8, and I was like, oh, I'm going to go outside and play. I was like, oh, there's a water bottle here. I'll fill this up, and I'll use this to drink water out of when I go outside. I found out later that water bottle I grabbed.
Cigarette butts.
No, right after my mom had given birth. This is the little squirt bottle that they give you at the hospital so that the ladies can clean themselves after having a baby. And I'd used that and was drinking out of that.
How was it?
It was disgusting.
Why was it just in the backyard?
No, I was in the bathroom and I saw it on the counter and I was like, oh, there's a water bottle in here. And I went and rinsed it off and filled it up with water. I was like, oh, one of them left this.
Okay, but does it enter?
There's gotta be backsplash to some sort.
That is disgusting. I have a bidet in my house, but have never used it.
You still haven't used it?
I have not used it.
Does it have a warmer? Does it warm the water?
Yes. You can control the water temperature, but it's in my the bathroom, the bedroom we designate for the in-laws and my parents. I had to have it just for my dad, but I'm too scared to try it.
Has he always had one? Your dad?
He's had one for years now. He loves it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to go to a restroom without it. And everyone who's used it, everyone who has ever used one swears by it.
I would love it. I need to get that because these baby wipes are bad.
And you're scared of it, Sean, because of just the feeling. You feel
I don't want to like it. And I am scared of the feeling.
Just don't tell anyone.
I would turn that water pressure up so high.
I know you would.
Oh, baby.
Yes. So yeah, but I just don't know. I can't wrap my butt around it. Really.
But yeah, I've only used the bidet, and I think it was Ireland. It's only been internationally.
Oh, wow. Only internationally.
They do it here in the States.
I splashed the Red Sea up my butt.
But yeah, so I haven't used the bidet in America yet, but yeah, internationally. Guys, we have one more story here. A woman in New York is suing Arby's because they cut portion sizes, but didn't cut the prices. And I agree with her. Look, these food places, you're asking to go out of business if you're cutting out portions.
All right, so define what the cut is. How do you? Are you just noticing the sandwich size? Are you counting the fries?
I don't know how often you have to go to a fast food joint to realize, okay, they're cutting portion sizes. You got to be going a lot of times because I can't tell. But over time, yeah, you can tell okay, is the Chick-fil-A sandwich get a little smaller around the edges? Are the fries? Are they skimping on the fries? Are the drinks getting smaller? Are they putting more ice in the drink so you're not getting more more soda? So I agree with it, but yeah, they're calling it greedflation, guys.
Calling it greedflation?
I mean, it literally has a name called shrinkflation. That is a thing that's been. They don't have to rename it.
Yeah.
It sounds like they didn't know this was a thing. But yeah, this is what companies do. They either increase prices and don't increase the size, or they decrease the size and leave the price the same and hope you don't notice.
All right, are you going to be able to get freed up to watch the Sugar Bowl today? An update on the tragedy that happened in New Orleans, where we are going to be going in a very, very short period of time. And is all the heat officially off of Ryan Day after what they did to the #1 seed? College football kegger is next on The Fan.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? And now that's some quality.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
to the 10, to the house. Travion Henderson right around the right side, and his 9th rushing touchdown of the year. That one's 66 yards to the end zone. And how about this Ohio State offense who's jumped in front of Oregon 30-0?
A thriller followed by a snoozer. Good morning, Metroplex. Entire morning team back together again. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider and Longhorn lover Bobby Roberto Belt. Oh, my goodness. The number 1 seed thrashed by Ryan Day and the Ohio State Buckeyes. This an absolute beatdown to set up the Longhorns and Ohio State with what happened yesterday at the Rose Bowl.
It is obvious Oregon did not deserve to be in the playoff.
Yep, that's the takeaway.
That's the takeaway you get from this one. The score of this game does not remotely indicate the thrashing that it was. It was 42-17. That was the Tennessee Ohio State score. The Ohio State Oregon score was essentially the same thing. Essentially the same thing because they absolutely destroyed Oregon in a game that was not even as close as the 41-21 score.
This was 14-0 quickly. Will Howard was throwing dimes. 24-0 after everyone's new Julio Jones. Jeremiah Smith had the bomb. The 66-yard rush made it 31-0. Chip Kelly getting all the praise in his bag against his former team. We were a good portion of this game into the second quarter. Oregon hadn't crossed the 50. They hadn't crossed the 50. Touchdown at the end of the half, and I said, all right, I'm going to watch the first possession, and if Oregon scores, I'll keep it around. They score, they get to about 34-15, and then it couldn't get really closer after that.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Ohio State scored, and it made it 41-15, and then Oregon gets another score in the fourth quarter, but it was just that Ohio State is playing a level of football that they haven't played all year.
Did both of you pick Oregon to win it all?
I did.
I think before the thing, yeah. Then I bet Ohio State minus the 2.5. I thought because this before Ohio State played Tennessee, they really seemed like they got refocused in that Michigan game.
Bobby, how scary is this?
I mean, this is pretty terrifying because Ohio State's been we talked about it leading into the playoff. Ohio State is the most just naturally talented team in the CFP. They're the most talented team in college football. The problem is they never lock in. They're never focused. Ryan Day has issues in big games, and so it was like, all right, why do I think you're going to snap out of the beating you got by Michigan, the way you just got bullied by them, all the stuff, all the fallout after that? There's nothing that tells me you're going to be able to bounce back. So they deserve a ton of credit for locking in and focusing and doing what they've done, and that's terrifying going into Texas, going up against Texas in the Cotton Bowl game, because that means that you're getting a locked-in Ohio State team, which is one of the few teams in the country that can say, line up against Texas, we have more talent than you.
And you think Michigan deserves some thank you?
I think Michigan should get half the trophy when Ohio State wins this whole thing. They should send half that trophy to Ann Arbor, cut it in half, do what you get, send them a replica. Send them a replica for all I care, because there is no doubt that absolutely reinvigorated Ohio State. And now they're going to wind up being a touchdown favorite when this thing is all said and done against Texas.
Probably.
Before this whole playoff tournament started, the Texas-Ohio State game was going to be a pick'em. It was going to be about a pick'em. And the line would have been shifted that much. Now, some of that's going to be perception, right? And the hype. And you always fade hype. But Texas did not play great yesterday, thankfully, because it's the only good game we've got in the entire playoff. And it was only because they fell asleep. That game had a chance to be a dog walk, too. And now Ohio State's last two games, coupled with Texas not playing tremendous, now you've got a completely different spread.
You guys were examining the different point spreads out for this game coming up.
Because what was the you were ready to fight somebody last night on Twitter.
I did.
He did. He's quote tweeting guys and taking shots that said, "Sit this one out, champ." That's what Choppy said to somebody on Twitter last night.
Colin Wilson, Colin Wilson is the guy that Brett McMurphy. Now, Brett, I believe, is the most plugged-in college guy.
He's the SMU leaker.
He is the SMU leaker. I believe he's the most plugged in of all of them, and he uses this guy named Colin Wilson to do all of his spreads. And he said the projected spread via Colin is Texas -2.
Favored?
Favored. And I quote tweeted Brett. I said, you might want to find a new handicapper fan.
Yeah.
And then I went right to Colin. Because he said.
Oh, you went to Colin. Colin didn't respond to you. You went to Colin.
I went to Colin. Because
like
he said one team has been
New energy 2025.
That's right. He said one team has been complete all season. One team just figured it out. I'll let the market dictate the number and come in after a deep dive. But he had already said -2. And I was like, you might want to sit this one out. You're about to be off by a TD on the line, which he was. I mean, it's a 5-point spread. He's up by a touchdown.
Did he respond to you?
No.
Okay.
No, he ignored him. He was like, no, because what is he? He's a bet MGM or whatever. He's a rival of Chops.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Smith is now like the number one name of the CFP. It was Ryan Williams, the receiver everyone was talking about earlier in the year until my Commodores put him in his place.
Well.
And now it's Jeremiah Smith, Julio Jones 2.0. T.O. People are saying just throw it up to him as often as possible.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Lanning said yesterday after the game, he's like, yeah, that guy's pro ready. He could go walk into the NFL now, which
I think we're going to have to wait 2 more years to
Yeah,
get
they
him.
have him for 2 more years.
Yep.
You might look. We just saw the Duke quarterback at $4 million for the year. You might see him be the highest paid non-quarterback.
He's I mean, he was the number 1 recruit in the country. He was the top prospect, and he's absolutely lived up to every bit of it so far.
Should and will this end all the Ryan Day noise?
Yeah.
Even if they lose to Texas?
Yes.
It should, but let me tell you this. They can win the title. And there's a number of Ohio State fans who will still look at the year as a failure because they didn't beat Michigan.
He will not get pushed out, though, now.
No.
If he loses to Tennessee, he gets pushed out. If he loses to Oregon yesterday, maybe it's a question. He doesn't get pushed out.
No, he is entrenched. Probably get a contract extension.
Today at 3 p.m. is good for us timing-wise because I was ready to shut it down and not stay up for a 7:45 or 8 o'clock start, but it's going to be the postponed Sugar Bowl, we think, between Georgia and Notre Dame after what happened in New Orleans at 3 a.m. with a car driving into a crowd of people, killing now 15. I saw it at 10 and like 30 injured. Now I guess it's up to about 15 with what happened on New Year's.
Yeah, it's just awful, and they're still finding out new information. Apparently, this guy had body armor on. I mean, he was in a truck. I mean, just running through people because Bourbon Street. There's no cars. There's no cars on Bourbon Street.
Yeah,
and it's
like a little side street.
Yeah, and I don't even know how he got through, but because there's barricades. There's barricades there. They have to go. They get those big giant barricades. I mean, it's just tragic. Now, this is the right decision. Like it's safety
yesterday
first.
you let the terrorists win. You let the terrorists win by delaying the game and pushing it back.
I know it's not competition here. It's safety first. Because the police department initially said that the game is going to be on 8 o'clock yesterday morning. The game is on.
Yeah.
And I wonder, did the FBI step in and like, guys, you ain't playing this football game?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because Biden talked yesterday and said, talked about a lot of different things where they're investigating it as a terror attack, and there's all these different layers to it where they think.
Because if you don't know it's an isolated thing, then you gotta exercise caution. Well, because you don't know there's other factors and other people.
So they successfully diffused 2 bombs or 2 explosives of some sort around there. They had the driving into the group of people, and what they found later, what Biden said he was told by the FBI was that they believe he was radicalized by ISIS videos and different things like that.
42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, ISIS flag or sticker on his car. This guy's from Texas, actually. Served in the Army, and I believe he's from Beaumont. So ISIS flag on there. They do not believe he was solely responsible. Trying to track down other things. He, in 2020 on YouTube, apparently born in Beaumont, yes, confirmed, worked in real estate in the Houston area, had been married and divorced twice, has at least 2 kids. A man who is now married to his first wife told the New York Times recently converted to Islam and began acting all crazy. The ex-wife said, "You can no longer see our 15 and 20-year-old daughters. You're forbidden from seeing them." His second wife filed for divorce in 2020 and was granted a restraining order against him. So he got out of the car, apparently with gunfire. So he got shot dead. So that's how they instantly knew, all right, this was on purpose.
Yeah, and they found that there's I saw reports that there's some cell in College Station area that like an ISIS cell they're worried about. Which I mean we've heard that there's maybe some Chinese spies that live amongst us. I mean it wouldn't surprise anyone to find out that there's cells of terrorists that live somewhere in the U.S. This is beyond anything, though. I mean, that's just terrible.
Yeah, and I mean, look, radicalization happens.
That's an army vet. You're able to radicalize an army vet.
Yeah, which I mean, we've seen instances of that happen before. Because I mean, it's when you've got as many people as you do and as many messages as you do and different things like that. Like you're going to have radicalization in certain parts, and make no mistake about it. Like this is a radicalization and an absolute tragedy and an awful attack that occurred. But I'm gonna be fascinated to see what kind of political football this turns into moving forward too for them.
Choppy, Bobby has Notre Dame advancing today. How are you feeling about the Sugar Bowl?
I don't know how Notre Dame scores.
Defensively, probably
going to
several times.
Yeah. Like I think the under is the play here. I took Georgia in the points. I think it's 2. I got it at 2. But now it's up to Notre Dame's a favorite. I saw last night. Notre Dame's favored by 1.5.
I mean,
this is a live bet for me. I think.
Look, I don't think anybody trusts what Georgia's got at quarterback right now.
No.
And what Notre Dame has shown they're able to do defensively all year. That's enough for me to say. I would bet. I'll say this. I'm assuming Notre Dame does score at least one touchdown on defense in this game. I think they score at least one defensive touchdown.
If they do, then they might win. Because I think they're going to need a defensive score to win this game. Because Georgia's defense is very, very good. I think the under's in play. This is a live. I'm going to bet this one live. I'm hoping Notre Dame gets the kick and gets the touchdown on the first drive. Because that would probably go to Georgia +4. And I would hammer it then.
How are you feeling, Choppy? A lot of talk about this format. A lot of talk about the chalk. A lot of talk about reseeding conference champs. After the second weekend of playoff games, how are you feeling about it?
I think the one thing that has been proven here is that all these teams that have lost, that's not a referendum on them not deserving to be there. What it has shown is that there are 2 tiers in college football. You are a tier 1 team or you're not. And everybody who's in the or not category really has been exposed here in the last 2 weeks. From SMU to Boise to Tennessee to Clemson. I mean, those are good teams. Those are legitimately deserving good football teams. They played teams that were just on tier 1. Now you could argue that Penn State and Notre Dame might not be on the same tier as Ohio State, right, or Georgia, if Georgia's healthy. But it doesn't matter. They're on a different tier than the other teams. There's tier 1, and also home field means so much, and we saw that in the first round. Home field is not worth 3 points in college football. It's worth 23 points in college football.
Cowboy fans have voted on what they want to see happen at head coach, and RJ Choppy is back to defend his boy Mike McCarthy and his Cowboy return. The commercial-free expressway, including a neighborhood watch that may have you in tears on this Thursday. Don't miss the commercial-free expressway next.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. You're waking up with Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
2025 Texas Rangers Award Dinner, Friday night, January 17th at Lowe's Arlington Hotel and Convention Center. For tickets, go to rangers.com/awards dinner.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
This is the commercial-free Expressway. Happy New Year, everyone. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy back with us, and Bobby Belt as well, along with Pey live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You are not going to ever forget the Neighborhood Watch segment that is coming up here in a matter of minutes. We got Power Rankings Thursday edition at 8 and Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 to preview the Cowboys' final regular season game of the year Sunday against one of his former teams. But a lot of Mike McCarthy noise, Ralph, and you've been out for a little bit, so I'd like to start there and get your thoughts on where things stand and what you would like to see and what you think is going to happen. Mike McCarthy tomorrow for the final time with us, maybe ever, at 6:30 on The Fan.
So a couple of weeks ago, we were all in the 5%-ish.
Yeah.
I'm at about 85% now that he's back.
Yeah, Bobby with the biggest percentage jump in show history, going from 2 to 70. 2 to 70.
2 to 7. So you're at 70%. He's back.
Maybe even higher?
Yeah, I don't know. Yes, I guess. Yes. I genuinely, yes, I'm at 70.
What? Why are you hesitating?
Because it's so Jerry is very effective at his the way of like, what are y'all talking about? Which way are y'all going? Okay, I'm gonna talk in a way that maybe you think it's the other one now. And so it's just that whole.
So Tuesday with us kind of bounced you back?
No, like I said, I'm at 70. I'm just gonna try to commit to 70, but like I don't think it's a foregone conclusion, but I would say more likely than not.
Did you get anything from Jerry with us on Tuesday talking about it? I got nothing.
Nothing. I like Mike. I like Mike. I think Mike's a good coach. I don't think Mike is I don't think he's the problem here. I think there's a lot of problems here. He could be one of the problems. Is he a coaching advantage? I don't know. The question that you have is, if you move on from him, are you going to get a better coach? Are you getting the guy you want? Bill's already gone at Carolina. Vrabel is not. I don't think they're going to hire Vrabel.
Why?
Because I don't think he wants the job. I think he wants New England.
Completely disagree about that, though. I think he absolutely would want this job.
Well, would he want the job because this is a job that he craves, or would he want the job because he wants a job?
No, he wants...
Like McCarthy, right? Did McCarthy want this job, or did he want a job?
No, I think Vrabel absolutely views Dallas as that's one of the spots that you hold up as a pinnacle in the NFL.
I get that.
And he has good relationships with the Joneses. That's a guy who will make stops on the bus in Indy.
But you've seen Vrabel connection with Chicago, with the Jets.
Ohio State.
New
England, obviously.
Yeah, it shows you the flukiness of this league. 1 year later... He was available for everyone last year.
Everyone.
One year later, now everyone wants. It's amazing how the hype cycle works.
Plus, what's Vrabel ever like? What is Mike Vrabel as a coach? He's not an elite play caller. Nobody think he's not anything. He's a CEO kind of guy.
Yeah,
right.
People think he can be Dan Campbell. That's what.
Yeah, but he wasn't Dan Campbell in Tennessee.
Man, he got Tennessee to an AFC title game, and they've been pretty piss poor since then.
I always blame the Titans situation on the roster. Like, that is the most boring.
It's a very boring
Get
roster.
out of the league roster. No quarterback. What's the best quarterback he had was Tannehill?
Yep.
Like, he's never had
Tannehill played well, but that's it. I mean, that's all he had. He didn't have anything. A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Which he fought like hell for them not to trade A.J. Brown.
Like, name the top 5 best players Mike Vrabel had in Tennessee.
No, Henry, A.J.
Byard. Was Frank Wycheck playing by that time? But honestly, Byard. Byard,
who's the
Henry,
D lineman who slaps
Jarrell Casey. You had if it's not a bunch of they don't have a bunch of stars, and he had them. But they were the 1 seed 1 year. They went to the AFC title game another time. I think it's pretty. I made the comparison to Shop. It's a little like what Joe Girardi was with the Marlins. Remember when the Marlins were okay, but people were like, it's a miracle Joe Girardi got them to there. And so he became the hottest coaching candidate when he was free. Yankees hired him, but I think that's the state that he's in, where people just give him so much credit for, you did anything there, it's impressive.
Yeah. So
should we make anything of 0 reported media connections to any other coach? Cowboys are interested in. Cowboys are inquiring. Because to me, it's been 1,000% dead silence on that front.
Right.
Do we make anything of that?
No, because I think if you go back and look at when they let Garrett go, they let his contract run out, there was not talk about McCarthy until they were interviewing him. Like, he wasn't the name that was being discussed. People were throwing out all sorts like, ooh, would they want Urban Meyer? Would they be interested in this guy? And that, like, people were suggesting stuff that they were just trying to connect dots, but it turned out in the end, McCarthy was who they were going to interview, and that's who they ended up wanting.
That's it. I mean, they did literally two interviews.
And same sort of thing as Vrabel, where he'd been out of a job for 2 years, and he was free, and they could have talked to him if they wanted.
Yeah, so, like, to me, if you're not going to get Vrabel and you're not going to get Bill, you're just making a change to make a change. And how much do the players like?
Should we view this differently from a relationship? If this was one of my friends in a crappy relationship and they said back to me, well, who else am I going to get better? I would say that should not even be a factor in your mind. You'll find someone. You have to get out of the relationship. He sucks. It's terrible. It's toxic. It's not going to work. Or is that totally different because you do have to marry someone within a matter of months?
Yeah, you got to marry someone in not a matter of months, in a couple of weeks, right? Because you really want to, if you're going to fire your head coach, you want to have a new head coach in place by February 1st.
Because I hate making decisions in life feeling trapped.
Right.
Based off of, well, who else am I going to get? And is it just a matter, you can look at it with your job, right? Some people have the balls and the stones, which I respect in many instances, to just quit their job because they hate it and they're like, I'll find something. My dad has always drilled in my head, like, you ain't quitting until you know what the safety net is. Yeah. You better not leave until you know what the other opportunity is or who the next person is you're working for.
Right. Because
I know deep down, in my opinion, I believe McCarthy's not the guy that they can win a Super Bowl with. I agree with you. There's a lot of other problems. What I've always said about Mike isn't good enough to overcome those things. And you got to operate in life with the way things are. Jerry and Steven aren't leaving.
They're not.
They're not leaving. So you have to. So then the goal has to become finding someone within your search that's good enough to overcome what you believe Jerry and Steven's problems and issues are. Mike's not that guy for me. Apologizing to McCarthy's. If they're listening, Mike tomorrow. I'm just being honest about it. That's the way I believe.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you say, are they going to find anybody better? Wasn't that the exact thing you pushed back against whenever we're talking about extending Dak? Like, you can't think like that. You need to go you need to see if you can find it. Whether you think that's likely or not that you're going to find somebody better.
That's the thing with Dak, though, is like that's a salary cap issue.
Okay,
too.
Then let's adjust a little. You said you don't know if Mike gives them a coaching advantage, right?
Yeah, I think Mike is a slightly above league average coach.
But you don't know on a game to game basis if he gives you an advantage, right?
Right, like a tactical advantage.
Do you think it should be that difficult to find somebody who could?
Apparently it is. Look around the league.
But I mean,
you got teams. I mean, how many teams have a coach that is the coach of their team that was there pre-COVID?
A lot of turnover.
You know, these teams, like none of these organizations know what they're doing. Just go look at the draft. Like none of these the teams that are picking the top 10 are always picking in the top 10. Like Michael,
it's true.
It's amazing. Like I'm actually becoming a bigger Michael Lombardi fan than you are now. Like just he's completely, because he's right about how the league sucks, and he's right about that. Like none of these teams know what the hell they're doing.
Let's just look at teams that are currently in the playoffs, and I'm just gonna the ones who are actually in who have clinched. You tell me if you think they get a coaching advantage or not. Generally. Sean McVay and the Rams.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Matt LaFleur and the Packers.
Yes.
Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings.
1,000,000%.
Dan Campbell and the Lions.
I don't know if it's
not because of him.
The tactical may be the aggression fourth down, but
no one gives Dan Campbell credit for Ben. It's Ben Johnson.
Ben
right?
Johnson's the genius.
It's Ben Johnson for that, but it is absolutely. I think culture and knowing loopholes around
it's a culture advantage.
Yeah, and rule loopholes and stuff like that. Dan Campbell does study those things. I think that's a tactical advantage.
Now, I think Mike is a good culture coach. Generally,
they've had 2 years where it was really in question. So I mean, I don't know. Washington, Dan Quinn.
I don't think so.
I think we all
they're really good because they've got tremendous quarterback.
I mean, I think that's a little revisionist history, though, to say doesn't give him an advantage because we all talked about for 3 years here, he got the most out of their defensive players for the most part.
Yeah.
Where they didn't get that previously.
Good defensive mind.
Sirianni, I don't think so. Okay, so there's one, but they got Big Dom. So you guys know that. Jim Harbaugh.
Yes.
I think so.
I think he's a culture guy. I think
he is a culture guy.
I don't think he's. When I think of coaching advantage, I'm thinking Shanahan, McVay. Stuff like that.
I also think of coaching advantage of he has done a really good. Jesse Minter, their defensive coordinator, is a genius, and he's brought that guy along.
Okay.
Andy Reid.
Yes.
D'Amico Ryans.
No, culture guy.
Man, I think tactically what he did with San Francisco defensively, and now what they've been able to do in Houston with their defense, I think he's good.
I'm not saying he's not a good coach, and I wouldn't like to have him. I don't think, oh my God, he's going to scheme the crap out of you. Good defense. I'm not thinking instant yes.
Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh.
Culture guy.
Yeah.
Tomlin, to me, Tomlin and McCarthy the same thing.
All right, this stopped me down last night. This I was in such a cruise control mode, and then I read this in Choppy's email.
All right, so I do my BetQL show with a guy from Pittsburgh.
Oh, do you guys drink bidet water too?
We do not drink bidet water. So if you just go back and look at the resumes, there's not a single organization other than Pittsburgh that keeps Mike Tomlin since 2007. He took over in 07. He wins the Super Bowl in 08, misses the playoffs the next year, lost the Super Bowl in 2010, and then these are the next 15 years. Okay, these are the next 15 years. Lost the wild card, 8-8, 8-8. Lost the wild card. Won the wild card, lost the division round. Lost the AFC Championship game. One and done. Missed playoffs, lost wild card, missed playoffs, lost wild card, and this year they're going to be one and done again.
And that was starting from what year?
Those were since 2010, so they lose the Super Bowl.
Why are you sure they're going to be one and done?
Because they're awful.
So they're awful. Okay, let's operate from that assumption.
They're going to be one.
Dallas. We've talked about one of the more talented teams in football. Why are Dallas and Pittsburgh in similar circumstances a lot of the time? Then, where one team you think is awful and the other team you think is one of the better rosters in football. That right there says Mike McCarthy and Mike Tomlin aren't the same coach.
They're awful from the standpoint of they're not capable of beating good teams.
Russell Wilson has a better record. He's got a winning record right now, and he didn't the 3 years before that in different systems with different coaches that are praised very highly. Justin Fields won more games than after everybody had said he couldn't win games. Mason Rudolph had a career-winning record.
McCarthy just won. He's 9-4 with Cooper Rush, or I guess 9-5.
I know. But without Cooper Rush, for instance, right? We're talking about why is this team underachieving? There's never been an underachieving question with Pittsburgh while Tomlin's been there.
Well,
he's always been thought of as overachieving.
That's because perception of the roster, because this
Your
roster...
own perception of the roster.
Right, of course, but this roster gets overrated every year. Every year it gets overrated. It's a top-heavy... It's the term that Sean used, House of Cards, is this organization's roster in a nutshell for 15 years now.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say, Tomlin has 0 losing records in his entire career in Pittsburgh. Mike has 2 in 5 years.
Are you saying that Mike Tomlin has just severely underachieved in the postseason?
I mean, he has. Yeah. I mean, look. He's. Look. Do I think Mike Tomlin should be fired? No, I don't. I don't think Tomlin should be fired. I'm just saying, any other organization, when the last handful of years were missed playoffs, lost wild card, missed playoffs, lost wild card. That's 6 years, and now we're going into the 7th. And you haven't been out of the first round in 7 years, well, more than 8 years, and you've missed the playoffs in half of them almost.
But everyone thinks it's overachieving, including you.
But again, that's perception because we overrate the Dallas Cowboys roster.
But it's your own perception. So what I'm saying is by your own perception.
Has this gritty, gutty.
Yeah. So by your own measure, though, by your own perception. I'm not talking about league-wide perception. I'm talking about what you perceive Pittsburgh to be. They overperform. Dallas is performing about at that level of what you believe their roster talent is.
Put Tomlin, McCarthy, and Sean Payton in order.
Ooh. I think Sean Payton's first.
Okay.
I generally would put Sean first.
Okay.
And then probably Tomlin, then McCarthy.
But you think it's really close?
Yeah, I think. I think Sean Payton's
But Tomlin and McCarthy are close.
I think Tomlin and McCarthy are closer than Peyton and Tomlin.
Do you think Tomlin's a Hall of Famer?
You got to win another
in
one.
in your Hall of Fame.
I need to have. I can't put a coach in with one title. I think you need two. At
Okay.
least.
All right.
And he only has.
He has one. He's been back to another.
Right. Yeah. I think you need two.
John Machota put up a poll question. Who would you most like to see coaching the Cowboys in 2025? The options: McCarthy, Ben Johnson, Mike Vrabel, other. The winner, of course, of this was
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson. 6,000 votes, 64% voting Ben Johnson.
The unfortunate thing is, I don't think even if they move on from McCarthy, they would ever go down that road, because I don't think Jerry wants to hire. I don't think he wants to hire a guy to learn on the job.
16.5% voted Vrabel, 9.5% voted McCarthy, 10% said other.
So McCarthy was last.
He was last.
So 91% said, give me literally anybody else.
877-881-1053 is the Franco LaFranco injury attorney text line. I won't go into too much detail here because I don't want to, betray trust. There was a group of people who we usually trust that believed Jerry's interview with us on Tuesday was bad news for McCarthy. I got alerted to this later on in the day, and I was like, what? Really? And again, we're all just trying to judge word salad, but Ed Werder had tweeted something, and then there were some other people in the media who were trying to read through the tea leaves, and they took it as a negative endorsement for McCarthy. And it got me to thinking, I think like Bobby, it calls you to second, third, fourth guess yourself. And I was thinking, what's the one way that Jerry Jones could reinvigorate us or get us really, really excited? And that would be quick hitting news of, we're moving on from Mike, bam, here's the next guy. And it makes me wonder, is Jerry up to something? Because to have us relive and repeat all this into another off season, I just find that really, really hard to believe. I do. Now, the other option, Choppy, that we went over the other day, I keep on wanting to say Friday. I know. We're on a
I know. This felt like Sunday yesterday.
Yeah.
It really did.
How would you feel McCarthy was kept around as a CEO and they went and got a hotshot OC, like the second coming of Kellen Moore?
Totally fine.
Totally fine.
Yeah, I generally think I don't want Mike to be the play caller next year. I don't want to run his offense. But I generally think, from a CEO perspective, I think he's a pretty good coach. I think he's a good culture guy. He keeps him on task. Does he do anything elite offensively? No. I think his scheme is outdated. Bring in a hotshot, younger guy, somebody who broke wind in the vicinity of Sean McVay.
Does he have to? I'll ask this about you. If they say you're back, but you got an offensive coordinator, does he have to? Do you say you can't be involved in this, or do they say you're back, we're picking an offensive coordinator, but you can have a hand in who we're picking? Or do you say no, you're completely divorced from this? We're picking an offensive coordinator because you would influence it too much and make it more like what you want.
We're picking because I don't want the cookbook around.
Yeah,
so it's got to be new recipes.
Let the team pick. If it's down to 2 or 3 guys, that have a similar. They all have the same. They're all from the same tree.
Yeah.
Pick the tree you want to pick the apple from, and then let him pick the apple from that tree, because he has to be able to work with the guy.
Power rankings at 8 o'clock. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Let's get to it.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
A very unique one-time edition of the Neighborhood Watch. Starts off like that because Bobby usually runs and leads this. We're going to start off with everyone's New Year's Eve recaps, and we have to start with Ralph James Choppy.
All right, so let's start a couple of days before New Year's Eve. This was, I guess, on Saturday. My mom sent a text. So my older sister was in town. My mom sent a text to me and my younger sister, said, hey, go see Dad. He's starting to look pretty bad. And my first reaction was, where you been? Right? Where you been?
Because for how long he's been dealing with what?
He's got dementia. He's been in a home for a couple of years now, and he has been essentially bedridden, where they haven't even taken him out to, go into the main room that they have. Probably in about 10 days prior to that. They had stopped feeding him. Every time he would eat, he would choke. They had pureed his food, which is, by the way, it's disgusting. They gave him water that puts a little bit of thickening agent in it to make it less likely to choke. It's like a gel. It's very disgusting. I don't know how he drinks it. So he was on, at the time, about 4 days, no food, no water. I didn't think you could make it 3 days without water. I thought 3 days was the max. Apparently,
this guy's like Bear Grylls out here.
I know, right? Apparently, if you're just bedridden, you can really make it about 2 weeks. If you're active, you need water more than that. But he's completely bedridden. So take the kids over, take Sarah over. We go there on Saturday. And, we spend about 30 minutes in there. Kids say goodbye, all that stuff. That was Saturday. Sunday, I go back, say hi to him again. I mean, he's lifeless. There's nothing there. My mom texts on Monday, so the 30th, and she said the hospice nurse came in. His vital signs were very, very low, indicating that he's really close to the end. She thinks he'll last probably another 2 weeks tops. And I'm like, Ma, I've heard this story before. He's been dying for 2 years now. Any day now. So either way, I go over there. I meet my younger sister. She texts me. She goes, hey, do you want to go over? So we go over there, and he looked, so frail. So frail. Like he had lost 20 pounds of muscle overnight.
Wow.
I brought one of those little finger things, those oxygen things, and it tests your blood oxygen level. It's supposed to be like above 94. His was like in the high 80s, right? So it was very low oxygen. And when he was breathing, he had a lot of the death rattle. You hear the death rattle where you're breathing in and all you hear is like phlegm. So I didn't know if it was congestion or phlegm. I kind of knew what it was. So that was on Monday. Stayed there. We say goodbye again. And then we get to Tuesday morning, and my mom was like, he declined even more overnight. We're going to go on over there. Okay. I go over there 2:00 in the afternoon.
Do you know, like, at this point, like, this is...
We know that this is, it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
We know. So Tuesday on the 31st, I go over there around 2:00, and she said they gave him morphine in the morning. They're going to start giving him morphine every day because the rattling just keep him comfortable. And, man, I walk in there, and it was like a completely different person. His mouth was, is it agape? Where it was open, and, like, it was, like, frozen. Everything was, like, frozen. He's, like, it's, like, hanging out, and you could just see in his mouth. And, like, prior to that, he was doing the dad nap. Like, it was just, like, back, mouth open, just dad napping. This was completely different. We stay there from about 2 to about 3:30, leave, go home. I was like, you know what? I need to go home. I need to catch up on some Yellowstone. Okay, because nothing says I want to take my mind off my dad dying quite like Beth Dutton. Okay, that's what this thing said.
I thought you were going to say Kristen Bell with her cameo
There
appearance.
you go. Very nice. I haven't gotten to that part yet.
No, not yet.
I haven't gotten to that part yet.
You're going to have to freeze frame it.
Yeah. So I go over to my mom's on New Year's Eve. Dinner's at 6. I said I'll be there at 5:58. The less time I have to spend with you people, the better. I get there right at 6:00. And I'm already in a bad mood. They had eaten all the chips. My mom didn't get enough chips, didn't get enough crackers for the pre-meal. Very upset about that. 6:15-ish, 6:20. We're getting ready to eat. The phone rings. And I said, crap. I didn't recognize that it wasn't my phone. It was hers. But I was sitting there, and it was right next to me. And I see she picks it up. She goes in the other room. She goes in the bedroom. And she's in there about 30 seconds. And I knew, I was like, I'm going to go in there. I walk in, and I hear her say, so what do we do now? And I look at her, and she gives me one of these, like that, like it's the Jonah Hill meme, like it's not the
cut
slice.
it, cut it.
Yeah, it's not. You're not doing the Chris Benoit, They just cut it. So I call my sisters in, and my mom had never cried
throughout this whole process.
The whole process, she had never cried. She gets off the phone, and he had passed away.
She cried more over the last election.
She definitely cried more over the last... not this one, the previous one. Yeah, this one, she was tears of joy. So she... my sister hugs her, and oh, man. She broke down in, like, yelling cry. These are screaming cries.
Dang.
And I hadn't heard anything like this since my Aunt Germaine, when my Uncle Frank died. She was, like, this hysterical old Italian. And she got on the casket to try to kiss him, knocked the casket over.
No.
Oh.
Whoa.
Is this the guy whose pinky ring you got?
No, that was my grandpa's pinky ring.
All right, what's his name?
Gus.
Gus and Frank.
Gus and Frank. So she knocked it over. But at the funeral, she was telling everybody, Frank, Virginia didn't show up to your funeral, Frank. And she was telling him who didn't show up to his own funeral.
Outing people.
She was outing people.
Yeah.
What a lunatic this lady was. So we found out he passed away.
Screenshotting a producer.
Yeah, she found out. We found out that he passed away on New Year's Eve, and we immediately go to the home again. I'm like, get in the car, let's go. I'm driving. My mom's in tears. My sisters can't see over the steering wheel; they're too short. So I'm like, get in the truck if you can get up there. If you can climb it, I got those steps that you can get in, and we go there. And let me tell you, if you have never seen a dead body before it had gone through the embalming process, don't.
And what is the embalming?
That's like
it's the fluid. It's the stuff they put in there so that they're like you can
More
basically
together.
have them shown.
The color, it'd been maybe 2 hours. He was yellow. Like it looked like it was yellowish green. It was the most.
Jeez.
I didn't cry when I found out. When I saw him, I was like, oh, because that's not life. That was like the most lifeless I had ever seen him. So I was like, yeah, I didn't cry really. My eyes teared up. Right,
Yeah.
I got a little choked up. Was it verklempt? Is that what they said in Saturday Night Live? I got a little choked up. I didn't really have a good cry until yesterday morning. I didn't tell my kids. They were at parties on New Year's Eve. I was like, I'm not going to bother them. Let them enjoy it. I go pick them up.
But they kind of knew, right?
They knew.
Because the days prior.
Yeah, and I talked to Luka. When I picked up Luka from this party, because he spent the night. They both did. They said the first thing I told him is Papa died. He goes, I figured. And I go, why? He goes, because I texted Grandma asking how he was, and she didn't respond. But she had read it. So he knew that she had died. So yeah, my dad died on New Year's Eve, which, he's the ultimate ball buster.
Oh yeah.
He was the ultimate ball buster, and he got two really good ones in here. First of all, he ruined New Year's Eve for us.
Oh yeah.
All right?
Now on. From now on, every year.
Yeah, and it's his favorite holiday. It was his favorite holiday.
Really?
It was his favorite holiday, and he's like, screw you guys, I'm keeping this.
Wow.
Okay, this is mine.
That's pretty awesome.
That's pretty awesome. And secondly, I had always wanted him to die in the morning. So while I'm at work. Okay, so
I thought, Bobby, you said that RJ didn't want it to happen in the morning.
He didn't. The way I recall it is you didn't want to be told until after the show was over.
Yeah, like I wanted to be able to break the news. Good ratings.
Yep.
Right? Okay, I wanted that.
Yes.
But
Holiday book, though.
But
Ralph,
also,
can he die like in the new quarter?
But also, like, my plan was always, I want to go, as soon as the show's over, I want to go play golf by myself. That's the one thing I wanted to do. And, because he died at like 5 o'clock on New Year's Eve. It's dark. I couldn't go play golf.
Yeah.
So he ruined my whole plan. Very selfish. Very selfish of him.
Go to Topgolf.
Yeah, very, very selfish. And he did it also, he did it while I was on vacation. I couldn't even take the next day off of work.
I know.
I mean, come on.
I know.
I mean, where is his heart?
I texted Choppy. I was like thinking about this with Amanda all morning long. I tried to consult with Bobby, who didn't wake up till 1:15 like a freaking teenager. And I'm like, I didn't know how to ask if you're going to be here today. And I didn't want it to come across as like, hey, we need to know how much to prep. Do we prep more, Choppy? Like, what's going on? So I was like side texting Choppy, and I told Amanda, she goes, he's not going to be at work. I said, no, Choppy is the type, I could see him there. I could definitely see him there today. Keep his mind off, stay busy, because I had texted you. I was like, all right, just let us know when you're coming back and what you want us to say about it. And immediately he's like, I think I'd rather go to work.
Yeah, it was not really like even a discussion.
Really?
Because I also I just taken all this vacation time.
Yeah.
I was like, I got to get back to work. So like, well, yeah, but what I wouldn't give, like, I really wanted to play one more round of golf with him. Now we would have gotten booted off the course for slow play.
Slow play,
and I don't play with slow people.
Yeah.
So I would not have played with him at this point.
Been wheeling him down the car path instead of just the golf cart.
But I remember the last time I played with him. It was at.
Could he play?
Oh, he was great. I love playing golf with him. He was like, he was a really good player.
I know he could play the drums. I didn't know he played golf.
He was really good at playing the drums. He was really good at golf. He taught me the game. It was, really, really awesome. But yeah, so my dad died on New Year's Eve, and now regrettably, I have lost the joking high ground with Bobby. Because I used to be able to say, at least I have a mom, and now he could say, at least I have a dad.
Gosh.
So
now I have to take off Mother's and Father's Day around here because I don't want to be around you two.
So he passed on New Year's Eve night, and it's good. That's no way to live.
You've been saying for years, I mean, at least months, if you could pull the plug, you would, because he was a vegetable.
Yeah, he was. I
thought when you were starting off this story, you were leading to you had to make a decision to do something.
Oh yeah, there's no plug. He wasn't hooked up to anything. I mean, I was sitting there listening to him rattle, and I was there with my sister, and I was like, man, I just put my hand over his mouth, just like let him just put him out of his misery. So we're not going to do a funeral anytime soon. He's getting cremated. We got family that lives out of state. We're just going to give him time to get in town, and we'll probably do it sometime in February. So,
well. I mean, I when I first heard him and saw him, I was like, this guy has to be on the radio. We have to do a segment with him. So, Choppy, for you old school Tolos, we had a segment called Sunday Dinner, and RJ would just record what was happening again, around your stereotypical Sopranos Sunday dinner table, and his freaking accent and his lines and his delivery. I'll never forget Marie Andolini. All these different things. I mean, he was so freaking entertaining. I like both your parents a lot, but I knew your dad was such a great character. Obviously, it sucks. And I was wondering to myself, I'm like, it's a double-edged sword where you were so prepared for this for such a long time, but in order to be prepared for it, you have to go in there and look at your dad like that. You have to go in there and you have to go through that suffering, right? So, like, if it happens instantly and out of the blue, that's the devastating shock. But you wouldn't have to go and watch someone suffer to that degree for so long. So I didn't know how you were looking at it.
Look, there's a finality of it that is hard to take, right? Like I said, I haven't really broken down much in this whole process. But the finality of it does suck, even though I haven't had a conversation with him in 5 years because he's basically been unable to have one
and totally unaware of you.
I mean, he hasn't known who I am, any of our names for years. Somehow we're in the car one day. This is probably 2 years ago. He didn't know who I was. But damn if he didn't know the words to Sundown by Gordon Lightfoot. So it's like, what's going on here? I know where I stand. But the last thing I said to him is, I may not have a hole in one, but I'll beat your ass on the golf course any day of the week. The last thing I said to him.
Did you find all that time to process it? Because I know you said you felt like you had already processed it and everything else. Did you find that all the time to process it almost lulled you, though? Into a way of I'm so prepared that you're almost kind of it did surprise you how much it hit you when it was final.
Yes, because when like I said, when I saw him a couple days ago, and he was they had given him the morphine. This is on the 31st a couple hours before he died. We missed we were there. We left about an hour before he died. And I wanted to make sure I had no regrets, right? No regrets, because we kept seeing him. And that's the difference between this and if it's like a sudden thing. We had a chance to say goodbye several times. But nothing prepared me for seeing him after he had passed, 2 hours after. I don't know how they do it in those mortuaries. I don't know how.
Any relief?
Yeah, I mean, the relief is you don't have to worry about him living like that. He wasn't living.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was having any kind of nobody knows what goes on in the human brain. Maybe he was having these great dreams all day. Maybe it was just he was living in complete bliss. But I can't imagine.
Well, we're sorry. Love the guy. Not surprised that you're here trooping it out at work. Let us know what you need. And of course, the Tolos are lighting up the fan text and everything else. Awesome, entertaining dude. May have to dig up some Sunday dinner clips for a little bit later on. How old was he?
1946, so 78. He'll be 79 this year, yeah.
Chop Senior. Love you. Commercial-free expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan. We didn't do it yesterday. We'll do it today. Around the NFL Power Rankings, 1 through 5, 5 through 1, as the playoffs are about to be upon us next.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ show.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
We are back with a Thursday edition of basically the playoff power rankings on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell, along with Peyton Russell. We got Carter Freeman in the back, firing up the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 on DFW Sports Station, and more college football at 8:20 this morning. I think we just rip it out and fresh start. We don't need to know where the Cowboys are. We've all been missing work and stuff. I don't think we have ratings to keep up from last week.
I do have last week. So
all right,
you want them? Peyton had Detroit 1.
Like, I can't even remember who played who now because of the holiday.
I know, right?
And everything. Bobby's usually good at keeping track. Detroit 1.
Detroit 1, Buffalo 2, Kansas City 3, Philadelphia 4, and Baltimore 5.
Dubs across the board.
5-0.
Wow.
Bobby had Buffalo 1, Detroit 2, Minnesota 3, Philadelphia 4, and he had the graciousness to put Kansas City in at 5.
Whoa!
Dubs across the board.
And it cost them. Oh, no. Did Kansas City play and win?
Yeah, Kansas City beat Pittsburgh.
Christmas Day.
That's right. Okay, so
29-10, I think, something like that.
5-0.
I had Kansas City 1, Detroit 2, Buffalo 3, Minnesota 4, and Philadelphia 5.
Clean sweep.
Dubs.
Please don't let me get the one loss.
Well, you didn't.
You weren't here.
Oh, yes.
Dubs. Sean
not.
wins.
So you got no victories, though.
Undefeated morning show. 15-0. GBag what? Give me a break. Give me a break. All right. So 5 through 1, 1 through 5. How do you think we should start?
I don't know. I think maybe 1 through 5. What do you think? 5 through 1? I go
There's
either
intrigue either way.
Let's make it dramatic 5 through 1.
5 through 1?
Let's go 5 through 1. I'm struggling. Is anyone else struggling with this or no?
Nope. I struggled a little bit, but you'll find out why.
All right, let's go 5.
Philadelphia. They embarrassed a Cowboy team. I think the Cowboys quit.
Wow, me and Bobby, I think, are looking at each other like a little low.
Wow. Oh, wait. No, never mind. 5. I was thinking we're going 1 through 5. I was like, did you just put Philly 1? Dear Lord. Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, I have a 5.
Either way, I'm opening my eyes to that, too. 5?
But Saquon, is not going to get the record. But, I think it's the right decision for the team. But, yeah, I have them at 5.
5, I have the Kansas City Chiefs. Because there's not a real reason to move. Look, when you get this close to the end of the season, you start to figure out.
Have we ever had, think about this, and I don't disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Have we ever had a 15-1 team with the best player in the sport and the defending champion 4 or 5? Never happened.
No, I wouldn't guess so. I mean, did Green Bay ever have doubters when they were on their 15-1 streak?
New England would be the most recent, probably.
Yeah, because Green Bay won a title, went 15-1 the next year, and got bounced right as the playoffs began. They had Aaron Rodgers, who was the best player in the sport at the time. So maybe them. Maybe them, if people doubted them any. But yeah, I've got Kansas City.
I don't know how you would doubt them, though. Like, they were a juggernaut that year, were they not?
Yeah, until they had to play a playoff game. Yeah. But yeah, no, I Kansas City at 5. Again, you've got to start giving them credit at some point.
Peyton?
At number 5, the Minnesota Vikings. They're playing for the 1 seed. Very impressive win over Green Bay. And look, it was a 2-point win at the end, but they were up 17 in the third quarter. I mean, they dominated that game from mainly start to finish.
Super impressive.
I think Sam Darnold deserves a job next year, but I have the Vikings playing for the 1 seed this weekend at number 5.
So the Sam Darnold rumors that emerge, we have to have a rumor segment here on the show, but teams are going to be calling. I think Adam Schefter reported that teams are going to be calling about J.J. McCarthy and trying to figure out what it's going to take to get him.
So Minnesota's going to keep him.
Well, nothing final, but
I'm happy for Sam, man. That he went on a like a Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith like circle around the league.
What do you do if you're the Vikings? Like, I'm trying to think of offering Sam a really, really short-term deal, and if he doesn't take it, that gives me my out to move on to JJ. I can't give him a 5-year deal unless I'm totally convinced. Like Kevin O'Connell's like, no, he's absolutely the dude. Is 3 too long? Is 2 too insulting?
Well, let me ask you this.
Or are you just not trying to re-sign Sam at all? I think you got to re-sign Darnold.
What would somebody trade for him right now? Like, could you do a franchise tag and then trade him? Or the transition tag, whatever it is?
No, you'd franchise tag him, somebody would sign him, and you'd get the compensation back if you did
Which is 2 1s?
Yes.
Would somebody give you 2 1s for Sam Darnold?
No.
A 1 and something.
Maybe.
Is that a hard line 2 1s, or can you negotiate that?
I don't know if specifically within the rules you can do something to come to an agreement like that, but no, I think it's generally this is the way that it works.
Schefter said J.J. McCarthy would have been a top, if not the top quarterback in this draft. Teams would be calling Minnesota to inquire about him.
Yeah, he would go ahead of Shedeur and
I'll tell you
Cam
this:
Ward.
if you're a team like the Raiders or that lost out on that pick, right? That you won a game and you drop back.
Giants could fall to like 8th, I think.
If you think that he is better than Shedeur and Cam Ward, then it's worth your trade.
Did Minnesota trade? Yeah, they traded up to get him. So they traded with the Jets. So who were they worried about? They were worried about. They must have been worried about Denver, and Denver's got Bo Nix now. Because I'm sitting here trying to think, who were you worried was going to take him that you could now trade him to?
Because the reports were that Peyton did like McCarthy.
Are you with me that you're trying to re-sign Darnold, or are you moving on to JJ? You got to make your call now.
Man, he played well in that system, man. It's I would stick. I think I would stick with Darnold. Darnold, you got to look at 2 things. What was your evaluation on JJ? They obviously liked him a lot. You know, I maybe go back and see what your evaluation on Darnold would have been. I know it was a long time ago, but I mean, Sam Darnold was a very highly touted player too.
I would try to buy myself another year if I could somehow, but if I can't do that, if you're telling me no, it's long term.
Yeah, Darnold's agent's saying we're not taking a 1-year deal.
I would franchise him.
Then yeah, yeah, you either franchise him or if you're telling me like it's got to be long term, like just for the sake of the exercise, I'm moving on from Darnold.
If you franchise him, you also, because it was Achilles, right, with McCarthy, or was it a knee?
It was Achilles, wasn't it? Or no, it was ACL.
So
that's the answer,
right? You've got the first year after.
That's the answer. You franchise him.
Give another year.
You franchise him. That's the answer.
Which we did find out, by the way, back in November that J.J. McCarthy underwent a second knee surgery.
Franchise him. Give him another year. Give him a chance to JJ. Don't rush him back. Give him a chance to get help.
I just flip-flopped my 5 for this week's power rankings. I moved out the Baltimore Ravens, and I put the Minnesota Vikings in there.
It's about time.
I almost bumped them out just because I was like, all right, if Minnesota and Baltimore faced each other. Now, I was on Minnesota early on this year. I did not keep them out. I've watched Darnold make enough big-time throws where I'm like, okay, this is not a fluke this season. But I would still trust probably Lamar over Sam, but then I'm like, Lamar playoff game, I'm going to have Minnesota at number 5. Number 4.
I have Minnesota at number 4. I don't truly think they're necessarily a threat. I think they're the NFC's version of Pittsburgh. I don't think they're. If you were to ask me what teams can win the NFC, I don't think I would even. I think it's a 2-horse race for me. But I mean, they've earned it, and the way Detroit's defense is hurt, would it stun me if they win this week? I mean, no. So I'll put Minnesota there at 4.
Number 4, the Philadelphia Eagles. This is I think Philly's really good.
Who did you have 5?
Kansas City.
Okay.
So I've got Kansas City and then Philadelphia. I think the Eagles are really good. I think defensively they're pretty terrifying. I wonder about when they have to throw the football, they don't seem to totally trust what Jalen Hurts is doing right now. And they have arguably to me, they have the most combustible factor that exists within the NFL playoffs, which is just their culture and the way they interact with each other and how it can careen off the tracks at any moment and then jump right back on. And so too many variables there. They're still really, really good. If I trusted everything about that culture in that locker room, they'd have a really strong case to be near the top of the NFL.
Number 4, the Kansas City Chiefs. Look, say what you want about, how they've been overrated all year. They finally, on Christmas Day, they looked like a dominating team for the first time in a while.
Yeah.
Against Pittsburgh. And say what you want about Pittsburgh being overrated, but a 19-point road win is huge. And guys, that defense for the Chiefs is coming to life. They've been good for a little bit now.
Coming to life. They've been amazing all year.
Last year. Kansas City is 4 for me as well. This is when I finally be RJ Choppy from the regular season and say, now what's going to happen in the playoffs? And obviously, I need Kansas City to win my non-financial bet with Bobby to make the AFC Championship game. And now it's Championship DNA going to kick in. This will settle an all-time great sports battle of team light switch or not. But I still will have the Chiefs at number 4.
All right. Very good. I have number 3 of the Buffalo Bills.
Ooh.
Their near miss against the Patriots is haunting me. I'm getting some Texas Longhorn vibes from them. When they want to be, they are the best team. I don't know that they always want to be. And I do think that Sean McDermott is a bit of he's not a plus. He's not a plus as a coach. So I got Buffalo at 3.
Number 3.
Why don't you like McDermott or love him?
I just think he's kind of a boob.
It was the 9/11 thing for you.
They play really hard for him, though. You know, and that matters. That's the standard. Do they play hard for you? And they do. Number 3. Gonna go with the Detroit Lions.
What?
I bumped the Lions down to 3. Here's the thing. There are so many injuries there now that, especially defensively, you're starting to see them leak a lot. They're averaging, or they've given up over the last 5 weeks. You look first several weeks of the season, they give up 20, 13, 29, 9, 29, 14, 14, 23, 6, 6. That's the first 12 weeks of the season. They don't allow 30 points one time in the first 12 weeks of the season. Over the last 5 weeks, they're allowing 30 points a game.
Purdy bludgeoned them.
Absolutely torched them. They got torched by the Bills. You had different points of the game where the Bears were able to move. In both games, Bears were able to move the ball somewhat effectively on them. Green Bay moved the ball really effectively on them. I think once you start getting into these postseason games, you're starting to see they're so thin on personnel defensively. I don't know how
Jamal
much they
Adams in big spots. I
don't know how much they can hold up. Now, do you think they have a dark horse NFL Defensive Player of the Year in Kirby Joseph, because the numbers are insane and it's ridiculous that he doesn't get the same sort of conversation?
I thought you were going to talk about their safety.
He is their safety. He's just the other safety.
Oh, the other safety.
You talking about Branch? The other one?
Branch is really good too. Yeah, but Detroit still really good. Just with all their health issues right now, I got him 3.
At number 3, I have the Philadelphia Eagles. It's hard to take away really anything from the last 2 weeks. They've been without Jalen Hurts for the majority of the part. They beat up on a bad Cowboys team last week, but when healthy, they're the biggest threat to Detroit in the NFC. So I have the Eagles at number 3.
What a hot take. Me and Pepe are pretty similar. I'm going to go with the Eagles 3 as well. Number 2, Ralph.
Number 2, I have Detroit. And look, I am rooting hard for Detroit in the playoffs. I really want them to go to the Super Bowl. I want Dan Campbell there. I love Detroit. I love the way they're playing. Their offense is as potent or more potent than anybody else. But Bobby's right. Their defense is in shambles. And it would not surprise me if they were one and done.
Woo!
Because of that.
Woo!
Number 2, the Minnesota Vikings. I got Minnesota up here. They've started rallying a little bit. Some of their peripherals on defense weren't looking as great recently. They've kind of rallied on that point. And they are the quietest 14-2 in the history of the NFL, it feels like. And this is a team that, in their 2 losses, they lost the lead in the fourth quarter with 15 seconds left against Detroit, and they lost the lead in the fourth quarter against the Rams with 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So these are 2 games where they were right there in it against 2 playoff teams and had the ability to pull it off and just fell short. And it's really hard to ding them for anything if your only excuse for it is just, well, the shoe's going to drop, right? They're going to come back down to earth at some point. So I got Minnesota too.
At number 2, I have the Buffalo Bills. I think the favorite in the AFC. They have the MVP, Josh Allen. And say what you want about Joe Burrow, Lamar being there. They've had great seasons. I still think Allen is going to be at the top, should be at the top there. It's just their offense is so much fun to watch. They have so many weapons on that team. They lose Stephon Diggs, but Josh Allen makes that offense look fun again. So I have the Bills at number 2.
I have Buffalo at number 2 as well, and that means Detroit at 1. I'm just going to trust the Lions' offense. You guys are absolutely right about the defense, but I'm going to go ahead and trust their offense as the most consistent thing in order to go ahead and win out. Buffalo 2, Lions 1 for me.
I have Kansas City 1, and I almost dropped them completely out of the rankings. All right. What a gutless football team. I don't want to hear about championship DNA. They don't have it. They have gutless DNA.
Oh!
They are going to sit Patrick Mahomes this week and play Carson Wentz against Denver, which is going to allow Denver to make the playoffs. And why are they doing this? Because they're scared of Cincinnati. They know The only team that can really beat them in Arrowhead is the Cincinnati Bengals. They're scared of Cincy. It's not championship DNA. They got gutless DNA.
Oh, my.
It's terrible.
Oh, my.
It's a joke. It's an affront. Roger Goodell should mandate that they play Patrick Mahomes. They're going to give him 3 weeks off. They're going to give him 3
How
he'll be
dare
rusty.
they?
He's going to be rusty. He is going to be rusty. I hope they lose. I hope they lose.
Maybe
I
he'll
am on Team Bobby right now.
Maybe he'll actually play well.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like they've given him the whole season off. Number one for me is the Buffalo Bills. And so they took that spot a couple weeks ago, and I've just got them holding firm.
I'm with you, Sean. Detroit Lions, number 1.
Hold up the engagement ring. Hold up the ring. Ring, brother. Right here. Power Rankings, Thursday edition here on DFW Sports Station. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Forget about Ashton Genty. Is this the new running back that the Dallas Cowboys should target? Bob is about to get really, really ugly after what happened with the Longhorns yesterday. That's next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Third down, play action. Levitt looks, fires for the end zone. It's intercepted, picked off, intercepted. Andrew Makuba. This ball game is over. Texas is going to the Final Four. The Longhorns win it in double overtime, 39-31.
An all-time classic yesterday. Hopefully you got to enjoy it on your day off. Longhorns radio with the call, and they will move on to take on the Ohio State Buckeyes. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Longhorn fans Bobby Belt and Peyton Russell here on DFW Sports Station. Of course, the targeting storyline has taken over the sports world. Let's go around the room and vote and see where you side on it. Did they get the call right? No targeting, not an automatic first down for Arizona State. Got to decide.
It's probably targeting the second quarter. I don't know that you can call it there.
Okay.
Right? I don't know that you can call it there. It's a minute to go. I mean, that would have ended the game. Essentially, right? They would have been at, what, the 35-ish? Had it been targeting 15 from the spot. It was at the 50.
Yeah, roughly around there.
So, I mean, that would have put them in field goal range. I don't know that you can do that. It was definitely helmet to helmet. It was probably a personal foul, right? Targeting, I don't know. I think it was. I also don't think you can call it there.
No, it was not targeting. And there was no intent. And if you want to take that play out of football, then just end football. So
end football?
Yep, end football if you're going to take that out. That was not a helmet to helmet. That was not a.
It was a helmet to helmet. It was a helmet to helmet.
Okay, Sean, helmets touching it does not necessarily mean like helmet to helmet is a like you are driving for it. It cannot be just contact. In football, every play,
the guy knocked down on the ground means nothing.
Every play, helmets touch. That happens every play. So it should. If you want to do that, we're going to end the game of football.
If they had helmet to helmet personal foul in college, do you think that was that flag?
No.
No?
Nope.
It was nothing but helmet to helmet.
Nope, incidental. It's incidental, and it's not.
You know what?
You
and the rest of you, all y'all suck. You Longhorn fans, you suck. Hey. All you guys think yesterday. Thank you, Carter. I'm finally on your side. I'm not finally. I just had to be reminded of it. You arrogant, know-it-all football fans are so annoying yesterday on social media. You're not even willing to be like, oh, maybe we got away with one. This blind, proud defense. If it was any other team or in any other jersey, you'd have a different opinion on it. But you're so defiant, and your arrogance was reminded me of why people can't stand y'all. And I hope that the great Ryan Day, the lovable, likable Ryan Day in Ohio State, I pray they don't have a letdown, because you guys are running your mouth so much and you're beating your chest so much with Ohio State right around the corner. You're not smart enough or bright enough as Longhorn fans to go, oh, you know what? We probably got an ass whipping coming around. Maybe we should tone it down a little bit. No. You try to walk around like Lyndon Johnson and beat your chest nonstop as if you don't know who the next opponent is and what's coming. The attitude that y'all had on social media yesterday and talking about this instantly, you're so predictable. You're so snobbish.
It's undeserved, because they're the most underachieving.
You're the Cowboys.
They're the
Dallas Cowboys, yes. And you act like you're something better.
They're the most underachieving program in college football.
I can't stand y'all.
When you went to the Vandy-Bama game.
Yes.
How were the Bama fans, like, what credit did they give to Vandy after the game?
A ton. And they were so nice, it disappointed me.
They got their ass beat.
I walked in the hotel trolling. Amanda got mad at me. She's like, keep your mouth shut. Stop. It was nothing but Bama fans. And they were like, you know what? You guys deserved it. Vandy deserved it. And I was expecting that arrogance. I was expecting that cockiness, and I didn't get it.
Because they're a real blue blood.
Yeah.
They're a true...
Yeah, you guys act like Bama. Freaking snobs.
True blue blood. I had you guys. I bet you guys. And that really upset me, because that was my loss. I took a loss to that game.
You can't even sit in here and say you won't even give up the helmet-to-helmet thing. Like, it was just two helmets colliding.
Bama fans would be glazing Cam Scattaboo this morning. All right? But Longhorn fans They don't even respect the game he had.
Scatterbum? No.
Yeah.
No. Don't at all. I want to go back to 2 hours and 23 minutes ago when Sean said, "You're not gonna, you're not even gonna get to me today because I already know what to expect." How you like that Aaron Rodgers hard count, Sean? he jumped like Sam Williams.
He jumped.
He's Shan Williams, jumping off sides.
Pepe, what was it? What should the call have been?
Personal foul, 15 yards, first down. That's about it. The targeting thing, like, again, if they had called it at the time targeting and then they reviewed it, they probably would have stayed a personal foul. But you can't, I don't think you can go and review it with there's nothing, you haven't called anything, and they go, well, there's actually personal foul. Let's throw the flag. Like, the refs messed up by not calling it anything at the time of the play.
Yep.
So you can't do anything about it.
Once again, I totally agree with Peyton. They could have done something about it. They reviewed it. If you do look at the letter of the law, you can say no targeting. I just think, I don't know how live in person they did not call a personal foul for helmet to helmet. That's the real crime here. But helmet to helmet in college is not clearly defined here to mean that Arizona State got screwed. So I compared it to the Dez catch. Technically, I think that the Longhorn fans end up being right. It doesn't excuse your attitude and your cockiness, your undeserved arrogance over it. I hope you get stomped. I hope you get smashed. I'm going to be insufferable. How Bobby was yesterday, I'm going to be insufferable on social media when they take on the Buckeyes. But I do think technically you can get away with no targeting. Technically, you can even get away maybe with no personal foul. It was a personal foul. It should have been Arizona State first down. But technicalities like the Dez catch can send the Longhorns on.
It's true. And now look, they're going to play an Ohio State team that is completely refocused. That Michigan loss was the best thing that happened to them.
Yeah, good football players on that team.
There's
no Cam Scataboos on that football team.
Let's talk about Scatterboo.
All right, look.
Who I'm convinced is either out of shape or he was hungover.
Scatterboo?
From the throwing up on the sideline.
He's just got. It takes a lot to move those ankles. I mean, those things are thick.
What did you call him in the email? I LOL'd at my house, and I don't use LOL.
Grayson Allen with tree trunk legs and a bad barber.
Look, he has such a punchable face.
He
and so does Pops.
And so does his dad. They look identical. They're
you
twins.
Tweeted that out.
They don't need a DNA test there. But look, he was the first player.
Screw you, Larry Flores, listening. Screw you, Dave Wishnu. You haven't been texting me back. Screw your Longhorns. All of you. Who else is texting
He's the first player in football history, not college football history, NFL and college football history, to have 100 yards rushing, 75 yards receiving, a passing TD, and a 2-point conversion. Like, he had a hell of a game.
Look,
he had a hell of a game. And look.
2-point conversion makes sense. It was a 2-yard run. That's all he picks up. So that makes sense. That's
5
one.
yards a carry.
I believe even Sean's noted on our text. The only reason that the fourth down toss to him was a touchdown was because he underthrew it and the receiver had to run back to the ball.
Oh, that pass was such BS. And he did his little sling and arrow.
Yeah.
I'm like, you underthrew him the wide out totally. And they didn't say that on the broadcast yet.
No.
They're too busy in ass-kissing phase because they had their new star, the CFP.
Yeah.
They didn't be like, no, actually, that was all the receiver. That was a totally underthrown ball. But, man, he did ball out in the second half.
The only 2-yard run.
He's not an NFL running back, but he's a fantastic college back.
He'll be a fullback. Right, he might be a fullback. He's a good player. Like, you can't really. He had a great game.
Did you make a Hunter Lipke comparison?
Yeah. The only 2-yard run that he couldn't pick up yesterday were the two where he was faced with 4th and 2, and he got stopped on both of them. That's why they went 4th and 2. We can't have him run the ball. Let's have him throw it. I'm so glad he got sent home. He has a punchable face.
He ran
everything
right
that he said in the press conferences was ridiculous. He
Did he have a good game?
He doesn't belong in the semis.
No, seriously. Take your troll away.
He's kind of like the Bobby of the CFP.
Yeah. He had a scale of 1 to 10.
Face, attitude, likability.
He had a decent game.
A scale of 1 to 10.
And if you look at the box score, it looks like he had this absurd, just ran all over him day. Half of his runs went for 2 yards or less. He carried the ball 30 times.
Was the catch OPI?
No, it was not Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders would go 1 yard.
Oh yeah,
-3.
OPI. That's why he had the reception.
It was DPI. They called DPI on it.
But what was it?
Look,
what should it have been?
To me, it's that gamesmanship because he slowed down. So the guy runs into him.
Well, he had to slow down, right, Bob? Can he speed up?
No, yeah, no. That's him.
He
now
beat by 5 yards.
Now with them
He had him
fankles.
beat by 5 yards.
Do you love him? Do you like him a lot?
I love him. I love him. I love how arrogant he is. I love how he's just because he's something that can only happen in college sports. He had like no
right because he doesn't have the athleticism to do anything past college.
He had to go to Sacramento State. He had no offers, and then the only reason why he got to Arizona State is because Kenny Dillingham's high school coach was coaching in the FCS against Sacramento State and told him, dude, you got to get this kid.
Dillingham got an extension, by the way, before
5
this.
years. And this is great because like if you're like one of those schools where you're not like a traditional power and you land on a unicorn coach that views your job as the number one job in his life, that's the cheat code.
He's a douche. He wears visors backwards and flipped upside down and plays ultimate frisbee, and that's fine.
Hey, ultimate frisbee's fun.
I'm sure that plays with the sorority girls at Arizona State who look like the back end of a WNBA roster.
Dang!
Maybe Savannah, if you were working on your
what is that? Supposed to have the hottest girls in the country.
Yeah, okay. All right. An Arizona State 5 is a Friday 8. Or a Friday 8 is you can't talk about it like that. Arizona State 8 is really a Friday 5. That's what that is. So here's
Arizona State.
What's a Friday?
Like a Friday night 8, like if you're going out to the bars.
Oh.
The Arizona State is
Arizona State has probably the best looking women in the country.
Nope. Maybe if
you need to go to
Michael
Tempe.
Bear said it best. I've seen the worst of the Texas fans tonight. Delusional, unwarranted arrogance. Josh Clark, I give you credit. I love Josh Clark. He said, Longhorn fan here, Bobby. I was shocked they didn't call targeting OSU should be favored by a touchdown.
Pick me behavior, Josh.
But God,
Josh voted for Simone Biles as Athlete of the Year.
SI just named Simone Biles Athlete of the Year. What's the fan text saying? 877-881-1053.
Bobby's just mad because he's an ugly person. That's why, I know that's my guy Reed. That's my guy Reed. Now, Reed is like, he's the president of the Arizona State alumni chapter in DFW.
For real?
Yeah, he's a solid dude.
So wait, Reed went to Arizona State? Then he would know ugly. I'll accept it.
Everybody's saying
it's the one thing y'all know.
Notch.
What about the call?
On the targeting?
Yeah, not targeting the women.
My wife wants to name our dog Scataboo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good. A lot of
Dog
the
will be
fans
faster.
Look, it's
well, all dogs are faster.
A lot of the fans are saying it was a good call, but there's a lot of Texas fans on here too.
Okay, there it is. Little CFP recap. College football. You won.
I know, but I'm just thinking of Cam Scataboo's face. What a loser!
I can't wait till the Cowboys draft him.
What a loser! He's not going to get drafted here. He's not going to get drafted by anybody. He'll be undrafted, and he'll be this like, oh wow, look at this like. Mike McCarthy may not have a job next year, so I don't know where he's going to play fullback.
College football kicker
Kyle Juszczyk without the blocking.
Your boy literally uses a fullback.
Kyle Juszczyk without the blocking, and I don't know if the Arizona State girls are as crafty as Mrs. Juszczyk.
Babe Laufenberg joins us for the Cowboys' final game of the season. What does he think of Zeke leaving again? Laufenberg after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And the Fan Replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
And back with us now is Dallas Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg. Pre-game on this radio station Sunday at 9 a.m. Kickoff at noon. Cowboys and the Commanders. And Babe, of course, will be on the call for us, the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. And, of course, it's the Sean, RJ, and Bobby 840 appearance for maybe the final time in a while until we get further into the offseason. Good morning, Babe. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. I know we do a regular Thursday hit, but I kind of wanted to do it yesterday so I could bring in my new year the right way, on a high.
Thank you. Are you a resolution guy?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Well, actually, I always say, I set my New Year's resolutions kind of low because I want to achieve them. So if I said, gosh, I'd love to become an astronaut and go to the moon, that's not going to happen, and then I failed. So I usually say I just want to eat a little more pizza and drink a little more wine this year.
There we go.
And usually I can achieve that.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Did you do laundry on New Year's Day? Because they say it's a bad luck thing.
Is it really? I did because I've been a little sick. My back is bad. So I really just watched football, hung around, but I did a little laundry. I did not. Why do you tell me that now? See, I knew I should have done
Wash away the good
yet.
vibes. Wash away the New Year's vibes.
We got black eyed peas.
Yeah.
I think pig, scratch forward. Don't eat chicken, scratch backwards. My aunt was telling me something
Cabbage.
about
You want to
that.
eat cabbage for money or something like that?
Does the groundhog see his shadow? All that.
Yeah. You got a trivia question.
I do, but quickly, fortunately, I'm not superstitious, never been superstitious, so I'm good with that. Okay, you ready for this?
Yes.
I say Jimmy Johnson used to always say, make your last game your best game, meaning just keep building on the season, make your last game your best game, and obviously they did that a couple times, beating Buffalo in the Super Bowl. Okay, Terry Bradshaw, Franco Harris, Hall of Famers, you guys know them, Peyton may not. They scored a rushing touchdown in the same game 11 times. Okay, that's rushing touchdown, same game 11 times. That's the second highest total for any pair of teammates in NFL history. Who has the most?
Staubach and Dorsett.
Good answer, but not correct, but that would be a good answer. Let me just say this. If Saquon stays long enough in Philadelphia, he and Hurts will have that.
Is it? Is it Derrick Henry or Lamar Jackson?
That's great. And if they stay long enough, they may get there too, but no.
Riggins? Who was his quarterback, though?
Theismann
and Riggins.
Theismann. No. Are we really going to have to go to Peyton?
Terry Allen and Gus Frerotte.
Guys, we're thinking too far back here. It's Dak and Zeke. Dak and Zeke.
Oh,
really?
Wow.
Right under our noses and topical.
Wow, very topical.
That was very good, babe.
Well done.
Well, let me see if Peyton knows how many times he did it.
Let's see. It wasn't 13, 14. I think it was 15. Was that right, babe? 15 times?
You're exactly right.
Wow.
He didn't even know what the Red Sea was, but he knows all Babe's trivia questions.
John Paul II, but there you go.
That was very good. Who's Eisenhower, Peyton? Do you know who that is?
Babe, what did you make of the Zeke news?
It was kind of startling, if you will, last game of the season, and it was like, what? But not to say that it shouldn't have happened. You know what's funny? This really should have happened when they suspended him. And I was surprised. At that point, I said, today it'll be a suspension. Tomorrow they're going to release him. And I was just, why would you bring him back at that point when all the things that were happening were happening? It's like, okay, what are you getting out of this? The novelist Thomas Wolfe said, you can never go home. And I think that's true in so many aspects of life, and especially with that situation. Hey, Zeke, we all know. I mean, he was a great player, not a good player. He was a great player. He was bumping up against a Hall of Fame player, but he wasn't that guy at this point. We all know that. And you can't go home and try to make it work again. And it was just I thought it was a weird, what's the word I'm looking for, relationship, if you will, from the start. again, it's like bringing back your old girlfriend years later. And then you realized, oh, wait, okay, yeah, that's why we broke up in the first place. So, again, it didn't make sense. Training camp, if you recall, in training camp, they were saving him. And now Zeke is saying he didn't get a chance to compete. Again, then they suspended him. Should have been I would have released him at that point. And I'm not sure who. I'm sure there was some talk in the building. I'm sure some people wanted to say, hey, let's just cut our losses here, or whatever you want to call it. But whoever prevailed, and it turned into what it did yesterday. And I can't see any team picking him up for a playoff run.
Where are you leaning on the return of Mike McCarthy?
Well, I leaned heavily at the start of the season and at the end of last season. Why are we even talking about this in terms of he's got to do this and this to get his job back? We all know 12-5, 3 consecutive years. No other team had done that. I understand the playoffs. He's only won one playoff game in his last 7 seasons, by the way. So you got him in here to win playoff games, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. I think you can spin your wheels looking for that next guy that's going to be as good as Mike McCarthy. Now, that said, I don't like the notion of, well, who are you going to get? Who's going to be better than him? To me, your job as an organization is go find the next Sean McVay. Go find the next Kevin O'Connell. Go find the next Matt LaFleur. That's your job. So I don't think you ever want to be in a position where you say, well, gosh, who are we going to get? Who's going to be better? Well, there are guys out there. I couldn't tell you exactly who they are, but there are guys out there, and it's your job to go find one if you want to make that change. But again, the bottom line, I would not be in favor of letting him out. I think the big mistake was not extending him, putting everybody. All you had to do was extend him a year, right? So let's just say hypothetically you wanted to fire him after this season. You owe him for 1 year. Who cares? This is $1 billion organization.
Yeah, but what would have looked crazier, extending him after the Green Bay loss or extending him after this season? They both appear and they both sound crazy.
Well, I wouldn't have said it was crazy last year. You could have. I think you could have said, look, we've been to the playoffs 3 consecutive years. We went 12-5. We had 1 bad game. That was an easy sell in my mind. There's always going to be, as you guys well know, a faction of Cowboy fans that no matter what you're doing or who you have, they hate Dak, they hate McCarthy, there's always going to be that faction. But I would have, it's one thing to say, hey, totally believe in this guy, but yeah, we're going to put everybody on the last year of their contract. And again, didn't have to give him a new 5-year deal, but just extend him out a year. And if you fired him after this season, you owe him for 1 year. You owe your staff for 1 year. Again, it's $1 billion organization.
Babe Laufenberg joining us here, 105 through the fan. Do you think they would, because you mentioned go find the next Sean McVay, find the next, whoever. Do you think they would go and hire a coordinator who's never been a head coach of the NFL before?
I keep hearing that they won't do that. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Because Jerry did say he didn't want to pay someone to learn on the job. He said that 2 years ago or whatever.
Well, all those guys I mentioned learned on the job, right? Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, Matt LaFleur. They all learned on the job, if you want to phrase it that way. So what do you want? A guy that the only guys that are going to be out there are the guys that somebody didn't want for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, that's not to say that they wouldn't be good coaches, right? You've seen people with second chances. Hey, they fired Andy Reid in Philadelphia. That was after a long relationship, though. What was he there, 12 years or whatever? Mm-hmm. So, but still, I don't get the notion that it's got to be a guy with head coaching experience.
Is it possible, babe, that the reason why they have that thought process of just it's got to be somebody with experience before, is it similar to their thought process historically with big school college football players? Like, I'm not going to take a chance that and be the one to find out if you can do it. I've found out I need to see that you've done it on a certain level, just like we need to see with big-time college players.
Yes, but I would say it's kind of apples and oranges because I know that there was a philosophy, which is a good one, by the way, taking guys that have been productive at the major level over a number of years. And when you look at the misses, Taco Charlton. Oh gosh, who was the defensive tackle? Help me,
Tristan
guys. He
Hill.
was second round. Pardon me?
Tristan Hill, UCF.
Yeah, there we go. Tristan Hill. He wasn't even a starter for the team. So there's a lot of things to back that up in terms of when you go off of that big school productive, you better be really convinced that you've got DeMarcus Ware coming out of Troy. You know, that you've got this guy that he was there. DeMarcus Ware, just very quickly, he was a 190-pound wide receiver in high school. So there was a reason why the big schools weren't recruiting him. But as far as that, the difference between getting that coach who's done it and the player who's done it, the player's never had the opportunity, right? When they took Zach Martin, Notre Dame, 3-year starter, a lot of games under his belt, big school, all that. We didn't know for sure that he could do it, but that gives you a better chance at it. We've seen these other guys in action, right? And that's not to say that coach is in the wrong position, wrong team, wrong organization. Like I would never, anyone who was a head coach for the New York Jets, I would not say, well, look what happened with the Jets. It's like, well, you cannot overcome that organization. You can throw Carolina into that mix. You can't overcome the organization. So that's kind of where I am with that. I just don't think you need to have a guy who was a head coach. Bill Belichick was a failure in Cleveland. I'll say failure, and had a rebirth right in New England. But it's fewer and far between where you see those guys.
Has McCarthy done a better job than Garrett?
As a head coach?
Yeah.
The record would say he has, but I honestly, I kind of can't get into comparing, the two coaches and all. The record obviously says he has. The playoff has been similar, but you go 12-5. Everybody says, and I think people get tired of it, it's hard to win games in the NFL. It's hard to win 12 games in the NFL. And it's really hard to do it 3 straight years. But then, you can make an argument for or against, and I'm not going to, die on that hill, as they say, to say he should be here or he should not. But they also, this year, they lost games by 25, 38, 28, 24, 34. And they were down by 22 in the fourth quarter to Baltimore.
Yeah.
So how do you put that up against 12-5? And I know injuries, I understand all that, but they were getting blown out historically, not just franchise historically, NFL historically. And again, they had to deal with a lot of injuries. Now, you parallel a little bit in my mind, Cowboys to San Francisco, right? You keep looking at it saying, start of the season, I wonder if they'll get San Francisco in the playoffs, and obviously neither one of them are here. And San Francisco, their season started out in training camp. Their number one wide receiver, first-round wide receiver, I should say, he gets shot. They have 2 prominent holdouts. Brandon Ayuk, he wants to be traded. Trent Williams stays out of camp. 2 weeks ago, they had a player refuse to go into a game, refuse to play. and they've had obviously a ton of injuries. So, sometimes it's just not your year. And that may have been the case for the Cowboys as well. What are we on, our seventh starting corner? So it's been a tough year.
Babe Laufenberg here on the Fan. We got about a minute. How much Trey Lance do we see on Sunday?
That's a good question. I went back, looked at the Washington game, the first one, and he had 1 play, and it was for -3 yards. So all the talk we heard about whether they're going to have this package for Trey Lance, it's going to be a good one because they've been saving it. That'll be. I would play him for sure. I think it's just going to confirm kind of what we know.
Yeah.
But I would get him in. There's no reason to not play him. You've seen Cooper Rush enough. This team isn't going anywhere. So I would see no reason not to play Trey Lance. But you'll have McCarthy tomorrow, right?
We will. 6:30.
And I'm sure he'll answer it. He loves talking about scheme and personnel decisions.
Yeah. And we have loved talking to you throughout the entire year, man. Thank you so much for the entertainment. I think it's been our best season yet, and don't go too far.
It's been great. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. And next time you do How Young is Peyton, I want to be side by side with
Yes,
you.
There it is.
Yes, sir.
That means Babe Laufenberg in studio here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Did Oregon actually save the CFP committee yesterday? RJ, back with a college football kegger next.
After we...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it has. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Henderson to the 30 of the Ducks, to the 20, to the 10, to the house. Travion Henderson right around the right side, and his 9th rushing touchdown of the year. That one's 66 yards to the end zone. And how about this Ohio State offense who's jumped in front of Oregon 30-0?
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Did the Oregon Ducks save the college playoff committee? The committee got lambasted for the opening round, right? All these games decided by double digits. All these games were 2-score games at half. All these games were really non-competitive. They were all 3-score games in the fourth quarter in the first round. And we all thought, well, they blew it. The committee blew it. They put, SMU didn't deserve to be in. Indiana didn't deserve to be in. All that. And then you had the other issues, which was the automatic buys of Boise State and Arizona State, screwing things up and making Texas play Clemson and Ohio State play Tennessee when they should have played somebody else. But the fact that Ohio State absolutely take Oregon to the woodshed completely saved the committee. Because what do you want them to do? I mean, Oregon was the number 1 team in the nation, and they were down 31-0.
What about 6-3? Penn State beat Boise State.
Yeah.
That was an upset.
Well, upset from, Penn State was favored.
From a seeding standpoint.
Seeding standpoint, It was an upset. Texas was an upset, technically, from a seeding standpoint.
Look, if you want to get into a seeding argument and debate, I'm totally cool and fine with that. The people I hate are those rush to judgment after 1 week individuals who said, oh, we shouldn't have expanded it to 12. Look, all chalk, all beatdowns, all blowouts. What are you complaining about? What else do you want to watch? You want longer Emirates Cup? Is that what you want? You want Simone Biles and Caitlin Clark to be on your TV right now?
I do.
Like everyone, like Time and Sports Illustrated? Stop acting like a freaking know-it-all and give it a little bit. And I'm usually not, can we wait a second, guy? Can we give it a second, guy? But my Lord. So is that all that erased because we got upsets, even though they were, or are we going to cry and get upset because they were blowouts in this round?
Right. Yeah. Look, I mean, they had an interesting.
You want to say Oregon and Ohio State shouldn't be facing each other? Okay. But like getting it to 12, I love that.
Right.
And again, if we get 3 years of beatdown and blowouts, let's revisit the conversation. I'm not necessarily pining or dying for it to go to 16, but I like that it's more games that matter.
All right, so here you have a couple of options on how they can fix it if you wanted to do that. First of all, they're probably going to go to 16 teams here in a couple years. They're going to go to 14, I know that, and they're probably going to go to 16. So now you're going to get 1 versus 16. Oh, you think I think I just snorted. I don't know.
You did.
I think we're going to get even bigger blowouts.
But
1 versus 16. Well, no, not out of it's 1 versus 16. If you have a 16-team thing, I mean, that's a simple, right?
I'm fine. Look, 12 would be fine. I wonder if first off, they got to figure out the seeding, the restructure of the seeding. Because, what Oregon fans are going to say is, what did we earn other than getting to play the most talented team in the country, like right out of the gate? Where was that? And you might see a slight adjustment that it's like, okay, why do Ohio State and Texas and these other teams that we were better than, why did they get to play their home games on campus? Why did we get a neutral site?
Yeah.
I wonder if what you're going to see is the first round of games is bowl games, and then that second round where they move on and you get the 4 seeded buys, that those are the teams that get the on-campus home games.
Well, okay, so that's the other thing. What would you say, because we all agree, the home field advantage was really, really an advantage.
Yes.
And it's an advantage from a subjective standpoint, because you could subjectively say that this team deserved a home game over that. You could say that. I mean, I don't necessarily agree, but you could say that. And it's a very subjective. So
I'm fine, by the way, if there were no home games.
I'm fine with that, too. I thought it was great.
Put it all neutral site.
I thought it was great for the sport, right? It was fun to see these. But, I mean, it is showing to be such an advantage. And do teams that are seeded 5 through 8 really deserve it over the 9th and 10th team that subjectively you could say could have arguably been in the 5 through 8? So, and not necessarily this year, but in future years. I would be okay with just giving the home games. You win your conference, you don't get the benefit of a bye. You get the benefit of a home game. So Texas would have had to play at Arizona State.
I was going to say, do you think that game is different yesterday if Texas is playing it at Sun Devil Stadium?
Not that game. I don't think.
If they play that same way? If it's everything else is the same, it's in Arizona
From
State.
what I heard.
No, you can't answer that.
You can't
I know,
answer
but that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're talking about the margins are that thin,
Well,
it
let me
might
ask
be
you
a
this.
tipping
Let's go the
scale.
first. With the game,
With the margin, it was
would Penn
all-time
State,
fourth quarter comeback.
Would Penn State
Yeah.
have beat SMU at SMU?
Yes.
Would Indiana have beaten Notre Dame at home?
Probably not.
Would Tennessee have beaten Ohio State at home?
No.
I don't think so.
Who was the other game?
Clemson, Texas.
Would Clemson have beaten Texas at home?
Maybe it's a different game. I don't think
They're
they
all
beat it,
different
though.
games.
Yeah, well, I mean,
They're all different
Clemson's
games.
the one that might have been closest.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I don't think SMU doesn't have a great home field. Tennessee has a great home field advantage. It would have been closer. It would not have. I don't think they would have won. The way Ohio State's playing, they wouldn't have won.
But what was the reseeding thing you posted on your Instagram if they had done it that way?
Okay, so that was if they just went by, it's called the quadrant system, right? Where you just seed teams based on their ranking. You don't
Not the conference winner.
Yeah, you don't worry about if you win your conference. All winning your conference does is get you in. It doesn't guarantee you a seed. So you just reseed teams that way, and then they also need to, I think, get rid of brackets. The NCAA is obsessed with brackets. They love the brackets, right? Brackets are fun.
Yeah,
it creates an intrigue.
Yeah.
You can do a bracket pool. But
you're just saying reseed it.
Reseed it. Oregon should have played Arizona State.
Yes.
Texas should have played. Georgia should have played Boise State because Georgia was the next highest team.
Yeah,
I agree.
If you go by CFP rankings to have given structured the buys that way, it would have been Oregon, Georgia, Texas, Penn State as the top seeds.
Great.
And it would have been what? It would have been Oregon playing Arizona State. It would have been Texas playing Boise State. Georgia would have still gotten, I think. No, Georgia would get Ohio State, and Notre Dame would have played Penn State.
Georgia and Ohio State. That's a good. Now,
Oregon beats Arizona State, I would guess.
I would think so.
Are we satisfied or unsatisfied with the way this has gone so far?
Overall positive, I think.
It's overall positive. It's more football.
Yeah.
Right? We've gotten a lot
more
of
football that matters.
College football never controlled December. Ever. And they've really controlled December.
Yeah.
Starting with the conference championship game. And then
with all these weeks 16 and 17, not opt-outs, but
right. I mean, the NFL
sit-downs in the NFL.
The NFL has had really no drama the last few weeks.
Yeah. The afternoon slate last Sunday was awful.
It was very bad.
It was as bad as the Ohio State-Oregon
right.
game.
And so you've had mega college football games. Like tonight you're going to have.
Today
at 3:00 you're going to have Georgia and Notre Dame. It's going to be a tremendous game, I think. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game.
But we're watching.
But we're going to watch.
Yeah.
And they've really controlled the holiday season. They never control the holiday season. They had bowl games.
Yeah.
But once the BCS was around, the bowl game has been relatively meaningless.
College football kegger with Ralph James Choppy on the Fan.
Did Ashton Genty prove he should not have won the Heisman with his performance against Penn State? He got over 100 yards, but it was just 3.4 yards a carry. He got
draft Scadaboo over Genty.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
But they both had 30 carries. And Cam got 4.8. Ashton got 3.4. But this is, I think that's a major reason why we've had one person win the Heisman from a non-power league in the last half century, really since Roger, and it was Ty Detmer at BYU. That's it. You don't win. Andre Ware, when he won it at Houston, they were in the Southwest Conference. That's a power league.
He shouldn't have won the Heisman. The bigger question to me is, are you reevaluating his NFL prospects, Bobby?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Nope. He destroyed Oregon earlier in the year. He's been dominant against good run defenses all year. You're talking about
he had almost 8 a carry against Oregon.
That's 397 touches this year. That dude's got to be worn down. And that was after last year he led the NCAA in touches.
To me, in evaluating the running back, I'm looking at your skill set. You could see with Zeke, a lot of people didn't want to hear it. Apparently, a lot of KMC listeners. There's no burst. There's no juice. There's no explosion. He couldn't break one for 50, 60 yards.
Yeah.
Does Genty have the breakaway speed? Is he elusive? Can he take a pounding? Can he run inside? What type of receiver is he? I'm looking at that more so than the scrubs that people are going to say he faced.
He does.
You have to, it has to be a lot of eye tests, in my opinion.
He does everything, and like he's a good pass catcher. He can run routes. He's really good in pass protection. He is very elusive, has great vision, is tough, never goes down on first contact. There's everything you want in a running back. Genty's got. It's just the workload is, like I said, Rico Dowdle's entire NFL career. He's been in the NFL for 5 years. He has 40 fewer touches in his NFL career than Genty had at Boise this year.
It's crazy. Like, now listen, if he played in the Big Ten or the SEC and he goes and he plays Penn State this week, and then he plays Nebraska, and then he plays Ohio State, then he gets a bye, then he plays Oregon, and then he plays Michigan. Like, is he different? Is he getting more punished?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That doesn't mean that he's not a first-round draft pick.
192 yards against Oregon, 226 against Oregon State, 259 against Washington State. He wasn't doing it against, like, Mercer.
Right.
Like, he was putting up numbers against bigger schools.
It was fine.
Shout out Ron Mercer.
Speaking of Boise, did the Group of Five prove themselves in this game? They lose 31-14, which is about the same as the scores in the first round. Now, granted, this was on a neutral site, not at a home field. But, they put up a fight better than SMU did on the scoreboard. I think SMU moved the ball much better than they're given credit for. They just had a lot of turnovers.
I mean, this wasn't I think it was closer than 31-14. Like,
and who are you going to put in Bama? After they just lost to Michigan?
It would have been Miami, Bama, Ole Miss. I don't care that Bama we know these bowl games.
Cam Ward wasn't going to be able to play the rest of the game if they got in the CFP. No, Boise State acquitted themselves fine.
Yeah.
I mean, they were tough. They got beat by a better team, and credit to James Franklin and stepping up and having a good run these last two.
What do you think?
I think they acquitted themselves fine. I worry about next year and the year after when you don't have a first round draft pick as the top player, like an Ashton Genty or whatever.
Yeah,
where
the intrigue of that.
Well, not just the intrigue, but the ability to even maintain a competitive team or competitive game.
Genty, by most of the analyst lists that were out there, Genty was the best player in the CFP. And so, I mean, they did have the top player, and as soon as Penn State locked in
over the Ohio State receiver,
they had him number one. And so
it's tough. I mean, it's really tough. Now, one thing I would like to see, and they'll never do it, but because these games have been blowouts, I wonder if they're going to stagger these games next year. They'll never do it, but the reason the college hoops thing is so fun is that you got a game at noon, and then 1, and then 2, and then 3. So or 12:30.
Oh no,
they'll never do it, but like it protects you from a blowout, right? You can always flip to the other game.
No. Absolutely not. Hell, and I wouldn't want that.
I want
them all separated.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it if you get 4 great games all at once. But when you have, like in this year, they were all 4 blowouts in the first round.
Just go away, do something for an hour and a half, and come back for the next one.
You're up for the next one?
Yeah, well, we don't have 140 games, right, to get through.
Right, you got 65 games to play.
Look, you texted it while you were out. Football is just lapping everyone more and more.
It is.
The ratings have been saying it for years. I've been feeling it for years.
Good Christmas Day ratings for the NBA. They deserve it. They had great numbers.
Did they?
They were up 84% year to year.
All right.
And they had 5 million.
But baseball and basketball's collective issues have helped make the sport of football that much better. Just give me more of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, give me more and give me less of the others.
Yep, absolutely.
Until you sit there and you minimize the games for the importance level and change some of the stylistic things baseball has, basketball has to work on it now. Give me more and more football, man.
Yeah. More of it.
It's not. I'm not saying the quality of it is fantastic or great, but it's still that much better from a meaningful standpoint to me than what the others are giving.
You can't. Football has made it so you can't miss a game. The games are of such importance that you can't afford to miss watching a game.
Even when they're not important. Everybody was watching Detroit and San Francisco the other night and stayed glued for 4 hours in a game that meant absolutely nothing.
Look at the Cowboys-Giants Thanksgiving game. It had almost 40 million people watch. The game meant nothing.
College football kegger with RJ Choppy. The Sugar Bowl postponed because of the tragedy in New Orleans will take place at 3 o'clock today. We'll recap it tomorrow, and we will also recap the life of Chop Sr. We found some old Sunday dinner audio and the end of 2024. Bobby Belt has the best of. That's all next on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece coming up at 9:40 today. I'm Sean Sharif. The entire squad is back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Carter in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And more evidence that Jerry and Steven, they did their job this year. It's just that the coaches and the players did not.
We have Pro Bowlers. Pro Bowlers have been announced. And
by the way, you want the power of a certain group? Do you know who led the entire league in Pro Bowl votes?
Simone Biles.
Let's see. Who led the entire... It has to be Josh Allen.
Nope. Player is in the AFC.
Patrick Mahomes.
You got the team. Do you know Bob?
Chris Jones.
Chris Jones?
No.
Travis Kelce.
Good job. Travis Kelce led the NFL in Pro Bowl voting because of the Swifties. The year Travis Kelce had, the power of them propelled him. The power of them propelled him.
Odd it didn't work in November.
Number one.
Wow.
In Pro Bowl votes. So I wanted to throw that in. Cowboys.
That's our 14.
The Cowboys, only 4 teams in the NFL got more Pro Bowlers selected than the Dallas Cowboys. The Baltimore Ravens with 9, the Lions with 7, the Vikings and Eagles with 6.
Okay, so how many did the Cowboys have? 5?
The Lions got the best roster
5
in the sport.
Pro Bowlers, which is equal to the 15 or now 16 and or 15-1 Kansas City Chiefs, who also got 5 players selected to the Pro Bowl.
Is this all fan voting?
These are Pro Bowlers selected. So it's I believe it's I don't know if it's completely fan voting or if it's largely. I gave up on the Pro Bowl so long ago, but it's at least largely fan voting.
All right, child. Let's see if we can knock this out. We know Micah and Lamb. I'm struggling after this.
Zach Martin.
Nope. You guys are just not thinking of 2 really obvious ones.
Diggs.
No.
He's not obvious. Rico?
No. Think about who we've talked about as being.
Just be quiet. Not Dak. Not
Overshown?
No.
Not Osa.
No.
Tyler Smith.
Yes, that's one.
Good job.
There's 2 more, which I thought would have been your first 2 guesses, these 2.
I said Lamb and Micah.
I know. Not them.
Not Bland.
Ferg?
Nope. Who have people said all year, that's our best player?
Aubrey.
Brandon Aubrey. There you go.
Oh, and Turpin.
Devontae Turpin. They have all been named. Now, there's some fallout from this. Tyler Smith. Joel Corey from CBS Sports, salary cap expert, says Tyler Smith's 5th-year option for 2026 will be the 2025 offensive line transition tag because of this Pro Bowl selection. So that projects to 7.6% of the 2025 salary cap. And with the current cap projections, that means Tyler Smith's 5th-year option will be about $21 million a year is how much it'll cost even before he gets his extension. And Deron Bland made the Pro Bowl last year. And so because of that, now that his first 3 years have finished, his season next year, his 4th year, his salary goes from $1.1 million to $5.2. So Deron Bland just got a $4.1 million raise on next year's salary cap. So some money.
What were you saying about the way that I always say, we always say the Longhorns are the Cowboys are the Longhorns. How are you comparing the way that they judge the fans?
Like yesterday, you saw a lot of Quinn hate. All right. Longhorn fans blame.
How shocked were you, though, that Quinn did respond to that pick? Were you stunned or you thought the full, complete meltdown was coming?
No, I thought the meltdown was coming.
I thought it was over. Yeah.
Yeah. I just found it ironic that Longhorn football fans blame the players while Cowboy fans blame the coaches. And they largely are the same. There's a lot of the Venn diagram of Cowboy to Longhorn fans, probably pretty big, right?
Yeah.
It just seems like it's always on the players at Tech. They always blame the players. They never blame the coach. And with the Cowboys, it's always the coach. It's never the player.
I saw a lot of Sark blame coming from this room.
Yeah, Sark was definitely part of that yesterday. Everybody was, when the pick was thrown, everybody's like, why are you not running the ball? What are you doing? Like, why are you trying to push the ball downfield right here? you're up. Like, let's play things a little bit conservatively here. No, I think the reason why so much of it comes back to the coaches is because so consistently they've got so much talent. The other years they don't, sure. And other years that you've said, oh, wow, that's a great coaching job here or there. But when you win 12 games 3 years in a row and most of the talent core is still here, and then you have the game, you played the way you did, then it's hard to go, well, did the players just forget how to play? And so I think that's why people tend to go, something's wrong with the coaches.
This reminded me a lot of 2010 from the standpoint of, A, the quarterback got hurt, but B, even before that. And if you remember that 2010 team, that was like the end of a run with the offensive line, right? And this was kind of the end of the run with the offensive line, where obviously, Tyron is gone. Zach is getting old, right? This was kind of like the end of the run, and so was 2010. And, I mean, look, you can have all the skill positions you want. At the end of the day, football, the most important unit on a football team is the offensive line.
What do you
outside of the quarterback?
Random Doug Peterson. If I throw Doug Peterson on as the head coach of the Cowboys the last 3 years, do you think they're appreciably worse than 12-5? I don't think so. I think they're probably about the same football team.
12-5 3 years in a row is really hard to do.
Yeah.
But I think Peterson would have won
because generally teams can't collect that much talent for 3 years together. So what I'm saying is that do you think they're 9-7 one of those years? Do you think Mike made like 3 wins difference for them at different points? Because I can't point to 3 games, I don't think, over the course of those 3 years where I said that was Mike.
I'd like to give Mike the credit for the backup quarterback wins over Doug, but Doug won a Super Bowl with a backup quarterback.
Oh, yeah. With about as many injuries as Dallas has faced this whole season.
All right, we need to get to this. In case you missed it in the Neighborhood Watch, Choppy broke the news to us on New Year's Eve that his pops passed away. Chop Sr., anything else that we missed in that conversation earlier? Getting a lot of.
I think we got. No, man. Thank you to everybody in the fan text for reaching out on Twitter, all the things. He passed away on New Year's Eve after a long battle with dementia, and it was time. It was
Now, are you okay if we play this audio?
Oh, yeah.
You've held it together.
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't know. I don't want to have any emotion.
No, I mean, I might get emotional, but if I do, then it's just good for radio.
All right, if you're an old school Tolo. We did this every single week. Sunday dinner, all the stereotypes as Chop Sr. around the dinner table, just catching up with them, and Pepe has found some of the audio.
Yeah, we got some Sunday dinner audio here from Choppy Sr., and this is him setting up a joke, and it didn't quite go as planned.
It's the California Workers' Safety Law. It involves actors in the porn industry.
Porn.
Okay? They're required now to wear a condom to prevent contact with employees. And the other part of this deal is that they also have to wear protection against any kind of activity that might when engaged in, might actually get into someone's eyes, skin, mucous membranes, and things of that nature. Okay? They want them to wear goggles. Can you picture that in porn? They want them to wear goggles. Needless to say, the law is being met with stiff opposition.
We might as well be on that one. Would you care to try that again?
The law is being met with stiff opposition.
I did not remember the pronunciation of his individual words being that funny.
Protection.
When RJ does use, that's nothing compared to this. That was incredible. I totally forgot that clip.
I forgot that one, too.
It sounds like he's going to rob Macaulay Culkin's house.
Like, because a lot of these clips were before the world kind of changed. So I don't know how many of these
I was worried there.
I'm a little worried here that Big Ralph's going to get canceled. He got already canceled him. But now I'm worried even more.
Come on.
Now, RJ, I don't know if your son Luka's to blame for this next clip, but your dad was looking in the toilet and found a little surprise there.
I even found a small turd floating around in the toilet. You did not. That was Luka. You did not find a small turd in the toilet. I didn't get angry. I chalked it up to a survivor who survived an errant flush. It probably wasn't me. I haven't gone in that bathroom because all you guys cook with is cheese.
Cheese.
Yes, I mean I haven't gone in 5 days.
None of us have problems.
Everything you have is cheese, lasagna, Parmesan. It's like, Jesus Christ, could we get a broccoli?
Broccoli and cheese. It's very good.
No, not broccoli and cheese. I mean, I'm all backed up. I can't even bend over to tie my shoes.
Well, maybe you need an enema.
How good is that?
Oh, man.
Maybe you need an enema. All right, what's the last one?
Last one here. We have Choppy Sr. Apparently, he found facial hair everywhere.
There's facial hair all over the place. I shaved.
And look,
Wait,
you know, when I
stop,
first
stop. I've forgotten that this is back when you were living with them. Were you with them, or did you just randomly go over there to shave?
It depends. I think, when I went through the divorce, I think I stayed there for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Just trying to get things figured out.
Okay. And he was not pleased.
There's facial hair all over the place. I shaved.
And look, you know, when I first came in, I went, "Oh my God, we got ants."
I shaved.
Well, blow the thing in the toilet.
Blow. I don't shave over the toilet.
Well, you gotta.
That's on the sink.
You got an electric razor.
Yeah.
All right. You take the head of the electric razor off. You blow the stuff out into the sink. I mean, and then wash it down.
How good is that? You got to go back into the system for more.
He had one about Marie Andolini. We got to find that one.
Every Father's Day, we're gonna have to go ahead and crank them out. Chop Senior. Absolutely fantastic. 877-881-1053 if you want to send your well wishes to Chop, of course, at RJ Choppy on Twitter, and you can find him right there on Instagram as well.
Man, from the 972, his dad's subscription to Life wasn't renewed. Oh,
come on, guys.
Oh, man.
Come on. No. Stop it.
Man.
R.I.P. Chop Senior. Fantastic. I still remember, we were driving. I think we were going to the casino or something, and we were on speakerphone. It was it was Y2K the day before something.
It was the Rapture. The Rapture was supposed to happen.
Yeah,
the Rapture was supposed to happen, and he called up and he went on one of his rants about something.
And what was his diehard sports order?
In terms of teams?
Yeah, what sports, what teams?
Oh,
what was he glued to? What would he go off on?
He was he was a big Yankee fan, and he would call me up every day and vent about something. He wanted to fire the manager every day. He was that was the type of. He was like the Philly guys, Angelo Cataldi.
Yeah.
Wanted to fire everybody every single day, and then he loved Tennessee and Oklahoma football because my sister went to Oklahoma, so he would live and die with that. That was the thing. The day after we got beat by Ohio State a couple of weeks ago, I really wanted to call him up. I really wanted to call and just talk about it. I needed that, but I don't have that. So.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is next. Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue of the morning show. Man, the Big Mike Burger has me craving that for lunch today. Of course, they have the amazing staples on the barbecue menu. They have the handhelds and more, though. The best...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Ready to take the snap. Has the snap. 4th and 13. Ewers looking. Fires. He's got Golden open. He caught it. Touchdown, Texas. Matthew Golden strikes again. 28 yards on 4th down and 13. And the Longhorns score a touchdown.
Longhorns Radio with the call. Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece featuring Alec Medford and Blake Elliott on DFW Sports Station. Couldn't even get Bassick for like the final day of the week.
Yeah, he's in Mexico. So that was going to be impossible from the get-go. I was kind of concerned whenever I showed up to the studio. Thought I was going to be working with Kevin Hagelin today, and I see Blake Elliott sitting here. So
you didn't even know?
I found out about 7:30 this morning.
What happened to Kevin?
He's got bronchitis, doesn't have a voice.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
So ain't nobody got time for that, no. But
this show, KMC, they do the most last-minute call-outs of anyone.
It's ridiculous.
Right?
I didn't have a voice like 2 days in the last couple weeks, and I still showed up, powered through.
We're all better for
respect. Yeah.
Currently under the weather, but pushing
You?
through. Yes, sir.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know, just a little bit of viral infection, just a little.
Are you on the meds? What are you working with?
Not acetone. Ibuprofen this morning.
Acid.
Yeah, acetone it's definitely wouldn't be that. I was gonna suggest, well, like, how do you know it's not a virus? It could just be allergies. But then I remembered Blake doesn't believe in allergies.
That is correct. So it definitely is.
You don't believe in allergies?
Yeah,
Like
he thinks peanut allergies are fake.
This is a running joke that I've had.
You know, you're born in the wrong generation. You belong in our generation.
you belong in our
Back in our day, there was no allergies. There was no peanuts. We're taking no Zyrtec. Gluten. And now I take Zyrtec every single week.
I think the people that are like allergic to grass and air and dust, it's a little.
Settle down now.
It's a little.
Settle down.
I don't know.
Soft?
A little soft.
So
what
you don't
happens-
start sneezing a ton during points of the year, like in the spring?
I mean, I'm sure there's different points where the weather changes, but it's not like I go around a certain environmental thing and I can't be.
Mountain Cedar? Mountain Cedar? You don't know anything about Mountain Cedar?
Is that a place?
It's not a place.
Yeah, just like Colorado, Denver. What's coming up on the program?
We open up with Texas getting bailed out and Oregon getting blown out. Kyle Yeoman's DallasCowboys.com at 1 o'clock. And the People segment, AM on the FM, 1120.
The People segment.
People segment.
I like the way that's been named. Was it targeting, Blake?
It definitely was targeting. I wanted the Longhorns to win, but you got to call a spade a spade. I believe me and Alec were talking about it pre-show that probably Arizona State was going to move down the field. I mean, Scatterboo was doing whatever he wanted in that second half, especially the fourth quarter. So I like a game to be called how it should, whether it doesn't matter which team you're rooting for.
Okay.
That was definitely targeting, and it would have made the game even more interesting, but yeah.
All right,
targeting.
so I need you both to tell me which rule violation made it targeting. Leaving the feet didn't seem to happen. Crouch and thrust, keep your jokes to yourself.
Hey, no.
Striking with the head lowered, or striking was one and then lowering of the head. Which of those do you think caused it to be targeting?
It looked like the head was lowered to me. Like, I didn't see a launch, and that's what a lot of people were defending it for, was maybe 1 foot was off the ground, but it didn't even look because of a launch. It was just a step. But it did look like the lower of the head happened. I wouldn't say it was full-on crown to the crown, but it definitely looked like he lowered his head trying to create that kind of contact.
What do you think, Blake?
I would agree with Alec, and the part that stinks is for Taff. He was a hard hitter. He's been showing it all season, especially in this game. And I thought that was going to be a target. I'm like, what are you doing? Bonehead play. The guy's defenseless, doesn't even see you coming. You can just tackle him at the ankles. You're going to get the same result as far as stopping them short of the sticks. And then you make a boneheaded play, in my opinion, and hitting him in the head. Luckily, it didn't get called, but I think that was the wrong move. But yeah, I think he led with the crown and unfortunately made contact with the crown of Arizona State. They didn't call it.
You're going to need to see this on the fan cam, but like if you're watching the replays over and over again, and I agree, if the only part that you can argue is the lowering of the head, but it was like to this degree.
Yeah, there was a lot of face mask.
It was at the very end of the play, and the head, it went down like this much. Not like this, definitely not like this,
right.
But it just to that level. I can see after replay why they didn't feel like it was enough of the head being lower.
I can see why they didn't call it. It's also like situation, right? A minute to go. That's a call. Like if it was the second quarter, I think they absolutely call it targeting the second quarter there, which would have given them a first down instead of a 4th and 5.
The true crime in all this is revising the helmet to helmet. That's the big problem in all this. Like this is an outright helmet to helmet hit. It should have been Arizona State first down, but it doesn't seem like that is as clear in college. And then you have the controversy of throwing a teammate into the end zone. That was illegal.
Oh, the suplex, the belly to belly suplex.
77.
That's illegal. That's you can push.
That's why
you can't pull.
That's why I hate the tush push. Like it's just it's not football. The minute that someone is pushing you in the back, they should throw rugby. They should throw a flag. They should just stop it. It's tug of war. That's what I think. And then yesterday, he got carried into the end zone.
Yeah, as impressive as I think it is, like that's really fun to watch. It's really impressive, and hats off to 77, the guard, for making that happen. But you know, it's like you said, there's a clear rule written that says you can't do that. So I'll even give them that too. As a chronic Texas hater, that should not have been a touchdown. But again, kind of like Choppy said, situational. It's a playoff game. Do you think they're really going to go X's and O's and that stuff? No, they want points to be scored, especially with the line being as big as it was and how competitive it ended up being at the end of the game. I feel like you got to let them play. And that's why I'm not like, the world isn't ending over that targeting call. Exactly
Arizona
what Choppy
State's
said.
is.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I understand why they're mad, but in that moment, if I'm standing there, if I'm the back judge, I'm probably not making that call either. You know, I'd say there's a 90 to 95% chance I'm saying it's a hard hit. And I'm keeping the laundry.
It also, you got to remember, there's two different people. There's people on the field who didn't rule it that way, and then there's a replay official who also didn't view it that way.
Now, what about the other hit that Overshone and others are arguing? The longer pass downfield, was that
100% targeting? Should have ejected the whole team based on that.
That was more launching, but it wasn't helmet to helmet. It was shoulder.
Yeah,
but it says head and neck area. It says head and neck area is the rule.
Yeah, but I think it was shoulder to me. If it's shoulder, you got to be able to lay level. You got to be able to put hard hits out there. I need Eric Turners. I need some Eric Turner in my
Browns
license.
reference.
Steve Atwood. Or Steve Atwater.
Atwater.
Yeah. We don't have Eric Turner anymore.
I know. He's with my dad.
Damn.
Condolences, by the way. My dad texted me and said to tell you that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Meddy.
Yeah, he's a big Tolo.
Mr. Meddy. All right, Sugar Bowl is going to be played today because of the tragedy in New Orleans. The other thing we didn't talk about was the freaking Tesla Cybertruck exploding in front of Trump Tower.
Yeah.
They have that person who did it?
They found the guy who did that one. He's from Colorado Springs.
Did they find him?
They think.
Was he wasn't there, right? He just detonated it?
He was in the car.
He was in the
He
car.
was in the car.
Yeah, so
His
they didn't
name
find
is
him, Chop.
Matthew Livelsberger, a 37-year-old from Colorado Springs. He was also like the guy in New Orleans. He was also a former military veteran.
They worked at the same military base.
Did they?
What?
They knew each other?
Yeah.
Now that part I don't.
We don't know if they actually knew each other,
But they worked at the same
Yeah, the
base.
last update I saw was same base.
They're about 10 years apart in age, right? Like 8 to 10 years apart in age.
Have they found out if he was a Trump hater or something? And we know motive, anything background wise?
According to this dude on Twitter who is a
According to this dude on Twitter.
he's got a check mark. He's got a microphone in front of him. It says on scene covering stories mainstream media won't.
Oh god.
He says he was still an active duty Green Beret sergeant who was on leave from Germany, where he was with the 10th SFG per multiple
San Francisco
US
Giants?
We're going
officials.
to be, it's just nuts. You can be on Bourbon Street at 2 a.m. We're going to be in New Orleans very soon. You can be walking in front of a hotel and boom, just explosions and cars running over you.
They both rented these EVs from Turo, which is that app where you can rent a car. You could rent somebody else. So you can rent your own car.
Right.
Both were electric too.
Huh?
Both were electric. The Ford and obviously the Cybertruck.
What are you trying to say?
Yeah.
I think you know who they voted for.
Jesus.
I don't know if you saw the Cybertruck video. It wasn't just like an
The
explosion.
New Orleans car was an electric car?
It was a Ford Lightning.
Yeah.
That is not the first
Suckers and
Cybertruck
losers.
to explode, though. By the way, they've had a couple of those.
But this one was like
I know that's different. I'm just saying.
A battery.
I hear Cybertruck explodes.
Battery exploding.
I hear Cybertruck explodes. It's not, I do have to ask.
Yeah.
Like, all right, well, that's different than if a Camry explodes. Like that tells me something.
it was like fireworks. Though I don't know if you saw the CCTV.
Dude, the video looked so crazy.
Yeah.
I almost didn't think it was real. I thought it was like an AI video, somebody just trying to get it out there and get some money because they have a blue check mark and get the retweets. But no, it looks like something out of a movie. It's incredible.
Did anyone else die from the Tesla explosion?
Nope.
I think like 7 injured something.
Yeah.
Just that person.
Just the driver.
Choppy, are you a big fan of Blake Swag coming in here today?
Man, I mean, he's the overly baggy sweats. I could do without.
He looks like Chiafalo from the waist down.
I love the Crocs and socks. You got to have Crocs. If you're going to wear
Eric would love
Crocs,
that.
you got to have socks.
Yes.
You can't go Crocs barefoot. It's just
Amen.
too sticky.
Wait, did you say Eric would love that?
no, just keep going.
How do you know what Blake's
But-
working with?
He's pulled a Dion.
Lyndon Blake Johnson.
He's pulled a Dion. Because
Hey, explain that reference real quick. I've
All
made it
right,
twice.
yeah, there's this post that's been going viral this week. Everybody has learned that LBJ, Lyndon Johnson, who 635 is named for, he apparently used to refer to his manliness as Jumbo. That's what he called it.
I've heard he's had.
And there's one story that there was a dispute in the White House over some bill, and he sent everybody out of the room except one. The person said, "How can you do that?" And he sent everybody out except that one person, and then he pulled it out, put it on the table, and said, "That's how."
Oh. You could play running back for some people.
Yes.
Hey, jumbo package.
Yeah, absolutely. But
Well done, Alec.
Blake brought his Dion, his Louis. I didn't realize that he brought. We all have a backpack that we bring in,
And that thing looks expensive.
and here comes Blake with this little
That's not little.
weekender bag.
The bag.
The weekender bag, and it's
Hold it up for the fan cam, Blake. Don't be shy. Show us.
Don't be shy.
It's that camera behind Chop.
Where's the strap?
It's at home. It's under construction.
All right. Did you not? Is that not a good look to wear the strap?
I used to wear the strap back in when I was
wear
at
the strap.
Yeah, we know.
in,
You know what I mean?
in college, but
Damn right.
I just do the two hands right here, just on the like a little
Do you
laptop
ever
bag.
carry it? Do you ever do like? Let me see it.
Okay.
Do you ever?
Around the wrist.
Yeah. Do you ever do one of these and just like walk like this?
Maybe if I'm in a rush.
Walk into the department store.
All right, guys, this was a more enjoyable crosstalk than we've had in this time slot in the past few weeks.
Nope.
Shots
Wow.
fired, Bassick.
Well done.
Thanks,
well
man.
done. What'd you say?
Nobody to screw it up.
That's right. All right. Blake and Alec next. We're back with Mike McCarthy tomorrow and a recap of the Sugar Bowl. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. KMC right here on The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You are going to be masterpieced here on 105.3 The Fan, just not in the way that you expected. My name is Alec Medford. I am part of the KNC Masterpiece, but today I am joined by my former weekend radio wife, Blake Elliott.
That is I. I am here to bring you guys something a little different to the KNC Masterpiece.
Yeah.
I know you're probably, where's Corey? Where's Kevin? Where's Mike? They are all out right now, and we can hope we keep you guys entertained till 2 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, 10 to 2. Weekdays here on The Fan is what we do, and just because we had to shake it up a little bit doesn't mean that we aren't going to have some fun here. And like I mentioned, I haven't done radio with Blake in forever. Like, I've done some sit-in stuff with him. Like, I've done an hour in studio with him and James Tritley on the weekends. Martin House Brewing, the Tolo Christmas party. I did a segment with you and Fred, but I haven't done like radio with you in a minute. So one, good to see you again, even though you're not feeling 100%. But
good to see you, partner.
It is it's going to be interesting because Crosstalk alone told me that I totally forgot what it's like to work with you, and I'm concerned for my sanity. But hopefully you give me some good content to do Masterpiece of the Week tomorrow.
Tolo, strap in.
Okay, there we go. There's already one. So we've got a lot to get to here today. We mentioned it in Crosstalk. We got Kyle Yeomans of DallasCowboys.com at 1 o'clock today to talk all things leading into Cowboys Commanders, Zeke's release and everything. But we got to start off with everything that went down yesterday in the world of college football. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053 to get involved in the conversation here today. I'm sure the Tolos have plenty of thoughts about yesterday's matchups, specifically the one involving that team from Texas.
Yep.
So we'll get into all of that and more here today. We're live on Twitch and YouTube as well. Want you to get involved there. But I think we have to start with, I'll call it the elephant in the room, but it's the Longhorn in the room. Texas Longhorns yesterday play Arizona State. And boy, did this one feel like it was over before it even started, just judging by the line. But there in the fourth quarter, things got really, really dicey. And that was some of the most fun I've had watching college football in a very long time. 39-31 in overtime. The Longhorns win and advance. And overall, not what I expected in this game. I mean, we talked about it all last week. I mean, we had our guy Carter Freeman, who's going to be on the show with us today at 1:20, saying, yeah, like the line is accurate. It feels like this is not the greatest matchup here for Arizona State, but they make things wickedly close at the end of the game as they score 16 in the fourth quarter to force overtime. Cam Scattaboo is my spirit animal. This man is literally like violently puking on the sidelines and then going out there and scoring touchdowns. Over 200 all-purpose yards, 3 scores on the day. People were trolling him, specifically all of the Texas fans, because they all think that they are the you-know-what. And he said during the week that nobody can stop him. Well, that was true. Not even the vaunted Texas run defense could stop him. Even in the past game, he got things done for Arizona State. This was overall one of the best college football games that I watched this season. I was happy that I was able to actually sit down because of the holiday and watch it in its entirety. Yep. Just your early takeaways from that game, because I've got a lot to say about this game, so I'm going to give you the platform first.
Yeah, it was definitely the best college football game we've seen in a while, because all the games in round one were a blowout. So we thought something similar would happen in this game. And what was it? 17-3 or 17-3 at halftime. Seemed like this one was trending the exact same way. Bo wasn't doing all the things we were accustomed to in that first half. Quinn Ewers, I mean, they got up 14 quick. You had the punt return touchdown. It just seemed like Texas was going to control this game. And then whatever that halftime speech at halftime that Dillingham gave to his team, they came out the second half looking like a completely different team. And when you look at the box score, it's kind of interesting. Total yards, 510 for Arizona State, 375 for Texas. And I think the biggest tell of them all, time of possession. Both in the first half and the second half, Arizona State had the ball, felt like every time. 37 minutes for Arizona State, 22 for Texas. Almost double the touchdowns, first downs, 29 for Arizona State, 17 for the Longhorns. in that second half, they were kind of doing whatever they wanted, especially in the run game. The only thing was Texas had the more explosive plays. They had the punt return that I mentioned. Golden was having himself a day, kind of got whatever he wanted. But they were keeping guys like Gunnar Helm until it was overtime, Isaiah Bond, Jaden Blue. Those guys were kept quiet. It really was just Quinn Ewers getting it to Golden or the defense stepping up. It wasn't really much working for Texas. It kind of felt like at some point the scale would tip towards Arizona State, and it did in that second half. And then next thing you know, it was a snowball effect and a snowball. I thought a really big play was what was our boy that got ejected from the Iowa State game for the hit, and he was able to come back in the second half. Forget his name, but he made a huge hit in the end zone, which caused a safety, which gave them up to 8 points or 5 points, excuse me. And then they were able to get the ball back, make something happen. And from there, the tides just turned. We had Scadaboo throwing passes, catching passes. He definitely raised his draft stock in that game. And that time of possession finally caught up to Texas, but Texas had made one more play down the stretch.
And I tweeted this out at Alec on the radio if you want to show some love. And at Blake Live. There's an underscore in there. I haven't done this in a while with you.
Two of them.
But there was one play that changed my entire idea of how this game should go, how it was going to end. I thought throughout the entirety of the second half, Arizona State deserves to win this football game. They deserve to. They are playing like the better football team in this matchup where they were double-digit underdogs. They look like the better football team. They look like they have the better quarterback. They look like they have the better run game throughout the entirety of the second half. But then they force a fourth down with essentially the game on the line at that point. What was it, 4th and 12?
Dude, yeah, because they got the false start.
Yep. So they get backed up. It feels like one of the best offensive linemen in the country flinches, sets them up for failure. But this is where I can't knock the quarterback because everybody and their mother is saying after the game that he checked out of a play into a cover zero beater. Mm-hmm. On 4th and forever, Arizona State goes cover zero. And this happens.
Ready to take the snap. Has the snap. 4th and 13. Ewers looking. Fires. He's got Golden open. He caught it. Touchdown, Texas. Matthew Golden strikes again. 28 yards on 4th down and 13. And the Longhorns score a touchdown.
Craig Way and Texas Radio on the call there. You can hear Texas live play-by-play on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD. But 4th and 13. You run cover zero on 4th and 13 with the game on the line. Why? That is my only question. That was the point where I said Arizona State deserves to lose this football game. Why do you run cover zero with the game on the line? 4th and 13. All you have to do is not give up anything big over the top, and you win that football game. But Quinn Ewers, for all the knocks I will give him, for all of the inconsistency, for all of the perfection, look, he's not an All-American. He has never been a finalist for the Heisman Trophy. He is almost never accurate, it seems, downfield when it matters the most. Nobody will ever confuse this guy for the most athletic player on the field or the most athletic quarterback in the SEC. But he is smart enough to win football games. You've seen it all this season where he will go to the line of scrimmage and make the check at the right time. And as much as I don't think he is an NFL-level talent, he has NFL-level IQ. And this is why, we've been saying it on the show for weeks now, for as confused as some people get that Arch Manning isn't playing just because he is the more athletic guy, because he is the more gifted quarterback, he's a redshirt freshman. He is, I would bet my bottom dollar, he is probably not checking into a cover zero beater in that situation. 4th and 13, you find Matthew Golden on an audibled play over the middle up the seam for the touchdown, and you keep this game going. That is why Texas was just that much better.
Yeah, I'm rewatching the play on my phone right here, and their DC did no camouflaging on it. It was a pretty obvious cover zero. And now, I'm not saying that as far as every quarterback's making that check, but an experienced quarterback is making that check, and especially that late in the game, like, That's a pretty easy check from a guy who's, like you said, got a high IQ of the game, a guy who's been here a couple years. And if you're going to go cover zero, you got to understand that your safeties are going to be there's a lot of pressure on them. Your defensive backs, you have to be perfect. And you got a guy like Matthew Golden who's already gone over 100 yards in this game.
Yeah, he went off.
You got to understand he's probably the guy they're going to. Isaiah Bond has no catches at this point. Gunnar Helm has like 2 catches at this point. Wingo only has 1 or 2 catches. Like, they're probably going to Golden. It's 4th and 12. Literally, if you stop them, the game is over. It is overtime. Arizona State was up at this point. And I got to say this part too. Beautiful route from Golden, who runs the kind of corner post, takes one little hitch to the right, acts like he's running a corner, and that safety and corner both part like the Red Sea, and now all of a sudden he's cutting back for that post. Beautiful ball, putting it right over the safety's head. But if you are that safety, you understand you have deep responsibility. And if you're the defensive coordinator, you got to understand they're probably going to go something past the sticks, something right at the sticks, going all out and making it where my safety has to make an All-American play to win us this game when they've already backed themselves up. It's just not very smart. So to your point, but shout out to Quinn Ewers making the call, because just because they're in a cover zero look doesn't mean everyone's going to check to that in a high pressure situation. So shout out to him. Shout out to Golden running a beautiful route, and Quinn put it on the money. So, I mean, he had two really good plays. That last seconds of regulation and overtime, Quinn was practically perfect.
And Kenny Dillingham, the Arizona State head coach, even said after the game, like, he gave all the credit to Quinn Ewers on that play. He said, look, he audibled into a play that he knew would beat that look, and I just didn't have time to get my guys out of that look. And with that look, like you said, they showed pressure from the jump, and they did nothing to disguise it. You need to drop back in coverage there. Like, you can show pressure, but go full Mike Zimmer on them. Go up, run a sim pressure there. You show 5 or 6 at the line of scrimmage, drop 2 of them back, maybe even 3, and you have maybe 3 rushing at that point, because Texas's offensive line is so good at blitz pickup and even in pass protection for their running backs. Like, they are so good at the fundamentals of protecting the quarterback in those situations that you can't afford to show your full hand with the game on the line like that.
Yep. And Quinn Ewers in the final 5 minutes of regulation and 2 overtime periods. This was his stats, Tolos. 11 for 14, 161 yards, no interceptions, 2 touchdowns when it mattered most. I'll ask you this, Alec. Did this performance, especially late, did this change your perception on Quinn Ewers at all?
No.
Okay.
I still don't think he's an NFL-level talent. I still don't think he's the best quarterback in this college football playoff left.
Even the best quarterback on his team?
Probably not. Hey, like I said, look, I mean, there's a reason that the guy has never been a Heisman finalist. He was never an All-American. Like, nobody's ever going to confuse him for the best athlete on the field. But he makes those decisions. I'm not even talking about just like the big boom play. He just makes the smart decisions at all of the right times, and he's the root cause for Texas finding the hardest ways to win most of the time.
20 of 30, 322 last night, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Yeah, and the box score is a lot prettier than it looked. And I'm not just bashing him to bash him. It's because we've seen this all season long from him. Yeah. I mean, even the Texas faithful, like the 214 that's going berserk on us on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line for no good reason right now. Like, even them, they've been calling for Arch Manning since the middle of the season, since you got that whiff of him and his athletic ability, because he is that talented of an athlete. Yeah. The reason that Quinn Ewers keeps playing is because he has the skins on the wall. Yep. He has the reps. He has the in-game decision-making skill to make those calls. You even saw it a couple weeks ago where, you know, he's in the red zone and he checks in out of a pass to run plays in 2 consecutive drives to get them to score. Yep. So he's got the IQ. He makes some boneheaded throws every now and then, but at the line of scrimmage pre-snap, he's one of the best in college football.
Now, do you think you saw enough from Texas to think they can win the way they played against Arizona State? Will they win another game in these playoffs? Because that's the question I had to ask myself. It's like, yes, you beat Arizona State, who played really well. Like, big ups to them. I think a lot of people thought they'd get blown out. And the fact they made that a game, the best game we've seen so far, I think was big ups to us as college football fans and the college football playoffs in general. But if they play the same way they played against Arizona State, do they win in the next round, in the semis?
That's tough. This side of the bracket was just never going to be favorable for whoever advanced because we kind of expected, I don't know if we expected to the degree of what we saw last night with Ohio State, but we felt like as a collective college football whole that Ohio State was kind of back to what we expected them to be.
Oh, they're going to play Ohio State.
Yeah. So it seemed like we got the Ohio State. That's why we didn't even touch on it yet because it wasn't much of a game. Oregon didn't really show up. And Ohio State looked exactly as we expected. We'll talk about that game in depth later on in the show, but that's going to be a very tough ask. I mean, at the point where I have friends that are, University of Texas alums that were in our fantasy football group chat, whenever Arizona State's making that epic comeback, they're in there texting saying, we weren't going to beat Ohio State anyways. Yeah. Like they were already conceding a loss that hadn't happened yet by saying Ohio State would have whooped us. Well, now that's going to be a reality, and I think Ohio State, even though they are the lower seed in this matchup,
it'll be a great game.
They are going to have a field day if they look like they did yesterday against Oregon. But
they look like the best team we've seen in college football in that first half.
Absolutely.
Pretty much 31-0. Oregon scored at the very end of the first half, but I was like, oh my gosh, 200 plus yards in the first quarter. What's the receiver's name? They got their great receiver. Jeremiah Smith. Like 150 in the first quarter.
And the funny thing is, he would be wide receiver number 1 in this draft.
Yep.
He would be wide receiver number 1 in the next draft in 2026. In 2027 is when he's draft eligible. He might not even be wide receiver 1 because there is currently a 17-year-old kid at Alabama that wants to have a conversation for that wide receiver 1 spot in 2027.
Crazy.
So there you have it. Texas sneaks away with this one in overtime against Arizona State. We are off and running here on the KNC Masterpiece. My name is Alec Medford. His name is Blake Elliott. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, let's talk all things Mavs and Rockets. Yesterday, another game without Luka and another loss. Plus, Joe Mazzulla, the good guy, next on The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel to go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Draws two into Şengün. Oh, how about the ball fake? Not one but two guys went flying by.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. The Mavericks fall to the Rockets on the road 110-99 last night. We got our guy Blake Elliott here, so we're going to break things down for you. In this Mavericks loss, another loss without Mr. Luka Doncic. You lose P.J. Washington after 16 minutes of play from him to a knee injury. We will get into the... Yeah, man. We're going to have to use that drop-a-log, so we're not going to have some highlights for a little bit with that knee injury. But we'll get into that here in just a second. The Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, 877-881-1053, where people are using that as an outlet to express their hatred towards me for saying that Quinn Ewers is an overrated quarterback. Even though I did digress that he is probably one of the smartest quarterbacks in all of college football. We don't hear that part. We look past that, Blake. So 214, there you go. I said it again. I hope you're happy.
Honestly, as I told you, I'm not feeling great, but as more texts come in, it's kind of fueling me. It's kind of getting me back to my regular mojo. You know, it's been a very solemn couple days of sleep and darkness and just kind of chilling at the house. You know, I got the sun popping in here. People are texting in. I'm getting a little feisty.
It's beautiful outside.
I know.
Even though it's cold.
So I enjoy doing a night show. You know, you don't get as many texts. You still get texts, but not as many. But
I'll text you.
They're lighting up the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line. So I'm enjoying it. Whether you got positive, negative, you just want to say hi. Maybe you're my manager. Shout out Nestor. I appreciate all of it. So I appreciate whatever you guys are doing today on January 2nd? It's a new year, baby. 2025.
We're 2 days into the new year, and you already forgot what the date was.
I know. Well, it's because we were off yesterday, so I was unplugged.
I will say,
I was unplugged.
I saw a tweet that it was so real yesterday. It was like this Wednesday got a little Sunday to it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it did not feel like a Wednesday yesterday. Probably the no work part, you know, definitely doesn't help that thought process. But I mean, the fact that I just sat there watching football all day too, it made it feel like a weekend. It made it feel like a weekend. And now I'm back here doing radio with you, so it really feels like a weekend now. But no, it is the KNC Masterpiece. We are happy to be here. And coming up on the other side, we're going to do some My Buddy's an Idiot, and I'm looking forward to that one because I've got some stuff to get to there. And apparently I'm an idiot because everybody hates me for my Texas Longhorns hatred, which, I mean, that's okay.
They're a polarizing team.
That's one way to put it.
Yep.
They're underwhelming. But so are the Dallas Mavericks when they're this injured. We mentioned it to open up the segment. They lose to the Rockets, who they're not the Rockets of the past 2 or 3 years. They're a lot more fun to watch. They're a lot better than people realize. You don't really realize how good the Rockets are quietly until your team plays them, and you see what Ime Udoka has gotten out of his guys because, I mean, they were talking about it on the broadcast yesterday that, you know, you look at this roster and it's confusing why people don't see what they see until you actually sit down and watch a full 48 minutes from them, because you look across their starting five and really across their roster as a whole, first round pick, and a lot of these guys are not much older than you and me, Blake. Like, it's a very, very young team, and they've got 22 wins on the season, which is probably more than I would have expected them to have at this point.
They're in the Western Conference.
Yeah, and that's a team that you actually have to worry about in your conference now, whereas in the past 2 or 3 years, like I mentioned, they've been, you know, scraping down at the, you know, bottom 3 in the West, and they're really good, man. And I know that we've talked about it in the past because he was kind of their one highlight, but guys like Alperen Şengün, he's one of those centers in this league that you just say, look, bless you. He is very raw. He is very young, but he's got a lot of untapped potential. He's one of those fives that can truly turn a game around and dominate a game.
Hey, just ask Daniel Gafford how good Şengün is. I mean, Gafford played 11 minutes, Tolos, and in those 11 minutes, he was a minus 27.
Is that good?
That is only 8 players in the history of the NBA have had a worse 11 minutes. So
I didn't even know that part. I knew that he was bad, but I didn't know that there was only so many players. Yeah, I mean, not a Daniel Gafford hater. Hey, he's a friend of Blake Elliott.
Friend of the program.
Yeah.
I mean, we've met him out in public on those events, had him on the show, so it's nothing personal. I want Gafford to be great. Gafford wants to be great. But unfortunately, he realized how good Şengün is, and I think this also highlights Derek Lively 3 fouls early.
Yeah.
On a minutes restriction. Shows you how important. I don't think one person is more important than the next on the Mavs. We've seen that without PJ Washington, what is the Mavs record? 1-6, 1-5? Not great. We know how important Lively is in that rotation. They had the best plus or minus when Lively is in there versus Gafford. We already know about Luka. We don't need to spend much time on him, what he brings to the team. Kyrie Irving being probably one of the best Robins in the league and kind of alleviating things to the rest of the group. But when you have Najee out, Luka out, Lively on a minutes restriction, Klay Thompson not really being that consistent second or third scorer, like really needing to be set up every night, you get to the point where this Mavs team is right now where out of all the teams that are in the playoffs currently slated, they've been the worst team over the last 10 games, 4-6. Most of the teams 7-3, 9-1 if you're the Thunder, 5-6 at worst if you're the Timberwolves. The Mavs been 4-6, and I'm not going to overreact and say that, oh my gosh, they need to make all these major moves and trade deadline, do this and do that. I just think it's truly, they don't have all their horses right now. I think they are injured. They still, with their top 9 to 10 guys, the guys who you would expect, plus like Grimes and Spencer Dinwiddie, they played under 8 games altogether. Because there's always somebody out. Like, maybe it's not always Luka, but it's PJ. Maybe it's not PJ, but it's Lively. Maybe it's not Lively, but it's Grimes. Maybe it's not him, but it's Najee. Like, there's always been 1 or 2 guys out. They've only had 7 games where kind of that full 9 is there. And that's when they were winning a bunch of games. When they were like 15-2 in their last like 17, they looked like a really good team. Everyone was healthy. So I am not worried about this team. But when you play the number 2 rated defense in the entire league in the Houston Rockets, funny enough, I didn't even know they were a top 12 offensive team. Around 3-point shooting, 2-point shooting, in the paint shooting, everything, they are bottom 5 in the league, the Rockets. But they're still, even in half court, somehow they are still a top 12 offensive rating. And it's because they play really good defense, which leads to easy buckets. They're the number 1 rebounding team in the entire league as far as rebounding rate goes. So they make up for their not great shooting with getting extra possessions and creating turnovers. And the Dallas Mavericks figured that out last night as they fall, what was it, 110-99, something like that?
Yep. And there's a weird like yin and yang here for me when I try to take someone. Is that a one-off or is this going to be a trend? Because I'm accustomed to that when 77 is playing. I'm not accustomed to that when you're pushing the pace without him on the floor. And with 4 generals like a Kyrie Irving, like a Klay Thompson, who surprisingly haven't been shooting the ball with relatively high volume since Luka has been out, which I kind of expected more volume from them. But in turn, it does allow for guys like Quentin Grimes to show out like he did last night. Jaden Hardy getting some reps, and he had a beautiful step-back 3 in last night's game to start a little bit of a Hardy party for a good 30 seconds before I fell back down to reality. But
I want him to be good so bad. I just want him to blossom.
I want him to be a key rotational player on this team, but I ultimately think he ends up being trade bait because he just doesn't fit in anywhere. Now, if you don't go out and make these amazing moves that Nico Harrison has, he probably is catapulted into that rotation a little bit further, but he's got so many talented guys in front of him that he's got the curse of being good at a position that the team is really good at.
Yeah. And Dante Exum hasn't even come back. And we know that
Which
his
is
return.
wild to think.
His return is on the cusp. We've seen the cast come off of his hand. So he's the guy that's going to get back in the rotation. And what have we learned about Jason Kidd in his short tenure so far with the Mavs? He relies on veterans. Why does Maxi Kleber keep getting minutes? If you listen to the Fan After Dark, I probably every show asked that question. I mean, I think he had back-to-back games, 32 minutes and 27 minutes with 0 points. I don't understand why he still gets minutes, but as Fred explains to me, he's a veteran, probably a great practice guy, probably does everything that's wanted. You can kind of say the similar thing for like a Dinwiddie who does score, a Dante Exum. Like they do all the right things. They're not turning the ball over, dribbling off their foot. They might not be as explosive as a Hardy and an Omax that could give you this high ceiling, but they also have a lower floor or an average floor, if you will. They're not going to be messing up, and Jason Kidd relies on those guys. So I expect when Exum is healthy and Kleber is healthy, if they don't get moved, to be getting those minutes over an Omax and Hardy, which I would rather it be Omax and Hardy, but we know how Jason Kidd does his rotations. But I'll ask you this, like, going into this season, there was not a lot of questions as far as what is Jason Kidd going to do? Because before he's always had the excuse of not a great roster, maybe not a second guy, maybe not a good center, maybe not a good defense, 3-point shooting. There really was no excuse this year. Full setup of roster. You've got a deep team. You've got shooters. You got defenders. You got all-stars. You just went to the finals. You got experience. Are you looking at Jason Kidd over this stretch and trying to figure anything out, or is he already kind of proved himself and you're just waiting for the playoffs to come?
I feel like he's already proved himself. I'm looking for like most of my evaluation and where I'm hoping to see improvement or just get a read on something is everybody behind your starting 5. It's the players. It's not the coach. I mean, Jason Kidd and Sean Sweeney have proven time in and time again that they know what they're doing. They have been fantastic for years now. Even when Jason Kidd got what felt like, hindsight's 2020, but an unreasonable amount of hatred 2 years ago. It felt like he always was the right guy for the job. He always knew what he was doing, and he was putting his guys in the right position to win, regardless of what people thought and what they wanted to say. And, you heard it from Michael Malone whenever Mike Brown got fired in Sacramento. He said, look, that's how the NBA works. When they win games, it's because of De'Aaron Fox. And then when they lose games, it's because of the head coach. That's always how it goes. And even without Luka Doncic, there's going to be that corner of the Mavs fandom that's going to say this is on Jason Kidd every single time just because it's easy to cop out and point at the head coach, and that's fine. But I think ultimately when you do get healthy, everything is going to be okay, and you're going to go back to praising everybody on the floor. That being said, people on the floor, we did get a report yesterday that I want to ask you about because I've been meaning to text or call you and just ask in general your feel on this. I posed this question last week with CA. With Luka missing an extended amount of time, and he's going to come back right before or right around, we think, the trade deadline. How does that change your perspective on the trade deadline with him not being able to play, and you could kind of expedite some minutes for a guy to come in. And it doesn't have to be, a Jimmy Butler. It doesn't have to be any kind of, which we know at least according to Pat Riley, that's not happening to any team. But it doesn't have to be that caliber of a move. It could be like one that we got reported by Christian Clark of The Athletic yesterday, that New Orleans Pelicans forward Herb Jones is going to be a target for the Mavericks, though league sources don't know if they're ready to move on from Jones. That's a guy that people are thinking the Mavericks might be interested in as a perimeter defender.
So I'll say this: I'm pretty sure the Mavs are interested in Herb Jones, and the two guys that Pelicans kind of whispers that they want to keep on that Pelicans team is Trey Murphy and Herb Jones. Everybody else is free game. Zion, they're literally actively trying to shop Brandon Ingram. The rest of that team, they're ready to move on from him. Trey Murphy and Herb Jones is the guys that they're trying to keep. And I'm pretty sure the Mavs would be interested in a Herb. I'm interested in Herb. Funny enough, Alec, in the offseason, before Clay was signed, before Grimes was signed, or didn't anyone else, my number one target was Herb Jones. He'd actually come to a Mavs game and was kind of sitting non-discreetly in the bleachers behind the Mavs bench. I think do a little scouting. One of my friends was good friends with him. We kind of chatted a little bit, trying to give him a little nudge. Come on, man. You see how the Mavs are playing. And I thought, great guy. Thought he'd be a great fit. 3-and-D. One of the better first team all defense guy that's going to shoot really well from behind the arc and also create. I thought perfect fit. They ended up getting Clay. I don't know. We're still going to wait to see if that's the perfect fit. My only thing, though, Alec, you're going to have to give up major pieces to get Herb Jones. You're not getting Herb Jones as much as I'd love it. As much as I'd love to move off from Hardy, Kleba, and a second-round pick for him, it's not happening. They're going to want a Daniel Gafford. They're going to want a Q-Dot. They're going to want a Najee Marshall. They're going to want a Clay. I don't know. They're going to want a major rotation piece. They're not just going to be like, give us your 2 rotation pieces that aren't playing and a random second-round pick while we try to rebuild. Not exactly. I'm not saying it's never going to happen, but I wouldn't say it's likely from what other teams are probably going to offer. The Rockets, they got 6-7 dudes that they could offer that's better than that if they wanted to go get a Trey Murphy or a Herb Jones, excuse me. I would love Herb, and as much as it pains me, friend of the program, Gafford was the huge talking point in this because they want a center in New Orleans. The Mavs have tried so hard to get good center play. Mavs fans, before you move off from Gafford, just remember the Dwight Powell days. Remember the Maxi Kleba days. They're going to be playing a bunch. Now, maybe if you do a 3-team trade and you get a center back or free agent buyout market and you get somebody, maybe. But it's just a dangerous game, but I do love some Herb.
There you have it. The Mavericks fall to the Rockets 110-99. They were back in action hosting the Cleveland Cavaliers tomorrow at 7:30 at the AAC. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, 877-881-1053. You're going to need that because it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. If somebody you know has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, let us know. Or maybe they were a Zeke believer. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
We're going to get to My Buddy's an Idiot here in just a moment. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. My name is Alec Medford of the KNC Masterpiece. His name is Blake Elliott of the Fan After Dark. And we got Chris Strong on the ones and twos for you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. And you got one more opportunity, guys, to take a load off with us tomorrow at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson, 12832 South Highway 35. That's right off of 35 West and Rendon Crowley Road. We want to see you there for the Friday football feast. Jerry Jones, 10:30 tomorrow live on the program. There is nothing like watching football at a sports bar, and Buffalo Wild Wings is the sports bar for football season. We'll also have Cowboys giveaways courtesy of Miller Lite. So we want to see you out there in Burleson. But right now, it is time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. If you or somebody you know has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, we want to hear it on the Twitch and YouTube as well, because we got our guy Carter Freeman making us look beautiful as well, so you can get involved there. I've got a few things we can get to here today, but if you missed the big news the other day, Ezekiel Elliott no longer with the Dallas Cowboys.
I haven't been able to talk to you about this. Initial reaction, not even detailed, when you just saw the news on your phone. Were you like, surprised? I laughed. I was like, this is the guy we brought in for good vibes. And it's been nothing but this year.
I think a laugh is probably what I let out too, just because like it was weird. I thought they were so like dug in on that stance that he was there for a reason that they weren't going to do it. But they did it, and they did the whole PR response of, you know, we wanted to give him a chance to land on his feet with a contender, and then he goes unclaimed on waivers. So, you know, it's no hate towards Ezekiel Elliott. I've always been a fan of his. I enjoyed his run after he got drafted. He was really, really good for the team for a long time. He's just not good anymore, and that's fine. That happens to players. You saw it with Jason Witten at the end of his career. You've seen it with various other players who, you know, were tenured with the team for a while and they just didn't really have it anymore. I mean, Zach Martin isn't bad by any means, but you're starting to see him look human for the Dallas Cowboys. Guess what? It's what happens over time. And the reason I say a laugh is fair is because it's almost like we all knew this wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
And
they kept trying to push it, man.
They kept trying to push it. And the reason I knew it wasn't going to work, and, you know, we were even talking about this as recently as last week, me and CA, when we were in here on the KNC Masterpiece, like, they doomed it from the beginning by saying going into training camp it was going to be running back by committee. And that's an omission that you don't have a guy.
Remember Royce Freeman? Wasn't he on the team?
Yeah, he was on the team during training camp. That's a good pull.
The Dalvin Cook days.
Yeah, remember when Dalvin Cook took like maybe 20 snaps? Yeah, that was a good time.
We really had Rico just stuffed. Just like, he's another guy.
Instead of just believing in him, he's finally healthy this year. Instead of just buying in that maybe this dude can carry a full load of being a starting running back, they said, no, let's bring back Zeke Elliott and not draft anybody.
You know, if Rico gets one more yard, he will have the most rushing yards out of any running back for the Cowboys in the last 5 years.
Which is impressive because this is a team that their identity for so long was hard-nosed run game, was running the football behind the Great Wall of Dallas that hasn't been that in so long, but all the national people still act like the Cowboys' offensive line is their number one strength, which is... It couldn't be further from the truth. But the reason I bring this up for my buddy's an idiot is because our buddy who we just cross-talked with earlier, Bobby Belt of the morning show, as soon as Ian Rappaport tweeted that Zeke Elliott did not get claimed on waivers, he is now a free agent, he quote tweeted it with a screenshot of a tweet from Stargazer Sports Media where it was the clip of his father, Stacey Elliott, saying that he would give $10,000 to the person who can show him the film that Zeke Elliott is washed and nothing like his 2016 form.
So what film do we send?
I need to get to work on that because I could use that $10K to put towards the new car.
Do we do like a little montage, maybe weeks 1 through 4?
Yeah, and we could be like one of those YouTube montages. You put some instrumentals under it and everything. Yeah, man.
We show the all 22.
I'll give you different angles.
How does Stacey want it set?
Yeah, like I will. He can't use Venmo for me. If you miss that story, you miss that story. But I mean, I take Zelle. I'll reactivate my Cash App account that I haven't used since like the pandemic when Larry Flores used to go get me McDonald's during the nights. Like I'm telling you, I am ready for that money. Direct deposit. Wire, I'll take a check. That's a little bit old-fashioned, but, you know, he's an older fella. I'll take that. Yeah. So whatever form of payment you want, I'll take $10K wherever I can get it. But, again, it's not so much dunking on Zeke. It's just dunking on the fact that a lot of people had high expectations when I think a lot of us kind of knew that Rico Dowdle would emerge as that guy. I don't think I'm alone in saying that. From the beginning, just because of the story of Rico Dowdle. You know, it was undrafted free agent. All the injuries that he dealt with, but the team just kept keeping him around. They felt like there was something to believe in there. And Jerry even told us, I believe when it was myself and James Tritley a few weeks back after one of Rico's big games, we asked him, like, you know, is he a true running back one in this league? And he said along the lines of, yes, but he mentioned we also kind of changed the game plan with him once we decided to commit to him. He said we're blocking him different now.
So that's improvement.
It's improvement, Jerry, and he wasn't lying. I got to give him his flowers there, you know, especially on this show. We don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but when you actually sit down and watch the games, it definitely does look like they're running the offense a little bit different for him. And it's just a way that is not conducive to what Ezekiel Elliott can give you in 2024, now 2025. So now if a Chargers or a Kansas City Chiefs,
the Alliance,
Alliance, who, you know, they have the David Montgomery question mark, you know, purely as a depth piece, I'll say it right now. There would be nothing that would make me happier than to see him land with the eventual Super Bowl champion, whoever that is, and get himself a ring.
What kind of role do you think he plays? Let's just say the Lions, because they lose David Montgomery. I feel like that's kind of an obvious one of maybe just kind of to be tongue-in-cheek with the Cowboys of like, hey, we're going to take your player that couldn't do anything for you and make him a fun part of our team. What kind of role does he play? Does he quite literally only get 4th and 1 carries? Does he only get up when they're up by 100? Do you think he actually plays a role on any playoff team? Because for me, Zeke this year, 74 carries, 226 yards, just over 3 yards a carry. Actually led the team in rushing touchdowns with 3, and had his longest rush this year was 11 yards.
His role is probably not much of one at all. You know, he's a guy that you hope you don't have to use in any important situations, but I mean, you could see it very akin to what you saw here with the Cowboys this season. Short yardage, you know, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. goal line situation. You could see that. I wouldn't be shocked by that. And especially if he lands with the Lions, let's say, which again, I don't know how realistic it is that he lands with anyone. But if he were just in our fantasy land for fun, Ben Johnson would find a way to get at least one touchdown out of him.
And I think
we would have looked up.
And it would be tongue in cheek. Like he would definitely do it like we're up by 10 and I just want you to show that I can score with anybody. Like he's not going to run him conventionally up the middle, on first down, but it'll be like kind of a trick play, gets Zeke wide open on double end around, fake toss to the lineman, and Zeke's running in for a touchdown, jumping into some kettle or doing the feed me. If anybody could do it, Ben Johnson would do it and kind of just look at the rest of the world like, hey, Cowboys can do it, but I could.
And it's funny because I have a group chat with some of my buddies that includes our guy Ruben Portillo, one of our ace engineers, and they have spent last night into this morning just sending in tweets from whether it's talking heads on podcasts, YouTubers, just social media people that cover the team.
They're in the locker room. They know better than all of us.
Yeah. They definitely know because they got that piece of plastic around their neck. And they were saying, like, I saw one that said Zeke is going to go for 700 yards and 8 scores from a podcaster. Yeah, there's no way you believed in
700 yards. That would be... Man, that would be like 2022 Zeke, who went for 876 on 231 carries.
Yeah, so I've got like a whole list of people. I'm not trying to air anyone out or anything, but I've got a whole list of whether it's media personalities or podcasters, YouTubers that they had high expectations. I see some people on the fan text saying we didn't have high expectations. We just didn't see anything good coming from that running back room in training camp, which is fair. But there actually were people out there that were projecting this man to have double-digit touchdowns and look like he still had something when that was never fair to the team. And that was never fair to him.
And those tweets got some traction. Alec is not pulling up stuff that had one like that was just his buddy down the street. Like these are some media personalities that got some traction on the tweet of them saying how good Zeke is going to be this year.
These are guys that you will see posting content from Radio Row in a few weeks in New Orleans. These are people that you will see at training camp, with credentialed access. So it's not like they're total nobodies. It's people who watch the game just like we do. And I never bought into it, not for a single second. So I'm not trying to put a feather in my cap or anything. I just thought it was strange that people went to war for this decision and made it to be something way bigger than it was. Now it ends in the way that we probably all should have expected. He is now a free agent with 1 week left in the regular season. One more quick thing before we get out of here. Something fun that I saw video of last night after the game at the Rose Bowl between Oregon and Ohio State. They do the big post-game ceremony on the field. They roll out the stage that's on wheels, and they can put together in 30 seconds. It's really impressive how those people get that stuff done so quick. They were letting the players onto the stage, and there was one glaring omission. Ohio State's quarterback Will Howard was not on the stage, and there is a video of security actively not letting him on the stage. And the players had to say, that's the starting quarterback of the team.
Guy. Hey.
Let him on the stage to celebrate this win. So I will say, good on security for trying to earn that check. You were trying to earn it in the wrong places.
And shout out to Tez Johnson, the Oregon receiver, who was waiting after aforementioned Will Howard to finish his press conference before he congratulated him after the game. Apparently, Tez has a great backstory.
Oh, he does.
Adoption
Seriously.
with Bo Nix and whatnot. So
if we've got time for that later in the program, I'll bring that up because there was a situation where he grew up in a not-so-great situation. He was best friends with Bo Nix. His family took him in for one night just to give him a place to stay. He ended up never leaving. And now he's essentially the adopted brother of Bo Nix. So really, really cool. And he plays for Oregon now. So really great backstory there. There you have it. My buddy's an idiot here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. 1 hour down. 3 more to go here on a Thursday, live and local with you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. Coming up next, we'll dip into some gridiron gravy where Aaron Rodgers realizes what we all did weeks, maybe even months ago. Next on The Fan.
Pepper Lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It is the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford here as always. His name is Blake Elliott of The Fan After Dark. We got Chris Strong on the ones and twos. And you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We appreciate you so very much for hanging out with us here today on a cold but beautiful morning here in the mighty Metroplex. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is 877-881-1053. We are live on Twitch and YouTube as well. If you want to hang out with us there, get involved in any and all of our conversations here today. We usually have Mickey Spagnola here, but Mike McCarthy is about to have his press conference, so we will chat with our Cowboys insider at 11:40 here today. AM on the FM coming up here in about 18 minutes or so, as I called it during Crosstalk, the people segment. We will get to that here in just a second, but right now, I think it's time we take a trip around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
And, of course, Gridiron Gravy is brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your house with Rhino Shield? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com today. So, I set it up on the other side by saying, I think Aaron Rodgers might have figured out what we all figured out weeks, if not months ago. Jets' Aaron Rodgers says he's unsure of playing in 2025, and he would not be shocked if this week is his last game in the NFL. During his media availability yesterday, the 41-year-old admitted that he was thinking about whether the Jets' final game against the Dolphins this Sunday would also be his last, saying, quote, "Yeah, of course," before continuing to reflect on his career, which began all the way back in 2005 when I was a whopping 4 years old. Saying, quote, "This game has given me a lot. I've given a lot back to it, and I'm thankful for it. I won't be thinking about that come game day. I'll just be enjoying this. I'm just trying to stay in the moment. But of course, it's been a long career. I'm really proud of what I've been able to be a part of, what I've been able to accomplish, and also looking forward to a nice mental and physical rest." That last sentence to me kind of indicates that on the wrong side of 40, he might be ready to just hang him up and say, look, had the major injury last year. We've had the front office turmoil with Woody Johnson and his son essentially being the de facto GM, the firing of everybody around him, the demotion of his guy, Nathaniel Hackett, trading for Devontae Adams to only win, 4 games after that? Two. I was being generous. Look at that. So I think he's finally having that come to his senses moment where he's like, you know what? There might not be anything left for me.
Yeah, he's not good. I mean, let's just call a spade. And I'm a guy who religiously had Aaron Rodgers rip my heart out in the playoffs of beating whatever team you're rooting for. He would do that until it got to the big-time moments in the conference championships where he would inaugurally fall apart. But Aaron Rodgers, what has kind of been his calling card, no matter...
Ayahuasca.
That too. But it's been the touchdown to interception ratio. I mean, he's had 5 of the best seasons are his touchdown interception ratio. It's always been great. This year, his touchdown to interception ratio, 24 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. Chris Strong, what's the math on that? What is that touchdown to interception ratio? And he can use his calculator. What is that touchdown to interception ratio? Because I know it's not great. I'm not a mathematician.
I'm not a mathematician either, but I'm going to say it's about 2.4, something like that.
I don't think that's good from a guy who's also got the 25th, worst QBR in the league at a sub 50, 48.3. Well, maybe he's got a bunch of yards, Blake. 12th in the league, just at 3,600. Well, I mean, Blake, he didn't have a number one pass catcher. I mean, he asked for Devontae Adams to get there and got him. Garrett Wilson's not too bad at football either. Got him. Wanted Tyron Smith and left tackle. Now he didn't get hurt, but he was there as well. So I just think there's a lot of excuses you can make, but I don't see any of them as valid. He didn't take the offseason serious. He didn't take the regular season serious, and you're seeing the results of it. I think it's time the Jets move on. I think it's time that Aaron Rodgers moves on from football, and it's just the Pat McAfee show. I think he's great on there. I think he should continue doing that, and that's where his career seems to be going.
I knew it was pretty much over for him when a couple of weeks ago he was on McAfee, and he was complaining about people going on ESPN and inflating their ego.
Ryan Clark stuff.
And complaining and stuff while he was literally actively doing the same thing, going on ESPN and complaining and inflating his own ego.
The same guy who released a 3-part documentary about himself?
Yeah, he's never really been much of a team guy, do you think? I wouldn't really label him as that. But I digress. Aaron Rodgers, it sounds like the end is near, and it's not a cryptic message from him. It's the end of his football playing career. I will be interested to see, though, just because, like you said, he is such a polarizing figure, and people will click on headlines that involve his name. What is he going to do next? I have no idea.
My question to you is, do you think another football team takes a chance on him? Because I've tossed this around with Fred. He goes, I could see the 49ers maybe doing it if they don't sign Purdy. Throw out X team that has a good team but doesn't have a great quarterback. Do you see any team taking a chance on him, or do you think if the Jets move on, he's done?
I feel like there's people that, all things equal, would take a look at it, but he's been hurt. He hasn't been available, whether it's physically, not being able to be available, or just, disappearing into the woods for 2 weeks. He is not the team guy that he used to be. Either that or Mike McCarthy in Green Bay was really good at handling him, and we just never heard about the leadership shortcomings, because it doesn't seem like guys want to play for him. It doesn't seem like guys want to play with him anymore. That was not the case in Green Bay. It felt like Green Bay, I wouldn't call it a destination team or program organization, but it definitely felt like people weren't mad if they got a fat contract offer from him or got drafted there, because it's Aaron Rodgers. He will will guys to win. He will get guys to run through a brick wall for him. I think he more so has people wanting to drive into a brick wall, because there's a lot of people that seem to not like being around him. And now the conversation is, if he were to come back next year, would guys like Garrett Wilson even want to play there anymore? Some cream of the crop talent in the NFL, Breece Hall even. How motivated would they be to play over there? I don't think very much. Yep. The LA Rams will be starting Jimmy Garoppolo in Week 18 against the Seattle Seahawks with Stetson Bennett as the backup, Sean McVay said yesterday. So yes, in 2025 now, Jimmy Garoppolo will be starting an NFL game. Did not have that on my bingo card, but here we are nonetheless.
Oh, Jimmy G.
Matthew Stafford will be inactive just for rest. There is no issues there, but the Rams have everything locked up in front of them, so they are not worried about playing key players.
I'm guessing Cooper Kupp's not playing. I mean, he's projected 2 points on my fantasy teams.
Yeah, it looks like every single starter pretty much is going to be all of the important people are not going to be playing for the most part. Speaking of that, for the Philadelphia Eagles, it will be the same case. They put out their practice report yesterday. Pretty much every marquee player, DNP. Reason, rest. And league sources have indicated to The Athletic that Saquon Barkley will not play. So he will not be breaking Eric Dickerson's rushing record this season. He has crossed 2,000 yards. I believe he is one of eight to do that. So he is already in some very legendary company, but he will not get a chance at the record, to which I say I'm totally shocked.
I think he would have needed just shy of 100, I think, to break it. It was something like 90-something.
Yeah, and I'm shocked for one reason and one reason only. It's not because I thought Saquon was going to push forward himself. He definitely is the kind of guy that would be like, let the young guys go get some work. Let them shine. Let's see what they got. He's that kind of a team player. I think that Nick Sirianni is such a loser that he would want to have his name associated to an NFL record. Yep. And then he could go out there after the game and talk about what a job that the staff did to make sure that happened, and what a job, how happy he was when Saquon signed with the team instead of going back to New York or signing with Chicago, who was in the running back market. He's going to find a way to make it totally about himself. And we even talked about it earlier in the week, Will Chambers, Mike Bassick, and I, whenever he said he was going to consult with ownership, with Howie Roseman, with the medical staff and everything to make the right decision. And I said, BS, he is going to look in the mirror and ask if Saquon Barkley is going to play. To which I say, I'll give you your flowers this one time and this one time only, Nick Sirianni. You did the right thing for your team. You have not been doing a lot of good things for your team this year, making yourself the face of the franchise. But this time, you put the ego aside and you did what was best for your football team. Congratulations. You did what all good head coaches should do.
I mean, what happened last year with the Eagles? They started off great, 10-1, and then fell apart at the end of the season, bleeding into the playoffs. This year, they don't start off too hot, kind of wobbly. They even had a little shaky point in the middle of the season with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts kind of having a riff, but they've been one of the best teams over the last couple months. They've lost one game over the last 2.5 months. So they seem to be trending in the right direction, as much as it pains me to say. And we'll have to see if that rust versus rest comes into fruition for this Eagles team, as they'll be, they locked into the 2 seed already. So they'll be playing. Who's their projected matchup in the playoffs? Do we know yet?
We can find out.
NFL,
I don't have the bracket in front of me.
But for Saquon, do you think the Week 17 extra week, it would have been an asterisk on them breaking the record? So kind of he understood, like, hey, you might break the record, but nobody is going to give it its due diligence because there was an extra week. Do you think that played into it at all?
I know Eric Dickerson said himself, no, because you're doing it in 17, which is a weird stance to take when you broke the record in 16 games that was broken in 14 games by OJ. So kind of weird stance to take. But there's at least one person on the planet that would, even though, I'm a born and raised thoroughbred Cowboys fan, I would have loved to see it. And I would have recognized him as the Russian King just because of what a freak season he's had. One, he defied all the odds because everybody thought he was hurt guy, and he stayed healthy this season, stayed on the field, and played every game outside of this Week 18 matchup. And two, what he's done for the running back position as a whole is incredible. It's nothing short of incredible. He's revitalized the thinking that a run game is important. He's brought back life to the idea that running backs in general are worth their value. They are worth paying for. Talents like him don't come around very often. And I was talking to you and Carter before the show. I went down a weird, just random wormhole last night, and I was watching the little docu-series that the Lions made about their draft process. And they were talking about the Jahmyr Gibbs pick. He got drafted way ahead of everybody's mock drafts. And Brad Holmes, the GM, was just like, positions don't matter as much as people think. Whenever a guy can help your team in a very big way, you go get him. He's like, it's that simple. He was like, my thinking has never been, but positional value. This pick is better than this pick because he plays this position. He was like, the only place you really can do that, and it makes sense, is quarterback. And that's at the top of the draft and at the top of free agency. You saw it with the Atlanta Falcons this year, even though it didn't work out, but they did both. They took a quarterback in the draft, and they signed one in free agency.
Shout out Kirk Cousins, man. His agent
is a legend at the bank, man. I need his agent for if I ever make it big in this stuff, because that's going to be a good payday for me. But for Saquon Barkley, I would have recognized him as the true rushing champion. I would have no issue with that. I know there are plenty of people out there that would have, and shout out to the Fantex for doing the math for us. 101 yards is what he needed, which... he probably would have gotten, because it feels like he averages at least that every game, even in games where he starts off slow in the first half.
Or doesn't even play the fourth quarter.
Exactly. Yeah, it's almost like the conversation and the discourse surrounding Ashton Genty this year at Boise State, and they're like, oh, well, upper-level competition, like he wouldn't have beaten the record anyways. It's like, well, he didn't play a lot of second halves, so because he had already gone off for 1 billion yards in the first half. So Saquon's that dude, man. He really is. And I hate that he is in this division and not wearing a star on his helmet, because that means we got to deal with him for a few more years.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to the Giants. Who did they play? The Colts. Shout out to the Colts for letting the Giants score 45 points in a game that did not matter, so that the Giants will no longer have the number 1 pick, which means they can't go get a franchise quarterback. Thank you, Colts. Thank you, Giants.
Drew Lock, man. Who would have thought? In the Lord's year of 2024.
When I saw they had 45, I literally was like, what are they doing?
No, my favorite part was whenever Malik Neighbors scored there towards the end of the game and the home crowd was booing him for scoring. They were booing their own team for scoring because the fans had realized this is going to hurt our draft plans. So there you have it. That's our trip around the NFL with some gridiron gravy. Coming up next, it's time for the People segment. AM on the FM is coming your way. We got the question of the day, plus Joe Mazzulla is still a national treasure. Next on The Fan.
V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
AM on the FM is coming your way here in just a moment. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer the question of the day whenever we get there. Here in just a moment, Alec Medford and Blake Elliott with you here on the KNC Masterpiece today. We got our Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola coming up on the other side, plus Kyle Yeomans of DallasCowboys.com at the usual 1 o'clock spot on a Thursday. Even though Corey Majors isn't here, we will still have one of our favorite guests here to talk all things Cowboys Commanders, Zeke Elliott's release, and the offseason that lies ahead. But right now, I think it's time for the people segment. I think it's time for some AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Joe Mazzulla is a national treasure. You're going to hear from him here in just a little bit on AM. On the FM, you haven't done this in a while, have you?
I have not. A great intro, by the way. Great intro.
Chris hasn't done this in a while. I mean, like it feels like this is like a rebirth for us.
It's a reunion.
It's a reunion.
Truly.
I mean, I haven't heard the words young and guns together in a while. So, it feels nice to be back with one of the OG weekend crews here. Look at this.
Is this like OG Fortnite coming back?
Pretty much, yeah. It's got that same nostalgia feel because, I mean, we were just talking to the 3-time Hall of Famer CA who was in the building earlier, and he was like, it sounds like y'all haven't missed a beat. And it's like, well, it's like riding a bike when I'm with Blake Elliott, but sometimes that bike gets a flat tire and then the chain breaks, and then, because he's Blake Elliott.
And we have to get on each other's back for a ride.
Huh.
If the bike breaks, how else are we going to get home?
That's a good point. I mean, we could just walk.
You don't. But what if my leg was crippled? You don't think you'd put me on your back?
You're not going to let Blake on your bike, Alec?
Yeah.
That's messed up.
The bike is broken for one, and I don't think I have the mechanical skills to fix it.
So at that point, I'm also hurt because you said I got a flat tire. My knees cooked.
Would you get launched off of it?
Yeah. Are you going to let me get on your back to get me home? Or are you just going to make me walk?
I mean, how tall are you?
We'll say, we got any lady listeners right now? We'll say 6'2".
Don't you have a girlfriend?
I was just being funny. Yeah, 6'2".
I'm 5'7". I'm not carrying you on my back. I'm sorry.
I think you could make it work.
I'm strong enough. Like, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
But I'm not doing that. No, the roles have to be reversed.
I'll call an Uber for y'all.
Thank you.
I'll be the homie.
See, it's that simple. Why did your mind not go there first?
I was thinking we were in the desert. I wasn't really thinking there was vehicles.
Why would we be in the desert on a bicycle?
Name a desert, Blake.
Sahara.
Oh,
there you go. I'm proud of you.
Mojave.
Is that in Colorado or Denver?
Mojave is also the largest dessert.
Tiramisu.
In the western U.S. By the way, just everyone wondering.
Is there like a molten chocolate lava cake in the middle somewhere? Or
no,
chili stop?
No mojitos there.
The question of the day today is based on one of the national holidays that I still have no idea why or if these are actually real.
Yeah, these are all fake.
But nationaldaycalendar.com says it is National Science Fiction Day. So I ask you two gentlemen and the Tolos out there, each and every one of you, I need to hear from you. Twitch and YouTube too, please. What is your favorite science fiction film of all time? I could go super broad and say books and video games included. We're going to narrow it down. Your favorite sci-fi film is blank. 877-881-1053 before we hear from the greatness that is Joe Mazzulla.
Okay, so I think first of all we have to narrow in what a sci-fi film is. Okay, so
it is scientific and it is fictional.
Are we counting Harry Potter?
Sure.
Okay. Are we obviously Star Wars? I feel like that's like the sci-fi.
No, that's not sci-fi. Blake. No.
Yeah, if Harry Potter is sci-fi, then Star Wars is not.
Are we being for real? Y'all aren't joking with me? You don't think Star Wars is sci-fi?
I'm running bits on you.
Yeah,
okay,
we're doing
okay,
bits.
okay.
Harry Potter is not.
Harry Potter's not?
Harry Potter's not a sci-fi.
That's my point. Why is it not? It's obviously fiction. We're walking through walls.
Because you believe anything I say.
It's a fantasy.
Yeah.
But isn't that what fiction is? Fiction, fantasy. They're walking through walls and they're waving their wands. I love Harry Potter, but I don't know. I guess I don't know what sci-fi is. Star Trek. That's sci-fi, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, does it just have to be space? Is that the only thing that makes it sci-fi?
Yeah, kind of.
Because Harry Potter is also just Star Wars and Star Trek and the same thing, but they're in London. They're in Europe.
Jeez.
Right?
That's a stretch.
You've got a computer in front of you. You can look these things up.
What is considered sci-fi?
Because I will tell you my single favorite sci-fi film is, and I know it's like, just in terms of movies being movies, it's not the best of this franchise, but it's nostalgic for me, is Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. That is my favorite sci-fi film of all time, and I know it's not even the best Star Wars movie in terms of just movie quality, but I will never forget, because, you know, I'm young enough to where pretty much, all the original 6 were out by the time I could even appreciate what was going on, and I watched them in order. So I thought that Anakin was the next greatest thing. I thought he was going to be the face of the Jedi Order. And then my little, I don't know, maybe 10, 12-year-old heart was shattered when I saw him walk into the class full of younglings, and they all ceased to exist after he was done with them. So, that was kind of like, for me, growing up as a wrestling fan, that was like the biggest heel turn ever. Was Anakin turning to the dark side.
Shout out to Anakin. Well, I'll be smitten, darn tootin', befuddled. You guys were right. Harry Potter is not considered science fiction. It's classified as fantasy literature.
It's almost like Chris Strong knows a thing.
Yeah, breaking news sponsored by BetQL.
Fantasy typically involves magical elements, mythical creatures, and supernatural events which are prevalent through the Harry Potter books. Wow. I mean, I wasn't really like dying on this hill. I didn't know. But so is there a lot of fantasy movies? Like
there's tons. Like, we're getting some in on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. The 682 agrees with me. Star Wars, specifically Revenge of the Sith. Let's see. We got more. I see the Terminator. Geez, from the 972. That's considered sci-fi, Blake.
Yeah,
because it's unrealistic.
Robots,
yes,
and stuff.
Yes, so stuff like that. Because the 682 asked if it is considered sci-fi. Yes, it absolutely is.
What about Interstellar?
Yeah.
Oh, that's my number one, by the way.
Okay, that's my number one too.
Really
Yeah, I love
movie.
Interstellar.
There's no nostalgia built in for it, but it's definitely better than the movie I said.
Yeah, we were talking Texas. I mean, Matthew McConaughey. Holy crap, in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
And it was recently re-released in theaters, so a bunch of people went to go see it because it's that dang good 10 years later.
A great score, too. The music in it, fantastic. Fantastic. Aliens 2 from the 817, Lord of the Rings from 214.
What about the Terminator? Does that count?
We just said that, Blake.
Okay. All right, just shut up.
Just said that.
Huge Internet Explorer today.
From the 214, King Kong. That's probably my father texting in.
Planet of the Apes?
Yeah. Planet of the Apes. If Alex Solis was here, he would be pounding the table and making monkey noises in the back with Carter Freeman. And I would be wickedly uncomfortable. Forbidden Planet from the 817 and from the 682. Blake's on something. And I fully agree. So
Back to the Future. That's sci-fi, yes? Is it?
I like how you're having to validate everything with us.
Well, I'm not even going to act like I'm coming up with this on my own. I'm looking up a list right now. Blade Runner? Never even heard of that movie.
Bro's looking at a top 10 sci-fi movie. Looking at us. Is that sci-fi?
Are you on IMDb looking at like the highest rated sci-fi films or something?
This is IMDb top 100 sci-fi movies of all time. Number one, no one said it, funny enough. The number one movie that they got on here with an 8.3 score, 2001, A Space Odyssey.
That's so dang good.
That is the number one
gold, but gold.
Yeah, that one's good. I've only watched it maybe twice, so I probably don't appreciate it as much as most people, but definitely a good movie.
What about the Alien series?
Yeah, definitely mentioned that already.
You did
Blake.
mention, yeah.
Okay. My ears are clogged.
From the 254 Transformers. Big Transformers guy because in high school I had the yellow Bumblebee Camaro. And
Transformers 1, if you know, you know. Best movie of all
absolutely.
time.
Yeah, before Shia LaBeouf, fell from grace. And there's definitely a certain scene towards the beginning of the movie that, all kids from like ages 10 to 15 were definitely in love with. Yeah. So keep those coming in. Your favorite sci-fi films, 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube as well. I got to run this because I was scrolling on TikTok last night out of pure boredom, as one does. And I saw this come up from NBC Sports Boston. It's just a post-game presser from a few days ago with the head coach of the Celtics, Joe Mazzulla. And this is a little bit of a long clip, but I need you to hear what an amazing answer he gives to a pretty good question from a local reporter and how dumbfounded he is by this concept.
Joe, it seems like when people are struggling to make threes or, missing shots, it's like, okay, they're in a slump. But when it's defense or rebounding or things like that, it feels like, okay, people are, players are being lazy or not.
Oh, man, that is the most profound statement in my 3 years, is what you just said. The most profound statement of all time. Yes, it is so easy to blame effort as opposed to just make a shot.
So I'm wondering...
our expected defense is number 1 in the last 10 games, and our layup percentage defense is number 1 in the last 10 games. And our expected points per shot defense is like number 3 in the last 10 games. But you know what our three-point percentage is?
Not
28th. So, man, me and you are just going to grow in our relationship together. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, yes. God, man, finally. We do have to play better, though, on both ends of the floor. But go ahead.
You kind of answered it, but I was just wondering if you feel like maybe that sometimes that can be overlooked as like you're not in sync on other ends of the floor. Like maybe you're trying to get rebounds, but you're not, you're out of rhythm or that sort of thing.
Let me be very clear. There's 10 to 12 possessions a game where we absolutely have to be better on the defensive end of the floor. I want to make sure I'm 100% clear of that, but it is very, very easy when things aren't going well to blame defense, effort, and it's very, very hard to let your brain or your heart rest in. We just got to be better offensively, and so you have to fight those two things. But we got to be better on both ends of the floor. But you just, like I said, most profound statement in 3 years.
Last question, Bobby.
Joe, you mentioned try to follow that one up, Bobby. Because I'm sure
I try my best.
I'm sure you won't.
Yeah, I've been in the press conference with Mazzulla.
He's a character.
It's not for the faint of heart. It's not for the, hey, it's my first day on the job and I'm going to ask a question to get my name out there. Because I have been in the room where Mazzulla has made reporters rethink their job. I've had him where he's congratulated reporters and kind of almost, it's like a little bit, you don't even really know what to say. Like, you are the smartest person I have ever heard. And you're kind of like, sure, okay. And also the flip end of like, why are you asking a question? How did you get in here? So if you're going to be a reporter in that room with Mazzulla, you better be on your P's and Q's, understand what kind of response you might get. Because I feel like a lot of people don't do that. And they're reporting, they ask a question that they want to hear, but they don't think, what is this person probably going to say? Like,
sure.
Oh, why did they do X, Y, and Z? And it's like, okay, well, why do you think we did that? Yeah, we purposely lost the game. We missed all those threes and we wanted the other team to win. Is that what you wanted to hear? Like, you got to understand who you're talking to and what response you will get. And shout out to that reporter, because Mazzulla will love you up if he asks a good question.
I love in the middle of it where he's just like, God, our relationship is just going to grow from this point. The funny thing is he's such a genius when it comes to basketball. Like, he is one of the most knowledgeable coaches.
He's a real deal nerd.
Like, he knows. You heard him list off the stats, and if you go watch the video, he was not looking off of a piece of paper. He was doing that off the dome. Like, he is just hell-bent on being a great basketball coach, but at the expense of being a total weirdo, which is fine because it's entertaining and it's fun. But then you watch the clips, like you were saying, where, it might have even been the same reporter, I think, where she was like, what do you think about the new jerseys that y'all are rolling out? He's like, I like them. She was like, what do you like about them? He's like, they say Celtics on them.
Yeah.
Like,
he's unapologetically himself.
Yeah, which I will give him credit for that, because sometimes they'll, switch up and they try to be something they're not. Joe Mazzulla has been that guy, that same person forever. And I will air as many post-game, pre-game, radio hits, clips as I can of him, because he is just gold and he is my spirit animal. Because, one day I will be in a high enough platform where I can just be a total weirdo like him and everybody will just love me for it. Kind of like you said.
Wins changed everything. If he was the
Oh,
Pistons coach.
Oh, yeah. Man, if he was the Kings coach, he would have been fired 2 weeks ago. There you have it. That's AM on the FM right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Alec Medford. His name is Blake Elliott. We will be joined by Mickey Spagnola here in just a moment. Our Dallas Cowboys insider going to get the latest scoop on the Cowboys and everything surrounding the team here in just a second. Do want to remind you that we are going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings tomorrow for our Friday football feast. That is 12832 South Highway 35 West and Rendon Crowley Road. We will be out there hanging out with you and taking a load off, as we always do each and every Friday during the football season. Very excited for that. But, Blake, we're talking about a lot during the break, and we can get to some of those conversations because you mentioned we still have a lot of NFL stuff to get to during the expressway when we go 35 minutes uninterrupted to the top of the hour next hour. But right now we are joined by our Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, how's it going? Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, Mike was a little late, and so made me a little late.
Yeah, gee, that's a shocker. Did he have anything interesting to say today heading into the final game of the regular season?
Well, he didn't want to tip his hand on who's the starting quarterback going to be. He said it's a competitive situation, so... still trying to win that last game and wasn't ready to divulge anything. But, don't you think, he's got to start Trey Lance, right?
Yeah, it feels like at this point you've got nothing to lose, and you got to at least see what he can do. And for the purposes of, if you do think that Cooper Rush is going to be your backup quarterback again next year, don't you want to try to keep him out of harm's way?
But... See, and so here's the other part of that, is both of them are free agents.
Yeah.
So, do you want to expose them and they play well, and then it costs you more to try to re-sign one or both?
Sure.
Or do you do what they did for Zeke and do him a solid and give the young guy a chance to go out and, get a game under his belt to maybe show even himself what he can do. So, yeah, I think there's two different ways to think about, what you do for the final game that, now that, there's, I guess winning is something to gain, but from a tangible standpoint, you're not going to finish above 500. You're not going to make the playoffs. So, yeah, I know what I would do, but I don't know what they would do.
And you mentioned his name, and we got to ask a little bit about Ezekiel Elliott. Obviously, not a huge role with the team this season, and the reason that they gave makes perfect sense for him to try to land on his feet with a contender. But did you see the release coming? Because I thought they would just keep him around to the end of the year and let him decide in the offseason. Did you see?
You know what? And the funny thing is, after it dawned on us, I think, after we did our podcast that day, it was like, well, what if they do that and give him an opportunity to hook on with a team that's going to the playoffs?
Sure.
And, the more we thought about it, it's like, well, that makes sense because, you're not going to bring him back next year, right? And chances were, and it did, he cleared waivers, right? So now anybody could, one of the 14 teams that are going to be in the playoffs, if you want to buy an insurance policy, you could sign him to the practice squad, right? And not cost you a heck of a lot of money.
Yeah.
And then, if you suffer an injury, you elevate him to the 53 if you need him on game day. So you really have nothing to lose. And, my thinking was his agent had to do some reconnaissance, right? You got to call around and say, hey, if he was available, would you consider this, right? You got to make 14 phone calls. And so the fact that they asked to be let go must meant that he thought somebody might take that chance and do it, or they just wait to see if they suffer an injury, and it's like, well, if I can get an experienced running back, to help out if I'm short, then let's bring him on. So I thought it was nice of the Cowboys to let him do it, and I'm thinking they must have thought there was a chance somebody would be shopping.
Mickey, Blake Elliott, first time getting the pleasure to speak with you. First of all, I got to say, wherever you are broadcasting from, your mic sounds impeccable. Great audio we're getting from you, Mick. And then secondly, when it comes for guys that actually will be playing for the Cowboys this Sunday, who are some guys you're still looking at, kind of giving you a reason to watch this football game? Like you said, not going to be making the playoffs, not going to be above 500. You can expect maybe some key players to be out of this one. Who are you still looking at to maybe make a last-second impact as far as it bleeds into next season?
Well, to answer your first question, we have a great hookup here at the Star. Back to you guys. Maybe we get maybe see a little bit of Deuce Vaughn and more than just a carry here or a carry there. Maybe give him a series or something like that. I think that would be interesting to find out. Without CD playing, Brandon Cooks, we'll see how much he plays, but we've been seeing the young guys, right? That's the thing I've been saying. Everybody wants to see the young guys. Well, one of the reasons they might be in the situation they're in right now is because they've been forced to use all these young guys because of injuries. So I don't know that anybody's been sitting out and hasn't had great opportunity to play. Maybe you play, some of the younger, but they've been playing the younger guys on defense all season long. I don't know that we're going to, get a bigger chance. Maybe, Flournoy gets more snaps than normal in the game. But they've been playing all those wide receivers, right? And so, yeah, really the only other position that, you look at is quarterback, running back. They've been playing all the corners. They didn't have enough corners hardly to finish the last game, right? Which got them in trouble when they had to play Andrew Booth. Linebackers, they've played them all. Defensive ends played them all. So, yeah. I don't, you only get to have 48 eligible to play. So, maybe some of the guys play a heck of a lot more than normal. I'm sure Micah wants a play so he can get his half a sack and get to 10 to, have 4 consecutive seasons with double-digit sacks. I'm sure that's important to him. Kevontae Turpin, probably important to him that he can keep his kickoff return average up to set the Cowboys single-season record. And he would have to have a big return to set the NFL record that's been standing since 1970. He's like less than like a yard and a half, 2 yards behind the record, which is 35 point something. He's at 33. So, but other than that, I don't know how much more you can see because you've been seeing it. And unfortunately, you're sitting there at 7-9.
And I think we're all on the same page with the Trey Lance stage. We want to see him playing. Why he only got in with 2 minutes in that Eagles game baffles me. Hopefully we see more of him in this final game. But you mentioned Kevontae Turpin. You mentioned the receivers. I don't know if you had a chance to see this quote by Saad Youssef of The Athletic kind of talking to Kevontae Turpin last game and to summarize it for the most part, Turpin was just saying he thought there'd be more downfield throws, some more action to the receivers, but it was pretty much just running the ball and short concepts to the receivers, and they were a little disappointed because they wanted to show what they were worth outside of CeeDee Lamb. When you hear things like that, does that make you feel any differently about how this staff is utilizing the receiver room or just the offense in general, or do you kind of already have your mindset on how this coaching staff has worked this year?
No, I think a lot of that had to do with their worrying about their inability to block Philadelphia's front.
Gotcha.
Like, we got to get the ball out of our hands quick, right? And if I had any criticism, 3rd and 1, and you're still in the ball game, and you threw a deep pass that ended up being incomplete because the wide receiver was looking the wrong way, right? And he just talked today about the reason he called that on 3rd and 1 is because he had a 4th and 1 call ready to go, and then they didn't use it. So, and there was your shot down the field, and it didn't work. So I think the game plan was, let's keep it short. Let's make sure we protect the quarterback. Let's make sure we don't turn the ball over. And as it turned out, they turned the ball over 4 times, right? And 2 of them were interceptions that were not wise decisions by Cooper Rush.
Mickey, we appreciate the time as always. We will do it again tomorrow.
Carry on, guys.
Appreciate the time. There he goes, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan, our Cowboys insider. And I like that point that you brought up about Kevontae Turpin, because I did see that quote, and I didn't really read into it until you brought it back up again. I'm not reading into it too much still, but the idea that he thought, maybe there will be a little bit more downfield stuff, which would have been fun just to see. I mean, I even asked Jerry about it last week with Jonathan Mingo. You know, it was like it was 15% tongue in cheek asking him, but like, he's a big dude that his route tree is almost exclusively downfield.
Hey, good run blocker.
Exactly. So I was like, maybe they try going vertical a little bit more. I'm not saying every play, because Cooper Rush isn't Mr. Arm talent. Nobody's ever mistaken him for that. But it's interesting to think that even the receivers at some point thought, we got to move the ball downfield. We got to take a shot here and there. So good stuff there by Blake Elliott. My name is Alec Medford. He is Blake Elliott of The Fan After Dark. We got Chris Strong on the 1s and 2s. And coming up next, we enter our number 3 with some NFL overreaction or reality. Is this Cowboys' favorite? Is his career done? 877-881-1053. We'll talk about that next here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's a Young Guns takeover of the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford of the KNC Masterpiece. His name is Blake Elliott of The Fan After Dark. And we got Chris Strong on the ones and twos. For you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener, you are just about 19 minutes and change away from the expressway. We go uninterrupted to the top of the hour. All kinds of sports content to get to, including the interesting conversation that Blake and I had before the show about the future of J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings. Intrigued to talk about that coming up here in just a little bit. Plus, we'll do some Dallas Cowboys and Dallas Mavericks New Year's resolutions coming up during the expressway as well. But right now, I do have some NFL overreaction or reality for each and every one of you. 877-881-1053 to answer these questions along with us. I'm going to start with the Cowboys. We talked a little bit with Mickey Spagnola about said player. NFL overreaction or reality: the football playing career of Ezekiel Elliott is done. And we all know that it was a very uninspiring season from him because a lot of people levied expectations that we dove really deep into earlier in the show about some unfair expectations on him and towards the team, just on what he can and should be doing for the team, lead ultimately to his release. He's on a really cheap contract, so you think, maybe someone will pick him up on waivers, for a playoff run. Nope, didn't get claimed. He's a free agent, and there's no rumblings or anything about him potentially signing with another team. So I say it's reality. I think the playing career of Ezekiel Elliott is done. In my mind, I don't see another team giving him a flyer or anything. Like Mickey said, might not be a bad idea to pick him up as, on the practice squad as he said, an insurance policy, and then you elevate him from the practice squad and you don't have to pay him really anything. It would make sense, but at this point in time, I don't think anybody does it.
I don't think he gets on another team. I don't think he plays meaningful football anymore because I think no team would have signed him this offseason if it weren't for the Cowboys and doing it just out of love for their boy Zeke. So I'm going to go with nonfiction. I think this is reality.
NFL overreaction or reality. We go across the NFL now. I want to go to the AFC. Talk about the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh gosh, that's my team, my boys.
Oh, so you're a Bengals fan?
You see that sticky note up there? They were 1-4. I said the 1-4 Bengals would make the playoffs, and they're 1 week away.
Well, that actually ties in perfectly to this question I have for you. NFL overreaction or reality: the Bengals will miss the playoffs, and they are about to embark on a team overhaul.
Nope.
And what do I mean by that? The first part is pretty simple. They're not going to make the playoffs. 2, they have a lot of questions with their roster construction, and I'll even say it, a lot of people have said it, it's nothing new, their head coach. Zach Taylor has had some blunders in his tenure there. A very talented team with a very bad defense. Probably should have more wins on the season than they do, because if they're even one game over 500 right now, Joe Burrow is probably the MVP of the NFL this season. With the otherworldly stats he has put up this season and the way he has carried that team on his back, Zach Taylor might be on his 9th life as the Bengals coach after Cincinnati outlasted Bo Nix and the Broncos on Saturday. He opted to go for it on 4th down twice early in the game and nearly mismanaged the end of that game before they measled out with a win. And then you talk about some of the other decisions they're going to have to make regarding T. Higgins. T. Higgins is due for a contract, and he's kind of pulled the Micah Parsons route, saying, I don't have to be the highest paid at my position. I just want to win. And something interesting that might help, I think, is he switched agents and now has the same agent as Jamar Chase, who got a massive contract from the Bengals with said agent. So there could be a world where they have to get rid of T. Higgins because of salary cap reasons, Joe Burrow taking up a big chunk of that, and there could be a situation where they miss the playoffs and Zach Taylor gets fired. NFL overreaction or reality?
It's an overreaction. The Bengals are going to win against the Steelers this weekend. The Broncos are going to choke and lose. The Bengals then will make it to the playoffs. And like you mentioned, them having that same agent, Jamar and T. Higgins, they're going to find a way to make it shake. T. Higgins is going to take a little bit of a pay cut. Understand that this is a team he's got the best chance of being a star and winning on. And the Bengals will stay pat. Now, I do think there has to be some tertiary moves to be made around the exterior of the team, whether that be the O-line, the defense. Oh, my gosh. It seems like all the good offense this year have no good defense to back them up. Zach Taylor, that's still kind of up in the air. I'm not completely sold on him, but I'm not calling for his job yet. So I think there is some things that need to change. I do not think it'll be within the offensive core of T. Higgins, Jamar, and Burrow, and they will make the playoffs. And I think whoever they play in the first round, they'll upset them and win.
Ooh.
Which will be the Bills, I guess, right? It's almost set. That'd be the Bills.
And for the fun of it, and from the 940, the Dolphins also have to lose for the Bengals to make it.
I have to check the tiebreaker on that because I don't think that's true.
I thought there was another game that they're dependent on.
I know for sure if the Broncos win, they're in. I do know that. And then if the Broncos lose, the Dolphins and Bengals have a chance. But I think the Dolphins have already kind of punted on their season. They're playing Snoop Huntley.
Let's see. The Bengals do need some help, it seems. Next steps for Cincinnati involve two teams losing on Sunday.
Okay.
One of them is the Broncos, who are going against the Chiefs, a team that can rest its starters. Yeah. So that's already tough. And they need the Dolphins to lose.
So if the Dolphins and Bengals both win, then the Dolphins have the tiebreaker over them? Because they both had the same amount of wins. They're both 8-8. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So they definitely need some help.
Well, Dolphins are going to lose anyways. They're playing Snoop Huntley.
Yeah, but there's a lot of weird games this week where you have backup quarterbacks and stuff. It's a really ugly week of NFL games. There's a couple that are really important, like Sunday Night Football with the Vikings and the Lions. But there's not many teams that still have anything to play for.
Dolphins are playing the Jets, too.
Which I can't even tell you how that game's going to go. That ugly.
That's a crazy way to end the season.
But we were talking about clock mismanagement, game mismanagement, just a second ago with Zach Taylor. NFL overreaction or reality, Raheem Morris cost the Falcons a trip to the postseason. And I say that because they had their best chance to win the NFC South and reach the postseason if they beat the Washington Commanders on Sunday Night Football. They failed to do that. Morris should have called the first of his 2 timeouts remaining in regulation after Michael Penix found Darnell Mooney on the first play of their final drive of the game. Instead of keeping at least 30 seconds on the clock, the Falcons ran their second play with 17 seconds remaining. They found themselves at their own 44-yard line for 3 plays before calling a timeout when the play clock expired. Then they needed to kick a 56-yarder, which they missed, as time expired despite a pass interference call. So NFL overreaction or reality, Raheem Morris costed the Falcons a playoff spot.
It's not the first time he's done this. He's done this before this season. It's had bad clock management. It happened in the first half of this game, happened in the second half to end the game as well. For some reason, he went to the first half with 3 timeouts in his pocket. I don't know if he thought they'd carry over, but they don't, Raheem, just letting you know. Bad clock mismanagement, especially... Why do we see the bad clock management with the young quarterback? Why is that always apparent? We saw this with Caleb Williams and Eberflus, the end of that Lions game. Like, if you're going to have bad clock management, you're doing it with a veteran quarterback. It's like, hey, in your head, you might not say this publicly, but you're like in your head, you're thinking, hey, my quarterback who's very smart is going to call a timeout or going to spike the ball or going to get the ball out of bounds. I don't have to really think for him. With a rookie quarterback, you have to have the training wheels still on. You still have to be, hey, this guy maybe doesn't realize the moment. Let me have a timeout ready. Let me have a second timeout ready. Let me let him know exactly what we're going to do. I don't know how many more times we're going to watch a rookie quarterback or a very young quarterback and the head coach is looking just as dumbfounded on the sideline, mouth open, just like, man, sure would be nice if you called a timeout right now. You called a timeout. What are we doing? So, yes, Raheem Morris cost his team a playoff spot. I said that the Falcons would lose out to end the season 0-2 the last couple, and the Buccaneers would win out and win that division, and I think that's what's going to happen because the Falcons going Falcon.
I just want to know why in the year of 2024, now 2025, why are professional head coaches still screwing up end-of-game situations with the game clock?
It's not even an overcomplicated one. It's not like, oh, we got to do this and time out here. And
this one made perfect sense. It felt like a linear path to avoiding overtime, but instead you ask your kicker in a very important spot to kick a 50-plus yarder, and he misses, and then you lose the game. I don't understand why in this day and age, with all of the technology we have, with all of the analytics, and everybody talks about that. Everybody and their mother wants to say, oh, the analytics guy upstairs is telling them to go for it here and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that stuff is 100% true. Why do they not have a guy buzzing the head coach saying, take a timeout? Why is the offensive coordinator or the defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator even, if they are experienced enough, if they've been around, and really you don't need to be the smartest guy on the field to say, we are under a minute and we have 2 timeouts left. Take one. You just completed a pass over the middle of the field and the clock is still running and you could have had 30-plus seconds left. Instead, now you have 17 with 2 timeouts. You don't get to take that timeout with you to overtime. You don't get to put it in your back pocket, take it home, and bring it with you and have 4 timeouts in the first half of your next game.
And that's a young team across the board. It's not like there's many veterans even outside of Penix. Bijan's a young guy, Drake London, Pitts. Like, there's not like, we've got all this experience. Like, you got a bunch of young guys in a huge moment to get a playoff spot, and you're just, I don't know, trying to be too smart, trying to be too cute. I don't know. Maybe Raheem Morris can explain that one day, but too many faults for a team that needs to win, and you would hope that their coach could help them climb out of that.
Yeah, and from the 9-4-0, Kirk Cousins cost them the playoffs by playing awful most of the year, which all in all, yes, that ended up being the biggest failure in the NFL, outside of maybe the New York Jets experiment, everything that they had going on there. Ultimately, Kirk Cousins is the biggest disappointment in the NFL, which I hate saying because it's easy to root for that guy, but he just has been a traffic cone in the pocket. He's not mobile. Like he's what everybody says is Chris Paul is in the NBA. He is literally a cone in the pocket, only works exclusively from the gun and cannot move. But they kind of got a little bit of a breath of life from Michael Penix, and it seemed like that offense was rolling with him. So you got to reward them with good coaching decisions after that. And that's a one game, one situation where you could have propelled yourself into a very beneficial situation for your young quarterback to get some meaningful reps. Now you're scratching and clawing, hoping for something else to happen away from your team to help you out. And now this could end up being a very pointless game, all in all. NFL overreaction or reality, the Raiders and Giants will regret their late season wins. And at this point, I'm just going to ask, does any team want the number 1 pick? Yeah, it feels like nobody wants the number 1 pick this year because they keep winning and costing themselves the number 1 pick. Like, do you not want, a Shedeur Sanders? Do you not want Cam Ward? Teams that have no quarterback for the long-term future are winning games that they don't need to be winning. And look, I understand. You saw it from the Giants players after their win against the Colts. They were literally verbally saying, screw your number 1 pick. Like, we are out here playing for our jobs. We are playing for each other. We are playing, some of those guys, for our careers, And I get that. But if you're the front office, especially John Mara, the owner of the Giants, he's got to be kicking himself that they won that game because you saw from Hard Knocks, over the offseason how hurt he was when Saquon left. And he said he's our most popular player. We can't let him go to the division rival, and he does just that. So now you got to think, if you're the owner of the Giants, like, we got a chance to draft a really popular guy. And this is going to be nice. We're going to boost jersey sales, and maybe it'll expedite a little bit of a rebuild here. Nope, you're not going to have that choice anymore. And same for the Raiders, who it looked like Shedeur Sanders for a while was kind of telegraphing he wanted to play there.
Can I give you an interesting stat that I was looking at when we were doing that Kirk Cousins?
Entertain me.
How many passes outside of the pocket the entire NFL season do you think Kirk Cousins completed this season?
5.
Outside.
5.
Less.
Are you serious?
3.
That's criminal. We talked about his agent being a legend at the bank. He's more than a legend. Like, he is the bank.
So instead of calling people pocket passers or scarecrows or whatever, we just call him Cousins now. He's looking real Cousins back there. Doesn't want to move from the pocket, Jim.
Such a Kirk.
Such a Kirk. I mean, to complete 3, I mean, you've only had to attempt maybe like 6 or 7, right? I would assume it's not even much more than that.
No, what would be hilarious is that's all he attempted. So he was perfect outside the pocket.
Just say
just 3 times.
100% outside the pocket. Don't ask me how many attempts, but 100% outside the pocket.
That is amazing. I'm glad you mentioned
Currently
that.
slated with the number 1 pick is the Patriots.
Which is interesting because they have a quarterback on a rookie contract. So if I'm Elliot Wolf, the guy who's running things out there now, even though it's like he's got the GM title, but he doesn't, it's a weird situation. I move on from that pick. I trade it. I get a ton of assets back. And just like I said a second ago, you expedite that rebuild with a bunch of picks.
Do you try to make deal with the Browns, who have the 3rd slated pick? It goes Titans, Browns, Giants, Jags. I think the Browns could be real desperate to get that number 1 pick maybe and get a Shedeur.
I don't know if the Browns are going to go quarterback because they just restructured Deshaun's deal.
You're right. Maybe the Giants, even though they've messed themselves up, now they're going to have to trade back up to 1.
Someone's going to be desperate enough. You just saw it a couple years ago with Carolina.
Yep.
They were desperate enough because they said, we have nothing to look forward to at the quarterback position. There's got to be, like, I don't see a world where Vegas is not entertaining.
I think 7, 8, and 10 are really interesting tolos. Have this to chew on. 7 is the Jets. We just talked about Aaron Rodgers. What if they make a move for the top 2? 8 is the Raiders, who we know want a quarterback but keep winning games at the end. They're kind of screwing themselves. And then 10 is the Saints. They need a quarterback too.
And they're in cap hell. They can't afford a quarterback. They need to go find one.
They need to draft one. So.
They need to draft one. That's a good point. And Spencer Rattler, it seems like they don't believe in him all that much. As much as Saints fans want to tell me he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, I don't think they actually, the team really sees too much in him. He's more of a backup guy. Man, that's a good point. Might have to bring that back up later because I got to think about that.
There's going to be some movement in the top 10 for sure.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, we enter the Expressway, where we got a lot to talk about here. Interesting J.J. McCarthy conversation, but 877-881-1053. We want to hear your DFW Sports New Year's resolutions. Cowboys, Stars, Rangers, Mavericks. If you have a New Year's resolution that you can magically make come true for your favorite DFW sports team, let us know. 877-881-1053. We have that. Plus, the Pro Bowl is set. Do you even care? Next on The Fan.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Club?
Three, if you've got a New Year's resolution for the Cowboys to figure out. Seems like they've got a lot of things to figure out. If you got something for the Stars, Rangers, Mavericks, anything you want, let us know. 877-881-1053. We will share some of ours coming up here in just a little bit. While you ponder that and you think about what yours will be. We were talking pre-show, and this easily could have gone into NFL overreaction or reality, but a fun conversation because of the wildly unpredictable success of the Minnesota Vikings this season without their rookie first-round pick quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. They bring in Sam Darnold on the one-year, $10 million deal. And just needed a dude, right? You just needed somebody to play. And, well, what if I told you that they're in play for the number one seed in the NFC? You probably wouldn't have believed that this offseason as soon as you saw the knee injury occur for J.J. McCarthy. And they find themselves in a really unique position, Blake, where they've got two quarterbacks to choose from. One on an expiring deal that has skins on the wall and has won you a lot of games this year, 14 to be exact.
Pro Bowler, man.
Pro Bowler. We'll get to that here in just a second, too. But you've also got the first-round quarterback that is essentially redshirted his freshman year, if you will, because of the knee injury. So he goes into year two fully healthy. Ideally, he sat and learned from, as Mike likes to call him, Sammy D. And do you stick with that? Do you keep Darnold, which all the reports are that they would like to keep Sam Darnold? How they do that? Questionable. Do you go long-term deal until kind of like the Jordan Love situation in Green Bay, where it's like near the end of his rookie deal, you give him 1 year to figure it out, and then you see if you want to keep him? Do you franchise tag Sam Darnold and you keep him for 1 more year and try to run it back again next year with relatively the same team, and you hope to improve? Because the franchise tag doesn't really carry much of a massive cap hit in the ways that traditional contracts can. So it's a very easy to maneuver cap hit for the Minnesota Vikings. Or what really sparked this conversation, do you move on from J.J. McCarthy? Because there are reports out there that teams will be calling the Minnesota Vikings just to test the waters and see if they would be willing to move on from him in the right scenario. I can see a multitude of things happening here. If I had to make the decision right now, I don't think it's wild to say that the more talented quarterback is Sam Darnold. I don't think it's wild at all to say you have the best chance to win with Sam Darnold. I don't think Minnesota really screwed themselves in this situation. I think they got incredibly lucky, and their scouting department needs a couple of raises to go along with this, because there's not a lot of situations where you say both of our quarterbacks make sense here. You saw it in Atlanta. It got to a point very quickly where one of the quarterbacks made more sense than the other, and they make the switch from Kirk Cousins to Michael Penix Jr. You've seen it in other places as well, and you could have seen it with the Broncos even, where they had a couple of veteran guys in training camp, but Bo Nix showed enough early, and they said, we're going to go with the young guy. I don't think you have as clear-cut as an answer, but in my mind, with the Minnesota Vikings, you do keep Sam Darnold, and I think you franchise tag him. If I do it right now, I franchise tag him and we say, let's try to get one more year out of it because we don't know who's going to win the Super Bowl yet. If I were a betting man, which I'm typically not, I would put money on Kansas City. Just because it feels like they're inevitable. It feels like they're Thanos in the NFL with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. You cannot beat them in any situation. And the path to the Lombardi, the path to New Orleans runs through Kansas City. It runs through Arrowhead. With the Minnesota Vikings, I feel like the NFC is a lot more unpredictable. So they're going to find themselves in a situation next year where they might be able to run it back with the same quarterback, same head coach, the same tools, and maybe add a little bit to it.
My question is not only next year, but the future of the quarterback room. So my question, is Sam Darnold going to be here more than just a year after, not just 2025/2026? Is he going to be, are you going to sign him to a long contract? You talk about franchise tag and you talk about short-term deals. I don't know if Sam Darnold's agent is going to want to do a short-term deal. I think this has been some of his best football, probably his best football that he's played. And his agent is going to want to capitalize on that and sign a long-term contract, whether it be with the Vikings or with another team. And here's the dilemma that you're in, is I do believe he's going to want that long-term contract. And I don't think the Vikings are going to want to sign him and keep JJ, who they just spent a top 10 pick on, just sitting there on the bench for 4 or 5 years. So you have to kind of make that decision. I think in a perfect world, yes, you sign him to a 1-year deal, franchise tag, kind of ride it out, see how he does. JJ gets another year of rehabilitation and gets to learn under Sam Darnold and all as well. But I just don't think the two are going to coincide as far as timelines go. So I feel like you are going to have to make a decision. And I was a little dumbfounded by this. Sam Darnold, younger than Joe Burrow, 1 year younger than Josh Allen, 2 years younger than Baker, 4 years younger than Dak, 6 years younger than Geno. I think people forget this guy's only 27.
Yeah.
And still has a lot of football in front of him. I feel like you kind of have to make a decision. Do we want our guy to be Sam? We see he works great with Kevin O'Connell. This system works, yada, yada, yada. And we're going to move on from JJ and get some great draft compensation back for him. Or are we saying, maybe this is a little bit of flash in the pan. We'll see how it is maybe one more year. And we know JJ's our long-term guy. Because I think people forget, I personally was not a huge JJ fan coming out of Michigan. I think there was a lot of doubters around his name. And when he got picked top 10, everyone was kind of like, interesting. But he balled in the preseason. Probably was like the most accurate quarterback in the preseason out of all the rookies. Over Caleb, over Bo, over Jaden. JJ looked like the real deal. And me, just as an NFL fan, when I saw him have the knee injuries, I'm like, dang, that sucks. I thought he was going to have a good start to the year. Him and Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. He's already had 2 surgeries on his knee to repair that meniscus that he messed up in the preseason. So it'll be interesting to see if the Minnesota Vikings are able to leverage, hey, JJ, you're still our guy, but Sam gives us the best chance to win, with Sam saying, hey, if I'm your guy, I need a long-term deal because it's the best football he's played. He's going to want something more secure than I think a 1-year deal.
And I mentioned it a second ago. You've seen that work before. It, like you're saying, it's a very murky water situation where you're walking on eggshells. You don't want to upset anybody in this situation. You want everybody to be paid. You want everybody to play. You want everybody to be happy. But there's only one football that can be snapped to one quarterback.
Correct.
And just to give you a little bit more of an idea, the franchise tag projected number on Over the Cap for next season, $41.3 million.
Woo,
but if you think about it, 3-time Hall of Famer's down the hall. He's not in here. If you think about it, that's not a high premium to play if you know, or if you even feel that you are getting a potential 14-win season next year.
Mm-hmm.
$41 million compared to a Dak Prescott contract. You know, I'm not trying to draw comparisons here or say anything about Dak's deal. He deserved it when he got it. You're paying about $20 million less for just 1 year of a guy who should be making market value money. When you talk about a 14-win season, potentially even 15 wins come this Sunday. The value is there. And the money is there for Sam Darnold, because I know you have a good point, but with the agent and the player might not want to take that. But Who's going to turn down a guaranteed $41.3 million?
Who would you be willing to pay first? Just in a vacuum, obviously, two different situations. Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold? Sam Darnold was having a better year this year, but obviously hasn't shown it over 2-3 years, which Purdy did. Went to the NFC Championship, went to the Super Bowl, is not playing that great this year. Out of those two guys, both are due for contract. Which are you more willing to pay? Like, hey, this guy's earned it, whether it be for one season or throughout a couple with Purdy.
It's tough because you've seen more sustained success with Purdy. You've seen more dynamic playmaking from Darnold.
Correct.
And
it's most recent.
And I will say, as successful as Purdy has been, there is a reason that Sam Darnold was a first-round pick. And there is a reason that Brock Purdy was the dead last pick in the NFL draft.
We're getting into the spicy conversations. I don't want to hear that.
I don't care if they don't want to hear it. Brock Purdy is a system quarterback, and that's fine. That's worked in the NFL numerous times. And Kyle Shanahan is almost considered the godfather of that. Taking quarterbacks, building a system that is very much a don't mess it up system, but you saw this year how things changed a little bit when the playmakers weren't available for him the whole time, when Christian McCaffrey had to go to another country to get treatment just to miss the rest of the season after a few games?
Yeah.
George Kittle, he gets beat up. He ends up playing most of the season, but he misses a few games on you because he's a warrior. He takes a lot of hits. Debo Samuel, not who he used to be. Brandon Ayuk has the knee injury, misses most of the season after he gets his payday. You mentioned Trent Williams, one of the best offensive linemen that I've ever seen in my life. But he'll miss a few games on you as well.
Their defense.
Not what it used to be. Fred Warner, I don't know how they are making this work, but Fred Warner, they're saying, has been playing with a fractured ankle the entire season.
Just got Dre Greenlaw back.
Yep, and he's been on a pitch count too. So, there's a lot of things that can and will go wrong on an NFL roster with an NFL team. And a lot of the times that benefits, or it impacts, I should say, the quarterback.
Players quitting.
Yeah, players quitting at halftime, stuff like that. That happens, and some of those less often than other things. But I would say Sam Darnold is a guy that I would want to pay and try to win games with more, just because he's shown a more dynamic ability. Like, him breaking the pocket is something I never really expected, but on the run and avoiding pressure, he knows how to step up. Like, He does the right things at the right times, and he'll still make a couple of throws that I'm like, what did you see there, brother?
So yeah, your random NFL team, Giants, Raiders, whatever, both guys are available. You're giving the money to Sammy D before Brocky P. Correct?
Yes, and I don't like Brocky P. That sounds like a disorder more than a nickname. From the 972, their prediction is that Sam Darnold gets signed by the Raiders.
I can see it. Just
on
like
a 4-year deal.
These teams that don't have the number 1 or 2 overall pick, they're like, hey, we'll cash the money out. Who else have we got to pay?
That raises the question: what does the Raiders' 2025 cap situation look like?
I got you. Give me just a second. I had it all.
Because that would be interesting. It looks like they have a lot. I am seeing right now, as of right now, they have $33 million, but they can free up a lot with expiring deals and whatnot going into the offseason. So that's a team that definitely makes sense because they might have played themselves out of a premium quarterback in the draft.
Talking about the Raiders?
Yes.
They have the second, according to Spotrac, they have the second highest effective cap space, only behind the Patriots. And this is like signing 51 players, projected rookie class, all that stuff. So pretty much the cap space you'll have after that. They have projected $92 million. Only the Patriots have more going into 2025.
Which makes the whole Patriots conversation that we had earlier a lot more interesting about moving that number 1 pick, because if they move that, get more picks, and then they have a good free agency, which they typically don't. But,
Shout out to the double tight ends.
Yeah. Jeez, that was awful. But if Elliott Wolf running things now has himself a day in free agency, that's a team that can turn things around. And really, the Raiders, I think, have a lot more questions than just quarterback. Don't know if Antonio Pierce is the dude for the job.
Max Crosby seems like he wants out of there with all the losing. That's their only good player right now. So Brock Bowers.
Christian
too.
Wilkins exists too.
Yeah.
And he was one of their only good moves in free agency the past few years. So
Jacoby Myers didn't drop a pass this year.
Hey, weird stat of the day. I don't hate the idea of Vegas being aggressive in the free agent quarterback market, and Sam Darnold is going to be there. It fully depends if Minnesota goes the route we talked about with that franchise tag. If they go that route, nobody's getting him. He's staying in Minnesota, which I think is very much in play. But I'm keeping him. Point being, the whole conversation culminates in this. If I'm the Minnesota Vikings, I keep Sam Darnold, especially if he locks you up a number 1 seed in the NFC and y'all try to make a playoff push here, a real playoff run. Yeah.
I think it's really tough. I don't think there's a clear-cut answer because riddle me this, Alec, they play the first round, they get blown out. Do you still have the same thought process? Does the playoffs impact it?
It depends how Darnold plays. Because if he goes out there and, let's say he doesn't throw a pick or anything, he plays a relatively clean game, but they get beat, 35-14. Bless you again.
Thank you.
It's fully dependent. It's kind of like the conversation we had on this show a couple of days ago ahead of the Boise State game, where it was like, is there anything Ashton Genty can do that will plus or minus move his draft position? And it was like, no. He could go out there and rush for 40 yards. He's still the best running back in this class. He could go out there and rush for 250 yards. He's still the best running back in this class. I'm kind of that way with Darnold, where unless he goes out there and throws 5 interceptions and he goes to the podium after the game and says again, I was seeing ghosts, then I still think the world of him. I think he has rebounded, and I think part of it is the system that Minnesota has with their head coach. He's a quarterback whisperer, and he's just a player whisperer. He gets guys to believe in themselves whenever they don't think they can. Example, Kirk Cousins last year before he got hurt. You saw in the quarterback series on Netflix where Kirk Cousins is a very emotional football player. He needs the people around him to support him, and he needs help believing in himself. Kevin O'Connell does that. You saw that post game in their game with the Colts where he went up to Anthony Richardson after he got benched, and he said, hey, you're going to be in this league for a long time. You're going to play for a long time. Just keep your head up. Just keep your head up. And I think Darnold needs a little bit of that. Not nearly as much as a Kirk Cousins, but I think he needs a little bit of that.
Well, with that theory of talking about how he's a quarterback whisperer, which I do agree with, don't you think that he could say, hey, well, I can get a cheaper, younger, more impressionable quarterback in J.J. McCarthy who's got better mobility, and I can use that money that I would give to Sam Darnold elsewhere?
That's the part where this conversation has multiple answers.
Yeah.
A lot of things make sense. I just think that if you are trying to make the Super Bowl right now, if you're trying to do it here in the next year or two, you keep the quarterback that just won you 14, possibly 15 games.
Yeah.
That's where it gets really, really weird.
I mean, in a sense, it's a win-win, but what they do might affect long-term. I think they'll be set next year, but do they sign him short-term, long-term? Not at all. JJ looked great in the preseason, but he's coming off now a major knee surgery. I don't know.
Good conversation there. All that being said, let's get to some DFW sports. New Year's resolutions, 877-881-1053. If you have any New Year's resolutions for any of your favorite DFW sports teams, Cowboys, Rangers, Stars, or Mavericks, let's get to them right now. I did see from the 817 DFW sports resolutions, they have a list of them, and I like that. They said, 1, see Mike McCarthy not get a new contract. Number 2, see the Rangers win a second championship and forcing the Astros into the rebuild phase, which it seems like Jock Peterson is already trying to do that through word of mouth, which he's already one of my favorite Rangers, and he hasn't even taken a single at-bat. But that opens up a wide-open conversation here, starting off with a bang. Mike McCarthy not getting a new deal as a New Year's resolution. So this feels like I've done this in my time here. I've run this segment pretty much every year that I've been able to host around this time of the year. And that seems to be a recurring theme for the Dallas Cowboys, and it's just the overarching idea of change. Mm-hmm. And usually it's from the top down. Mm-hmm. And that starts and a lot of times ends with your head coach. And, I mean, we were talking about it, Will Chambers, Mike Bassick, and I earlier this week. Isn't it amazing to think that, just a couple weeks from now, last year, everybody was saying, get McCarthy his cardboard boxes, pack up his office, get him out of here. almost everybody was on that train saying, let's move on. Let's find somebody new. Don't care who it is. We just want something different. Sports fans always want change. And that's where you start here from the Franco and Franco injury attorney text line is getting the head coach out of there, which I haven't gotten to do radio with you in a while, so I haven't really gotten your grasp on this Cowboys season a lot. Where your Mike McCarthy returns-o-meter, what percentage is it at?
Well, if he's going to return, and do I want him to, are two different percentages. When it comes to do I think he's going to, after that Eagles game, I would have maybe said 2%, maybe 1%. Since then, they've looked like the best team that's trying to win games when they shouldn't be, because a Mike McCarthy team, when they're not supposed to win, winning, you know, who would have thought of that?
Oh, yeah.
I probably would say it's like an 85% chance. I mean, every time Jerry has a chance to speak highly about him, he does. Now, I will say, little caveat, he did do something similar to Garrett in the season before.
Yep.
Was saying never really outed his job, never really said he was coming back, but every chance he had a chance to talk about him, talked highly of him. So I will say, little caveat, maybe that's the play. But it seems like a lot of the guys are fighting for him. It doesn't seem like, oh yeah, the team is ready to move on, and we've heard from this source that they're already planning this head coaching guy. There's nothing really that's come out. No smoke around McCarthy leaving, but I personally, Blake, am not like enthralled to have him back. Now, you might be pushing back and say, well, why, Blake? He's 12 wins here and 12 wins there, and he's gotten the Cowboys to this, and everybody was injured. It's not McCarthy's fault. And while I do agree, I do not think this season is McCarthy's fault. I think it's more on the front office or not putting a great team around him. What do we want to learn from McCarthy was, can you make that playoff push? I think people get it caught up and lost in translation of what this season was supposed to be, was can McCarthy get you over that playoff hump? And I don't think this current quarterback, coach, and star players, the core of your team, is going to get you over that playoff hump. That's just Blake's opinion. You can disagree. You can agree. 877-881-1053. And I just don't think this core is what it takes to win a Super Bowl. Mainly the coach and quarterback. Now, obviously, some people agree. Some people disagree with that. But when Carter interviewed us not too long ago and asked for our New Year's resolution for the 1053 The Fan Instagram, mine was the Cowboys to not be afraid of failure. It feels like people have all these crazy takes about Jerry and whatever it may be. My biggest thing, I think, is that he is afraid for them to hit rock bottom. Whether that be sales, whether that be the team, whatever it is. He doesn't want them to rock bottom. They don't. He's not necessarily going to lose it all for them to hit the top. But like, hey, if we can be right here in the middle, 8 wins, 12 wins, first round of playoffs, just good enough Pro Bowl players, like he's fine with that. And I'm not in Jerry's head or in the locker room, so I don't know that for a fact. It's just me speculating. But I feel like he's afraid to make that big step, getting that head coach no one's heard of, drafting that quarterback, drafting that wide receiver, whatever it may be, doing that step of a leap of faith, if you will, of, hey, this could pay off, and maybe we're the next best team in the NFC, a Lions type, a Green Bay, moving on from an Aaron Rodgers to an unknown Jordan Love guy and a young receivers, like that kind of stuff. The Lions overhaul the roster versus like, hey, because he wants to stay right, doesn't want to go below league average. And the Cowboys never are really like, we thought they were going to be at this season. They kind of cleaned themselves up to be kind of right around a little bit below league average. They weren't the Panthers or the Raiders or the Giants where they're 2-3 wins, getting blown out by 40 every week. So I just think that would be my New Year's resolution, taking a leap of faith. Feels like the Cowboys don't want to do that. And at some point, you're going to have to do more than just a soft rebuild.
Mediocrity is a drug, right? Like, correct. It feels like in pro sports, you hit the nail on the head there, that so many, and it's not just the Cowboys, it's just the microscope that they're under is so much bigger. The magnifying glass sees a lot more things, that like so many organizations and owners and coaches are just so okay with being okay. They don't want to be good. They don't want to be great. They want to be okay. You know, and like you said, the fear of irrelevancy drives them to make decisions that aren't exactly conducive to being great, to winning. Because the only time that I feel like I can remember it being successful is like the Kansas City Chiefs before Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. With Alex Smith, they were a perennial playoff team. They kept making pushes. They would fizzle out in the middle to the end of the playoffs, and they could just never make it over that hump. They draft Patrick Mahomes, and it's almost instant success. That's the only recent time I can think of mediocrity kind of getting a team somewhere. But even then, mediocrity was a little bit on the less successful side because they had a good enough pick to get Mahomes there in the front half of the draft.
Shout out to the Bills.
Exactly. But outside of that, especially in football, you don't really see mediocrity getting people places. I mean, look at the Houston Texans. We regard them this year was a little bit of a struggle with injuries, and their offense didn't really look the same, but we saw them as a bottom-of-the-barrel team for so long. And it took them being absolutely horrible and admitting that they made the wrong choice, signing Deshaun Watson to a long-term deal, getting an absolute fleece of a trade made to the Cleveland Browns. They used those assets to not only find their new quarterback, but to find who could be a generational pass rusher in the process, kind of like the Cowboys did a few years ago with a dude that wears number 11. And they're finding themselves in the playoffs now. And they're still a ways away. They're still not a great team. They still have plenty of holes to fill on that roster and a young and inexperienced coaching staff.
Think how fast the Rams turned it around.
Exactly.
Won the Super Bowl, had all these expensive contracts, older players, no draft picks, and just, 2 years later, back in the playoffs with 5th and 4th round guys.
Yeah. And it works. And for the Cowboys, it's a lot more of a popularity contest than it is an on-the-field product. Mine that I gave, we totally stole this idea from Carter because he wanted to do this for social media, but I was like, man, I could give you like 10 minutes of a video. And it was like, well, you need to keep it under like 15. I was like, you know what? I'm turning that into a segment. There you go. For me, it's expanding on what you'll see on the fan social pages is commit to the run game, man. Re-sign Rico Dowdle, bring him back, 1,000-yard rusher as an undrafted free agent, never done before in the history of the Dallas Cowboys franchise. Bring him back. Like, he's not going to be so expensive to where you have to bat an eye, I don't think. He's definitely going to get paid more than you expected him to in free agency, but he's not going to be richer than you can afford. I can tell you that right now.
Can I ask you this? What do you want the running back room to look like next year?
In Alec Medford's perfect world, there's a dude named Ashton Genty as your running back 1, and then Rico Dowdle splitting the carries with him in his rookie year.
Okay.
Because I think it's a short-term deal for Dowdle. I think it's like 2 years at best. And then you can see that real complementary football in the running back room itself, which is what I say it's what the team told us was going to happen this year, and it didn't at all. Rico Dowdle is the one talented running back in your running back room, as shown by what happened yesterday. Ezekiel Elliott getting released, if you missed that news. But for me, it's just keeping a commitment to the run game like you used to. It feels like Cowboys of old used to have a very big commitment to it, but go draft a running back, whether it is Genty. I already saw somebody text in and said Scadaboo would look great with a Cowboys star on his helmet. I think there's a lot of good running backs in this draft that would be good value picks that don't have to be day 1 picks, that don't have to be day 2 picks.
Devin Neal, Marion Hampton, there's a lot of good guys.
You just can't do what you did last year and not address it whatsoever.
Yeah.
You have to get somebody to play with alongside Dowdle. He can't be your only option. I think he's a running back 1 in this league. I really do. I've said that for weeks now. I even told Jerry Jones that. I just need to see somebody that can give him a break.
I think one of your first 3 rounds has got to be used on a running back. I would probably go 2nd or 3rd round just because I think Rico is giving you that luxury. I think the way Rico has finished this season has shown you it is not priority 1. Not saying it's not a priority. It is not priority 1 to get a running back because I think this O-line, and I hate to say this, it might be sacrilegious, but with Zach Martin, they've looked better. Sorry to say it. Brock Hoffman and TJ Bassender have looked better than Zach Martin did this year. All love to the guy, Cowboys legend. But with this new offensive line, even Terrence Steele hasn't looked half bad. And Rico back there, they've been a top 10 rush game and arguably top 5 since Rico's been taken over. So I don't mind getting a Hampton, a Neal, some of those guys, a Scadaboo, whatever, in the later rounds. I think for me, my biggest priority for the Cowboys minor league getting into draft talk, I think it's got to be another receiver. A receiver or a corner. Because now at corner, you know how many corners you have on the roster next year? 3. One of those guys is Kalen Carson. Love him. but obviously
he needs time. He just needs time. Yeah.
Not ready yet. And the other guy is a guy coming off another major surgery, and Trayvon Diggs.
Yep.
And then Deron Bland, of course. So,
who hasn't stayed relatively healthy in his own right.
So, do you want to use your round 1 pick on a corner? It's not a bad choice. I wouldn't mind a receiver because outside of CD, who's
Brandon Cooks is about to leave more than likely too.
More than likely, Jalen Talbert. I call him Talbert. I call him Talbert all the time. Talbert and Turpin.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. Me and Fred always messed up their names on purpose.
On purpose.
Tolbert to me is a wide receiver 3 or 4.
I think he's a 4.
He's a 4. And Turpin, love the guy. Quick as all get up, but a wide receiver 5, 4, that's a gadget that's fun.
That's my guy, man.
I love Turp.
I want to see him.
I love Turp. Mingo.
4th round pick, baby.
Good run blocker. Ryan Flournoy, who's looked good in spades, but like, I don't know if any of those guys, I think altogether, if you mix every guy I just named plus Jalen Brooks, you have a wide receiver 3.
Jeez. Put them in a blender, and you're still not going to get anything good, according to Blake Elliott. There you have it. One more from the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line from the 806, because I like this. For the Rangers, find a long-term closer, 3+ years.
I agree.
Which is hard to do in today's age of baseball because they usually get traded around. But
you want Kirby back?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And I think they do bring him back. That's not based off of anything. That's just me being confident and putting my life on the line for Chris Young because I think he's the best GM in baseball. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's talk to our friend Kyle Yeomans of DallasCowboys.com here on The Fan.
Ranger fans, it's baseball time once again in Texas. 105.3 The Fan is
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Wrap up the season in a big way, but then we've got draft coverage around the corner, and I know there's a lot of fan representation on the Cowboys side of things this upcoming draft season. So lots to look forward to still.
Very much so, and I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit. In the last segment, we did Cowboys New Year's resolutions for the 2025 season. If there was one that you could give to them and you know that it would magically come true, what would that be? And for a bit of a preface here, I said just commit to the running game since it seems like they found it out. Keep Rico Dowdle, draft yourself another back in maybe the mid rounds, and call it a day with the running game. What would be yours?
So I'm a big believer that winning football games, whether it be at a lower level or at the NFL level, it all starts in the trenches. So if I were to say one New Year's resolution, wave a magic wand and poof, it appears, I would want the Cowboys to dominate the trenches, dominate the line of scrimmage. And that way it goes both ways. That way you can dominate up front with the offensive line and then have success with the defensive line and what they bring from a front seven standpoint. So dominate the trenches, continue to set the standard at the line of scrimmage, and then let the guys outside of that eat, because I believe it starts up front. You've got playmakers on offense with guys like Dowdle and Lamb and Ferguson and whoever they choose to bring back next year. And then on the opposite side, you've got Diggs and Bland, and you've got some high-level draft picks out there too. But I want the defense and the offensive lines to be better than they were this year, whether that be because of injury or whatever it may be. So if you dominate the trenches, I think there's a lot of games you're going to win.
Kyle, I hate to be negative on one of the first times we're going to speak to each other, but I feel like you're the perfect person to ask this. Been watching all the games in depth, so you'll have a great answer to this. Who, in your eyes, has been the Cowboys player that maybe has let you down this season the most? Maybe in a nicer way, the most disappointing. I have mine in mind. I'll see if it's a similar answer.
I'm trying to think. So most disappointing, I'm like going through the depth chart in my head. Because, I mean, there's a couple guys that didn't have great years, whether it be because of injury or whatnot. I think Zach Martin's up there. I mean, just because of what he had done previously in the immovable object that he was. But I don't put all that on Zach either. So I don't think that would be my number one answer. Who's your answer? Who are you thinking of?
Mine is the tight end that we thought would take that Pro Bowl, All-Pro jump, and Jake Ferguson, especially with all the injuries to the receiver room. He was supposed to be your second guy, and to me, he just didn't take that jump. I know he did have the injury, he missed a game or two, but to me, Jake, I just really had high expectations for him.
Yeah, he didn't take the jump that we anticipated, no doubt. Again, it goes back to the fact that he's missed 3 games, one early in the year because of the lower body injury that he had in the opener against Cleveland.
Yep.
And then the second time was the 2 games he missed because of a concussion. He's had 3 games of over 70 yards receiving. And even with that being said, he's the only Cowboys tight end to have a game over 70 yards receiving this year. So I don't put a ton of that on Ferguson either. I think that the offensive mishaps have come, whether it be on the offensive line or with Cooper Rush as well instead of Dak Prescott, because Ferguson has the connection with Dak. He doesn't necessarily have the connection with Cooper Rush. And we saw that at times through the year when Rush was throwing the ball around. He was looking at Schoonmaker. He wasn't necessarily looking at Ferguson. So he's on the list. It's tough for me to pinpoint one specific person because, like I said in the previous question, this is a game where you win it in the trenches. And if I had to point out a unit that would be disappointing, I would say it's the defensive line. You wanted to take steps in the right direction with Mozzie Smith. He's taken steps in the right direction, but is he playing like the first-round pick that he anticipated? Probably not. You had guys banged up at the edge rusher spot all year long. So I think as a collective unit, I was expecting more out of the defensive front than I was out of any individual that just didn't live up to that expectation.
Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on the KNC Masterpiece. You've got one more game left of the season. It is against the Commanders, who have locked themselves into the playoffs, which feels weird to say in 2025, but nonetheless, that is the situation. The Cowboys have nothing to play for here. Is there anything that you're looking for? Are you hoping for a Trey Lance appearance? Are you looking at a specific position group to improve, or maybe to look at a specific name? Is there anything you're actually looking for?
Yeah, I think on the offensive side, you're going to see a lot of that because, of course, your entire coaching staff remains in limbo. You're a lot of your roster. I mean, you have 26 undrafted or unrestricted free agents going into this offseason. There's a lot of guys in limbo, but I want to know about the guys that are going to be here in the future or have a shot to be here in the future. So Trey Lance is certainly the popular name there. I put out an article on DallasCowboys.com early in the week. It's called High Five, and it lists the 5 guys I have under the microscope going into this matchup. Trey Lance is obviously number 1, but I want to see out of Deuce Vaughn. What do you have? You've had 2 years of him sitting on the bench, not utilized. It's been up until, I believe it was like September of last year, the exact stats in the article, but September of last year since he's had a game of more than 4 carries at all. And I want to see what they can do to make him a playmaker on this offense. I want to see Jonathan Mingo. You spent a 4th-round pick on Jonathan Mingo as well. If he's expected to be under contract these next couple years in Dallas, then what are you getting out of him? What are you going to get? And he's had targets, hasn't had receptions. 14 targets, just 3 receptions with 22 yards to show for it. So I want to see more Jonathan Mingo, more of these guys up front on the offensive line, Tyler Guyton, Cooper Beebe, TJ Bass up there too. That's what I want to see is the offensive side. What is going to be here in the future? What can you build around? What can you have confidence in? Because there's guys that you either know the answer to already, like Cooper Rush, or guys that you have confidence in to figure it out, like the tight end room. I just don't have that with the whole offense. I think this is an opportunity to see that. At least the last live rep you're going to see up until the preseason of next year.
Yeah, I'd love to see some Trey Lance. The fact that he only got in with 2 minutes left in that Eagles game, when that game was decided in the second half quite early, was just astonishing to me. But there was actually some good football played over the last day or two. We had Texas taking on Arizona State. What were your thoughts from yesterday's games and the college football playoffs and how it's kind of playing out? And Cam Scatterbo, is that the future Cowboys running back?
Dude, Cam Scatterbo's a dude. I mean, he is just tough as nails. That was when you said, what are your thoughts on the college football playoff? It's just Scatterbo and what he was able to do. Single-handedly almost beat one of the best teams in the country in what he was able to carry yesterday. So certainly impressive, and I think NFL draft teams are looking at that as well. Is he a full-fledged draft prospect? It's going to be hard to kind of throw a value on that just because he was so under the radar to start and the physical attributes aren't necessarily jumping off the page. If he tests well, I think he could maybe raise his stock, but it's going to take something like that to get there. The other side of it is the fact that all 3 teams that received the first-round bye that have played so far have all lost. So is it really an advantage to have that extra week of preparation? Of course, on paper it is. But you saw Ohio State boat race Oregon last night. I thought that was uber impressive, but an Ohio State team that took on Tennessee the week before that had already seen Oregon, they didn't need an extra week of prep, and I felt like it showed. I felt like Ohio State jumped out on top because they were the more prepared and more fresh team at that point going in, or at least more warm team going into it. Same can be said for Boise State. I know they were technically the underdogs against Penn State, Big Ten versus Mountain West. That plays a factor, but Penn State came out, jumped out early, and took advantage there. And then last night against Arizona State and Texas, Arizona State got off to the slow start. Texas jumped out in front. And if it wasn't for that early start from the Longhorns, you would see that Sun Devils moving on to face Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. So I think there's something to that. The fact that it's happened all 3 times. We'll see what Notre Dame does this afternoon against Georgia. If Notre Dame jumps out on top early, then maybe it is a conversation of, maybe this first-round bye isn't what it's cracked up to be, especially when there's such an emphasis on the conference championship side of things.
Kyle, was it targeting or was it not?
Well, I mean, that's tough. When you've got slow-mo replay and professionals that know the rule book inside and out decide that it's not targeting, then I tend to lean on the side of the guys that know what they're talking about and saying that it's not targeting. I also thought in real time, I did not think he led with the crown of his helmet. I thought he led with the face mask. It was maybe a little closer than I initially anticipated. But in a call like that, I would rather them take the targeting away, wipe the flag off the field, and move on and not have that big of an impact. I know there are some Arizona State fans that are and non-Texas fans that are going to clamor that that's targeting. It's the rule book. Obviously, it's not the definition of targeting if it wasn't called targeting. So I lean on the side of no, but either way, I could see where the thought process was.
Kyle, another incredible season of work from you and the crew. We appreciate the time all throughout this season, and we will talk soon, my friend.
Well, did you guys think it was targeting? I'm curious on your side of things.
Ooh. I mean, I don't think I have enough time to get into what I think. I mean, I'm known as a Texas hater, and the text line has not been happy with me today. But just as a football fan, I understand why they didn't call that in that moment because they don't want that to potentially decide the game. Me personally, I don't know what targeting is anymore. If you said the rule book is empty, targeting just exists, there's no parameters for it, I'm going to tell you that's targeting. But like you said, with all the different definitions that they have for it, launching with the feet, leading with the crown of the helmet, I understand why they didn't call it there.
Yeah, it's tough to see, but I appreciate you guys having me on. We'll talk soon.
There he goes, Kyle Yeomans on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Before we get out of here, we were doing our DFW Sports resolutions during the Expressway, and one Chris Strong said that he has an interesting one that I want to hear about before we get on out of here.
Yeah, this is a singular baseball nugget for y'all before the break.
I love nuggets.
I'm going to tell you why Marcus Semien is bound for an MVP-level year in 2025.
Ooh.
Now, everyone knows that Bruce Bochy has an every other year sort of thing going on with the Giants, and that could be a good reason for the Rangers succeeding in 2025. But what if I told you Marcus Semien has the same thing going on statistically? In 2019, back when he was with Oakland, his WAR was 8.5, wins above replacement 8.5, led the league. And he finished third in MVP voting that year. Third. Remember that.
Yep.
Next year, COVID year, shortened year, 0.4 WAR. Doesn't really count COVID year.
No.
2021 goes to Toronto for a year. Another MVP level year. And where did he finish in MVP voting? Third. Again. 2022, his first year with the Rangers, he had that rough start, if y'all remember. Rough start to the season. He still finished with a 5.5 WAR, but it wasn't MVP-level voting whatsoever. He got no MVP votes in 2022. Another odd year, 2023, 7.4 WAR, and he finished where in MVP voting that year? Third.
Yep.
2024, backs it up a little, 4.1 WAR. He did struggle last year. He finished with under an 700 OPS, which I don't think any of us were expecting.
Nope.
2025, will he finish third in MVP voting?
He'll finish first.
Ooh.
Yeah, maybe he breaks that curse now and he actually wins the thing. That would be amazing. No, because I remember that was the conversation, that similar thought process whenever he first got here and he had that slow start that you mentioned. Everyone was like, he does this like every other year.
Yeah.
You need to let him build up his timing, his rhythm, and he just needs to feel it again. And as soon as he did, he was tearing the cover off the baseball and he was getting on base at a wicked percentage, which as a leadoff hitter is amazing. So I think you're on to something there, Chris Strong.
Should Semien keep leading off for this? I've seen some people on the tweets and the grams saying they should switch up the lineup. Do you think Simeon should keep leading off, you two seam heads.
I've seen Jared Sandler advocate as well for him not to lead off, which is surprising to me. I mean, you're paying the guy millions upon millions. I think he should still be the leadoff hitter.
Typically, when people like Jared, who are way smarter than I will ever be, he's forgotten more baseball than I will ever remember. I just tend to digress to them, but I mean, Boach even said he told us here on this show in one of his last interviews of the season, he was like, I'm going to have to talk to Marcus about that. Just entertain the idea. They might not actually do it, but they are thinking about it, and I think it's a valid conversation, and I think if I'm writing the lineup card for opening day, I probably move him out of the leadoff spot. I'm not burying him at the bottom of the lineup or anything, but I think I move him down a few spots just to start the season. And then if he goes nuclear again, like Chris is saying he's going to, and I fully believe it, I'm buying in. So if it doesn't happen, it's your fault, Chris. But if that happens, then you can totally move him back up.
Who's your leadoff guy? Wyatt?
Probably.
Damn. Josh Smith? No?
Josh Smith is one hell of a leadoff hitter, too. I mean, hey, with the moves CY is making, if he's still on this team by then, who knows at this point? At this rate, he's a madman. He gets no sleep. So great point there. And now I just got that much more excited for the Rangers season. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, how about we get into more college football since Kyle picked our brains about it? How about we pick the brain of Carter Freeman, our video extraordinaire and college football nerd in the best way? Next on The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. This time of year, cold temps can hit out of nowhere. And if you're dealing with a furnace issue or a breakdown, I recommend you call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And you'll love the fact that their technicians are there to fix your system and not try to sell you stuff you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those were babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, my name is Alec Medford. His name is Blake Elliott of The Fan After Dark. We got Chris Strong on the ones and twos. For you, we will cross-talk with the GBag Nation coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. So stick around for that to see what they have coming up for you in your DFW Sports Afternoon. But right now, we teased it a little bit with Kyle Yeomans, and we are going to go back to the world of college football and talk all things college football playoff as Carter Freeman joins us here in studio, as he has been doing lovely work on the 105.3 The Fan website all college football season long, getting you all of the updates and storylines you need to know. And now we're down to the nitty-gritty of it, and I'll let you pick where we start. Because there's a few different things I do want to hit. I do want to talk a little bit about Boise State because they impressed me. I do want to talk about, obviously, the Texas game because I want to deflect some of the heat that I've gotten from the fan text to you, selfishly, because I know that I got to do this again tomorrow. And, of course, the blowout that was Ohio State, Oregon. Where do you want to start?
Well, we haven't really talked a whole lot about Penn State and Boise State, have we?
No, not at all.
It was a close game. I think it vindicated the idea of one of the group of five teams making the playoff because that was a 3-point game in the third quarter. It ended up being a bigger margin of victory for Penn State because of a long touchdown run at the very end. I think the box score is a little misleading. Boise State played Penn State hard that entire game. So I think the idea of the best group of five team deserving a spot is here to stay. Now, the seeding of things, that's where things might change going forward. I think it could change even as soon as next year where you see the champions of the leagues not get an automatic bye. You would see maybe a Penn State or a Texas get the bye, and then they would play these teams either at home or it would still be in a bowl scenario, whatever you may have it. I just don't think you're going to see Arizona State and Boise State end up as 3 and 4 seeds. Whether they deserve it or not, that's up to you to decide this year. But I don't think we'll see that going forward. But Boise State, yeah, they gave a hell of a fight.
Played better than SMU?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And yeah, from one horse team to another, Penn State just keep playing horse teams. They'll just keep beating them.
And Genty a lot was made of how he was going to play against a school like a Penn State. A lot of people were ridiculing his first half performance, not having the monster numbers, having the fumble. But the numbers have come out. Shout out to Nick Harris letting us know some of these numbers. 16 missed tackles and 75 rushing yards after contact for Genty. Did he still impress you, Carter, showing that he can run with the big boys? Or do you think we should temper expectations on what he's going to be at the next level?
No tempering expectations. I know they talked about it this morning with on Sean and RJ that like this is his 14th game. Like there's going to be some natural amount of tiredness or fatigue that you're feeling after playing this long and touching the ball 600 million times in a given season. Yeah. So I'm still super high on him. There was a point even the fourth quarter, Boise State trying to come back. It was a 3rd and 23, and I'm just like, this is Boise State's gonna have to punt again. They're totally cooked, and Genty picked it up like it was nothing. Yeah. Probably 3 or 4 of those 16 broken tackles that he had came on that one play. So I'm still high on him. It's just, Penn State. They've looked really impressive through these 2 games. Ohio State is a team we're talking about looking unbeatable. Penn State's looked great too, but they have had an easier path.
And I know the OU fan in you has thoughts about the Texas game yesterday, but the college football fan in all of us has to say that was probably one of the best games we've seen all season. Super competitive to the end of the game. My take on the whole thing, we'll get to the whole targeting thing here in a second, but for me, I said from the second half up until the 4th down touchdown to Matthew Golden, Arizona State deserved to win that game. But they lost that right to deserve to win in my mind when they sent a 0 blitz on 4th and forever against a quarterback who has been there, done that, which, I lit up the fan text by saying I don't think Quinn Ewers is great, but the reason, and you said this a couple weeks ago, the reason that he's starting over an Arch Manning who's probably more talented, probably a better athlete, is because he's been there, done that. He's smart enough to check out of those plays. He saw cover 0, which they didn't try to disguise whatsoever, which I thought was gross. And he checks into a cover 0 beater. So do you think that line of thinking is not totally off base? Do you think I'm crazy for thinking that Arizona State deserved to win that game until that one play?
They played like the better team for the second half. There's no question about that. Texas 100% played down to their competition. And I was on with 1080 KRLD on Tuesday, and I said the only way Texas loses this game is if Quinn Ewers plays down to his competition.
Yeah.
And I don't think he played down to the competition so much as the rest of the team did.
Sure.
For a lot of that, there were a lot of penalties for Texas, especially towards the end of the game.
Kelvin Banks with a false start with the game on the line.
A lot of false starts, a lot of pass interferences late there. So just the whole Texas team seemed disjointed after they were off to a flying start. They're up 14-0 like 3 seconds into the game as soon as they touched the ball, and then they score 7 points in the second half. Like, it's something that frustrates me with Sark. I feel like he gets in his own way with his play calling, and I thought this towards the end of the game when Texas is driving for the first missed field goal that Burt Auburn had, is there's 2 minutes left or whatever. Arizona State has maybe 1 timeout at this, maybe 2. Sark's throwing the ball, and they're very low percentage throws that he's having Ewers make that are incompletions. They stop the clock.
I think that second one was an RPO where he could have handed it off and he pulled it. Wasn't a smart throw.
Yeah, and so they got bailed out because Arizona State, ended up not being able to score there, and then Texas got to drive right back down the field and then miss another field goal. But yeah, there are things where Texas on the team got in the way of themselves. But I was thinking in overtime, I was like, if Texas loses this game, it's not Quinn Ewers' fault. I never felt that the interception he had was awful.
Yeah.
Extremely stupid decision. But you saw in overtime, they scored on 3 consecutive plays to end that game.
Yeah.
It was the touchdown to Golden, the touchdown to Gunnar Helm, and then the 2-point. Yeah. Like, those are throws that a guy like Quinn Ewers can make.
When you saw that initial play, 4th and 12 or 4th and 13, I think it was, you get Kelvin Banks injury, false start, and they're at 4th and 13. What was going through your head? Because I know watching the game, I was like, this game's over. Texas, I think, is a better team. They played down to their competition. Arizona State has played better in second half and overtime. There's no way they're winning this game right here. And then obviously the throw to Matthew Golden on the great route by him. Just kind of take us through what was going through your head, and then after that play happened.
I was with Alec where I thought that was the stupidest possible thing they could have done. They needed 13 yards, and they had done a good job of containing. It was 4th and 8 or 3rd and 8, whatever, before they hadn't let Texas move the ball in the previous 2 plays. So you're having success without the need to blitz, without the need to send like 20 people that all get blocked by probably the best offensive line in the freaking playoff. I thought that was a really stupid call. And then as soon as Ewers throws the ball, you're like, there's somebody wide open in the end zone. Lo and behold, it's Golden.
Oh, I was screaming, open, he's open! happened?
Yeah, so I messaged my friends as soon as it happened. I said, that was the worst blitz I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
And just for that decision to then result in a touchdown on the very next play for Texas, then the 2-point, and then for the interception to happen.
I mean, they were barely out of the commercial with the Gunnar Helm touchdown. They're like,
they didn't show the beginning of it. Yeah.
I thought it was a replay of something I missed because, to your point, it happened so quick, and I was like, that was the moment I was like, yep, that's Texas. Like, they're back to form. And now we got to bring this up, and I'm going to present both to you because the Texas fans are very vociferous about call it both ways here.
Great word.
What was it targeting on the Texas play on the Arizona State run up the middle at the end of the game, and then of course just to keep things fair, the pass downfield by Quinn Ewers where his guy gets leveled over the in between the hashes. Yeah, Isaiah Bond, who was a blank in the box score. Just want to mention that too. Was either of those targeting? Because neither of them were called.
I think the Michael Taff hit on the Arizona State receiver. In real time, I thought it was targeting. Watching it again, I see why they didn't call it, because there was no launch, because there was no, violent intent. It didn't look like, but it did look like to me unnecessary roughness on a defenseless receiver.
Sure.
So I thought if not targeting, there still should have been some foul called with it. And you could say the same thing on the because that was the interception throw, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where the two Arizona State defensive backs and one of them leveled Bond.
I mean, leveled him in
midair. If you wanted a launch towards the head and neck area, that was a launch. So yeah, a lot of people are saying in these late game scenarios you can't throw the flag. I think if it's a foul, you should throw the flag whenever. Like, it doesn't matter the situation. If it's a penalty, it's a penalty. But yeah, I guess I like that they didn't call either of them as opposed to one of them getting called and the other one not getting called.
It would be a lot different of a conversation if that was the case. And there was a situation, it wasn't like a defenseless receiver targeting thing, but in the last Cowboys game when I was driving around and I got to see the replay once I got parked in the parking lot, I heard Babe Laufenberg talking about it. And on the interception throw, this is where I kind of have the same issue, and that's why I'm okay with them not throwing the flag there, is Babe was saying, they don't really define it very well, but the defender is entitled to make a play and entitled to their space on the field. But there's no actual jurisdiction of that. There's no verbiage that says what that is, what that means. So there was a launch, but obviously if they throw the flag, the defender is going to get up and say, I was trying to make a play on the ball. That's going to be his argument 9 times out of 10. So that's why I'm okay with them not throwing the penalty flag there. But we didn't spend much time on this game because it wasn't much of a game. Oregon, Ohio State. Oof. You said it again. I'm giving you all the props here. You said it last week and even on Tuesday with Will and Mike that Ohio State looks like the team that we thought they were supposed to be all year. And something I brought up at the beginning of the show is that they got a receiver on their team that would be wide receiver 1 in this draft, in the next draft, but in his own draft might not even be wide receiver 1 because of a 17-year-old playing football at the University of Alabama. So what did you take away from that game other than Ohio State is a very well-oiled machine?
Well, I thank you for pointing out me saying the good things about Ohio State and you not mentioning that I picked Oregon to win this game.
See, I was trying to avoid that, but you said it not me.
I do appreciate that.
You said it not me.
How disappointing is that, Carter?
Just Oregon in general?
I mean, undefeated,
in the
number 1 seed and just getting boat raced.
In the pre-BCS era, they would just be national champions because they went undefeated in the regular season. If it was a 4-team college football playoff, they might have won the whole thing. But with this new scenario that we have where you get 12 teams that are flawed, that lost early but are still really good teams, you allow them in the tournament, you allow them to get hot at the right time. This Ohio State team is playing like LSU in 2019, Alabama in 2020, Ohio State in 2014, the first year of the college football playoff when they won the whole damn thing. Mm-hmm. So it was that Oregon team that we saw was just not the same team that we saw the whole year. They looked like they played scared. Dude. They weren't taking shots, and you lose Evan Stewart in pregame warmups, and you lose Jordan James, your best running back. I guess Oregon's only good running back because you know how many yards they finished rushing? -26. Every other play for Ohio State was a tackle for loss or a set. That's what it felt like. And that's
not good.
That is how hair on fire Ohio State played, and that's going to be quite the game at the Cotton Bowl next Friday. Texas versus Ohio State. That is as fun of a matchup as I think we could get. Which I said the same. I said Oregon, Ohio State would be a de facto national championship game because those were 1 and 2 in the polls for most of the year. They looked like the two best teams. They already played a really close game, but
13 TFLs. That's crazy.
Yeah, it just nuts. So I still think Ohio State is the team to beat, and yeah, Texas is going to have their hands full with that because if Texas plays anything like they played against Arizona State, they're going to lose by double digits to Ohio State. Assuming Ohio State plays the way they're playing, but it's a Ryan Day Ohio State team, so I guess they could just fall apart and lose to Michigan like they did earlier this year. You never know.
I feel like I heard the answer a little bit there. Ohio State, as of today, is your pick to win it all.
Yeah, at this point, I don't see how I could pick against them.
Yeah,
like Penn State's looked really good against lesser competition, but the first 2 weeks of the college football playoff, we said the Ohio State game, whichever one they're playing in, that's going to be a really good game. Mm-hmm. Them against Tennessee, them against Oregon. They beat the brakes off both of them.
Yeah.
Well, Carter, we always appreciate the time here on the KNC Masterpiece. I'm sure we're going to talk again soon. But you can find all of his fine work on 1053thefan.com, C31053 on socials as well. He posts great updates there, too, and does all the great video work that you are hopefully watching right now as we speak. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
There he goes, the radio superstar now, making all kinds of radio hits and whatnot across the dial right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, how about we chit-chat with those fellows from the GBag Nation, find out what they got coming up here on a Thursday right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
One final time here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford, and on loan from The Fan After Dark, he is Blake Elliott. I survived another show with this man. I need to pat myself on the back. It's been a while. I was scared.
You got an under the weather, Blake, so you didn't get the full storm.
It was probably a blessing in disguise, but now I remembered that you parked next to me, and I'm going to have to figure out how to get out of there because you took up 2.5 spaces.
Yep,
so that's fun.
I had my eyes closed.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks to Chris Strong on the ones and twos. Did an excellent job here today. But now we crosstalk with the GBag Nation presented by D&M Leasing. Fellas, how we doing today?
Terrific. How are you?
Doing amazing, and even more so after I saw how easily rattled the Texas Longhorns fan base is, because I've had a target on my back for pretty much the entire show. We opened up the show right out of the gates about the targeting discussion, and look, dunk on me all you want. I know it's deserved. Born and raised TCU fan, so I just had like a natural hate for UT. So the fact that they could have absolutely kicked that one down the road and lost that game was hysterical to me, but that was still one of the best games that I've seen all year.
Did the color of your own hair never almost persuade you into becoming a Longhorns fan?
You know, there was a couple of times where I had to question that. You know, you got to wake up and look in the mirror every morning, you know? So there was a few times for sure, and it was great because growing up, I told this story I think last week where in elementary school, both of my PE coaches, one of them was an OU fan, went to OU, graduated there. One of them was a UT fan, graduated from there. And they were super tight with my family and my parents, so they would get me Christmas gifts every year. And the same year, they each got me an OU and a Texas jersey. Never wore either of them. And they don't know that to this day because I couldn't bring myself to do it.
Well, you also you were growing up watching Andy Dalton, and so you could at least identify with, hey, one of me over here doing the TCU thing. That could be me one
Exactly.
day.
I've got like signed footballs from Dalton and LT and stuff. So like I saw the good stuff when I was growing up. I didn't, you know, I kind of disassociated after the national championship game. We don't talk about that around here. But other than that, that was one of the most fun games I've seen in a really long time. I know Wolchuk was probably clenching the cheeks a little bit there towards the end of the game. But overall,
Beginning of the game, too. That's just kind of the day he
I'm
had.
a cheek clencher. That's my thing. I don't think that the targeting call, though, is what lost the game for Arizona State.
No, not
to
at
me,
all.
that's the most foolish take of anything.
Not
Was
at
it
all.
targeting? Yes. I hate the targeting rule in college football. We need to get rid of the ejection. The ejection thing's ridiculous. If it happens twice, then fine. The whole thing, the player now is suspended for the first half of the next game, that should not be a thing either. So I'm glad they didn't call it targeting because Michael Taft didn't deserve to be ejected.
Yeah.
By the letter of the law, was it targeting 100%? Now, does Arizona State make a field goal? They can't kick. So do they still go on to win the game? I don't know. Arizona State has a fourth down opportunity to win it. They didn't. They failed, right? That game goes to overtime. They had many more chances to win that game. The Sun Devils weren't able to do it. So that did not win or lose the game for Texas or Arizona State. I do think it should have been called by the letter of the law. It's targeting. But overall, they need to tweak that rule in college football. It's probably my most hated rule in all sports.
Yeah, it's disappointing, but not as disappointing as you having hatred for the Texas program, Alec. That stunned me about 5 minutes ago.
And you jumped off the TCU bandwagon?
I didn't jump off the bandwagon. I just disassociated a little bit. Like, I'm still a fan. I still root for them, and I still outwardly express that. And trust me, a dude named Reggie Atatula reminds me of that almost weekly. But yeah, it was like a natural thing. I was kind of forced into it because my grandma worked for TCU for like 20 years. So, you kind of
She was
find
a
yourself,
rocket.
you find yourself being forced into those situations, which I'm not mad about. But
I mean, it's okay to support your university, but I think a fair amount of respect for the flagship college football program in the state, considering our state pride, is appropriate. I
don't know. It's really just the fandom that has gotten to me. Like, I apologize in advance, Wolchuk. A lot of my friends from high school went to UT, so I have to.
I don't know why you're apologizing to me. I'm not like the.
I have to.
Wolchuk's not a Texas
out of
I
this
pull
show,
for the state.
that's where
Outside of A&M, it is hard to root for A&M.
out of this show, 2 to 7 weekdays here, I associate you closest to the University of Texas, just like I do Bobby on the morning show for obvious reasons. I'm surprised he didn't rip my
Brian's
head
got
off.
a son at Texas. He's probably closer than I am.
He's got a Horns hat on right now.
He's paying tuition. He's giving money to the university.
Paid for the spring semester already. Yeah.
Man, that's got to
He's
be
paying
rough.
for the bottles to throw on the field next time they play Georgia, actually.
And to make it even-
Actually, a brilliant move. SEC football, they're fitting right into doing that kind of stuff.
Look at that.
Appreciate the Texas fans figuring that out.
Did we all collectively feel really good though for the kicker, the Auburn fella?
Oh yeah,
because I mean, not that he's walking around with any sort of confidence today, or will he in the next game?
Sure.
But the fact that game didn't end with Texas losing, that dude is still able to sleep to some extent.
He just needs another speech from Coach Stark.
Dude.
Obviously
I
the
think
best
that was
speech
his
ever.
demise, dude.
Or was it the
his
ASU
demise.
girls walking in front of him? That went trending on Twitter. The ASU equipment managers, if you will, walking right in front of Burt while he's warming up right before the biggest kick of the season, and he misses.
Good distraction on their part, though.
Yeah. It felt like a
Are
skit
they bringing
almost.
some talent?
He's got to be the youngest Burt in the world.
I think they were working the sidelines.
Yeah.
They were ball girls.
I mean, he's lining up to do a kick, and they walk right in front of him.
Wow, we've become so progressive in college football. They're not just ball boys anymore.
Nope, they were ball girls, 2 of them.
When you're named after a Muppet, I expect nothing less than pure comedy in that end of game situation. Me personally, if I'm getting the best motivational speech TED Talk of my life before the biggest kick of my life, I'm going to make the kick. Me personally. But that's just me. I expect that Ezekiel Elliott getting released comes to no surprise to you fellas whatsoever.
It's an embarrassment. I think this goes under just don't bring your legends back because things can get awkward. Sure. They're washed up, obviously. It might be tempting for one reason or another. Maybe he's the quarterback's best friend, or he can sell jerseys, or you need a running back really bad. But it's just it's a bad deal all around.
Does Zeke get on another team? Because they said they released him for
He
these
cleared
playoffs.
waivers.
He cleared waivers. Do you think anybody? No.
Yeah, those words are just another example of some sort of obligation they feel because I guess he's a legend.
I had to listen to Chief going about a 3-minute rant the other day about. Well, they've got to have some deal obviously worked out here. I mean, it
was all speculation. The news breaks during the show, so we're trying to figure out why is this happening now. And Broadus' sources couldn't come up with anything better than what I had, so I ran with it. And because
Broadus' source thinks that that Zeke was in danger of being inactive this week again, and was going to just go ahead and bail anyway. That's what Broadus' sources say.
Yeah, because he hasn't been signed yet. by any. I mean, maybe if like David Montgomery has a setback, like the Lions could use some help.
Yeah, we were trying to piece together what would make sense.
The Chargers,
but it's embarrassing to make it seem like this is Zeke and his agent to request this because we want to go get on a playoff contender.
I think that. I think it's all an act.
Oh yeah,
I think that's an act.
I'm with you.
I think that's an act, and I only say this because I do believe that he probably was going to be inactive again. And
that's more embarrassing than saying, please release me because I want to go get on a playoff contender and then no playoff contenders want you. That feels more embarrassing.
He doesn't want to have to go through. He doesn't want to have to go through that whole thing he went through with Atlanta. You know, the whole thing where he has
Was he missing meetings again? Was that still a perpetual problem?
Mm-hmm.
I would bet. Yeah.
That was all still happening.
Yeah.
Probably kind of.
That would be my speculation I'm running with.
Yeah.
They're like,
that'd be Dawson.
Well, we could leave him on the team and just have nobody know, and then somebody's ticked off enough. No, I'm not doing that for him. Let's release him.
Yep.
What do we got coming up on the program today, boys?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Medford. It is it's a triple guest Thursday actually here. Calvin Watkins coming up at 3:20. Eric Kendricks show at 4:20 or 4:40. You know, just depends on when Big Mike lets him out.
Yeah.
And then at 5 o'clock we're gonna have Stephen Jones.
Okay, there you go. Roll
Final
home
interview of the year.
Yeah, look at that. It feels weird that this NFL season is already coming to a close. No playoffs, though. Huh. Well, roll home with the GBag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Blake, thank you on short notice for showing up, even though you are under the weather.
See you tonight, Blake.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson, Jerry Jones, 10:30, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You're rolling with the GBag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the GBag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. It's great to be back. There's Brian Broaddus.
Chief, what's that voice?
That's Dawson.
It's Dawson.
I'm here.
Back.
Yeah. Yeah,
He's back.
It was only 10 days.
He lives.
He lives.
It is good to be here. It's great to see Lucius Alexander over there in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, fixing to go 5 there. You got Woolchuck and Chiafalo in the house. It's great to see you as well. Zach was out a similar amount of time. Did you do any Cowboy stuff there in that time?
Cowboys.
See some a little bit more often. Yeah. Lots changed with the Cowboys. Lots changed with the Mavs since last I broadcasted with you. Carter Freeman is he's not back there. At least I can say. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's there.
He's coordinating your video. And you can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. So I got on the plane yesterday, which, by the way, I'm back in a bad place with flying. Okay, I don't know what it is, but my anxiety is at an all-time high. The takeoff, the landing, the damn South Korea situation.
Yeah, that'll get you, dude.
You know,
spooky.
The 737-8 Max, FUD is back. Where every time I look at the dang card in the seat back in front of me, I'm on a 737 Max, and all the bad stories come flooding in. The tail strikes, the lost planes.
Why are we even putting like concrete barriers at the end of runways? What are we doing there?
That was weird. Yeah.
What are we just not thinking there? Like,
I don't know what happened. I mean, they came in way too hot, way too late. The flaps weren't up for landing.
No chance.
If you're going to belly land, at least. Bring that thing slow and hit the very start of the runway, not 2/3 of the way down. So yeah, all that's playing in my head as I get on the first plane. And
you didn't see the Gonzaga. What happened to Gonzaga then? Did you?
No, what happened to Gonzaga?
They almost got taken out.
Gonzaga had their charter was taxiing into LAX, and a big Delta went taking off, flying down the runway and took off. And they're like yelling.
It's like almost a T-bone situation.
I think the name of the airline, Key Lime, it was Key Lime Airline. And they're Key Lime, hold, stop. They were like screaming. And
they're the most delicious airline, but otherwise. Key Lime
Airline? Yeah, they were Key Lime.
I think about those all the time. So in the initial takeoff and then with the landing and the descent, the scenarios are just running through my head, and I'm trying to meditate it away as I'm sitting there and I'm closing my eyes and I'm playing the apps in my headphones and I'm trying to relax, and I can get like 4 seconds of relaxation before the next scenario flies into my head, like the time Brian told me about the Gonzaga plane. Bang, there it is, and I'm off and running again. So anyway. Of course, you get in the air, and then you're fine, and then the airplane Wi-Fi kicks in just in time to catch the beginning of Texas-Arizona State, and I'm watching that thing to I don't know what it was, 17-3 or 21-3, and then 24-8 or 24-6, something like that. They're up 16 points in the fourth quarter.
24-8.
Okay, so the plane's coming down. We got a 4-hour flight. The plane's coming down, and the Wi-Fi starts to get spotty. So I said, I'm not fighting this anymore. I fought through this boring game enough.
Shut it down. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yes. This is my Corey Seager moment.
He left early.
I left the game early.
Wait a minute.
So bang. 90 minutes later, I walk in my front door and turn on the TV, and I'm like, what the hell?
Nobody?
What?
Nobody?
That he
Nobody?
Stopped watching the game?
Stop watching the game.
He didn't bring his teammate down with him, though.
Nobody.
I'm just
not the same, Brian.
I'm sorry.
Not the same.
I gotta just wave the white flag on this one.
Nope.
He showed his ass and his ass only.
Well, I mean, the Wi-Fi was doing that thing where it buffers every 30 seconds for 30 seconds.
You felt like you were watching the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight.
Yes, and I figured there was no drama to be had, but
I truly can't believe though it's a 4th and 2 with just under 7 minutes to play, and it's 24-8.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Scadaboo's throwing touchdowns.
6.5 minutes left. Here we go. Finally. Yeah. Scadaboo. Touchdown pass. Boom.
Yeah, that threw me off that it's Scadaboo, not Scadabo.
It should be Scadabo.
Yeah, Scadabo sounds a lot better. 972, there he is, General Beta. I mean, I'm just open and honest with you about my phobia of flying, right?
I'm just as
I think
scared.
It's fair comment.
I'm just as scared as you are.
Are you driving to New Orleans for the Super Bowl?
I am. I actually am.
He's going to hitch a ride.
I told you I'd carry your bags for you.
I think
you might throw me the back of the plane,
but not your body.
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand where you're going. It sounds like you got some, I'm company
good.
probably.
No. I got no company. Got no company.
What's his name?
Doesn't want any either.
On the way home, I've got company. On the way down, I don't have company.
Well, I mean, I think what is it? A 40-minute flight? It's nothing. It should be nothing.
Quick breeze.
But it's like, I wonder how many years am I taking off my life by going on 6 or 7 trips, oftentimes with multiple legs per destination. By the insane amount of adrenaline that floods my body and anxiety. That's not good.
No.
I couldn't get to sleep last night. I only got 2 hours of sleep. Couldn't get to sleep last night because 8 hours earlier I was terrified for my life.
I was questioning your judgment flying back in the day before you have to be back at work. You always want that buffer day, right? Well,
I got scolded because I didn't take a buffer day once and the flight got delayed.
Yeah.
And the boss was like, that's why you need to take a buffer day. So now I'm always building in the buffer.
So now you're on short sleep. Your cortisol levels are super
he's well
high.
rested.
The stress is through the roof.
Not well rested.
You think he was resting with his family on vacation? You think that's what that is?
Trust me.
You think being with wife and kids all day, every day is resting?
My man will throw. He's got a situation taken care of. He does. He ain't gonna sit.
right.
He ain't gonna sit there and let.
Well, he swings a big stick.
He ain't gonna let things overrun him in life. Like Dawson will say, listen, Dawson will pull out the wallet and say, okay, you guys go do something. Okay. Dawson realizes $400 will buy him maybe 2 hours.
And they get 2 to 3 hours apiece.
Hey, it's always worth every penny.
Oh, hey. Yeah. Abby, I heard you wanted this special kind of hair curler thing. My man is
Consider it yours. Get out of my sight.
My man is throwing out all the credit cards to make that too. If he can get 30 minutes apiece, he will do that. Trust me.
Man, I'm not saying I'm above that approach.
What?
But I do have a weakness when it comes to the kids asking me for the time.
Yeah.
They want it. We need to play. We need to go sledding.
Yeah.
We need to play Magna-Tiles. We need to do Legos. We need to paint.
Yeah.
We need to color.
Do you ever play in baby? Do you ever get down on the floor and you googling and gagaing like a baby and you're being taken care of by your 3-year-old daughter who wants to be the mom
with the diaper on?
And you're sucking on your own thumb and you got freaking makeup on your face and then you didn't realize your wife was behind you recording the whole thing at the height of vulnerability? That doesn't happen to you?
Man,
we call that Tuesday.
We need that video. We need that video
That's
for the
day
fan
off.
YouTube page.
We call that 30 minutes before Daddy's leaving for work. He's sucking on his own thumb.
That is fantastic. No, but I will be I'll be the baby. With the voice. I'll play with the little baby and stuff like that. She finds that to be fun. But anyway, congrats to Texas. Doesn't give you a lot of faith for Ohio State game, does it? I mean, they can't stop the run. They can't run.
Yeah.
How many plays did Arizona State run? It seemed like I was watching them play the majority of the time.
Oh, their time of possession was ridiculous. They had a ton of it because of course, you get the special teams touchdown and things of that nature for Texas. But yeah, they were crushing it with the time of possession because it was big plays. Some big plays for Texas that were putting them up early and often.
So we'll get the Sugar Bowl coming up here at 3:00. Notre Dame and Georgia following another tragic day of senseless violence with multiple local and sports ties.
Goodness.
The brother of TCU wide receiver Jack Beck among the victims of a deadly attack in New Orleans. I guess an Odyssey employee.
No,
there was an Odyssey.
There was an Odyssey employee separate of that. Jack Beck is a separate, separate deal. But yeah, we did. We obviously lost an employee down there. Yeah.
Man, what another just crazy day to have to wake up and see that. So hopefully, they can get the game going without further incident. But unfortunately, the reality is it's just a matter of time at this point before the news happens again. Used to grow up watching stories like that of senseless violence, and it just seemed like it wasn't happening in this way in the U.S. the way that it would. In other parts of the world, but I think we definitely participate in that at some point, just as they do. Okay, so much happened with the Cowboys over the holidays, though. The win over Tampa, things were trending towards a worst-case scenario finish, but then bang, Lamb is out. Eric Kendricks didn't play. Eagles game fixed that. But we're still looking at a must-lose situation here coming up at 7 wins. If you would win an 8th game, you could be looking at picking 16th or 17th.
Yeah,
so it's
Commanders they're going to try and win this football game.
Right on.
So they're Commanders are going to try and hold the 6th seed is what they're going to try and do. So they need to make sure that they get that win. So I was listening to Dan Quinn talk. I was reading some of the things he believes in, and they had this discussion. He said after their game against Atlanta that we're going to go play. Now, how much are you going to play if guys start falling out of that would be that's always a thought you go into. But their idea is to try and maintain the 6th seed over Green Bay, because that means a trip to L.A., not a trip to Philadelphia.
And I feel like, the Cowboys would be incentivized to not put their absolute best foot forward. I mean, just to avoid injuries.
Yeah. I was the same way. I'm telling Brown, it's like Micah Parsons doesn't need to play in this game. We are already paper thin at linebacker next year. Leah Fowl, you had a great season. We'll see you next year, bro. Don't need to see you anymore.
Yeah.
Tyler Smith, you're a Pro Bowler, dude. Appreciate it. Move on. Now, Tyler Guyton, I want to see your butt out there.
Yeah, he needs to play.
But they don't want to see his butt out there.
I think that. Do you think Mike McCarthy is like the man of honor, that we finish this thing out, we try our best to finish it out? And I say this way because how many times you get down to that last game, and yeah, we all want them to tank the game, but like it means something though if, like I say, it's seeding. Like Green Bay, his old team, he might not care at all about Green Bay. I don't know. But does he owe it to the Green Bay organization to try and win the game? That's where I think there's a disconnect between us and what those coaches believe. They're like, hey, you don't want to be in a situation where somebody else, you don't want somebody else not playing hard.
That's where you need, I think, the front office to say, listen, you're not going to have these players. We're not going to hold this against you in any way.
If that's the case, then too, you just go ahead and tell them, by the way, you're not going to be back with us this year.
I mean, the nature of this draft, I'm sure they're starting to do their homework. Yeah. Maybe they were tuned into you a couple of weeks ago when you explained how shallow this is.
15 first-round grades. Yeah.
I mean, when I first saw the CD Lamb injury, I'm like, what changed that made it now I can't play through this? I think they were mathematically eliminated from the playoffs.
Well,
they sold it like his MRIs were getting worse.
Yeah, they said the MRIs were getting worse. That was from the organization, what I've learned. Yeah. I mean, but you're right.
And Jerry added if they were playing for all the marbles,
he said that too. Yeah.
Well, congrats to the 5 players that made the NFC Pro Bowl roster for this Cowboys team.
No Jordan Lewis though.
No, he was robbed. Doesn't have the reputation of it, but I think it goes to say that next year, along with what we've seen in the second half of this season, it's there for the taking. You've had young guys like Leah Fowl step up. Your offensive line hasn't played horribly despite, Zach Martin, Tyron Smith.
It did earlier, though.
Yeah, it did.
It did earlier, though. But you're right. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, I think next year could be successful was just the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to play 15, 16, 17 games with Brock Hoffman at guard, though.
No, dude, he has not shown.
Brock Hoffman for 6 weeks. Woo, let's go.
Versus crappy opponents. We're seeing it with Mozzie Smith, too. Like, yeah, you can play versus bad opponents. You are not the same player when you're going up against the big dogs.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Mavs are in a tough spot right now. Luka being out.
That's 3 straight losses right there.
Yeah, can't win. Rockets got him. A lot of turnovers last night. P.J. Washington sprained knee as well. So I think that's a massive situation. If you're without Luka and P.J. Washington, then you could be looking at a situation where losses could pile up on you in a big way and in a hurry. I mean, especially against good defensive teams like the Houston Rockets, who really extended pressure, and now the lack of a Luka to calm things down and get you a solid possession, or swing the ball to PJ for a corner 3. The guy can dribble, the guy can pass. You're in a situation now where they're vulnerable as they get ready to host the Cavaliers tomorrow. And, you just have to hope that they don't dig themselves too big of a hole between now and when Luka gets back. Of course, the trade deadline is going to be around right there at the same time. But now 20-14, 8 games back, and just, a handful of games, 2 or 3 games better than the 10th place Golden State Warriors right now, Brian. So I think there's a lot of things that come into focus here with this Mavs team right now.
We were talking about this a while back that, the Mavericks, there were like 6 teams or 6 games that they needed to make sure that they were going to win. Portland was one of those games. The Sacramento was one of those games. Those are 2 losses right there. You understand the Houston ones. Now you got Cleveland, you got the Lakers coming up.
Some good teams.
You got Memphis coming up, Celtics. Yeah, I mean, of the 17 games potentially that Luka can miss, you're already trending in a bad way right now when it comes to those games. And you were 9 up to the good over 500, and you thought, well, if you somehow can navigate 6-11, you be, maybe be 500. Right now, you're not trending to be a 500 team. That's not. I mean, it doesn't look good right now.
All righty. It does look good here for 5 hours of sports content. We have the G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. We can talk NFL. Who's the MVP going to be heading into Week 18? We'll look at the favorites coming up next. Then the G-Bag of the Day here on The Fan.
It's afternoon.
Uber Eats has low V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
All right, GBag of the Day is coming up here in 8 minutes. This segment of the Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. We got some NFL MVP odds over there, Wolchuk.
Yeah, CBS Sports has just done their new NFL MVP watch, and they vote. Everybody there at CBS Sports goes ahead and votes, and then each first place vote will count like 5 points, 4 points for second, and they tally it all up. So the full MVP leaderboard, you've got 3 quarterbacks, then you've got Barkley, then you've got Goff at 5. But the top 3 guys are Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow at number 3. Now, Barkley, if he were to break the record, the last non-quarterback to win it, you go back to 2012, it was Adrian Peterson. I believe that was a 2,000-yard season. Barkley certainly would have an opportunity if he was able to break the record. That would be a phenomenal talking point, but it seems as though they're not going to play him, so he's going to finish 101 yards shy. This is a quarterback award. It seems to always be, even if he broke the record, I still don't think personally Barkley would have gotten this. I think it still would have been Allen, Jackson, and then Burrow. Burrow, I just don't see getting this because of the way that he might not make the postseason. Now, he deserves a lot of credit. He's the only reason they're even in the conversation this week.
Incredible player.
But I think I'm leaning right now Josh Allen's probably going to win this MVP award.
Who would be y'all's picks?
Josh Allen.
Saquon Barkley. Don't you stoop down to the embarrassment levels of our pregame show. Yeah, I understand.
Or stink, for that matter. Right?
I wouldn't draft one. I wouldn't draft a running back in the top 20. I wouldn't pay a running back a big contract. I definitely wouldn't give him a franchise tag. But I think once the hay is in the barn and you've produced a season like this, I think it's a genuine conversation because of how much better he is than almost everybody else that's ever played that position.
Yeah, the thing that the only real shot I felt like he had was if he broke the record. But since the fact, what's amazing to me is they miscalculated. They should have just kept running him against Dallas.
Totally, dude.
He might have been able to break it in that game.
Seriously,
yeah.
It was turning into like 8, 9, 26. The runs were getting better and they took him out with like 9 minutes to go in the game. They could have got that thing with some sizable runs. They could have made that a lot more palatable for them to maybe try and do it this week. Oh, he only needs 20-something yards, and that was just a bad miss evaluation. But I give Dallas credit for one thing, though, not in this particular game, but he had 3 games where he was held pretty much in check, if you want to call it in check. The Browns held him in check. Dallas held him in check the first time they played. And then the Steelers got him the time that they played. And that's it. Everybody else had given up a bunch of yards.
I think it was the first time that Barkley's ever had 100 yards against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
12 times playing them, which is pretty damn impressive. Typically Barkley didn't kill him the Cowboys, but he certainly did.
Especially for an all-world MVP, just never seen anything like this guy kind of player.
He is fantastic player.
Go 100-yard game in 12 attempts versus what has not been a good Cowboys run defense for the last however many years is pretty amazing.
You're Opoy. Your offensive player of the year?
He's my Opoy, unless you want to give it to Jamar Chase. He hits that triple crown.
He's going to give it to anybody but a running back today.
No, that was my whole thing was the offensive player of the year is the perfect award for Saquon. What Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen are doing are completely different stratospheres of impact on your team and dominance from the most difficult position in sports.
Yeah, it's a quarterback award. At least that's what it has been. Outside of Peterson winning it, you got to go back to 2005, LaDainian Tomlinson.
Mm-hmm.
So
bunch of touchdowns that year, I believe.
You look at I think he broke the rushing touchdown record, or most touchdowns in a season.
Once you're at 2,000 yards, especially, it didn't take you 17 games. I don't think there's anything to be defensive about as far as giving this guy whatever award you feel like he deserves. If he's not on the Eagles this year, what's the season look like? Significantly less. This guy impacted winning in a big way. Would I bet on him staying healthy and doing it again next year? Hell no. Do I think Philadelphia made a wise decision? No. They played a bad poker hand and ended up nailing the flop, the turn, and the river. And they're like, look at this. I got a freaking full house with Saquon Barkley. Congratulations. It's going to bite you in the ass in a big way. You got to win the Super Bowl this year. But based on what he just accomplished, Absolutely. I don't think you would need to see the record to vote on that if you're looking at it that way. Now, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen have had fantastic seasons, right? There's nothing historic about any one of them. They've just been really dominant. But we've seen lots of seasons like they play. We've seen this 8 times from a running back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know that quarterbacks are having like historic seasons every year and then they're winning the MVP. It's difficult now with you got to go out there and throw for 60 touchdowns. That's how you're going to break the record. 7,000 passing yards. But
I think if you're going to take it away from a guy who did have a historic year,
yeah,
then you shouldn't just have another good quarterback year.
But if I take Barkley off the Eagles and I take Josh Allen off the Bills, which one's a bigger loss to said team? The Bills have no chance in hell without Josh Allen at quarterback. This was a team that wasn't supposed to make the playoffs this year. They lost Stephon Diggs.
His leading receiver is Khalil Shakur.
I mean, I think this is Josh Allen's award. I think he's won it hands down. I think you're going to have some voter fatigue, which, should we give it to Lamar Jackson a third time? I don't think the postseason success has anything to do with this. This is a regular season award.
Yeah, quarterback's most impactful by far. And then you would look at edge rushers and tackles and corners and, wide receivers and all that. So if that's how you want to do it, then I really don't have a good argument for that. I just think then we should have a best quarterback award.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you. Because the MVP to me has become a quarterback
best
award.
Quarterback.
That's what it is. It takes something historic, like what Barkley might have been able to accomplish, and shame on the Eagles for not allowing him that opportunity to do so. I think that's a crime.
Yeah, I don't know how I would look at that. I guess I'd go to the player and be like, how important is this to you?
I think it's important to the offensive line. I mean, we talked to Stink about that the other day. He was on the team with Terrell Davis when he got to 2000, and it meant a lot to those guys, those offensive linemen. It made a lot to the line coach too. So.
Yeah, I do think that they should have gone for it versus the Cowboys.
Absolutely,
there. And then see, could you get this thing within,
close
like
enough.
You said, 15, 20 yards, and now you can go out there and you don't feel like you're risking much. But for a team that is not going to get a bye during the postseason, you're gonna hit the ground running here. What's more important? Ultimately, what is more important? Do you want to be the all-time leading rusher and you did it in 17 games? Cool. Or do you want to be as healthy as possible going into a Super Bowl or bust kind of season? We just went all in to win a Super Bowl, not for you to get some record that. What does it matter, dude? We're gonna look back and appreciate you. You're not gonna get a parade. You're not gonna get the Jason Kelce moment for whatever it is that you're about to do, breaking a rushing record. You're going to get that when you go make history winning a Super Bowl. The best chance for you to do that, Saquon Barkley, who is banged up all the time, is to be as rested as possible.
Get
your priorities straight. That's our biggest problem with the Cowboys.
But and that's a problem with the Cowboys because the Cowboys believe in the rest stuff like that and still get smoked by the Packers. That team was really healthy going in. Yeah,
that's true. They might be looking at rule of 370. He's at 345 right now. You put him in there to get the record. What if he's only getting 4 yards an attempt? And now you got to go to 25, 26 carries. Now you've hit the magic number. You're not rested going into wild card weekend. Maybe we got to give it to you 30 times there. You break down divisional weekend. I think by far, but like having the all-time record is so massive. I get the feeling watching Saquon interviews that he's going to do team first thing.
Sure he is.
If you leave it up to him, he's going to be, I want to be fresh. But if it was a massive deal to him, I'd say, okay, let's go for it. It would be pretty cool to have the all-time leading carrier, be on your team. And there's nothing that says you can't get the record and be healthy for the playoffs.
When was that record set, by the way? Was it 1984?
I think it's been 40 years.
Yeah. You're not going to see this record ever broken then because people are not committed to running the ball like that anymore.
No, you're probably right. Philly's a special team right now in that regard. Time now
break
to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Okay. How you boys doing? How you doing, General? You all right,
awesome, man. I'm good. You?
Yeah, I'm in here.
Right back into
doing
the
my thing.
foxhole.
Happy New Year, bro.
What's up, Pimpin'? How you feeling?
Doing all right.
All right. Well, when we last left off, our winner right here, Fulham FC, London's original football club. The announcer for this team right here, he calls out a flopper in the middle of the game. He's pretty upset by it, but their man Harry Wilson scores a goal at the same time. So it's a lot going on in this clip, and everybody's pretty excited, and he's calling out a flopper. So, just sit back and listen, player.
Anthony Robinson trying to work his way past Neto. Get up, you.
He tried to take Iwobi out. Play goes on. Header back. Yeah! Oh, yes! Come on! Come on, Fuller! Harry Wilson. It's Harry Wilson again. Harry the hero. Neto can clear off, flying on the ground, holding his face, you cheat. Harry Wilson from close range.
You cheat.
Oh, come on. Listen to him call him out at the very beginning.
Get up.
Anthony Robinson trying to work his way past Neto. He tried to... Oh, get up, you...
He has to stop himself.
Get up.
He was going to call him the C word.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, I believe that one.
I don't think I've ever heard like the local call for European soccer. I always get like the national call.
So good.
Local guys, those blokes are getting after it.
Yeah, I like it. Big fan, big fan.
That Anthony Robinson guy, by the way, who was mentioned in the beginning of that clip, getting mentions now as perhaps the top fullback in the game, which is notable because he plays for the red, white, and blue. Better than Juszczyk.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's something else.
Hey.
Tears for Fears?
Hey. Umbrella in my drink, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
For no reason. I'm at the house.
Hey, where are those umbrellas?
Yeah, I just wanted to dress it up. Trap House Sports. You guys may be familiar with Trap House Sports because he makes those diss tracks. Y'all lost to the Chiefs. Y'all some booty cheeks. Bow, 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 bow. He did a Cowboys breakdown video of the loss to the Eagles. I had this sitting in deck for a second, but I'm going to let it go, bro.
Yeah, man, another week of Cowboys football, man. This right here, can't even get my words together, bro. I'm just so flabbergasted. What the Hey, bro, what's wrong with Kenny Pickett? He acoustic? What was this? What the flying was that? He got thrown by his own ball. Ball through him. I never seen it before. It was the worst thing Kenny Pickett or any NFL player has ever done, ever. Turns right around and start dotting us up, bro. I'm devastated. Can't stand it, bro. Why were you even out there? You just out there bullshit. You ain't out there playing for real. You just out there getting paid. Ain't nobody really out there playing for real. Not even Cooper Rush. He out there throwing up punts for the other team. Threw up a punt. He threw up straight belt the ass, man. Belt, we was getting whooped. We got a whooping fresh out the shower whooping. We hit our report card from our mama. That's the kind of whooping we get. Talk back to the teacher. That's the kind of whooping we got. Devontae Smith, little ass out there doing his bad. Kenny Pickett got hurt. They put the third string in. Guess what he do? Dots us up. Out there getting laced by the third string guy. We getting laced by the
I like the mic over modulating. I like the mic over modulating right there.
That's good.
Yeah, I like that one. Coach Saban was college game day star right now.
Yeah, he is.
Broadus called it. He's like, well, they let Coach Saban say what he wants to do what he wants on there. And you're right. Coach Saban was on the college game day talking about how Alabama should have been recruiting Tez Johnson.
Yeah.
What I'm sitting here thinking about is Tez Johnson's in Birmingham, 45 minutes away from Alabama. We didn't recruit the guy. Who was recruiting Birmingham, and I should have fired their ass.
Who was it? To the bottom of that.
Yeah, who was it?
Do you remember? He stayed in state. He went to Troy first.
He went to Troy first. Yeah. And we didn't recruit him when he...
It's
not you, Coach.
It's 2025. Coach, come on, move on.
Come on, move on, Coach. Come on, move on.
Coach.
Come on.
Fine.
Wow. Times change fast.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
It is better.
Yeah, let them talk.
Let him talk.
We're trying to entertain, man.
Let him talk.
Have you seen the timeline? Yeah. We got to reach a little bit sometimes, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing because there's a blessing out here for you. I promise you. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes and big up to all the prayer warriors that hit the New Year's Eve service and came back for that midweek service.
Wow.
Woo!
Yeah.
That's
commitment right there.
That's how the year worked out this time.
Yeah.
That you committed, bro. You're going to get like this. As soon as you get up there, you're going to get the fast pass in the line. Oh, there you go. Come on up here. Come on up here, brother. I've been waiting for you.
Yeah.
We got a pastor right here that he thought it was TD Tuesday.
Oh.
He thought it was TD Tuesday.
Ways that you can show your love and show the love of Christ throughout our city and our neighborhoods and things like that. On your way out today, you'll see that we love our city T-shirts. Grab your We Love Our City T-shirt on your way out. All right. Yes.
And that other day.
He did. He did. He messed that up.
We love our TD T-shirts, though. That's some good merch.
Yes.
We love our TD T-shirts. Might be one.
Hey. You know, you could get a new wing of that church built probably by next week.
100%.
Get those online.
Yeah. And then what is breast month? What is that?
October.
Right.
Yeah. It's always breast month.
It's always breast month.
Breast month, buddy.
You get a pink shirt for breast month. All right, I'm out of here, brother.
G-bag of the day. It's time to vote. Is it the pastor going full boom shaka-lock there?
Yeah. Boom.
Coach Saban college game day should have fired the guy who was recruiting Birmingham. Trap house breakdown of the Eagles loss or a Fulham flopper.
I want to see what the pastor was looking at that time that he was. Something had him distracted out there in that audience. Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
Something had Pam had them boys wrapped up. He was like, damn.
Oh, goodness.
Getting hot in here? I'm going to go with the breakdown of the Eagles loss, Chief. How about you?
Me too.
Lucius?
Coach Saban.
2-1, Wolchuk.
I'll take the Fulham FC announcer.
Brian?
Trap House.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Once again, this is probably his third or fourth reign.
Yeah.
As a very entertaining gentleman there. Okay, we got a college football darty coming up. Chief, where are you taking us there?
Yeah, we got the best moments from round 2, and we prep our bodies for the Sugar Bowl next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Razor Baby.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
I love it. Welcome back. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. This is Remy's favorite song right now, my 3-year-old. And it's amazing at that age the things that they parrot and pay attention to. Anyway,
Eurythmics, huh?
Yeah, she's loving it. NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. Time now for a college football darty. Here's the Chief.
All right, Sugar Bowl's on deck. We'll get you set for that here in just a second. Some breaking news. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe has declared for the 2025 NFL Draft.
All right.
See you later.
So we'll see how that shakes out for him. Are you guys surprised to find out that when Bama and Michigan were playing the other day in a bowl game, Broadus in his LSU Tiger gear was actively rooting for Alabama to win?
Wow.
He hates Michigan more than Alabama.
I hate Michigan more than Alabama.
Okay.
That was a little surprising to me.
I've seen around bowl season like conferences come together against other conferences.
I am not an Alabama fan by any means. I just do not like Michigan.
Are you boastful about the SEC though? I would say the answer to that is yes.
No, I just anybody against Michigan. That's kind of how I look at things.
Don't know what they did to you. Win one championship in Fort.
It's Dutch. I don't like Dutch, and that's why I do it.
Yeah,
that's mine.
It was pretty cool. The side by side of like 2024 started with the 4th down stop. You had Michigan beating Alabama in the Rose Bowl, and then January 1st, 2025, same thing. You get the Michigan stop of Alabama to win that bowl game. Obviously, the playoff was way better, but it still ended in very similar fashion to start the new year.
Wow, that's wild. All right, before we look back, let's look forward. Did we just get a huge bet?
Jerry Rafferty. You can't get her to like Jerry Rafferty.
Did she get a huge bet on Georgia?
$230K on Georgia +1 to beat Notre Dame.
Good song.
I know.
I'm sorry, Wolchuk. Broadus was doing the show.
No, we'll do our side show, and then they can do whatever the hell they're talking about over there.
So somebody just placed a $230,000 bet on Georgia, who is now a 1-point dog in the game.
Mm-hmm.
The under Bulldogs right now, and I love that bet. Now, granted, don't take anything I say seriously, because my college football predictions, borderline, just flush them all. Borderline, not a full goose egg, but borderline.
You went over though on the over/under for Texas and Arizona State, didn't you?
Yes,
and I think that ended up hitting thanks to overtime.
Yes, and I had Arizona State covering in the game, but otherwise, I thought Boise State was going to keep it closer. I thought Oregon was going to win.
I did too.
mean, what a shellacking.
That was stunning. Congratulations, Ohio State.
Ohio State was so impressive yesterday.
Damn impressive.
I mean, I guess that Michigan loss was a huge wake-up call. Jeremiah Smith, and he's the headliner for sure, true freshman wide receiver, just lighting the world on fire. And people are saying if he was in this year's draft, he'd be the #1 overall pick. I don't know if that's hyperbolic or not, but certainly a freak show super beast who was on full display. But everybody for Ohio State yesterday, it was like they could do no wrong, dude. They were, I mean, the physicality defensively, just smacking dudes. Super impressive with what the Buckeyes did yesterday.
I think I'm more impressed, honestly, with Howard, the quarterback. I didn't think he was capable of playing to this level.
I think that's fair. He's really
that's more
turned it up.
You watch Ohio State's skill. Like the defense doesn't surprise me. I know when Carter came in here the other day, we were talking about, what Oregon would have to deal with. We kind of talked about the front seven for Ohio State, and then they got the safety, the freshman safety.
Mm-hmm.
They've got legitimate defensive players. I did not think that Howard, their quarterback, could play at this level. The last 2 weeks he has. The Tennessee game, he was outstanding. Yesterday he was outstanding as well.
Yeah, he's really locked in.
They're going to have a chance to win this thing if he continues to play at that level.
Well, if he's playing at that level, I think that they have a chance to run away with it, just like they did versus Oregon and with Tennessee, just embarrass folks. Texas, you show up to play the same way you just did, you're not going to be able to compete here. Will Howard's doing that. The rest of the Buckeye roster is sort of historic with how impressive it is.
And Chip Kelly. I mean, what a job Chip Kelly did against his former team. Like Jeremiah,
he was awful against Michigan, but he was really good the last couple of weeks. But you've got
receivers running wide open in that. I mean, and maybe Oregon just had some bus on their side of it, but Chip Kelly was scheming it up yesterday.
Dan Lanning was bad on defense yesterday.
They were.
Oh yeah, he got tore up, man. That was super surprising. I was not anticipating that.
They hunt matchups. That's what Ohio State does. They hunt matchups. You get your 6'4", 6'5" receiver on 5'10" corners and stuff like that.
There you go.
It's a good recipe.
Dan Lanning's not our day, but it wasn't your day versus Michigan.
Yeah, no, I
Nice
thought
little
that was. I was like, hey, dude, are we really gonna?
If I'm Ohio State, I don't even care now. We're moving on.
That was that doesn't look good on you, Dan Lanning, lashing out like that. You just got smoked, dude. And they were celebration blocking your guy Will Howard. Weren't letting him up on the celebration stage.
I kind of feel like that my man number 91, who was trying to kind of plead his case, like this is the quarterback dude, should have got off the stage and let him on in his spot.
That would have been a good teammate.
Yeah, I think that's what you needed to be. Is that Williams? I think that's
Ty Williams, the defensive tackle.
And he's damn good, by the way.
Good player.
He's a really good player, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, you get off the stage and let him jump up there, Just
switch
or throw somebody off the stage and the old switcheroo.
Yeah, that something should have happened there, but yeah, Ohio State looking outstanding right now. What's the early line versus Texas?
6. Ohio State -6.
Yeah, right now you feel like you'd be all over that, right? And the tickets are no joke at AT&T Stadium. I know Wolchuk had some numbers on that. That's crazy. But
I own a pair and a parking pass.
Yeah, you could probably get some good money for those, man. Because these things are absolutely insane. I mean, you're looking at like basically $400 to $500 just to get in.
Yeah, down to the lower 100 sections.
That's where you got your pair.
Yep.
That's a low hanging pair right there.
Low hanging pair.
Pay for Bennett's ski trip with that pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. He's hitting the slopes and then he's coming back for a good old fashioned Cotton Bowl playoff game. What a life
we
he's
all
living.
wish we were Bennett Broadus.
Amen, dude. I have serious envy every time he gets brought up.
That's why you guys always laugh at me for doing all these podcasts and stuff. That's exactly why.
You're footing the Bennett bill.
Uh-huh.
I thought I'd spoiled my kids. I heard about you.
Takes it to another level.
Yeah.
Okay, we have. I mean, some of the plays from that Texas. What play stands out to you from that game? Because I mean, the fake punt was awesome, and you're thinking, is that a tight end? It's a 290-pound defensive tackle with the softest hands you've ever seen.
Amazing.
And he makes a huge play to kind of reignite that game a little bit early on in it when ASU was looking really, really bad. And then I know it was illegal, and they should have, I guess, not counted it. But suplexing your own running back into the end zone for pay dirt.
Yeah.
One of the coolest ways to score a touchdown.
Nice job, 77.
Why is that outlawed? We can push him in now.
Yeah, I didn't think you were allowed to carry your dudes in, though, but we are.
You can't carry him.
I
guess you can push.
They carried him, though. They carried my man in.
They suplexed throw.
They did. It was like here, let me carry. Yeah, let me flip you over the top of me. It was amazing. I loved it. I think
if you got a dude strong enough to pull that off, I think the fans want it. I think it'd be good for ratings.
Did you see the name of that Arizona State defensive lineman that made that catch?
No, what was his name?
Blazin Lono Wong, and it's a hyphen.
Hey,
Lona Wong.
Wow. Yeah, I got to figure out what that Lona Wong is.
Yeah, that's an all-name.
I want to meet
right
Blazin's parents.
Blazin.
Bet you they're fun.
They're a good bunch.
We Jamaican, man. We smoke bud.
Give me that last name one more time, Wolchuk.
Lona Wong.
Lona Wong Kush.
Love that. That dude is fantastic. And then, of course, you had the Scatabo. Again, you're talking about, or Scataboo, excuse me.
Did his old man, I mean, does he... It's a crazy,
that's a spitting image.
It's crazy how he looks just like his dad. I mean, exactly
dude.
like his dad.
And Scatabo is, a wild animal.
Is
he
like
neck,
5'8"?
The neck and jaw, just built for football. And then he's got the crazy, psycho, maniacal eyes to go along with it. He's got his lineman helping him up off the ground, and he's pushing his lineman away from, get away from me, dude. I'm in the zone right now. He's puking. Actually, here's some sound. Here's some sound of old Scataboo here, because he gets the MVP. And that's the first time they've ever done that, where the losing team has the MVP. And it was certainly a conversation, but you feel like the way Quinn Ewers closed that game down, and we'll have that conversation in a minute, seemed like that would have been worth it. But let's go ahead and tee up Scataboo with Dan Patrick today after we all saw him vomiting during the game.
Yeah, I think I was drinking a little too much water and Powerade. At the same time I think I ate something bad in the morning. I had a croissant breakfast sandwich, and I don't think it went down very well. And I wasn't feeling too good all the way leading up to the game. And until I threw up, I threw up and I felt like a completely different person. And after that throw up, the game switched for me and how I was playing. It was completely different for me. So it was nice. I looked down, took a deep breath, puked, took another deep breath, and then got back on the field and, played my game of football. So
very impressive stuff there. We all know that feeling of just being one puke away from having a fantastic night.
Rally puke.
You're not always there. Sometimes this is a grinded out situation, and no one puke is going to do much for you. This is the long haul. But when you're 1 or 2 pukes away and you know it, gosh, that's such a liberating feeling. And then you could see he became a different version of himself.
I've never had that during sports, though. Covering games, I've seen most teams have one guy that might do pregame puke or something like that.
Yeah. No, I've waterlogged myself during off-season workouts, not during a game, but workouts. You're doing gassers, and you're like, let me just puke real quick, and I'll be so much better. And that was clearly the case for him. But I'll tell you one thing too about watching ASU football, having that little yellow spot there.
The line?
No, the yellow in their
logo?
In their logo,
Colors?
yes.
Yeah.
Right there, you have the burnt orange, but then you have the yellow and the maroon. That yellow was throwing me off almost after every play. It felt like there was a flag.
Yeah.
It was so aggravating. So that was just a sidebar. But Quinn Ewers not getting the MVP, are we cool with that?
Well, I think they did say it was voted on 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter mark. So I think that's why.
Why they were down 16?
Why would they do that?
It was right at, I think they probably got all the votes in right as Scatabo was throwing that touchdown pass. And then you're thinking, okay, well, I mean, if he wasn't on the field, I will say Arizona State didn't have a chance. I was getting annoyed for Sun Devil fans. Dude, quit tapping yourself out of the game. Now, obviously, he needed to hurl, and then he was all good to go. But it's dude, stay on the field. This is the playoffs. Yeah. What are you doing, bro?
Yeah, it's a big game, and that's a horrible protocol to follow, making the MVP vote with 7 minutes to go. That's a fireable offense, if you ask me, Chief.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% on that. And, we've been all over Quinn Ewers with him being a guy that needs to continue to marinate in college football. A little bit inconsistent, had some bad moments throughout that game for sure. But the way he closed that game down was totally dynamite. I mean, of course, it boils down to being down a touchdown in overtime. It's 4th and 13. And this is the moment right now. You're in the pressure cooker, and they go basically all-out blitz, and the offensive line holds up beautifully. Easy money, Golden, and that dude's a stud. Golden with the touchdown.
Yeah.
But even in lead up to
sideline catches too.
I mean, he leads them down for 2 game-winning field goals. They just miss it. And then the first OT possession, he's 2 for 3, 30 yards, touchdown. And then the other one, the second possession, it happened in a blink of an eye. You're like, wait, they scored again? And then they immediately get the 2-point conversion. He was dynamite the final 5 minutes or so of that game.
Appreciate you, Chief. There it is, a college football darty here in the GBag Nation. Calvin Watkins coming up at 3:20. We'll talk to him about the Zeke release and all your Cowboys storylines. NFL News of the Day coming up next. Chuck, what do you got?
We got the Barkley decision, Pro Bowl rosters, and NFL history. That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag.
Rolling with the GBag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
All right, it's hour number 2 of the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is great to be back as we have Calvin Watkins coming up at 3:20. And look at the text, 903. Welcome back, Gavin. Don't start the new year off by peeing somebody off. Love you, rat. Love you too, buddy. Thanks for making this part of your day. I don't know. It can happen at any time, to be honest with you. I have a commitment to speaking my mind, calling it the way I see it. The way I see it now, it's time for the NFL news of the day. Here's Wolchuk.
Let's do it. Stat of the day for you here. The New York Jets have used more kickers than they have wins this season. Just brutal. Brutal for the Jets. 5 kickers, 4 wins.
What about Greg the Leg?
I don't know. Injuries, also maybe just play.
That leg's not legging anymore.
His leg's not legging, man. He's not showing it off quite as much as he used to.
He got that Justin Tucker
It's a big
syndrome.
problem. Yeah, he did. We did get the Pro Bowl teams announced. Now, this used to be cool. Like, we used to have a whole edition on ESPN. We'd look forward to it. Now it's like, I don't think anybody cares about the Pro Bowl anymore.
No.
Oh, why? Because we're not selecting like players for dodgeball and tug of war and.
Well, and they're bringing back some of that this year, which will be fun. But I think a lot of these guys end up kind of opting out, and now you end up having like options 5 and 6 that are actually playing in the game. I mean, we had Tyler Huntley, and no disrespect
Our
to
flag
Tyler.
football game.
Yeah, and he ended up being a quarterback of the Pro Bowl, and it's like, this is kind of where we probably draw the line here. I mean, Patrick Mahomes did not make the Pro Bowl team, guys.
It's embarrassing.
He is the
dude.
first quarterback in the history of the game for his team to have won 15 games in a season, and he did not make the Pro Bowl.
It's an embarrassment.
There's a chance Dawson, our running back, is going to get the MVP now.
Could happen. Yeah.
If they're voting like
Let the
this,
fans
maybe
vote.
we
have a chance.
He did not make it. The Ravens lead the way. They've got 9 Pro Bowlers. In fact, Zay Flowers is the first Ravens wide receiver in the history of their franchise to make the Pro Bowl.
Okay, did you have to double check that?
I did.
Because
I was like, sacked here.
I felt like this was a sacking, like the first sacking of the new year. But
Like, there's no way, right? Like, they've had some okay receivers over the years. Derek Mason had a nice run for a while.
yeah,
Are we not counting when they were the
We're
Cleveland
not.
Browns?
We're not counting when they were
no,
the
this
Browns.
is just when they were the Ravens.
Why not?
No.
Well, that's the line of demarcation
Well,
here for this
it's- we have
particular
it- they have
stat
it
of the day.
history.
Just like we found out the Stars aren't counting the Minnesota North Stars. Jamie Benn is the most minutes played. Technically, he wouldn't have that if they included the North Stars.
Oh, Bill Goldsworthy's not the guy with
They
the most minutes.
didn't. They don't carry over, so they're not carrying it over there, I guess, in Baltimore.
Cesar Montiago, not the most minutes.
Not
no
Cesar.
love for Caesar.
Cesar.
No, I think it is Caesar.
Cesar Montiago. I was about to say it's from my era.
Confirmed. Zay Flowers.
It's crazy, right? It's nuts.
They've been doing this for,
Absolutely
what,
nuts.
30 years in Baltimore?
Yeah. Had some good receivers over the years. Well, maybe not.
Just some okay
Like,
ones,
okay
I
guys, some
guess.
Jags, but good for Zay Flowers. Lions have 7 players. Vikings and Eagles have 6 each. If you're wondering which Cowboys made it, Micah did get in there. And congratulations to him. Brandon Aubrey, Kevontae Turpin, Tyler Smith among your Cowboy Pro Bowlers. CeeDee Lamb as well. He's made 4 consecutive Pro Bowls. It's the second most by a Cowboys receiver all time, trailing Michael. Playmaker at 5. Micah, first defensive player to be named to the Pro Bowl in each of his first 4 seasons since Aaron Donald. That's elite company right there. But no Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis, probably the biggest Cowboys snub if you ask me. Now, he was unanimously selected winner of the Cowboys Good Guy Award, as voted on by the PFWA.
That's the Pro Football Writers there, right?
Thank you. I didn't know. I needed that clarification. But good for him. I mean, Jordan Lewis absolutely is deserving of, I think he's the 2024 Cowboys MVP this year. Just period. Offense, defense, he's your guy. What he's done this year, best season of his career, I think he's been phenomenal.
I would agree with that, Wolchuk, and I would also say Steve Smith Sr. was robbed in his couple of years there in Baltimore. He put up some pretty good numbers. Probably deserved it. But the list is really bare. After Derek Mason, you go a couple of years that Anquan Bolden had and Torrey Smith had and Steve Smith and Hollywood Brown, and that's it. They have really ignored it. I guess, maybe the front office approach to wide receiver.
I asked the Chief this question the other day while you guys were gone. Would you trade Brendan Aubrey for a second-round pick?
No, absolutely not.
The 40th pick in the draft.
Remind yourself what the Cowboys do with second-round picks before you answer this question.
I did have to remember that after I went with the immediate yes. I was like, well, they kind of set their second-round picks on fire a little bit.
True.
Broadus had to go all the way back to Sean Lee to justify.
Well, Diggs.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
That's at 60.
But you're right. Ultimately, the second rounders have not panned out here.
Tank was the second, wasn't he? Top of the second?
Tank was a second rounder. Yeah, you sprinkle in there a couple of good ones, but the majority, I mean, you're getting like the Tristan Hills. I mean,
this guy's special. You know, he lets you score from 65 to 70 yards out at the end of halves, at the end of games.
I'm going to say no. I got to stay with my Plano guy, Brandon Aubrey.
No,
for the win
you thought about it.
I thought about it because they need a lot of help. A lot of help.
Cheat through that.
I wouldn't do it for a first.
40th. You're right. Me neither. Kickers matter, baby. They're football players too.
No, I'd do it for a first. Inside the top 25.
Yeah, okay. You can go ahead. I'll do it for a first round or two, but that's what's going to take.
If you're a team,
just like Derek Lively's untouchable, Aubrey's damn near close.
Honestly,
I mean, you might be lined up to take your next Kelvin Joseph with that pick.
I just kind of wondered if you're one of these teams that's a playoff team and you're at the back end of that first round. Do you think there's a better player on your board than Brandon Aubrey? What he could do for your offense? And
no. This is, I mean, the efficiency, like the difference of 80% to 90 plus with that amount of extension. This is points.
You're taking Tristan Hill or you're taking Brandon Aubrey.
Having a kicker is the most nonsensical thing to have in the game of football. It's overpowered as hell. But just because they're not real football players doesn't mean we can ignore the value that they provide. The great ones.
Resent that. By the way,
were you a kicker?
No, of course not. Are you kidding me? You think I can kick a football? But that's why it's hard, and that's why they're football players.
No, they're not.
They are. They are.
I'm just impressed that Walchuk had to think about this a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, a second-round pick is pretty damn valuable, but I'd rather have Aubrey, I suppose. Cooper Rush gets a $500,000 incentive if he plays 55% of the team snaps this season, okay? I think the Cowboys are monitoring this. He's going into the game with 52.5% of the snaps. So do you see Trey Lance playing in this game to try and avoid having to pay Cooper Rush a $500,000 incentive bonus?
I would say no.
I think that would be kind of crazy, but Jonathan Jones has put that out, and it's made me wonder a little bit.
It'd be a quick way for the Cowboys to earn Bleep Hole of the Week. That's for sure.
He's earned this money by going out there and trying to keep the team afloat.
He should get that.
$500,000?
Yeah,
I mean that's speaking Jerry's language.
How many wins did the guy get since Dak was gone? How many games did they win?
4.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a good run.
I mean, that's
I think he's underrated.
What have you done for him?
I'm not trying. Is this directly going against the cap? This is cap dollars we can't spend. Hell no.
Yeah,
he deserves that.
You better not, Jerry. That's stupid. We're just giving away $500,000 against the cap. Meanwhile, we're fighting cheerleaders to keep them at $15 an hour. You know, it's just
he
it
always
doesn't make
goes
any
that
sense.
cheerleader line, and it gets me every time.
The cheerleader line?
The cheerleader line.
Yeah,
they're paying her
sad.
$15, Broadus. What do you expect?
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an actual competitive advantage, Brian. I thought you liked team building.
I don't. I really don't. I've had enough of team building.
I'm over it now. I'll see you at the lake.
I'm just trying to get through this
team
last
building
game.
deal.
Matter of fact, this last Krusty's Corner might be my last.
I
thought you were a fan of the cheerleaders as well. I would expect
I am a
more
fan of the
support from you
cheerleaders.
on that
know.
one.
I'm very much a fan of the cheerleaders. I think it's unfortunate what happens to them.
Hey, we all got to put our nuts on the line for this game that's about to kick off right now. You guys going with the Golden Domers or the Under Bulldogs?
Give me the hunker down dogs.
Same here. I'm going with the Dogs.
Yeah.
I'm going with the Dogs too.
Oh,
that
no, we
means
got
the
Big
Irish are
12
going to win.
officials.
That's the kiss of death.
Oh,
Lucius,
yeah.
can you get in the mix here? You going with the Golden Domers, the Fighting Irish, or the Bulldogs?
I'm going to ride with them dogs.
Oh,
the dog gauntlet. Good luck.
We're going to look like schmucks in about 3 hours, but we'll see. I will say I think the Eagles are looking a little schmucky, if you ask me. Now, I know you disagree with this, but I do value NFL history, and this is a 40-year record that has a chance to be broken, and the Eagles are saying, no, we're not doing it. Yeah. Saquon Barkley on the cusp. He's 101 yards away. The drama here, just as a fan, I wanted to see this, right?
It could have been 50 yards away.
It's against the Giants, like just everything that comes with that. Your former team, the Giants, their GM loved it. Their owner loved him. The GM's like, we're good, go leave. Now he's fighting for MVP. We're getting in fights over should he even be the MVP. He's 101 yards away. Let him go. Let him go play for this Eric Dickerson record, and here's Barkley on why he's not doing it.
I mean, he asked me if I wanted to play, if I want to go for it. I said on Sunday, I probably didn't care too much for it. When I slept on it, it was an opportunity to implant my name in football history. May never get another opportunity like that again. So I'm down, but at the end of the day, I don't care for putting the team at risk. He's the head coach for a reason. He makes those decisions, and whatever decision he wanted to make, I let him know if you want me to play it, I'm going to go out there and make sure I get it. And if we don't, I'm okay with that too.
Day of the game, he's going to be thinking to himself, Please put me out there. Please let me do this.
This record's about to never be broken. I don't think.
You think Genty's got a shot with a star in his helmet next year?
No.
No,
I don't.
No Genty.
I think he's going to be an outstanding back, but this record's not going to be broken. The way that running backs are used
in
this
40
day,
years. I mean, my gosh, this is the closest we're probably going to.
This
hard
is
to argue
Joe,
that.
This is Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak. Is what
Sounds like he really wanted to play.
He's making his coach look bad.
Yeah, a little bit.
Should have just fought to play more in the Cowboys game.
No, I agree
mean,
with
that
you.
was where they
that.
screwed this up,
I agree
dude.
with you on
Because
This is an organization, despite their overvaluing of running back in the free agent market, that makes the tough decisions to win. No way the Cowboys make this tough decision. They're like, we want the record.
Oh, they'd be going for the record.
They're going for the record.
Yeah, no question.
Eagles are like, we want the Super Bowl. Nothing else matters. Sorry, dude, that's about to break NFL history. You're not playing this week.
Yeah, you're not. You can sit your ear down.
Seriously, though, Wolchuk, put yourself in the unthinkable situation of being an Eagles fan. Don't you want Barkley to sit this one out because the playoffs mean more?
I think I would want to see history.
No, I want to see history
guaranteed.
because I know we're going to get bounced by Green Bay in the first round. About
See,
that.
yeah, you still got to win.
In this case, he's an Eagles fan. He's not a Cowboys fan.
No, I'm saying I'm an Eagles fan.
Oh, okay.
I'm an Eagles fan. Yeah, I want to see the record, but we're about to get bounced in the first round.
There's something is magical about that record. I don't know, but I could also just be crusty in this sense. I get not wanting, the big picture storyline. I 100% get that.
It's like the
argument,
home run record.
History's history. 40 years.
You said something there, Wolchuk. It really resonated. There's something about some records. And this is one.
This is a special one.
Yeah,
we talk about Eric Dickerson's record all the time. We always we always sink into the history of how much we appreciate and love it. How about some respect for congratulations, Eric Dickerson. His biggest fear is no longer a worry.
He's popping bottles for sure.
Eric Dickerson
He's
is
going full 72 Dolphins on this.
No,
thing.
he doesn't exactly want right. He doesn't want the record to be broken because he knows that he will no longer be mentioned as the all-time leading rusher.
As if anybody ever mentions it ever.
Well, because we're not in a position to mention it.
Because
Nobody's getting close.
Nobody gets close.
The position to mention it is the position that Eric Dickerson put us all in 40 years ago, and we could pay respect to it. But up until now, I've been on this show for 3 years, and we've never mentioned it for a single syllable. I mean, we've spent 0 seconds of time on it.
We're not mentioning Emmitt Smith is the all-time leading rusher every show.
Doesn't not every show, but a couple times a year it gets brought up.
Incredible record.
I would say it significantly elevates Eric Dickerson's profile.
It does.
If he doesn't have that record, maybe he's like just another running back.
Just another everyday Dickerson.
Just another.
Nobody wants to be an everyday
Tom Dickerson and Harry.
You want to be a special Dickerson. Packers cornerback Jair Alexander's got a knee scope. He's likely out for the season. That's a big loss for Green Bay, although I feel like this happens to him quite a bit. He's a guy that's not available a lot for Green Bay. They're used to playing without him. We got more history on the line in the NFL. 11th 1,000-yard season is on the line here for Mike Evans, Texas kid.
He hasn't got that yet?
Hasn't gotten it yet. He did not achieve it last week. He's looking for it this week. Here was Baker on the importance of getting that for his guy.
Let's put things in perspective. You're talking about tying somebody that has all receiving records across the NFL throughout history. You're talking about somebody that's consistently been somebody in this community that has raised people up, continue to be the face of this franchise and be there for people, and so that record is important for us to get him to that. Obviously winning is the most important part, but those two things go hand in hand. Mike's a huge part of this offense, he's a huge part of this passing game, and so getting him involved early and often is a lot of the reasons we've had success. And so those things go hand in hand. Yeah, there's balance, and the most important thing is winning, but I see it playing out. If we win, that's Mike's getting the record. And so, we got to focus on winning and getting him the ball, but guys playing for each other. And that's Mike won't say anything about it, and that's just who he is. And that's why we love him. That's why everybody loves him. That's why he's been so consistent for so long. It's never been about just himself.
85 yards away, and they're 4-0 this year when he gets 85 yards or more. They win, they clinch the NFC South. They'd be the only team to have made the postseason in the NFC for 5 straight years, and they'd be the only team in NFL history to start a season 4-6 back-to-back years and then make the playoffs. So a lot on the line for Mike Evans and the Bucs to be division champs there in the NFC South.
They win against New Orleans, and they are in no matter what, but if they lose and Atlanta beats Carolina, then Atlanta wins the division?
I believe so.
Wow, yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. Obviously, you wouldn't want to make him too much the focal point, but if I am New Orleans, is it toxic to be like, we're not going to let this guy have the record against us? If they're going to win the game, they're not going to be throwing deep balls to Mike Evans. We got double coverage whole game. He's going to have to earn it.
I'm sure you don't want him to break it again.
I don't want a record broke.
I mean, this used to be really fun when Lattimore was on the team. Like Lattimore and Evans had some like really good back and forth battles, but now he's in Washington. I don't know that even if they were to double him, if the Saints have the horses to be able to keep him from this.
No, but if I'm New Orleans, I'm definitely making it a point to you're going to have to earn all of this. Absolutely, I think that's just competition. That's just being a professional.
No doubt. Last few things, we got the Rams resting Stafford, so Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be starting at quarterback for the Rams. And Stetson Bennett, speaking of Georgia Bulldogs, he's going to be their backup. And then the Chiefs are also going to be Wentzing it against the Broncos. Broncos got to win to get in, and the Chiefs definitely don't want Cincinnati getting in. So they're kind of like, Denver, you can go ahead and take this one if you want. So we'll get the Carson Wentz show.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Eric Kendricks show coming up in about an hour. Calvin Watkins is with us next, talking Cowboys here on The Fan. I wanted to...
Of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Mayonnaise?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back, Nation. We have Calvin Watkins Morning News talking Cowboys here with you in just a second. This segment of the GBag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. As Calvin Watkins joins us now here on your home of the Cowboys. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Are you you big college football guy? You enjoying these playoffs?
Yeah, I like watching football. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. I don't know all the players until the draft, but
yeah.
I like it. I mean, I was thrown off by the Texas game yesterday because I was out and about having a few cocktails and and a cigar, and I'm watching the Texas game, and then we had to do a conference call with Mike McCarthy. So I left the cigar lounge to go in my car to do the conference call.
Okay.
So the whole thing took about 15 minutes. And then when I got back into the lounge where I was at, I was in Fuego, in Cisco. When I got in there, I saw the game was tied. I was like, what in the hell just happened?
Yeah.
Right? So it was kind of, college football is so much fun to watch. It takes forever to play it, but it's fun to watch. So, yeah.
Speaking
Hope
of
I answered your question.
No, it did. I love that answer, man. And I love, mixing some sports journalism with an occasional cold beer or cocktail. I think you're doing it right. Now, speaking of the draft, though, and college football, this game kind of feels like going into Cowboys Commanders. It's must lose here to maintain that spot in the top half of the first round, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think the Cowboys are going to lose. They have a QB dilemma to settle, but I knew they were going to lose last week in Philly, which they did. I thought they'd be a little bit more competitive, but they weren't. And now I saw Micah Parsons on injury report with a wrist injury, so I'm like, oh boy, here we go. So, I think the Cowboys will be okay. I think they'll lose this game on Sunday, and the draft position will be just fine.
Not Jerry and Steven would never talk about like actively tanking, but do you think they're making some business decisions with that in mind here on these injured players?
Well, I think one of the business decisions they made was with DeMarcus Lawrence, and another one they made was with CeeDee Lamb. I think if they had been in the playoff hunt, CeeDee Lamb is definitely playing. And I think Lawrence would probably, because I remember talking to Lawrence about a month ago, and his objective was to return this season at some point. But now that, the season has been a wash for the last 3 weeks, what's the point, right? So, yeah, I think some business decisions have already been made.
And playing Trey Lance, I think, would be a big step in the direction of not winning, Do you think they're considering that in light of a bonus money and how it affects the cap or actual, real dollars? What all goes into that decision, Calvin?
Well, your boy Cooper Rush, he just needs about $250K, that's all that's left in that bonus, right? I would think in order for him to get that bonus, he would have to play at least 65 snaps, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Cowboys are averaging about 68 snaps a game offensively. So that would mean you have to play the whole game, in essence, to kind of get that bonus. Do you want to upset Cooper Rush and his agent by not giving him a chance to get that bonus? And, we're only talking about $500,000. It's not like we're talking like $500 million, So I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue with the cap. And the answer is, yeah, why not? Let's play Trey Lance. Let's see what you got. Coop, you got $250 of the $500,000 already. We're sorry you can't get the rest of it, but we're running a football program here, not a cash app. So, play Trey Lance, play Will Greer, and keep it moving. As much as I like Cooper Rush, and I would like for him to get his money, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Were you surprised by the news of Ezekiel Elliott getting released?
Yeah, I was. I was very surprised, especially New Year's Eve, where I was about to go out and get a few drinks. So, yeah. So I was very,
We've
very
determined
surprised.
you like to drink, Calvin.
I mean,
I think this is what this interview's done for you so far.
Well, we like to drink with you, Calvin.
Sipping on something right now.
I haven't had a drink today. See, everything's clear.
Well, what are you doing, man? Get on that.
Well, no, I gotta work. I gotta write.
Just go in your car and drink and and work on your phone.
Jeez. I was surprised that they cut Zeke. I thought they should have done it months ago. They weren't trying to play him. You know, they should have had. You know, I felt bad for Zeke because I'm sure he came in this situation thinking he was going to be the guy, right? And they held him out of. They limited his reps in training camp practices. So Zeke had the thought that, oh, okay, I'm going to be the guy because they're limiting, how much work I'm going to get in camp. So then when the season starts, I'll be fresh. And he starts the Cleveland game. And one of the first snaps he gets, he faces Denzel Ward. He jumps over him. So everyone's happy, right? But then ever since then, they just said, no, we're going to go with Rico Dow. And when you talk to Rico Dow's people, they are not surprised by this. They figured that they were going to get more snaps than Zeke. So either the franchise, misled Zeke into thinking he was going to get more snaps, which I think is true and to a certain degree, or Zeke misread everything, which I also think is true. So they should have cut Zeke months ago. I thought before the Atlanta game, when he didn't show up to meetings, that I thought coming home from Atlanta, I said, there's no way he's on the roster. There's no way. And he was on the roster. Why, I don't know. And don't give me he's a great leader and all this kind of stuff. Because if he's a great leader, you don't suspend your great leaders for being late to team meetings. That's not what leaders are.
Hey, Calvin, while you were listening to Mike in your car, did you get a sense that maybe that McCarthy and this coaching staff really wasn't interested in playing Zeke, and the front office are the ones that were the ones behind him being here?
The indication I got was Mike wanted Zeke on this team. That was the indication that I received when all this first started back in the spring, right?
Okay.
Now, maybe during training camp in practices when they're seeing Zeke and in full pads and all that, maybe Mike said, "Oh boy, I don't think he's got it."
Sure.
Right. And then maybe, and I have not talked to anybody about this, so this is just me speculating. I'm thinking that Mike might have saw that Zeke doesn't have it and said, "I got to cut him," but the front office said, "Nah, we need to keep him."
Yeah.
So he had to just ride it out. So I think that might be part of it. Sometimes, head coach can't get everything he wants.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Theory I have. I think they're releasing him early because he was going to be inactive. And
that might be true.
And they didn't want to go through all that again of him. They didn't want his final game with the Cowboys being one where he was inactive. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, sure. I mean, let's be honest here, okay?
Yeah.
Can we be honest, since you guys know I'm drinking all the time?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm pouring one right now, Calvin. Go ahead.
Pouring right now?
Yeah.
Okay, they're treating Ezekiel Elliott like he's Jason Witten.
True.
They're treating him like he's going to have a gold jacket. They're treating him like he's going to be a Ring of Honor recipient. Yeah. And Zeke was a fantastic player. He's not a Hall of Fame player. He's going to be short of 10,000 rushing yards. He's going to be short of passing or tying, turning into a set for the second most touchdowns in franchise history. Zeke was a good player. He had a 3 or 4 year good run. He got a great contract. He held out, got his money. I'm all good with that. But let's stop with the, oh my gosh, we got to be so sensitive about Ezekiel Elliott. I mean, what are we doing here? So. Well,
the front office is being sensitive. That's what I think is going on here.
I mean, if he's going to be inactive, check this out. DeMarcus Ware, who is a Hall of Fame player, he's in the Ring of Honor, one of the great guys in the sport. He's got a fantastic story. The Cowboys cut DeMarcus Ware because they didn't want to pay him anymore.
They want to pay him.
They cut him.
Yeah.
They want to pay him.
Yeah.
So instead of saying, you know what, you're an iconic player, we just need to ride this out with you, right? And they didn't do that to DeMarcus Ware. And he won a Super Bowl, obviously, when he went to Denver. But for whatever reason, these guys are treating Ezekiel Elliott like he's Jim Brown or something. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, am I missing something here with this?
I mean, I would say, Zeke's been misreading things since like 2019, maybe 2020 at the latest. Why do you think he ran out of gas so much faster than other like elite running backs?
He got put on a lot of tread on that tire early in his career, and he delivered. He delivered. Maybe there were times, when you look back on it, they should have said, hey, you know what? It's the fourth quarter. We're up 2 scores. Let someone else finish the job, right? Because we're going to need you for later in the season. Zeke is a thick, big, tough kid. He had a knee injury that messed him up, I think, for a year and a half that he had to fight through. So this is not about his toughness. I just think that he's a human being and your body wears out. And his body wore out. Can he help some team? I really don't know. I mean, when I saw him, I watched like the last 5 or 6 games of his in New England last year. And I saw some good things, but I didn't see a guy runs like Rico Dow does, right?
Yeah.
He's a good backup running back, but, you got to use him. And the Cowboys felt like he wasn't better than Rico. They felt like there were certain situations where it was 3rd and 1, and you go, hey, Zeke can get you 1 yard. He wasn't on the field. Man had 13 snaps the last 2 games of his career. That's not how you treat a person that you think is an iconic player, the way they talk about him, right? They talk about him, like I said, like he's Jim Brown or something. Yeah. I mean, come on, man.
Calvin, going into this finale with Washington, how much do you think the win or the loss impacts whether or not Mike McCarthy or anyone else on the staff is back for next year?
I'm not sure if Jerry's made his decision, but I don't think this game will impact it either way. This is a game they're expected to lose. If they win, that just is more of a confirmation that the team has not quit on Mike McCarthy. And I think that's about the culture that he has, brought to this franchise. When Jason Garrett was the coach, and I like Garrett, I never had the feeling that there was a culture around them. It was all about, well, Tom Landry used to do it, so we're going to do the blue-white scrimmage. Well, Tom, what do you do, Jason? You know what I'm saying? So Mike McCarthy brought some new things here, which I think is a good thing. Whether or not he comes back, I was talking to Todd Archer about this before I left the Star today, and I said, do you bring him back? And me and Todd were like, we don't know. I really don't know what you do with Mike McCarthy because I think he's a good coach. The problem is he has not elevated this franchise to the next level, and neither did Jason Garrett. And Jason Garrett got basically 9 years to do it. So maybe you give Mike McCarthy another 3 years. But one thing I will say from talking to people close to Mike McCarthy, if Jerry Jones says, hey, I'll give you 1 more year, I don't think Mike McCarthy's going to take that.
No.
I think Mike McCarthy's like, you got to give me a multi-year deal to stay.
Well, what about that? Calvin, I honestly believe he's worried about his staff. He might not be worried about himself, but is he? You think he's worried about his staff?
I think all coaches worry about their staffs to a certain degree. But as Brian Schottenheimer and John Fossil said, and they're coaches' sons, they said, we're big boys. We can handle it.
Yeah, okay.
All right. And that's what they said, right? And yes, McCarthy is worried about his staff, and I think that's why if he's presented with
I think he's worried about Scott Tolzien. I think he's worried about guys like Scott Tolzien and people like that. That's who I think he's worried about.
Hey, check this out. Scott Tolzien, if he knows what he's doing, he'll get a job.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Sure.
And I'm not. There's nothing against Scott Tolzien. Yeah. And I think Mike is concerned about his staff. That's why I was told that if Jerry says we'll give you another year, I think Mike would reject it because his staff needs more stability.
Right.
His staff needs to get the 2 or 3 years. Right. Like I found out today, the strength and conditioning staff, their contracts are up too.
Yeah.
Right. So you got a whole strength and conditioning staff that is like, we don't really know our next paychecks, right? So it's a mess. So I think that's why Jerry, whatever he decides to do, he's got to say to Mike McCarthy, I'm gonna give you 2 or 3 year extension, and then Mike can look at the staff and say, hey guys, I'm here for 2 or 3 more years. Yeah. Let's run this back.
Calvin, with a minute left, can I ask you your thought about Mike Zimmer coming back?
I don't think Mike wants to come back, not because he hates it here. I just think he's been through so much, losing his son 2 years ago. He admitted that he made some mistakes in implementing the defense. He's got racehorses. He's got grandkids. I think he's got money. He's good. So he came back as a favorite for Jerry. I think Mike is done. I'm not saying it in a derogatory way.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I think he's just retiring.
There you go.
Calvin, when you're tracking down these stories, whether it's the season or the off season, how much of getting the goods on the team involves maybe cracking a couple coldies with Jerry?
Yeah, I'm sure me and Jerry will have a few, maybe hopefully at the Combine in Indianapolis. Jerry is one of the best sports personalities, businessmen, owners, executives in the history of sports. And to have a beer with him or a cocktail or just shooting the bull with him is pretty cool.
Right on, man. Well, pretty cool to have a chat with you about this team. Thanks for all your insights and takes on where we go from here, and we look forward to catching up with you soon.
Hey, you guys have a great day. Happy New Year.
Happy
Cheers.
New Year.
Hi, Calvin.
Hey, go
There
get
he
yourself
goes.
a drink, Calvin.
Calvin Watkins, morning news here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, it is that time of year. It's very festive out there still. The traffic is light.
Yeah.
People are in a good mood still. Still got
Well, I
that
tell you
holiday.
what about them writers, bro. Writers can get after when it comes
Oh,
to
no,
a little bit of
they
liquor.
can. They can.
Yeah, I was wondering what was going on with Calvin for a second. Then he confessed right there, low key, if you heard him.
Sure did.
I said, man, what's going on with Calvin on his phone? I was like, you ready to get on the air? Yeah. But then he let it confess. Well, I was getting after him last night, and I'm looking forward to getting to it again. I get it now.
Hey, those are the guys that you can guarantee in Oxnard are going to be at the Rudder Room.
Yeah.
Like Chill and Calvin, the writers, man.
Yeah, the writers.
They
I'll tell you
need that
what.
drink.
It's like ingrained in the culture of sports media. It really is.
Something about the writers. They got that little vinegar finger right there because they always stirring their drink.
Yeah. Okay, Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's talk about this Commanders offense. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has Lola Bee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Siemens Sisters?
Laser Bones.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg maybe? No.
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. C-Notes coming up at 4 o'clock. Cowboys news of the evening. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. Happy New Year to everybody out there. Washington Commanders. Commanders are coming in here. They're going to try and win this football game because they're going to do it for their seeding. That's something that they're believing in right now.
Thankfully.
And
that is a big win for them.
Yeah, and, you know, they want to finish out the year strong. I've been listening to a lot of Dan Quinn, you know, some of his audio stuff from media availabilities and reading things. So they're shooting for something to keep that 6th seed because that means they would likely go play the Rams in a dry conditions, you know, perfect conditions there at SoFi instead of having to maybe go back up to the vet. Who knows the vet, the link, what kind of conditions that they might get up there. So that this game, it will be important to them to win.
I think there's even a chance that it could end up being the Buccaneers. I don't think the Rams and Bucs have completely locked in where they're at. The Bucs could end up getting the 3 seed, Rams the 4 seed, and then you go to Tampa. Either way, you'd much rather go to Tampa or Los Angeles than filthy.
I kind of felt like that. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I just feel like that maybe I think the Bucs will take care of business this weekend, though. It's kind of what I think.
Right. But if they do and the Rams don't, then all of a sudden
they go up. Yeah, they go up. You're right about that. Well, anyway, it's better for them to go than to go to Philadelphia, which
for sure
they absolutely don't want to do right now. All right, the things that you were able to do against this Commanders offense last time you met was that the Micah Parsons. Mike Zimmer did a really good job of moving Micah Parsons around, but especially him playing him as a 3 technique here. This is where he was able to, it's almost like Micah said, let me line up against Nick Allegretti and let me line up against Tyler Biotish and see if we can do some good here. And he absolutely did some good. So if Micah Parsons were to play in this game, I'm sure the Commanders have to worry about their situation. Their offensive line really was a mess last week against Atlanta in this game. Andrew Wiley is dealing with a growing injury. They've used 2 different right tackles in the game. Cornelius Lucas played in the game, and Trent Scott played in the game, and they had some problems. The Falcons were able to get after him with some blitz packages with bringing the linebackers, and the Commanders had a hard time picking those things up in this game. And it actually came down to Brian Robinson, the running back, and a couple of them gave up some sacks and pressures because of what the Falcons were able to do with that blitz. There's a chance that Eckler is going to be back in this game for the Commanders. He's missed several weeks. Matter of fact, he's been out since the last Dallas game.
Oh, that was the last time he played on that kickoff when he got his bell rung?
That's the last time he's played. So Austin Eckler could be back in the lineup, but they struggled last week in some of the blitz pickup things, and I went back and watched the Dallas game from last year. This the first time that they met, and they Micah playing as that 3 technique. They're just like getting them matched up one-on-one with these guards and then these centers, and they were able to do some good work against that. The question is going to be who's going to play opposite of Bland in this football game.
Can't be Booth.
We'll see.
Or can it? I mean, if you're going for the loss,
it absolutely can. You're right about that.
Kind of wish you could play with 11 Booths.
Who else are you going to play out there? I mean, you might as well play him.
Yeah, there was some talk that I know that Eric and I in the pregame show talked about maybe playing Izzy out there and then playing Lewis inside and then kind of flipping the two, at certain situations maybe to give the Commanders a little bit different look. I think you got to travel with Terry McLaurin in this game. Like I say, they've got some good receivers. Zacharias is a good receiver. Brown's a good receiver, but Terry McLaurin is the guy that week with Brown from the Eagles. He's another one of those vertical players. But Terry McLaurin, you're going to have to be able to carry him. And like I said earlier, I just feel like you're going to need just go ahead and walk Bland over with him, and then try and deal with everything else. Zach Ertz has done a really, really nice job for them. He's a guy that's going to play a lot of the slot positions. He's not going to play in line very much. So where his catches are going to come from are the stuff underneath. In the red zone, he's very, very effective doing that as well. But he's going to play flexed more than he's going to play in line. And so that's another one you're going to have to deal with. I mentioned Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson's averaging now about 4.3 yards a carry. His numbers have kind of gone down, but where they make up for it is with Jaden Daniels running the football. Jaden Daniels is going to have success. He's going to get you those 10-plus yard runs, those explosive runs. It's kind of gone down a little bit. Last time the Cowboys played, Brian Robinson got hurt his ankle the very first play of the game, and it affected the way that he played. But he's really, really, really good catching the football. This is a really big screen team, too. So not only going to get the wide receiver screens, you're going to get the running back screens, too. And so they're going to throw the ball to Robinson. That's something that, but what's also interesting, too, about Robinson is that 20% of his runs here of late he's been getting stuffed. That means zero yards or negative yards. And they've had some trouble with him running. That's why his yards per carry, when the first time these two teams met, he was near 5 yards a carry. And now he's down to 4.3. So
yeah, they're not really riding him as much either. I think Rodriguez was doing some touchdown vulturing.
Yep, absolutely.
And I think pass protection, to your point, I think they're putting Rodriguez out there for that as well.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a problem for them. And so if you're the Cowboys, absolutely, I think the blitzing aspect of things will be good. The linebacker blitzes. They ran some secondary blitzes. We saw Jordan Lewis and Wilson come on some blitzes that affected Daniels last time. I think Zimmer did a pretty good job of confusing Daniels with some of his looks and he wasn't as sure about it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same thing. Brandon Coleman, the left tackle, is a guy I would definitely attack. But like I say, keep an eye on Nick Allegretti, and then we also know about Tyler Biadasz. Those would be the areas that I would clearly look at as you get ready for this game.
All righty. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning on the Fan. Coming up next, a C note. There is a former NFL president says Jerry's dream of winning a Super Bowl is dead. The Eric Kendricks show coming up at about 4:20 or so. It's the GBag Nation and the Fan.
You're rolling with the GBag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What do you think? Is the dream of winning a Super Bowl dead without major changes round here, Cowboys fans? That's what a former NFL president had to say. The Franklin injury attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Third hour of the nation. We're going all the way until 7 o'clock tonight. And then you'll get some sort of configuration with the Fan After Dark. But Blake was in with Medford today, filling in for KMC, who's out sick.
I think it's Fred and CA.
Fred and CA.
The three-time Hall of Fame.
Looking forward to that. 7 to 11 here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian?
Fred and Blake were huge helps.
Yeah,
with
salute
us.
to them.
They came in early, did some stuff with us, and Will Chambers was also a huge help. So those guys are listening. Thanks very much for giving Eric and I assistance for the GBag Nation. We really appreciate you, man.
Yeah, and salute to you guys for holding it down so well. You know, and over the last week and a half, as Wolchuk and I were enjoying some holiday greatness. I was up there in the mountains of Oregon. The snow cooperated perfectly. We got lots of it. You know, white Christmas. It started coming down on Christmas Day.
Wow, that's awesome.
And it didn't really relent. Yesterday, as we were pulling out, there was a fresh 3 or 4 inches of snow on the ground. Mom said, I'm not taking you to the airport because, the roads were so hectic. So we got a driver there, and everything was perfect. But, man, it's something else when you get up there in the mountains and you get to enjoy that kind of Christmas. I would highly recommend the Bend, Oregon area for anybody that's looking for a winter destination. Still not too crowded, although it's become quite popular. Okay, you're looking at you probably worked with this guy, didn't you, Brian? Joe Banner.
I did. I was with him in Philly.
Okay. So it'd be interesting. He
hates the Cowboys.
Yeah, he was reacting to Ed Werder's tweet about it, where he was talking that McCarthy forced Kellen Moore's departure because he convinced Jerry that he should be the play caller. I think Zimmer remains a quality DC, hard to be effective with so many edge players and corners injured. Joe came over the top and said Eagles head coach and coordinators contribute way more to winning. He said, I have a lot of respect for you, Ed, but Jerry's dream of winning a Super Bowl is dead without major changes. Look at the top teams, head coaches, and coordinators. Almost all are better than Dallas. Kansas City, Detroit Bills, Ravens, Vikings, Eagles, all much better, he says. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think this coaching staff is, the best by any stretch of the imagination, but I think they do a very sufficient job. And after winning as many games as they've had, after coming back after all of these injuries this year and still having a shot at 500, if you didn't have Ao make the special teams play, you might be playing, to be 9-8 right now. So I think you can't be bad at your job and do that. So that's funny. I disagree with the specifics of how Joe is laying this out, but I do think the level of difficulty for the Cowboys is significantly higher. I don't think their probabilities are worse than, say, the Giants or the Raiders. You guys could probably help me out with some absolutely horrible teams that we've seen.
Yeah, Browns, Jets,
Dolphins.
Seems like things just can't go right.
But they're in like the bottom third, I would say, of Super Bowl probability, and it's going to take some really fortunate, either injury luck, draft luck. A ball bouncing a couple of times in a game, special teams plays in the playoff run. I mean, I think the way that they team build does make it more difficult than it needs to be, but I wouldn't call it dead by any stretch of the imagination. What do you guys think?
I mean, it's honestly, it's hard to disagree when you're talking about the ultimate, getting to a Super Bowl, winning a Super Bowl. It's hard to feel like that they are in any way heading in that direction. I just don't think it's a priority for them. So I do think they are just as far as all those bottom of the barrel franchises in the sport. They're obviously better than them in a multitude of ways when it comes to winning regular season games and being able to get to the playoffs, but they are just as far away from actually winning a Super Bowl as all of those teams are.
Yeah, what's frustrating is I guess you just look at, now you're 30 years removed from an NFC Championship game appearance. And you would at one time, and maybe, I'd still like to think of the Cowboys as like the premier team in the NFL. And you look at the other teams in the other sports, like the Lakers, the Celtics, you think in the NBA. They've won championships. They've been back to the finals in those runs, right? The Yankees in Major League Baseball, they haven't won a World Series since 2009, but they were just in a World Series. Like for this amount of time, 3 decades, an entire generation of Cowboy fans, myself at 33 years old, that really can't recollect and remember watching them play just for an NFC championship game, let alone a Super Bowl. It does kind of feel as though the dream is dead. It is very, very hard for me to find any type of optimism with the way that they go about doing things. I mean, the list of like the offensive and defensive coordinators, when's this team ever on the forefront of like trying to do something creative or fun? And Brian, you've always stressed like, well, like why aren't they the team that does this?
Yeah.
Like the owner / general manager and Steven and anyone else you want to throw out, like they're not at risk of losing their jobs. Right. Like Jerry just went on Sean and RJ earlier this week and talked about how, yeah, he kind of likes doing the short-term contracts. He doesn't feel like the one-year deal for the head coaches or the coaching staff had any negative impact because he's seen sometimes that makes these guys work harder. Like sometimes it ends up being a benefit. Jerry never puts that stipulation on himself. Right. Has Jerry ever sat down and said, like, you know what, if we don't get it done by 2025, I'm firing myself? No, that's never going to happen. And until something drastically changes, 30 years is too long of a sample size to say that this thing is going to get figured out.
You know, I would think, though, the bigger factor in them not winning it is just them settling for slightly above average quarterback play. And that can be shots fired at Dak Prescott or Tony Romo.
That's
you
fair.
know, who wins them? It's Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. You know, you got some Peyton Manning in there. You know, every now and then you have an outlier, and usually it's an outlier with an unbelievable roster or a great coach, as you know is the case with Sean McVay. You know, but I just don't see a lot of like different names popping up here and getting the job done usually. And, you know, that's why I think by far the biggest mistake has been, you know, sticking with quarterbacks who aren't clear Hall of Fame players.
Well, yeah, and sticking with coaches that aren't difference makers. You gave Jason Garrett 9 years. We were firing him after 4. We all knew this was not going to cut it. And we're in the similar boat right now with Mike McCarthy. And they all are working from a huge disadvantage. And I don't know if there's anybody on the planet that can overcome the things that the Cowboys present to you as a coach that you're going to have to overcome in order to get to where you want to go. There's a tug of war with priority here. And so being able to revamp the culture and make this a winning franchise that has different type of aspirations to actually get to the Super Bowl, that is a very, I mean, the ultimate challenge. Any coach that has this is in a world of trouble with trying to establish what he wants with the difference in priority with the front office.
It's so much to juggle. It's going to take like a rare breed of person, rare individual that can come in here, because you're going to have to also realize as the head coach, I have to almost sacrifice like work and do what you want to do, but also try and make my boss feel like ultimately the success is because of you, because that's what this comes down to. This is Jerry wanting all the recognition and the success. That's what it is. When they win their Super Bowl, he wants to say, I did it. We did it my way. I did it. Right? But now, after 30 years, if you're going to hire that coach that finally is able to break through is going to get the shine ultimately. It's going to take a special person to be able to balance well, I don't care that I'm sitting here and giving a presser. Jerry's talking the same time I'm talking. I got 3 people here that I'm talking to. Oh, well, do the players, like the players still have to buy, I'm the ultimate decision maker. Is it me or is it the owner and GM? I've got to figure out a way to navigate all of these waters, plus the circus of the constant distractions that come with being the biggest brand in the world when it comes to sports. There's a lot you've got to navigate and maneuver. It takes a special person.
And I think he does a tremendous amount of that really, really well. You know, there is a part of what he doesn't do that's very frustrating because the offense isn't optimized. But, I mean, first, fourth, and second the last 3 years with an offensive line in transition, you know, with really one good wide receiver in CD Lamb. Brandon Cook's okay. Michael Gallup was falling apart. You had nobody else. You had Dalton Schultz and Jake Ferguson as tight ends. Nothing against those guys, like kind of Pro Bowl-ish, you know, and maybe Dalton Schultz is better than what I give him credit for. But, I mean, you were generating a lot of offense, a lot of points per game with Dak Prescott as your quarterback. A non-running Dak the whole time.
But never when you went up against a real opponent. Never. I mean, they can help their cause with the big picture numbers by just tearing up bad teams. But they as soon as you put them in a postseason type atmosphere, whether it's a home game or on the road, a true playoff quality team, they don't even stand a chance in the games.
It's deer in the headlights. You go to Buffalo, a beautiful day in November. The weather gods were smiling down on you that day. It's sunshine. You didn't get the blizzard, and you get embarrassed from the start.
There's a lot of teams that feast on bad football teams in the regular season. You did it the best for 3 years.
Yes, but then do you always also get embarrassed by the top teams, or do you at least are you in the fight? Is the game in the balance in the fourth quarter? God, can you just be down single digits at halftime instead of multiple scores?
Well, they
that's
did that
that's the
twice.
huge problem. The gap between where they are versus the bad teams, and then where they are when you get a quality opponent. Yes, they had a playoff win versus Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. That was an 8-win football team. That was
they beat the Lions late last year. I mean, there's a smattering of them.
There's the blue moon moment. There's the blue moon moment. But by and large, you up against a quality opponent who's actually going to be in the postseason and winning their division, not just because they're the Bucs and they're 8 wins and they're playing with the Saints and the Panthers and the Falcons. When you go up against a real playoff opponent, for the most part, since McCarthy's been here, you get smacked.
I mean, I know this is not Dak Prescott, Ledger. It's Cooper Rush, but I mean, you beat them a couple years back. They were coming off the Super Bowl, You beat the Turds annually. You've beaten the Eagles at least once.
Divisional opponent.
The playoffs. It's all about the playoffs. And Mike McCarthy.
Okay, so to my point, that's where the best quarterbacks win, right?
Usually, right? Or
who's got the deer in the headlights look? It's not Mike.
No, yeah, but it's also like Mike's an offensive coach, right? And the 2 years where they were in it against San Francisco, the offense let them down. Like your defense gave up, I think it was 24 points, then what was it, 19 against an offense that we look at Mike Shanahan, and he's one of the best offensive coaches in the league. Like that's pretty damn good. You had a chance in the fourth quarter to go win it. And yes, that's fault on the quarterback and Dak Prescott, 100%. But it's also fault on your head coach, who is an offensive guy in Mike McCarthy. Like, figure out a game plan to score more than 24 points.
And I would just say I think the regular season with 16 or 17 games is a better judge over the course of 50 games than one playoff game.
But it's all about the playoffs.
It is.
That's the standard.
Yeah.
And you were brought here to finally get this team over the divisional round. But Eric couldn't do it. You can't do it.
Is that the best objective scientific way to answer that question, though? Well, it's all about the playoffs.
It should be. The standard should be championships. And now we're just okay with, can you get 2 playoff wins? And that's a sad state to be in as a Cowboy fan.
Well, I would just say I think Mike McCarthy's better at his job than Dak is at his.
Hey, he's got a championship. Dak hasn't sniffed one.
This all does come back to Jerry Jones, right?
Yes.
And his decision to ride with a guy that can just make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And maybe he looks at, the coaching staff the same way. I don't know if you could come up with the right coach that under these circumstances Mike McCarthy has been in to win.
Totally agree.
I was
totally
having a hard time coming up with that guy because in the history of this organization, they've only had 3 really difference-maker head coaches, I think. Tom Landry, Jimmy Johnson, and Bill Parcells.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody else has pretty much just been, pretty solid, dependable. Some of them not very good. I was part of the Dave Campo administration. We weren't very good. But yeah, the hiring of a difference-making head coach, and Joe Banner got rid of Andy Reid, so he got rid of but Andy Reid had been in Philadelphia for 14 years, probably hearing a lot of the same things that Mike McCarthy, that we'll talk about with Mike.
So Roseman kind of took over for Banner, as far as the main
absolutely,
decision maker.
Yeah, they moved on from
got better without him.
Well, yeah, that's what happened. Joe was like the president of the club, and they said, "Nah, we're moving on from you." But I don't know if this organization is capable of hiring a difference maker head coach.
Yeah.
And I don't know, to be honest with you, if there's a difference maker head coach out there. And maybe he's at North Carolina right now. Maybe that's the one guy that, but I don't know if Ben Johnson is a difference-making head coach.
I'd sure like to find out.
Yeah,
though.
I would too. I mean, we didn't know if Matt LaFleur were. We didn't know if Sean McVay was.
Sure.
We didn't know if Kevin O'Connell was. These guys are all looking great. They got to get their first chance.
Yeah.
And there seems to be a little bit of a fear and trepidation of, I got to have skins on the wall with my head coach here.
Yeah.
We don't want to attempt and see, is this young guy that innovative dude? And you can throw, I know we've talked about the Jason Witten stuff.
Yeah.
That'd be outside the box, but give me a guy who's been in the NFL and at least has earned that opportunity so far.
See, would you consider Garrett the first-time head coach?
Yeah, he was, absolutely.
Yeah. See, he has given, but it wasn't a difference-making coach.
No. And did any of us really think that he was?
No.
No, and the reason Jerry was comfortable with giving him the job is because he'd been in the building for so long. But I think Blake made a great point earlier today. They were doing like New Year's resolutions for DFW Sports, and his for the Cowboys was don't be afraid of failure, right?
Yeah.
And I think going with a coach who's got a track record, you kind of feel like he's going to limit our downside. Where if you're taking a swing on a first-time head coach, it can blow up in all sorts of ways, and geniuses can look like idiots in 6 months.
Right.
So, but that would be, I think a surprising development if we found out the Cowboys were scouring coaching staffs looking for the next great guy who's got a chance. They'll find somebody who's got a Super Bowl on their resume and
John Gruden
can guide you through. Maybe. Okay.
His playoff win drought's not much much smaller than yours. I think he's like 25 years or something since he's won a playoff game.
Wow. Okay, Wolchuk, we do have Eric Kendricks on the schedule. Do we have any update on that? Are we going to the top 10 next? What do you think?
Well, we're looking at probably around 4:30-ish for Kendricks. It could be earlier. I'll try and get an update during the break. If we do the top 10, it is National Buffet Day. I know last year we did like the top 10 things to see on a buffet, but what's the best type of buffet? What gets you most excited? Let's talk buffets next.
Okay.
Has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, Eric Kendricks is still going through walkthrough at today's practice, so we're going to jump into the top 10 at 4:20 here with the Woolly Bully, and we'll get Eric Kendricks on before too long. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Ciroc Vodka, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H, your Woolly Bully.
Who doesn't love a good buffet? 877-881-1053, National Buffet Day. Where is your favorite buffet, and what is your favorite type of buffet? Ooh. But we do need to address the semifinal or the quarterfinal playoff game that's going on right now. We're tied at 3 between Georgia and Notre Dame, but we got this kid Parker Jones, number 39 on Georgia. He's listed as a cornerback, 5'11", 190 from Albany, Georgia, redshirt sophomore.
He's not even dressed, is he?
He's wearing his jersey but no pads, like not playing in the game. And first down and 10 to start the second quarter. Georgia hits a 66-yard pass down the sideline, Gunnar Stockton to Arian Smith. And it gets called back because of sideline interference. And this kid, Parker Jones, was a little too much on the white line there. And the official ends up running into him. Flags thrown. So now he is the certain headline on social media as everyone's like, man, he's looking at which fraternity he's going to rush next year. He's about to be kicked off the team. But Parker Jones, if Georgia does not win this football game, is going to be public enemy number 1.
Steve Bartman?
Yes.
Yeah, he's trending.
He's getting
on,
the Bartman treatment.
There on the Georgia Bulldog website when you're going to try and look at the roster, it got bogged down because everybody was rapidly trying to figure out who this guy was, and so they basically didn't have enough bandwidth to to cover for it. So. Yeah, this kid's trending in a huge way right now.
Probably trending towards the transfer portal, if you ask me.
Yeah, he's probably not going
to get out at halftime.
Not going to. Yeah, maybe.
What if he was the same kid that? Remember, we did the story about after the Mississippi beat him, and that Georgia player was celebrating with the
Ole Miss guy.
fans.
Yeah. Same kid. That'd be great.
God.
I don't think it is, but my gosh, I know it was a defensive back that was doing it, so maybe it was.
I don't think it was the same kid.
I
but
can't rule it out.
It would be
I can't rule it out.
be kind of. How crazy would that be?
That would be nuts.
He
was a little too excited. This kid was on the sideline. Like, he actually wanted Georgia to win.
Yeah.
That day, he seemed a little bit happy they lost. Celebrating with his buddy. All right, we got less than 5 minutes, and we'll chat with our buddy Eric Kendricks. So I can dive into the list, or I can just vamp with some other items, and we can save it for the next segment, or whatever you'd like to do here.
You know, I thought there were some interesting stories that we didn't get to there during the C-note because of how that coaching conversation took off. And then we'll get to the top 10 coming up at 4:40, 4:45, somewhere in there. Jordan Lewis discussing his upcoming free agency. This is from Blogging the Boys. They made a story around that along with Steve's quote with us saying Jordan is just an uber competitor. He's a guy who's out of contract and obviously a guy we want to have back on this football team. That was Stephen Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. Jordan asked if, he wants to continue with the Cowboys. He said, always, Dallas is my home. My kids were born here. We'd love to have another season here or a few seasons here. My wife loves it, but I know it's a business. I think with the Trayvon Diggs injury, doesn't this just become like, if you don't draft Jordan Lewis, if you don't sign Jordan Lewis, you're going to have to draft somebody in the first 2 rounds, and Jordan's going to give you a player for significantly less than market value considering his age and what's on his resume. This seems like the one veteran contract that you should absolutely be highly interested in considering how well he's played this year, Brian.
Yeah, he's the one, and I'll ask you guys this question because I think I've got my thoughts. Him or Osa Odigizua? If you had to sign one, you can only get one.
I think Jordan's going to be a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I think Jordan Lewis will probably be more affordable. I would say, like, how many years will you be able to get out of Lewis compared to how many years you can get out of Osa just at their age right now, like Osa entering the prime.
But Osa, you're paying big money for pretty average production.
Yeah. If you're looking at, like, the money here, I'd go Jordan Lewis. He's going to be more affordable.
Player.
But just player, I think I'm going to be able to get more years out of a re-signing of Osa Odigizua than I am, like, maybe a year or two out of Jordan Lewis.
Okay, mock draft coming in. They're starting to come in pretty good now. Of course, Brian leads our number one draft coverage all the way up into draft night and beyond, really. It's a 24/7, 365 type of operation. But Sporting News and FanSided going with University of Missouri wide receiver Luther Burden III, an all-SEC wide receiver. A smaller guy, Brian, but a yak monster, apparently. Get the ball in his hands.
Yeah, Zach, you got some thoughts on him, too? You want to throw out there?
Yeah, he's a yak god. He's an explosive dude. You get the ball in his hands and you let him go make plays, basically. Can return kicks and punts for you, but, he's a dude, screens. I think his season 2 years ago, maybe a little bit better than this year with Luther Burden. I might be in the minority on this. I think I'd lean Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State over him. Okay,
I would too.
All right,
let's
go.
I was going to ask you the question because I know you probably don't know who was on the board of the wide receivers, but I think that I would go with the Ohio State kid myself. I think what's going to happen is Burton's a really, really good player, but what's going to happen is I think we're going to dig in and we're going to find some things there that we're going to probably have some concerns about.
Okay.
So with that being said, just kind of always in the first round looking for the safest guy, but both the players are super, super talented. Both run after catch, both catch, veteran type guys. I think that you're looking at a really, really quality player. Either way you go, but I'd take the Ohio State kid.
All righty, it is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the Eric Kendricks Show, brought to you by Keurig and Dr. Pepper. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's up?
Man, we're in this like post-holiday type of good vibe here. Looking forward to the weekend and all that. How'd your holiday go?
It was solid. I feel like this time of year, it's kind of especially around the holidays, kind of gets kind of weird. Sometimes we're able to celebrate. Sometimes we need to be more locked in. So it's just it's that season, I guess. So I guess I really haven't had a real type of holiday since I was, before college.
Yeah. Maybe you get reacquainted with that in your post-playing days, but still plenty of football to be played for you, Eric. And I was just wondering how you mentioned locked in. Once you're mathematically eliminated, how does that change with the approach? It's still, a big game coming up on Sunday. Everybody's got to be ready to go. How's that adjust the vibe when you're mathematically eliminated?
I mean, I feel like, the obvious is already known. So it's just about, representing yourself, representing your team, and putting some good film out there. But, everyone's still fighting for a job, essentially. So you better show up.
Eric Kendricks show here with you on 105 through the Fan. Well, we've had a great season chatting with you, so we did want to thank you for that. But I was wondering how different did things go with this Cowboys organization compared to maybe your expectations coming in?
I feel like the thing that I've learned about the NFL is you can't really you got to just stay even because you get too high on yourself, you get let down. You get too low on yourself, you might be surprised. So it's just kind of like. You gotta stay, flatline the whole time and just roll with the punches. Definitely, wasn't really what I kind of expected as far as the season was going. Especially competing against the Cowboys, for X amount of years. But in the same breath, I'm grateful to just still be playing.
Hey, Eric, Zim was on the podium the other day talking to the media. And he reflected on things that he should have done differently. And one of them was he was talking about that he should have done things earlier his way. And I hope I'm not putting you on the spot, but was it different really from what you've experienced with him before of how he was putting in his defense as opposed to where you guys are right now?
Yeah, I feel like to a certain degree, I feel like he's coming in as the new guy, kind of essentially me as well.
Sure.
You're not really trying to ruffle too many feathers, but at the same time, you have a job to get done. I can kind of relate in that sense, but at the end of the day, I feel like he's done a great job communicating and correcting. I feel like obviously it's not what we all wanted. We all strive for perfection, but at the end of the day, I feel like the work was put in, and you can be proud about that. Obviously it's disappointing in a sense. Like you said, there's things you wish you can change. It's always going to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
However, I appreciate the work that was put in.
As you reflect on this season, you still got another game to play, but since this will be the last time we get to chat with you, is there anything that you would have changed, or what are you also most proud of from this 2024 Cowboys campaign?
I feel like I don't know. It's a good question. I guess I haven't really, I'm still in the kind of the thick of it in my mind. I haven't really had a time to reflect on it, but I feel like I don't know.
Did you ever feel like this defense was whole?
I feel like I mean, that's a good question too, because you're always gonna have like injuries and things like that along the way. And you have to deal with the adversity, but I really feel like we started kind of humming and knowing more about our disguise and being more comfortable communicating with each other. But that's going to be natural when you have a new type of situation. So I really feel like we started really clicking and humming, and getting after it. Maybe a little bit into the season, but at the same time, it felt good when we were doing that.
Generally, how do you approach the off season once the season ends? Do you get away from all things football? Do you take time away from even lifting weights? I know you're a monster in the weight room, but do you even just rest the body and relax?
Yeah, I feel like I never really relax. Essentially, I'm still gonna do Pilates probably 3 times a week and yoga probably every so often per week, like twice a week. And that's just that's right away. I figured out early that, as long as I move my body, even if I'm taking the volume down, I'm not really, pounding it. I'm not really in the weight room. But as long as I'm moving, when I get back to the weight room, when I get back to doing my functional movement stuff, when I get back to actual football, it makes it a lot easier to transition when I just keep moving my body, nonstop. So I'm not going to really stop, so to speak. I'll take, rest here and there, but I like to keep going.
Now, do you like to go to a yoga studio and do the hot yoga? Are you doing it on you? How do you get down with yoga?
I usually do the hot yoga like twice a week, and then I do the Pilates in between those. So I just try to keep, like I said, as long as I'm moving, probably five times a week, treating my body right. I feel like it just benefits me so much, more when I start, put cleats on, or when I get back in the weight room. I'm just so much, in better shape. My body's way healthier, because I feel like, a lot of people just want to shut it down for X amount of weeks. And, it's all about, I'm all about rest and recovery, but it's like, you can't, as a high performance athlete, you can't completely shut it down in my eyes.
Now, I'm a yoga guy myself, usually just at the house, though. But what's different about the Pilates?
The Pilates is it's almost like rehab. So it's like, we know how to like hit people and move linemen and bench press and squat, but the correct movements are often overlooked, and Pilates really gets at the fundamental. So you can kind of fix things from a super basic fundamental standpoint, and then you just work your way up. So when you get back into the weight room, when you get back on the field, you're moving more functionally, more correct, versus doing the incorrect movements and the compensating movements. That's a good way to explain it, I guess.
It's the Eric Kendricks Show here with you on 105 through the Fan. Okay, so it's a big conversation coming up here in DFW sports radio land is going to be about the head coach. What do you think about the job Mike McCarthy did? They talk about the culture, the accountability, players like playing for him. What'd you notice that would be memorable?
No, I feel like he does a lot of things to help the players, in between the weeks and everything like that. I feel like obviously it's hard to with the record, it's kind of everyone's jobs are up, so it's just like. That's the obvious. However, I feel like, players have a lot of confidence in him for a reason. And, I feel like he does a good job connecting with players. And, every time I played against him, I played against him a lot. It's been challenging.
Which coach that you've played for had the best pregame speeches?
The best pregame speeches of any coach that I've had. My linebacker coach in college, Jeff Ulbrich, he was a psycho. I feel like the best ones are just kind of like the non-serious psycho ones a little bit. I feel like for the most part, everyone's gonna say similar stuff. You know what I mean? I like to just laugh and like kind of I don't know.
Just appreciate the nut job in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just the outrageous things, but at the same time, I never really feel like. When a pregame, you never really know when a pregame speech is going to hit you. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm all about the speeches that hit at the right time, and we've had a lot of those this year.
Do you like being the pregame speech guy or
no?
Speech? You try and just stay away from that.
No, I don't like being that guy. To some degree, maybe I should be more type on that lines, but I like to, I'm always communicating with everybody in the huddle, always, you know what I mean? And people are going to hear me every day, no matter what. That's just a guaranteed. So all the rah-rah pregame, I try to keep to a minimum because I feel like, I don't know, I want people to listen to me when I do have something to say if it's real serious. But at the same time, I guess, I don't know. We'll see.
So you're not a karaoke guy then, because you don't want to stand up there and sing, so you probably don't want to give a speech either, right?
Karaoke's a little different,
Okay.
You get a couple sodas flowing, and you get a good group of friends, some oldies, some hits. You got to grab the mic. You can't be scared of the mic in karaoke.
There you go.
What's your go-to beverage there for some liquid courage?
I'm more of like a rum or like a whiskey kind of guy. If I do drink, but not a big drinker, and that's for sure.
Well, who would be in the hypothetical that you are doing some boozing? Maybe you're in a bit of a bar fight. Who's the Cowboy teammate from this year that you'd most want to have your back in that moment?
In a bar fight?
Yeah.
It's hard to, like, every time I'm presented with these questions, as long as LJ's on the team with me, it's like it's hard to just not say Linval. I feel like he's such a presence.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna try to find like a sleeper. I'll take Linval or Osa. I feel like the reason why I say Osa is because he was a championship wrestler in high school.
Bingo.
And a lot of people don't, those are the guys you do not mess with at the bar.
Yeah.
You see a guy, to this day, if I'm at a bar and I see a guy with the cauliflower ear, I'll literally, I swear on everything, I'll literally go up to him and be like, hey, if things go down, I'm on your team. And then I'll look at him and I'll be like, you got my back? And they usually just start, they start laughing because they realize that I know that they're a fighter.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's wonderful, man. Well, who's the funniest teammate on the Cowboys this year?
Ooh, who's the funniest? A lot of funny guys. T. Wheat, he's my locker mate. He's hilarious. Who else? Brandon Cooks is funny to me.
Cookie.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a funny dude.
What about your favorite teammate to roast?
Favorite teammate to roast is Nick Vigil. He's once again locker mate. We just throw we just go at it all day. It's got to be with someone who can, you got to give a little to get a little,
Right.
But yeah.
Guy you'd most trust to babysit your kids?
Guy I most trust to babysit my kids. We got a lot of great fathers on the team. I don't know. I mean, we got some really, really, in the linebacker room. Nick Vigil, Buddy, Demo. We got some good fathers. But who would I trust the most?
If your kids can't have ice cream, this player's likely to get the kids ice cream.
Sounds like who's the one you'd least like to watch.
No, because exactly. No, who's the least person I would like to have my kids? That's a better question. Yeah, that's a better question. It's got to be a rookie. Like it's got to be like just a
young buck, wild dog.
Who would just be
You get to know Sam Williams at all?
Sam, no, because I've seen Sam with his kids. He's good. He's good with that. So people who have kids, I'm not, not worried about them necessarily. It's the people who don't, who just have no idea,
no understanding of the responsibility,
like Brev or something like that, like a rookie, Marist, Yeah, I feel like Maris would be okay, but yeah, I don't know.
Seems like he's going to be a real good player. What do you think of him?
He's a real good player. Very instinctual. Can't wait to have him even lean a little bit further into his instincts. We're seeing splashes of it. But very smart player. He cares. Obviously, that's important. And he's a force out there.
Well, you've been a force all year for us, Eric. I know the Jones boys have been talking, and maybe they're going to have a tightened up belt here this off season. But if there's any way to have you around, we would absolutely love it as fans and as radio guys here. You've been an absolute blast to work with.
No, I appreciate that, guys. Let's see. Cheers. We'll see. Take it easy.
Yes, sir. There he goes. The Eric Kendricks Show, brought to you by Keurig and Dr. Pepper. And we shall see. He's been an absolute blessing. I couldn't imagine this linebacker room without him this year.
No, he's been great.
Okay, top 10 coming up next, then we'll chuck. The best buffets out there is next year on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece.
Celebrate Corey Seager, White Langford, and all of your favorite Rangers at the 2025 Texas Rangers Award Dinner, Friday night, January 17th at Lowe's Arlington Hotel and Convention Center. For tickets, go to rangers.com/awards dinner.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they have the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the GBag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is.
All
Zachary.
right, let's do it. Best types of buffets, 877-881-1053. 903 is like Poncho's Mexican buffet. It's got to be number one. We got some love for the Chinese buffets. A couple of people just texted in their own favorite personal buffet. The Chinese buffet in Plano called King Buffet off 75 and Park is awesome.
King's good.
972 it is good. Great wall. Also a good spot. Of course, we got to hit up the Bacchanal buffet there in Vegas. That was delicious. That was a hell of an experience.
That was good.
But best types of buffet, according to America in the top 10s, 877-881-1053.
Well, there's 10 of them. Okay.
There's 10 of them. Number 10 is the breakfast buffet.
See, I was going to say that's number one, a.k.a. brunch.
Yeah.
You can mix in a dessert station. You got omelets happening.
Now, carving station.
Now you got a whole.
Yeah,
lot
you got
of
ham
goodness.
slices. You got
omelet station.
Man.
The breakfast buffet is fantastic. It really is.
Brunch. He's right. Brunch is really, really good though.
9 is the seafood buffet.
Yeah.
All seafood.
Yeah.
Which, hey, if you're allergic, I get it. But otherwise, sign me up for a seafood buffet.
That one in Vegas was really good.
The shrimp, the crab, the lobster,
Mhm.
all of it. Number 8, this is just going to be an all meat buffet.
There you go. There you
I
go.
knew you'd be in
Chuck.
on that one.
Yeah,
just
like
the meats.
Yeah, one of those like what is it, like the Gaucho style or whatever, when they're
Fogo de Chao.
Yeah, they're just bringing like Texas Day Brazil, something like that.
Oh, yeah.
How can you really beat that?
You could fill up on that salad bar thing they have
You
over there with
can.
the charcuterie
You can.
boards.
They
and
get
stuff.
you with that salad bar.
Yeah.
7 is the pizza buffet.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, it's a good time, man. Cece's was the
Cece's.
move, bro.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, we had this spot up in the Northwest called Izzy's. And
sounds good.
And they had incredible pizza. It was almost criminal that you could get in there for like $9. And they had the cinnamon rolls and
Yeah.
the breadsticks
Mr.
and the
Gaddy's was
fried
like that,
chicken and
yeah.
the barbecued chicken. It was incredible.
6 is the dessert buffet. Just all the delicious desserts.
Is there a place that is a dessert only buffet, or is this just the section of the run of the mill buffet that you can also obviously get some dessert as well?
Felt like my mom's kitchen there over the holidays was a damn dessert buffet.
We might be on
Was
the
it, dude?
Killed it.
You're putting up pie numbers,
Sugar
like crazy.
cookies, chocolate chip cookies, at least a pie and a half myself.
The sugar
we're
cream?
we're talking like 2 pieces a day with a scoop of vanilla ice cream. It was
wow.
like it was a cheat 10 days.
That's amazing.
Every day.
That's how you vacation, right?
That
there.
is a holiday. Yeah, I don't know if there's any like dessert only buffets, but if there's not, maybe we can do something with that.
Yeah, like
that's a good idea.
Good business idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 5 is the Italian buffet. And I'd be in on that. An Italian
Yeah.
buffet is where it's at.
That's the ultimate itis, though, I think. I mean, you're just carb loading your balls off.
You are. It's just pasta and
Different
chicken parmesan that's
breads
fried.
and-
You know,
yeah.
it's like stuffed shells. 4 is the Mexican buffet. So there you go, Poncho's. Fan. Not
Poncho's
number
is-
1.
yeah.
It's number 4.
Ponchos.
3 better, huh?
3 is your Japanese or sushi buffets.
Yep.
I'm definitely going to put that up there.
Tokyo
for me.
One, those kind of places. Yeah.
2 is the Chinese buffet.
Wow.
But number 1, and I'm surprised it was number 1.
Meaty.
It's the Indian buffet.
I've never been.
Oh.
And I'll tell you what, the Indian buffet, I mean, I'm married to somebody whose favorite food is butter chicken. I mean, Indian
Yeah.
food is like her passion. I eat it probably once a week.
Chicken
now.
tikka masala.
Chicken tikka masala, chicken korma, the biryani, you name it. We're in
I
on
love
it.
all that
I've
stuff.
started making it. Since you talked about it,
Yeah.
I started making the
Yeah.
butter chicken. Unbelievable.
It's fantastic. It's
Yeah.
so much cream and butter, but it is absolutely phenomenal. There's your top 10 best.
Thank you,
buffets.
Zach. Nice job. Okay, coming up next, in addition to the finest, where are you going?
The football world welcomes Belichick to the gram, and we got some stats of the day for you next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the GBag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4, GBag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Expressway is coming up in 20 minutes. LA live at 5:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Eric Chiafalo's edition of The Finest. Chief.
Oh, the NFL screwed up once again. You're not going to put Mahomes in the Pro Bowl. Add the fuel to the fire into the championship eyeballs of the GOAT, Pat Mahomes. Just the chip on the shoulder continues to grow. You just disrespected Pat Mahomes like that. 15-1, and you're not going to put him in the Pro Bowl? Oh, watch out, AFC. They're coming for you once again. This is just going to add insult to injury. They were already going to take it to the Super Bowl, but now they're ready to embarrass you. They want to disrespect you. They want big man TDs. Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes are about to do that thing again, boys.
Remember last year after they won it, the story came out of when Pat told Brittany, "This is when I decided we're going to win the Super Bowl." Boom. I think this is that moment this year.
Yeah, he's just woken up and said, "You know what, honey, I think we're going to do it again. Why not?"
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and do this thing. Well, he had told her a while back because they're getting ready to have another baby, and he was like, "Don't worry. I'm going to make sure we get that first round bye in the postseason because that's about the time of the due date. So they'll be on a bye week, and they won't have to worry about playing any games, and he'll be able to be there as a present father for his baby to be born." He put that rest assured early into the season to wifey, and what did he do? He went and got it done. Bad ankle and all. Doesn't matter. Bunch of games in very little days. No problem. We're going to get it done. And then he gets like 26 days of rest between the Christmas Day game and when he's going to have to play again, which is in the postseason when, of course, he's only going to need 2 wins at home to get to the Super Bowl. Fuel to the fire. No Pro Bowl. Give me a break. This is a shoe-in, ladies and gentlemen. It's just about who's going to be representing that NFC. Who do you guys think Pro Football Focus had as the best offensive player in the NFL this year? And do you think it's, I'll tell you this.
Is it a runner?
It's not a runner.
Lamar Jackson.
Brock Bowers.
Jordan Mailata. Offensive tackle for the Eagles, is Pro Football Focus's highest grade offensive player in the league this year. Congratulations to him. Are you guys buying the reports Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, McCarthy setting his sights on the Bears job if the Cowboys move on from him?
Sure.
Yes, I
absolutely believe that. Yes, absolutely.
I just wonder if they have their sights set on him in any way.
I mean, it'd be hard to miss if he was anywhere in your 180-degree vision. But no, I would not think so. I think you're excited to get, a younger, more innovative offensive mind. Go with your quarterback.
There were 4 teams to have no Pro Bowlers. 0 Pro Bowlers.
Your Dolphins
for 4
was
teams.
one of them.
Dolphins is one.
Your Jets was another one.
Ding!
Your New Orleans Saints was one.
Uh-oh.
Can you go 4
Tennessee
for 4?
Titans.
Ding!
Wow.
Brian Broaddus.
You tell me Will Levis didn't make the Pro Bowl?
You know your bad football teams better than anybody,
Come
Broaddus.
on.
That wins you football guy of the year.
Worked on a few bad football teams.
Yeah, that's true. Had a helping hand in some bad football teams.
Had some bad football teams.
Okay, we do have some incentives. We mentioned Cooper Rush, but Mike Evans, 5 catches and 85 yards away from $3 million.
Woo, let's go, Mike.
So it's obviously about the 1,000-yard deal, of course, consecutively, but $3 million for 5 catches and 85 yards. $2 million is on the line for Geno Smith. He needs $185 through the air, and he's going to get $2 million direct deposit.
Okay, so being up there in the Northwest, getting a chance to talk to my dad and other Seahawks fans, and then watching 2 Geno Smith games in their entirety, barf.
Yeah.
The numbers do not give you any sort of an accurate representation of how bad he is.
Oh, because you had to watch that Thursday night game versus those Bears, the 6-3 outing of disgust right there.
But there were other
there's been some
in the previous game as well.
Seahawks have been on a downward slide for the last few weeks, and I think he got banged up, and that may be part of it why he looks even worse right now. But yes, that is not a guy that you feel good about, like being the face of your franchise. And you wonder what the Seahawks can try and do here, because what do you guys expect the Vikings to do with Sam Darnold?
JJ? I think that they are going to stick with J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota.
You're going to let Sam Darnold walk, and you just get a comp pick for him next year?
Franchise tag.
Yeah, can you tag him?
You can.
Tag him.
You can tag him.
I think you tag him.
You tag him?
Tag him.
How much is that going to cost?
Doesn't matter. Your quarterback you got as the rookies are cheap.
If you want to keep him, the contract's going to be 50 plus.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you don't commit multiple years. You just 1 year. You franchise tag him. You move on from there.
Your quarterback's making your rookie quarterback.
We're trying to win the Super Bowl.
That's 1 year salary cap hit of what's the going rate for the franchise quarterback right now? I'd love to see it. It's got to be
not over
38.3 mil, which honestly is not bad.
That can't be right.
That's what the franchise tag value is.
That's smaller than I thought it was going to be. Yeah. Isn't it the average of the top 5 highest paid dudes? There's no way that's $38 million.
For 2024, it was $38.3 million.
For 2024.
Yeah.
We're now going to 2025.
You think that things are going to go up to $60 million?
$45 million?
$45 million for 1 year salary cap, dude, that's a fat one.
Guy might get you to the NFC Championship.
It's the most important position on the field. I'm spending money on
don't tell that to Broaddus because the running back is.
I'm just telling you why. I gave you a reason what I would do, and you just got surprised that I would franchise tag a quarterback.
That's right.
If you were going to franchise tag him and trade McCarthy, I'm with that. That sounds like a great idea.
Well, if you're going to trade him, go ahead and sign him long term.
Long term for Darnold. Yeah.
My whole thing on tagging him is it's just 1 year. You're not on the hook for maybe this was just a flash in the pan year and Sam Darnold ends up not being any good. But hey, we saw what we had there. He moves on. Now we are going with JJ.
You tag him and you get next year to evaluate it. You can tag him again. You still have leverage for a contract.
I guess
if you're totally not sold on Darnold, but you can't walk away with Darnold. Like you're hoping J.J. McCarthy can deliver you a 15-win season.
I don't want to get myself tied into Darnold for a multi-year deal. So if I want to keep both, I'm tagging him. Mm-hmm. And then maybe I'll see. If he ends up being good again, then I'm trading J.J. Yeah. And Darnold is my guy.
McCarthy's cheap. Why not? Go for it.
Well, the longer it goes with McCarthy, the less value that he has. He has, I think, the highest value he's going to have is a complete unknown right now.
Yeah, well, if it's good next year with Darnold and he doesn't play, then the value hasn't changed at all for McCarthy.
No, it does, because that's another year of his rookie contract.
He's still got 3 years of control, right? That's still valuable.
I mean, I think you want to win the Super Bowl next year, so I'm trading McCarthy for a bevy of picks to win around Sam Darnold.
Hell, they got a shot to win the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
14-win football team.
Yeah,
they
that's
got a
why I'm
chance
not
to be
moving
the
on
number
from
one
Darnold.
overall seed.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I know we talk about the roster construction. They got a damn good football team now.
Yes.
Right? So,
but imagine how much better it is if you get a 1 and a 3 for McCarthy.
yeah, that'd be great. But if Darnold ends up sucking, then I just traded my guy who could end up being my heir apparent. Like, I'd rather hold, like, quarterbacks are gold. Give me the quarterbacks. Keep the quarterbacks in my organization. And I'm okay with that.
I wonder if a guy like Kevin O'Connell, though, feels like, dude, I just did it with Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
You know, I gave Kirk Cousins some of the best years of his life. Imagine what I can do with J.J. McCarthy that I'm molding from the start here. Now, you have the injury question of, like, how is this dude going to come back from what was obviously a pretty serious knee injury? So that's the risk you want to take. But I do wonder if Kevin O'Connell, an offensive mind like that's like, yeah, I just did it with Sam Darnold for $10 million. Why am I going to pay that same guy $40 million for 1 year when, I mean, geez, maybe he could get Kirk Cousins again if you're just looking for a rental super on the cheap. I don't know. I mean, but paying $40 guaranteed million on the salary cap for 1 year of Sam Darnold seems crazy to me.
Because you've done it with him. You've done it.
You know what you have in
know
Sam.
what you have.
I don't know what I've got in J.J. McCarthy.
Well, I
mean,
guess Dak at 60. You know, that's currently where we are. You know, like Tua is at 53,
and we're not sitting there saying, "Good job, Cowboys, you did the right thing."
No, we're not.
No,
Absolutely
we're not. No,
absolutely not.
And there's a good chance that you pay. I mean, I guess we'll see what this run in the postseason looks like here, which is going to start this week. All the marbles versus the Lions for Sam Darnold, and kind of see if this. Because if this goes Sam Darnold sideways on you over the course of these next few weeks, and everybody starts to really understand that it's the defense that is doing a ton of heavy lifting for this team right now,
Well, then you don't sign Sam Darnold.
Right. There you go.
I mean, I don't know. I don't. So are you saying Darnold, you just let him go for nothing, and then maybe I don't have a quarterback at all, or I give him the multi-year deal and I trade JJ? Because I'd rather. I mean, I don't really the 1 year franchise tag. I don't see what's so crazy about that idea.
For me, it's just what is that going to do to your roster when you're committing whatever 40? You got a $45 million cap hit on your quarterback right now. What does that do to the rest of the roster? I don't know the status of it, but how many guys is that going to mean that you're going to now sacrifice on the roster just so that Sam Darnold can now continue to be your quarterback? I don't know.
I mean, 4,200 yards.
Isn't that the most important position?
touchdowns.
You guys are telling me.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, wouldn't you rather have a quarterback that you know you feel good about, that I can go out and win 14 games with, and then if he ends up not being good, then I'm not on the hook long term. You leave.
68% completed. I mean, these are just numbers.
Yeah.
You know,
no, I get it. He's had a solid year. He totally has. But it's solid when you're paying him $10 million and your roster's able to do a lot of stuff for you. But I don't know.
We're talking about that roster is like, oh my God, this roster's so good. They're a quarterback away. We thought they were going to stink. They've done pretty damn well.
No, for sure. But it's because the defense has been so much better than we thought it was going to be.
This might be the line where an additional $40 million better spent. And if you believe that, hey, we can get this done with a $10 million quarterback, I would love it as a GM if my coach was excited about that.
Yeah.
I'd be like, let's freaking do it.
Yeah.
Let's trade McCarthy, get some picks, let Darnold walk for a comp pick, and find the backup.
Yeah.
You know?
They're in a great position. I wish we were in
That's
this
$76 million in cap space.
Yeah, they're pretty sad, I guess.
Yeah,
they got a lot of money to do stuff with.
Yeah, and if you want to commit over half of that to Sam Darnold, then that's totally
I'd
fine.
rather commit half of it to a quarterback that I know I can win with.
Yeah, I guess if you're that confident in Sam Darnold, I do think it's a very interesting conversation for what it is that they're going to have to do. And of course, these next few weeks of Sam Darnold in big time games will probably be the biggest truth serum for it all. How about this as a stat of the day? Jamar Chase has more receiving yards than every Patriots wide receiver combined this season. Wow. That is hard to do right there.
That is crazy.
I think they've been thrown to the tight ends quite a bit, but my goodness gracious, that is an offense that desperately needs a number 1 overall pick, Travis Hunter kind of player. Am I right? All right. How about Anthony Richardson? That dude was talking about having to crawl around the house last week. He couldn't play because his back was so bad. He's to the point where he's on all fours crawling around his house. At what age did you find yourself crawling around your home, Dawson?
46.
Okay.
I believe.
I believe
Anthony Richardson is
47.
like 22 or something like that. That's a bad sign. That's a very, very bad sign. Okay, here is some sound. We are living in a world now where Bill Belichick is on the gram, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go, Bill.
And this is what you have to do. You got to get with the times. You're going to college. This is it. You got players wanting to slide into your DMs and sell themselves to you to come play for you. Here is Bill Belichick's welcome to the gram. Potentially. We do have Bill Belichick in there somewhere.
Bill.
No days off, Bill. Day by day.
Willie?
All right, so we'll get to that here in a second. Who was the biggest snub for you guys on the Pro Bowl?
Mahomes.
Without question, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're 15. I mean, it's just disrespectful. And don't give me the stats argument. Games in the hanging in the balance. You don't want anybody else. You want Patrick Mahomes, and he's done it. He's done it all year long. I don't care if he stinks for 3 quarters. The whole team stinks. Mahomes raises up. Chris Jones raises up. They make it happen. I mean, the hate on the Chiefs is just absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, Mahomes is the biggest to me. You know, I would give him the MVP just because I know he's the most valuable player in the NFL. No disrespect to anybody that's had a great regular season. This is the guy. If there was a draft, if open free agency applied to every player, Patrick Mahomes would be the only player that teams would consider. So leaving him out of the Pro Bowl is it's a big mistake. You know, there's a couple of others. You know, this guy Kirby Joseph with the Lions, he looked pretty dang good. Couple of picks the other day.
Yeah,
Kirby Joseph,
big time snub.
AJ Brown, especially if they're going to let you push the defensive back out of the way as the ball's in the air.
He did that to Bland, didn't he?
Yes. I think that's his best route. Actually, is OPI, which they seem to never call anymore. But yeah, obviously, you know, for me, like the conversation really starts and ends with Mahomes, and I can't wait to see what he does in these playoffs because I feel like even though they've had a great year, now the deck is even more stacked against them with, you know, what some of these other teams have put together.
You also have Danielle Hunter, who was, one of the best pass rushers in the league this year, not getting in. That's a little bit crazy. And then it was Travis Kelce, though, who led the entire sport in Pro Bowl votes. And you know why?
Yeah.
The Swifties got a hold of
Shout
it.
out to Taylor Swift.
They're committed, man.
Yeah, they
Shout
are,
out to
they
that
are.
fan base.
Indeed. Thank you, Chief. In addition to the finest, tomorrow at 5 o'clock, we'll have our final discussion of the season with Stephen Jones. He's been joining us every Friday, and of course, it won't be too long before we hear him again at the Combine and at the Senior Bowl, and then the lead up to the draft and everything. He and Jerry will be a continuing presence, but tomorrow at 5, we'll wrap up our season. We'll see what kind of fastballs we can wing at Steve tomorrow at 5 o'clock. In addition to the Expressways coming up right around the corner, LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up at 5:40, and we're back with everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day here in the nation. I want to chat about D&M Leasing before we get there, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle right now, D&M Leasing is standing by for you. Just give them a call at 9.
DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back, GBag Nation. Yes, sir, it's time to hit the expressway, commercial-free to the top. LA Live with Lucius Alexander is coming up in 16 minutes. Okay, every day at this time, we take a look at everything that's been developing, your biggest local sports stories, breaking national headlines. And the segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Are the Cowboys tanking here, guys? Micah Parsons downgraded to limited on the practice report. You had Calvin Watkins with us 2 hours ago there at 3:20 if you want to go back and listen to it. Nice little conversation there about the Cowboys. Says maybe the DeMarcus Lawrence thing was a tank move. Pun intended.
He just never could get right.
Yes.
I asked some people in the organization about that one, and I'm like, I walked by. I remember I was talking to you guys that he was out there working with Britt, and it got to the point where they couldn't just get him right, and then it came like it wasn't worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And they were still playing meaningful or trying to win to be 500.
Mm-hmm.
And they said the foot just never responded good enough for him to go out there and play.
You also had the CeeDee Lamb would be playing through this shoulder injury, even though the MRIs may be getting a little bit worse. And then if Micah doesn't play here, and if I'm the Cowboys right now, based on what we know about this draft, Brian, if Micah doesn't play, that's our chance of winning just totally out the window. You go from being probably a top 10 defense to one of the worst defenses in the NFL without Micah Parsons in there.
Oh my gosh, dude. We had some numbers last week on the difference, the on-off splits for this defense with and without Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Without Micah Parsons, you're giving up a success rate that is equal to Josh Allen this year.
Wow.
You're basically turning quarterbacks into an MVP candidate when Micah Parsons is on the field. When he's on the field, the quarterback success rate is equal to that of Daniel Jones.
Wow.
That is the discrepancy between the on-off split. So, when you want to give the MVP to Jordan Lewis, I get that, and I'm totally here for it. He's played all the games, and he's been awesome. But the best player, without question, has been Micah Parsons, and there's just no questioning that.
Boy, his agent is just wearing that stat out right now.
Yeah, I bet.
I'd be sharing video from that. That's incredible, from Josh Allen to Daniel Jones by taking Micah on and off.
The Cowboys would be like, well, he was on the field against the Eagles, right? Their second and third string quarterbacks tore us up.
Yeah.
So your metrics can shove it.
Well, this is once again you taking one small example.
Give me all your numbers.
Yeah.
No, but he is. It's true. Their pass rush success rate, we talked about that. They were the worst in the NFL. With him, they're among one of the best. There's no question who your best defensive player is. It is Micah Parsons.
It's been said for my entire time covering these Cowboys that the Cowboys would never tank. But I would think this is their version of it. It's not a wholesale everybody is out, but you have to recognize, the importance of losing this game and staying in the 7-win club. You move up to 8, all hell could break loose. You could be picking 17th. Okay, a lot of chatter about playing Trey Lance. I think you take the money out of it and just say it's been a great year for you once again. Cooper Rush. If a team wants to trade for you and pay you, we're up for that. But we want to see the kid, and
I think he's unrestricted. I think Cooper and both he and Trey are both unrestricted.
So
you got Stack under contract right now, or as is. So
it's a great
trade him.
If you've played well enough to go get paid, we've done more than enough. I guess there's a $250,000 relief, but I think it's square at this point. And I don't know, but watching Trey Lance play, I just can't imagine against a team that's motivated, right? Washington is going to be motivated to win this game.
They absolutely are. Yeah.
Is Zeke worthy of the Cowboys Ring of Honor?
No.
I think the Joneses will put him in.
They might. They might.
They have, if you ever notice in the stadium, they have pre-1989 Ring of Honor dudes on one side and post-1989 Ring of Honor dudes on the other side. So, we'll see how. If you put Ezekiel Elliott in, you're opening yourself up to Tony Romo, Des Bryant, a lot of guys that, I don't know.
Des way better than Zeke, right?
That's what I'm saying. You're opening yourself up. If you put Ezekiel Elliott into this Ring of Honor, you are opening you're opening yourself up to a lot of guys that probably otherwise wouldn't be. I think there's only 3 non-Hall of Famers in the Ring of Honor. Darren Woodson, unfortunately, is one of them. I think Don Meredith and Don Perkins are the other 2.
I mean, it should be like a Hall of Fame standard, shouldn't it?
There's a lot of stadiums you go to, and you look at their Ring of Honor, Wall of Honor, whatever you want to call it, and you're like, okay, I remember this guy, and you're like, that guy wasn't very good, but some organizations don't have the history. Like the Steelers have a history, there's the Raiders have a history, and you have a history. So you don't have to put the wall of okay on up there. You can legitimately have a Ring of Honor of quality players.
Leroy Jordan would be the other one.
Is Leroy Jordan the other?
He's not in the Hall of Fame, but he's in the College Hall of Fame, not in the NFL Hall of Fame.
So there's 4 of them then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, even all Cowboys fans that held the line that Zeke was good going into this year have given up on that. But I think you got to go back like 5 years to really see the effective end of his time as a star player. In 2019, 4.5 yards per attempt, 1,357 yards. And what did he have?
Candle at both ends.
He had 12 touchdowns that year, and 54 catches. That was great. After that, 4.2, 3.8, 3.5, and 3.1. Like, you could talk about what has happened this year, but this has been a long time in the making. And the Cowboys have favored the celebrity over the production on him for way too long. And,
you can't put a guy in the Ring of Honor for 4 good years. When he had 4 years where he was up there amongst the best running backs in football, that 2017 season, he missed those games due to suspension, or else he's leading the league in rushing again. But 2016 to 2019, he was awesome. After that, there is a massive drop-off. And if we're doing that 4 good years, you're in the Ring of Honor, my gosh, there's a lot of guys that are going to line up and say, hey, let's do this.
You're opening this thing up is what you're really opening it up for.
I mean, there was like almost 1,200 carries or 1,200 carries in the first 4 years of his career. Maybe that did it. Usually it's the bigger run total seasons over like 350 attempts. But if you combine that with how heavily he was used at Ohio State, you combine that with all the catches that he had in his first 4 years. I mean, you add over 150 touches to his totals there with all the grabs that he was making for the first 4 or 5 years of his career. Maybe it just did run down, but it's disappointing to see Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, the number of players that were around that time where they came into the NFL, all continuing to be, significant difference-making players as runners, some of even big runners. And we just had such a small window of time where Zeke was that dominant. Even year 2, it wasn't that great. Obviously, he had the situation come up with Roger Goodell and all that, and maybe that took something out of it. But the yards per attempt that year weren't great. And I don't know if there's been enough coverage of how it went so bad for Zeke and where the Cowboys missed in so many ways on him. Okay, Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury said he would like to be a head coach again, but declined to say if that meant this offseason. What do you guys think? Can he do it? Kingsbury coach?
I heard him talk about like what he would do differently and what was eye-opening for him being here with the Commanders now, because you go from Texas Tech, you fail up into Arizona, and you obviously don't know what you don't know, and now he sees the way Dan Quinn handled things with setting a standard, and there's some things that we don't compromise on here. This is going to be the foundation of what it is we're going to do. And he could see firsthand, okay, this is what it's supposed to look like, and this is his first chance to really see that. I am having to swing the pendulum back in favor of him because I was totally out on him, even as a play caller. Coming into Washington, I thought that was a bad hire, but he's completely proven me wrong. So he's shown the willingness and ability to evolve a little bit. And perhaps, on the second go around, like a Brian Flores, let's see if he gets another opportunity, see if he can learn from some of the mistakes that he made in year 1 or first tenure as a head coach. And you can see guys improve some things. And I don't know if it could work out for him, but the season that they've put together with this Commanders offense, and Jane Daniels is doing a lot for them, but they're making an average group of offensive linemen look really good. I think that's credit to coaching.
Yeah, I think you make a good point, though, that there's just so much that goes along with being a head coach that as a coordinator or position coach, you could have a total blind spot to. And, the things that you just want to sweep under the rug or let go in the interest of, trying to move along, the team is craving the accountability and the discipline, and the culture that creates is worth just as much, if not more, than the schemes that you're going to design.
Some guys are just good coordinators, and he might be that, right? I mean,
totally, yeah.
Norv Turner was that way.
Yeah, and even this year, the second half of the season, there was the narrative of, oh gosh, the Washington offensive numbers are starting to decline a little bit, and I think Jaden Daniels is just so special that he's able to mask some of that. So Cliff will get an interview with the Bears. He's got a relationship with Caleb Williams. Maybe that would work because of his relationship with Caleb, but otherwise, no. If I were a team, I would not be looking to hire Cliff right now as a head coach.
Agreed. Ultimately, there's better candidates, out there right now, surefire, but could he be successful if he gets another shot? I wouldn't be the team to do it.
No, I mean, but it's possible.
It's still a little early. I'd probably like to see the Commanders' offense go 2 years in a row looking legit here. Because you're right, Wolchuk, they did run into a little bit of a stalemate there in the middle of the season. They've obviously turned it around, but how much of that is just Jaden Daniels with his legs and with his arm? I mean, both. The dude's just outstanding across the board. How much is that just the real reason?
And Flores, the DC of the Vikings, that would be, I mean, who's your OC going to be? But, that might be the...
You don't know. He might have somebody on that staff, a young guy that we don't know about that's, that they're grooming for potential down the road type of a guy. Minnesota's a good staff. Maybe good offensive coaches. There might be somebody that's breaking down film in a room that we don't know about that he's all of a sudden every day at practice, he's like, oh, this dude gets it. This guy might be, the next Ben Johnson type of guy.
That would be the huge thing because he could never figure it out with the Dolphins. And obviously the relationship with Tua was rocky. And how would that go with Caleb Williams? The toxic masculinity of Brian Flores mixing with the painted fingernails of Caleb Williams. Yeah. I don't know how that's necessarily going to work, but can you get an offensive coordinator who's legit? He hasn't proven that he's been able to do that in Miami.
I was just thinking of beyond Chicago and Washington and Minnesota, what's the best realistic scenario for the Cowboys? And maybe it's finding a Brian Flores with a coach in Minnesota who could come down, as a combination if it's not Ben Johnson.
And give me the offensive coach with Bob Saleh as the defensive coordinator potential. That's if Zimmer doesn't want to participate anymore. But I think an offensive coach with Robert Saleh would be ideal. I'll tell you what, I think Matt Eberflus is a close second as a DC.
Another guy, good coordinator.
Yeah,
didn't work out as head coach, but he's a good D coordinator.
To me, those are the types of guys. I think it's better than. I don't know who Mike Vrabel. Now Vrabel would be defensive minded, but who's the offensive guy? I think if you get that offensive coach, then you can. Robert Saleh could be a really, really, really good defensive coordinator for you, and I think that would help your staff a lot.
Those reports about the Vrabel personality and how confrontational he is, I just don't know how that works here.
I think it was somewhat of a ridiculous report.
Oh, you're not buying
it? Not to say that it wasn't true. I'm sure people might, but now it seems like every opening, even in college, Vrabel's the guy. Yeah. Everyone wants Vrabel.
Well, people
want a program. They want a program builder.
Most organizations don't mind intimidating head coach.
Yeah,
but I think the Cowboys would. They want somebody that's malleable and flexible and isn't going to be emotionally driven to get in debates and insist on his way. I mean that's one of the biggest job requirements is loyalty to what Jerry wants.
About to have
similar to building a
huge measurement here coming up, boys.
White House cabinet. What's that? 20-10?
Yeah, 20-10. Notre Dame went for it on 4th and 1 at the 50, and I think he's short.
Yeah,
Georgia thinks so too.
Yeah, I think we're short here.
Maybe we could be in for another exciting finish halfway through the third. Looks like Georgia's going to take over at midfield down 10. The Giants are missing Saquon Barkley more than just on the field during this miserable 3-13 season. They're surveying the damage, and Tommy DeVito said it was a big loss, especially losing his leadership. And then Sterling Shepard was another big veteran leader, and that's why they went from being massively disappointing to maybe the worst team in the NFL this year. Mavs are off tonight, host the Cavs tomorrow night at 7:30. What's your concern level on between 1 and 10 here for the injuries? As not too long.
8.
We're going to be at the midway point of this season.
Yeah.
Does this threaten?
Yeah.
Like postseason glory?
It very well could. I'm certainly hopeful that it won't. I'm not hitting the panic button for that yet. But in terms of this stretch, this month of basketball, with the injuries that you're dealing with, PJ Washington now added to the list, and the schedule of really difficult teams, this is gonna be tough sledding for a while. You just hope that Luka comes back, he's good, and then you can just get into the postseason, try to avoid the play-in if you can, but just get into the postseason healthy, and you can trust this team to do some serious damage.
That's what it's all about. Just get into the playoffs. Just get in.
I need to know PJ Washington's status with the knee here. Little sprain. Hopefully this is just a couple of days.
Yeah.
If it's a 3 to 4 weeker, I've seen enough over the last week to think the Mavs over a 15-game stretch could easily go 5-10 and find themselves out of the play-in situation. But with 2 months or 6 weeks to go in the regular season, I think there's enough quality here that they could rip off as many successive wins that they would need.
You got plenty of time left.
See, what worries me, and I'll ask you guys this question, is, though, if they fall way behind and then now they have to just play their balls off to get back
run out of gas.
and then they run out of gas trying to get to the 5th seed.
That's a real fear. Didn't that happen last year?
Well,
they were worn out.
They were. I'm just saying.
Went on a hell of a run for the final 30 games.
They did, and I worry about this team has got a lot of depth to it.
Yeah.
But if you all of a sudden, these 17 games without Luka, say you lose 14 of them, now you're way below 500.
That's a great point. Yeah.
Now you're having to scramble to try and even get it back to 500 to get even maybe into play-in situation.
You need load management games, down that stretch.
And you don't have them.
That's what I think that's the real storyline here is that's what this could end up costing you. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
Happy New Year, fellas. Happy New Year. How did you guys celebrate the New Year's Eve?
I was asleep by 9:30, Lucius.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow.
I was KO'd. I was just exhausted. Yeah, I was like I couldn't fight it anymore.
So woke up as a whole new year. No countdowns, no nothing.
Just no excitement whatsoever, dude. The blandest New Year celebration of all time for me.
Man, I ain't mad at you, dog. You must have been hella tired. Zach, what you do, bro?
I was just at home with the family, and we made it all the way to midnight. We watched the countdown and all that. It was fun. I mean, it was nice. Nothing too crazy, but I guess when you're over 30, it's like, we're not going out to Uptown anymore. We're not doing the clubbing scene. We got the baby at home.
No, that's amateur night.
I do love a good New Year's house party.
Yeah, that's my jam.
I was trying to put something together, but the mother-in-law was sick, so it's like, crap. The kids they're going to be party poopers for me, Baggage.
I got you.
Yeah, Lucius, you got me watching CNN when the
countdown guys?
The countdown guys.
Yeah.
Andy Cohen and those guys.
Wasn't somebody tripping balls on that?
They're doing shots.
Oh yeah, they were
doing shots. They
interviewed somebody on. Who was it?
Yeah, they got a gal. Some gal went on there and went nuts.
Oh yeah, the comedian.
The comedian went nuts. So yeah.
Oh yes, Whitney Cummings.
Yeah.
Yeah, Whitney Cummings. That's right.
There was a lot of cocktailing going on CNN. That's kind of a tradition now with Andy Cohen and those guys doing that.
Okay, y'all have some chill New Year's Eve celebrations. Dawson, you was chilling, bro?
Yeah, I was asleep. We had to get up at.
Everybody chilling in this.
You know what though?
God, man.
This is kind of romantic. We set alarms for midnight and woke up and kissed once.
And went back to sleep. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I was in my romance bag over.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys didn't see any fireworks?
Heard them.
Oh, I heard them.
Okay, you heard some fireworks. Yeah, I seen a few fireworks out there, and I'm pretty surprised that the actual common man. He's buying some real fireworks.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the ones that go up there and blow up in the sky, bro. Like just a common man. Not the little pop, 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 pop.
Right.
He's got some real fireworks. And there were signs in Grand Prairie that said, don't pop any fireworks. As I was looking and watching the fireworks pop over my left and on my right.
Don't do it. Watch me. Yeah. Where my parents live, they will pull up on you with the SWAT team if you have any fireworks going on because it's like in high desert. It's like the entire neighborhood's a tinderbox.
Oh, wow.
But people were booming them. They were like shooting guns of some sort.
Yeah. That's what I was going to get to. There was the fireworks, and it was also I was up there in Cedar Hill by Joe Pool at my pop's house. And somebody over there by Joe Pool has got some fire, bro. I was outside, just trying to see if I could see anything, hear anything, and somebody got the fa. Yeah. Like, God, dog.
Yeah. Shooting them off into the air?
Shooting them up there, man. To the point where I was like, well, let me go back inside.
Yeah.
I'm standing in the garage for a while. All right, this is a Thirsty Thursday, Ladies Night edition of LA Live. We'll get into it right after Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Ladies!
I got it. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
All right, stop.
In a young girl's
Stop.
heart,
Are you gonna
music
continue?
can free her.
Are you gonna
Whenever
comply
it
with these
starts
tests?
And it's magic. Yes.
Hands out of your pockets, arms down to your side.
Got it. Check. Clear.
Stop talking. Stop spitting. Stop leaning on my car. Stand up. Come over here to this white line.
Uh-oh.
Yes, sir.
All right. Put your left foot on the white line.
Left foot.
Put your right foot
Put my right foot.
directly in front of it.
Directly in front of it.
Stop. Stop. Go back.
Stop.
Do the hokey pokey.
I'm sorry. What do you want from me?
I want you to put your left foot on the white line.
Left foot. Right foot.
All right.
Left foot.
Are you done?
All right.
Right foot.
Stop.
Left foot.
Stop.
Right foot.
Like, what am I doing wrong?
Get back here.
No.
Stop.
No.
You're under arrest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For what?
Operating vehicle while intoxicated.
I'm not intoxicated.
Come on.
Yeah, left foot, right foot. This is LA Live for Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. Yeah, it's a brand new year, people. And it's a Thirsty Thursday, Ladies Night edition of LA Live. One time for the ladies. It's always for the ladies in my book. And speaking of ladies, I went down a rabbit hole on January 1st. Did y'all know there's like twerking influencers? Like, I knew there was twerking influencers, but I didn't really understand what they're really doing in their life out there.
Like they're being educational. Like this is how you do it.
That's the man.
I did not know that was a thing.
Come on. They have created their own community. They have created their own market out there. Shouts out. Chef's kiss, ladies. You're doing it. And they're making their own money. And most of their clientele is not like some pervy dudes. It's women's.
Right.
Want to learn. Women's that want to learn how to shake that fish basket, bro. They want to learn how to shake that junior bacon cheeseburger. I'm happy. And these women are out here traveling. They have their, like, what is it? They're having twerk workshops.
Okay.
And it's like
Workshops.
workshop, bro.
So this is a skill that can be developed. This isn't just you get out of the bed in the morning with this and you were blessed with this and it's God-given.
It's just, some of them God-given, some of you got to work on.
All right.
Learn new twerks. Bro, it's amazing. They're out here naked dancing. I mean, not naked dancing, nasty dancing and selling twerking merch. It's a whole thing out here, bro.
Twerking merch.
I'd like to head by one of those conferences, and get some hands-on
They're going to
work.
look at us like we're crazy. It's full of women in there. They're not going to let us in.
Journalistically, of course, right?
Yeah. I'm here to cover things.
You better have a press pass.
Totally educational. Press ass.
Yeah, man, I've seen that. You can take these, like, I seen one girl, she was asking for a vacation, and she's taking plenty of vacations off the people that follow her to watch her twerk.
Yes.
And she's like, I want to go to Italy, and I promise you I will twerk under the Eiffel Tower if y'all pay for my trip. And then she's there.
This dude's got a lot of money. No pride.
Not smart.
No pride.
We're not. No, we're not.
These people.
Oh,
are
look at
doing it
this.
Right.
Sheila, I did this gym. I DM'd with her a couple times. I think she's coming over.
It's
She's
amazing,
in
man.
Italy.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, twerking influencers selling merch. They having workshops.
Got any hoodies?
I'm going to buy one of them.
How long were you in this particular rabbit hole, Lucius?
It didn't take long.
Your wife, you got home.
Hit us subscribed on a few of them, you know what I'm saying, just so I can keep up for research purposes.
Yeah.
Shout out to Flow. What is it? Flow with D? Okay. Flow with AD. Flow with AD. ADEE. Flow with ADE. She was the number one. She's the one that got me down the real rabbit hole. Like, wait a minute, this is a business to you right here. She was number one, bro.
I imagine you could stack
top of the power rankings.
You could get some profits if you had the perfect shorts for twerking.
Huh?
Ladies, you gotta get these shorts, to twerk the good way.
Yeah. They got all types of merch, bro. It's
Look at how much
amazing.
money they made off yoga pants.
It's amazing. They're like teaching each other, like, no, girl, you move it right here. And they like holding it, moving and shaking it. I'm like, what is?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, GBag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You could follow us all if you find GBag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here It's from Trap House Sports. We played this guy a few times when he does his diss songs against NFL teams. It's usually Cowboys or the 49ers. Y'all some booty cheeks. Bow, 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 bow. Y'all lost to the Chiefs. Bow, bow, bow. Well, this right here, he has some Cowboy game breakdown. Breaking down some film as he's watching Cowboys lose to the Eagles.
Yeah, man, another week of Cowboys football, man. This right here, yeah. Can't even get my words together, bro. I'm just so flabbergasted. What the Hey, bro, what's wrong with Kenny Pickett? He acoustic? What was this? What the flying was that? He got thrown by his own ball. Ball through him. I never seen it before. It was the worst thing Kenny Pickett or any NFL player has ever done, ever. Turns right around and start dotting us up, bro. I'm devastated. Can't stand it, bro. Why are we even out there? You just out there bullshit. You ain't out there playing for real. You just out there getting paid. Ain't nobody really out there playing for real. Not even Cooper Rush. He out there throwing up punts for the other team. Threw up a punt. He threw straight belt the ass, man. Belt, we was getting whooped. We got a whooping, fresh out the shower whooping. We hit our report card from our mama. That's the kind of whooping we get. Talk back to the teacher. That's the kind of whooping we got. Devontae Smith, little ass out there doing us bad. Kenny Pickett got hurt. They put the third string in. Guess what he do? Dots us up. He out there getting laced by the third string guy. We getting laced by the
Getting laced by the third string guy. It's true, though. It just didn't stop.
I like when that mic overmodulates.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. Bro, this thing, Gavin, when y'all was arguing, the mic was overmodulating.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, I love it. I'm just saying.
Which fight was this?
We were on the we're at the road.
Not with you, it's not.
It's the Witten fight.
Oh, that the Witten fight. Yeah.
AT&T Stadium. You were back here at the command center.
Oh, yeah, that was a good fight.
Yeah.